can hear us. And Liz, you're going on screen.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to Vote No Joke. Oh, my God. It's here. It is Vote No Joke. It is the 12-hour comedy marathon that Abortion Access Front wanted to bring you with some of their favorite comics. And I'm so excited that our monthly comedy show, The Feminist Buzzkills of Comedy, is kicking off today. It is, I don't even know. I'm so excited that comedians are doing this. It's just basically anybody who's committed to 10 minutes away from a toilet and in front of a screen is my hero today, because I've literally just have diarrhea and cryuria where I just shit and cry wondering what's going to happen. I'm just sitting here. I've decorated my couch with two of my heroes, Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Paul Wellstone. I have trays of food, like I'm on a couch island, basically, is what I'm doing. Is I'm on a couch island. I've got cable news muted, and I am I'm preparing for all outcomes, because truth be told, no matter what the outcome of this election is, right-wing assholes are going to front and center place abortion. If you're wondering why we don't have like environmental policy or comprehensive health care or any kind of COVID thing, it's because every single person who is running the departments in this administration are anti-abortion zealots who don't have any skills. Have you listened to these people? You can say anything. We have systemic racism. Do you know who kills more Black babies than anybody? Planned Parenthood. No matter what you say, they will bring up something to do with abortion. So as we sit here trying to figure out what we're going to do, and how we're going to handle it, just know that, like, no matter what the outcome is, we still have work to do, and we still have jokes to tell, and we're going to be here. But I feel really great. If you're just coming here, what we're doing is every hour, some dope comedy producer from noon until midnight has put together an incredible lineup of comics so that those who are waiting in long lines anywhere can just go to the Abortion Access Front YouTube or Twitch, the Comedy Hub Twitch, or our Facebook. We're just streaming or my Twitter. I guess my Twitter is just being taken over too, which I'm fine about. And then we're just doing hours and hours and hours of comedy so that when folks feel discouraged or they're in line, they can watch something fun. And I feel really excited kicking off this show with some of my favorite comics who have gone on the road with Abortion Access Front, who have done incredible work on their own. And I think we're going to get this party started. Are we ready? I feel like we're ready. I feel like I've blabbed enough. I want to go back to finding what food is in my bra right now and eating that off camera. So I feel really great. And I need to bring somebody else on to do that. Or I could do that here and be kind of Jeffrey Toobin adjacent, but I think I won't. Hands up, everybody's hands up, just so we can see that you're not touching any of your, Jen's got her hands up, but you can't see Jen. All right, so coming up first, one of my favorite people and somebody who I'm so excited to see, hilarious comedian, traveled with us. I hope to see more of you in 2021. From Vice News, amazing. Please welcome the one and only Kenice Mobley.
Hello, hello, hello. If I seem calm at all, it's because I've taken a lot of Ativan. They give it to you if you say you have issues. I mean, I do have issues, but they're really at play today. So I'm just going to maintain a calm nothingness. My mother lives in North Carolina, so I've told her to essentially Grey Gardens herself for the next couple of weeks. She's not going anywhere. She has a lot of clothes. It'll be an interesting time for her. Guys, on the edge of a nervous breakdown. This is related. Just go with it. Okay. I need to know if 31 is too old to be fingered on the steps of the Coliseum. I just need to know if that's like, we think it's too young, too old. Okay. I ask because where if you said yes, my therapist disagrees with you. Okay. My therapist said that was very juvenile and it was immature. And so I said, when in Rome. And she did not like that. She was against it. And so I got a new therapist. Well, I'll be honest. I got a new therapist partially because of that, but mostly because over her shoulder, I saw her searching for something using Bing. This bitch doesn't even know what Google is. How can she help me get to the best me? She can't. That's just, so I left her. I got a new therapist. He's very talented. There is an issue. He is absurdly attractive. Like the type where you look at someone and you're like, that's rude. You're doing that at me. You need to stop. Okay. Okay, chill. And I know everyone has their own definition of what attractive is. I have several. He is one of them in that he looks like Tony Danza, 80s star Tony Danza. I'm not sure what the age range of people watching this today are. Some of you are too young. And if you are younger than me, your existence is kind of an affront to my existence. You shouldn't be allowed. I don't like it. Anyway, Italian American, perfect hair. Only my therapist is also 6'4", built. And he has to listen to all of my problems. So you see, it's like a real issue where I just sit there during all of our sessions, just hoping that he makes a mistake. That mistake would be coming inside me. I want to fuck my therapist, okay? I want him to lose his license. I won't be happy until he does the mental math and says that my pussy is worth more than his entire profession, 8 years of school, 7 years of his life. But he won't, because he's like a good guy. It's like a decent person. It's gross. It's whatever. He does know I'm a comedian. So he's constantly like, oh, I'll stop by. I'll look at one of your shows, you know? I'm like, oh my God, you are not allowed to come. Unless it's inside me. What are we doing? Okay. Just have sex with it. It's whatever. At any rate, I had to leave him because he was like, once COVID started, he was like, Kenice, really should go to video sessions. We should do that. And I was like, I do not trust myself to look at you on a screen and you can't see my hands. Are you kidding me? Pornhub is free. I'm not going to give you a copay just to, whatever. He's a very nice guy. I'm sure he's doing fine. I left New York for 1 week to go see my mother because we were very close. Some would say too close. So close my whole life. Everyone's been like, Kenice, you need to prepare for the death of your mother. You need to prepare for it. But no one told me to prepare for the fact that at 65, she still has way better tits than me. Like, I feel like some of you might be thinking like the run-of-the-mill nice tits you would find in any grocery store. No, my mom's tits are so nice. How nice are they? No, microphone. How nice are they? My mom's tits are so nice. They change the pornography I can watch. Do you understand? Like, I have to like scroll through videos in advance to make sure that at the moment of orgasm, I don't think I should call my mom about her birthday. Like, that's how nice they are. And I do want to, like, you're in your homes or in line at a voting place, but I do want to understand, like, if you don't know what your mom's tits look like, that simply means that you don't have a good relationship with your mother. Like, that's the universal sign of knowing if a woman cares about you, is that you know what her tits look like. Those are the rules. That's just how I show my affection for anyone. It's standard, you know. And don't get me wrong, my tits are fine. I'm not gonna like pop one out right now, but like my tits are totally fine, acceptable. Like, they're not saving lives, but they'll do in an emergency, like that kind of level of tit. But one guy one time did say they were the best tits he'd ever seen. One time. But ladies, I don't know, have you ever dated a guy where you're like, you wouldn't know? Like, your whole vibe is that you've been seeing mediocre tits at best. I'll take the compliment, I guess. Look, okay, so my mom's tits, perfect. Statuesque. Art-worthy. My tits, fine. My father, he abandoned the family when I was 6, which, dick move, don't do it. If you're in the market, I would not suggest it, right? So I haven't met anyone on his side of the family. But to go from perfect to meh, I just imagine that their tits are so bad. Do you know what I mean? Like, just really poor. It's to the point where like his abandonment is the second thing that I'm mad at him about. The first is the tits. Okay, I'm happy one person nodded. And let me know that they understood what I was talking about. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Although I don't mean to like tit shame anyone. I'm sure all of your tits are fine. And I think if you ever wonder like, oh, do I have good tits, bad tits? Is it important? Have you ever shown your tits to a man and had him go, ew, gross? If that's happened to you, then he is a monster and I will hunt him down personally. But if that's not the case, if it just resulted in what usually happens, which is them being like, let's fuck now, then you have the best tits. We all have the best tits. Your tits are great. Your tits are great. Your tits are great. We all have the best tits. This is a journey and we're going to go with it. Okay. I wrote in my journal asking God for a man with a big dick because I deserve it. Okay. Because I work hard and I'm a nice lady and why not me, you know? And God saw fit to grant me with a guy with a big dick. And I don't know if you guys could have all foreseen the consequences of this. Did you know that if you get a guy with a big dick, you have to deal with that big dick all of the time? I was not aware that that was a constant situation. What I'm trying to say, this is a roundabout way. Does anyone have any Neosporin? Because this is a situation that needs to be remedied. I swear, like, how do I put this? Small dicks, like clockwork. You can set your watch to them. It's going to be a 5-minute thing. You can kind of Tetris together a night of fun. Big dick dudes all like, let's fuck all night. And honestly, who is asking for that? I have work. I have to sleep. Why? I'm very frustrated with this trend of like trying to act as though that isn't tissue, soft tissue that's connected to my body. It's why I'm very much so pushing for like a medium dick appreciation period of time. I don't know if it's a day, a week, a month, but otherwise, like a medium dick, you can do your tricks on. Do you know what I'm saying? Like you can, like, you're skilled with a medium dick. A big dick, you've got to do like a physics problem before you get started. And he's got to see your face as you like calculate angles and like find, I don't know what a cosine is, but I feel like it's involved. Okay, so big dicks need to chill. To chill. I think that might be my time. I'm not seeing a light though. Kenice, you're at 10 minutes. I'm at 10 minutes. Okay. Thank you guys so much. And vote and for Biden. Okay. Thanks. Bye.
Yay, Kenice. Amazing, 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 amazing. I think I'm on again. I feel like the big dick problem, it's sort of like when you ride on a carousel, you know, and like you just are unclear if it's going to go out of control or whatever. So you're just hanging on and you just have to go up and down very methodically so that nothing gets punctured. That is my takeaway on that. No one asked, but I'm weighing in. Hi, everybody. Are you having fun? You know, I bought this hat at a truck stop and it says freedom. And I bought it on a whim because I was like, they're not going to take freedom. And so I'm going to buy this $15 denim freedom hat. And then I realized that they can fucking have this hat. This is a dumbass hat. Like of all the things that they wanted to keep, they should just keep this shit because it's stupid. But now I'm committed because I didn't do my hair. Anyway, we're doing great. It's election day. It's early. People have gotten up. There's so many great comics all day long. And this show is going to crank them out. And I'm super excited to bring our next comic up for the hilarity. This woman was at one point our head writer at Abortion Access Front, but then moved on because her comedy career started going, and she was like, you know what? Nonprofit work doesn't pay the bills. I'm moving on. And she is correct. She's also been on Comedy Central. She is a regular at the Comedy Cellar, and I am so happy she is here. Please welcome the one and only Jaye McBride.
Thank you so much, Liz. That is a lovely hat. I really like that's the hope I used to have in 2016, and this is the hope I have now. This is this is roughly my hope. Everything I have right there. That's my soul right now. Which no, it's cool to be here. I am actually prepared tonight. I have like 3 full boxes, no matter what. I have 3 boxes of Kleenex. I have an entire box of wine and 20 pounds of government cheese. So no matter what happens, I will be ready tonight. I also have enough bath salts to melt my brain. So we're good. I can't say who to vote for. This is for, I know the nonprofit rules. So I guess if you want to find out who I'm voting for, you have to wait till later. In the meantime, we'll all be biding our time. I don't know. Subtle, right? Subtle. I'm also going to look surprised tonight, no matter what, because I overplucked my eyebrows again, which this is sort of like the thing that's happening throughout this pandemic. I feel like eyebrows are one of those things. Like they started out like fine, they were normal, and now it's like, oh, Jaye, why are you so wide awake? Well, I'm not. But they were fine. I had 2 separate eyebrows. It was like Biggie and Tupac. They were separate. They didn't come to, and then like somewhere around like August, they started to like grow, like do this like hands across America thing. It was. It sort of felt like Michelangelo's creation of Adam, where they just like sort of like, then they're okay, and that's the other way I'm measuring this pandemic is by how many times I cut and ruined my bangs. We're up to 5. They look okay now, but this is after growing in. Like the first time I cut them so short, like I don't know how to describe it. It almost looked like a hair hoodie, like it was like in RoboCop. I don't know if anyone saw that where he took off his entire helmet and you realize his forehead went up to here. That's kind of what I looked like for most of it. It was but I'm up to 5 bangs, 5 bang cuts. The pandemic of 2018 though was a 10 banger. So but that was a different time. That was like the 1918. It was such a different time. Like there was this old white guy in charge, it was so different back then. It was like, he was denying the pandemic, Woodrow Wilson, he was also overtly racist. So it was a totally different time than where we are now. That was Woodrow Wilson. But that's where I also, I'm wearing the same outfit I wore on election day in 2016 because I haven't changed since. It's my whole Mrs. Havisham thing where I just wander around saying, I'm with her. And if you don't believe me, like this is my slipper. This is what my slipper looks like. This is I have the same footwear as a 1920s hobo. which I really love this. It's not even a slipper. It's like the world's saddest Muppet. And I feel like that's like, I don't know, it's some sort of like picture of Dorian Gray or something, where like as this gets ruined and then something else good. I don't know. By the way, 2 literary references by a tranny comedian on election day. Did you ever think you'd live to see the day? I don't know why. I've been spending a lot of time studying English lit in case I get called on Jeopardy. So I'll do state capitals next. By the way, when I live in New York City, let me just say, I hope when this is all over, that we can just go back to continuing to just hate everyone for other reasons, because it's New York. We like to hate people. I do love New York City. It's one of the greatest cities in the world, unless there's a pandemic and then it turns into Buffalo. There's not much to do. You just hear all the sounds of the city, but you don't know why. And it's like no one really goes to Buffalo. People just wind up in Buffalo, which is where I'm at. I feel like it's opening up a little bit. Like I live in Brooklyn, New York, and it's like people have this idea of Brooklyn being like all like trendy and hip and all the hip. Like that's not where I live in Brooklyn. Like here's in my neighborhood, we don't even have a cupcake shop. So it's pretty hardcore. we here's how hardcore it is. I was walking to the CVS it's Brooklyn. I was walking to the bodega, and on the way I saw a dead rat next to a syringe. If that's not a metaphor for 2020, I don't know what is. That's like some weird. That's like the weirdest town mouse, country mouse shit I've ever seen. Doesn't that count as a literary reference? I feel like, it's like, the big dreams of that rat going to the city and, then it gets caught up and that's, so I feel really bad for leaving the syringe there. this is really fun and I really enjoy it. The other thing I'm doing, like everyone else, is watching TV nonstop. Like even like I think I finished everything on Netflix and I'm gone to the Bollywood stuff, you know? Like I swear I'm walking down the streets of New York. I'm like, wasn't that the guy from Kabagushi Kabagam? You know? But my favorite TV show by far is 90 Day Fiance. Love that show. It's still the one. That will always have, like, I used to watch it to laugh at people, because if you've never seen 90 Day Fiance, it's the sort of show where like someone who's a little less attractive on the outside tries to marry someone who's very ugly on the inside. And eventually they get together and realize they're both ugly on the inside. And it's a beautiful story. And it used to be it used to be something that I watched to feel better about myself. Now it's my escape plan. Which you know, I'm just looking around. I'm like, well, what other, you know, let's see what happens. You know, I'm not ruling out Mongolia. Obviously, you know, I would like to meet someone in Europe or Japan, maybe somewhere nice. Like, not the only one I won't go to is Thailand, because the other trans women there are way too good looking, and I can't take the competition. Like it's, I don't know, they're cheating. I don't know what it is. There's some sort of bullshit going on where there's estrogen in the water, because they're way too good looking. By the way, everyone knows I'm trans, right? I assume everyone watching, like wherever you are, I'm sure you can tell I'm trans, okay? Like I put a lot of Vaseline on the lens, but I'm pretty sure you can still tell. And I don't mean where you can see me from Zoom. I mean, where you are in the world, I think you can see me and tell that I'm trans. But I am, and it's fine. You know, I am trying online dating, of course, and online people are still creepy as ever, which is why I'm trying to find someone from another country. Here's a message I got. I'm going to read. It's like, he said, hey, come on over to my place. Just take a bus, and you'll have to crawl in through the window because I live with my mom. Then he said, how do you feel about threesomes? And if I pay you $20, will you pee on me? Yeah. And I'm like, oh, take a bus? Like, oh, what kind of lady do you take me for, sir? I think people also get a wrong idea. Like people tend to confuse trans people with drag queens. And here's the thing, like trans people are not nearly as fun, and we're way more into anime. So that's how you can tell the difference. And if you're trans, you're laughing your ass off. If you're not, you're like, oh, is that it? I also have a couple boob stories. Like I have fake boobs, which has, you know, really I've been not getting much attention. I did have someone once, like they're fake, they're great, and then I didn't go to the best doctor. Like, you know, it's like they're the size of a baby's head. I don't know. I want to see it. Like it's perfect. It's like you know, it's great, and like they are weird. Like, you know, my doctor wasn't the best doctor, you know, and one of my implants has a goldfish in it, but I did have someone tell me I had the best boobs ever, but I think it was just the line, because he was doing me from behind, and he was playing with the skin tag for like an hour. It was very uncomfortable. So I think I'm gonna. Well, I have another second or two. So I do have, like, I do have a family. My dad wasn't a fan of this whole thing. Like, you know, obviously he had some issues, very conservative Christian sort of thing. And he was like, I remember when I was little, I was like, Dad, what do you call a little boy who wants to be a little girl? And he said, I don't know, but they're definitely not getting any ice cream. So that's which, that's you know, that was a tough line. That was a tough thing to break. But you know, it's fine because I'm here and he's dead. So it all worked out. It worked out wonderfully. I do also have 3 brothers. 2 of them are great. 2 of my brothers, you know, are never been closer. We talk all the time. I do have a brother who disowned me when he found out I was trans, but it's cool. I try and take the high road. Like when I heard he and his wife had a child, I sent them the nicest greeting card. It said, congratulations, it's a boy for now. And if you think I'm kidding, I really have the card. I actually, the highlight of my year is getting this at a Hallmark in Albany, New York. So, you know, any gender reveal parties, you're welcome. So thank you guys very much. Thank you, Liz, for having me. Thank you, everyone at AAF. You guys are doing the Lord's work. So thank you very much.
Yay! Jaye McBride! Jaye McBride. Also, all of our comics are on Venmo, and we're super encouraging you as you watch throughout the day to go. We're putting the Venmo information in the Facebook, or I mean in the YouTube comments, so that you can get people's Venmos and send them a couple of bucks for entertaining you on election day. Also, after our closing comic, we're going to play a little video so you can get to know a little bit about our work. We are also a nonprofit we're desperately trying to make sure abortion access stays legal in this country. And as we have witnessed over the past 4 years, stripping away abortion is the point. And so if you want to throw a few bucks in ours, we are at, I'm looking down, it's aafront.org/PayPal. You can throw us in PayPal. We don't have Venmo because I don't know why, because we can't. But we have PayPal, so you can go into the PayPal. And with that, we are going to move on because so many of our comics have toured with us, have worked with us, are comedians who have taken some of their time to actually give a shit on some level about what's happening in the world. And this next woman gives a shit in multiple ways. She is a hilarious performer. You've seen her on Seth Meyers, on Crashing. It is the one and only, also a former employee of Abortion Access Front, the one and only Joyelle Johnson, coming to us from Atlanta, Georgia.
Hey, everybody.
Woo!
What's going on? Coming to you from the A. No, I wasn't born down here. I just bounced from Brooklyn so that I could come down here and vote. Yes, I registered to vote in Georgia. And of course, when you register to vote in Georgia, you automatically get a gun. So, not even a joke, because I got approved. I went to go buy a gun on Saturday because race war. But also, I'm just down here when in Rome, obviously. I go into the gun shop and I go for the FBI approval, and it was pending. And I was like, oh shit, like, have I murdered somebody? Like, what happened? Pending. And the dude who just looked like a G.I. Joe fucking character, he said, FBI is backed up because a lot of people are buying guns. So they called me literally right before the show to tell me that my gun is approved today. So I'm going to get that bitch later. And I was very happy to vote against Senators Kelly, what's her name? Serena Joy Loeffler, and Senator David resting cuckface Perdue, because that's what the hell he looks like. So let's get them bitches out. I'm so happy to be here. I'm not watching any election coverage today, so I'm doing the opposite of Lizz Winstead. I am just going to be in a blank void, smoking weed and drinking. And I am feeling very hopeful because my mother texted me this morning and she just said, by golly, I'm feeling hopeful. Now, this is key because my entire life, my mother never cursed. My mother, damn it was the worst thing she ever said. Like, if she said, damn it, that meant your ass. Like, you was going to get your ass beat if my mother threw a damn it at you. Come 2016, she started the shits and calling grown men bitches. And that's when I knew. I was like, my mother's calling grown men bitches. We got to change this. This is not, she's a nurse. She is a good person. So I love her. I love the Abortion Access Front. I'm a huge abortion proponent. When I was younger, my mother, who's a nurse, she told me, she was like, you are not pro-abortion, okay? You are pro-choice. So if anyone ever tries to tell you you're pro-abortion, you're not, you're pro-choice. And now that I'm a grown-ass woman, I realize that I am pro-abortion. I am very much pro-abortion. I've done the legwork. I've traveled through this motherfucker. We don't need more people, okay? We definitely don't need more people in the middle of this bitch. Are you kidding me? I am pro-abortion. I'm like, Oprah, bitch, you get an abortion. You get an abortion. Everybody gets an abortion, especially the racists. We don't want y'all to procreate. What the hell? So yeah, I love my mama. And being like, I'm of course an abortion proponent because I've had one and I was shouted from the rooftop because I don't want any woman to feel ashamed of that. I got pregnant the classy way on the floor. of an Amtrak train in the handicap restroom. And I will just say this, if you are having sex on the floor of an Amtrak train in the handicap restroom, maybe you're not ready to be a mother, all right? Let's give it up for choice. And my biggest deal is like traveling with the Abortion Access Front. We've gone through a bunch of red states, and we escort women into clinics sometimes. And a lot of times I'm the only Black person there. So when the anti-abortion protesters, they would just yell at us, and they would just like to yell what I call Black facts at me, which are always so interesting. A couple of the facts that they would like to yell, they love to bring up Margaret Sanger. For those of you that don't know, Margaret Sanger is the founder of Planned Parenthood, and they would like to yell, they'll say, Margaret Sanger was a racist, and she believed in eugenics, and she hated Black babies. So you shouldn't have an abortion because Margaret Sanger was a racist. And my retort to that is that Margaret Sanger was a white lady born in 1879. Surprise, she hated Black people. Are you kidding me? I know white ladies born in 1979 that hate Black people. What are we talking about? That is not a surprise to me. So she was on brand, Margaret Sanger, and that's not going to affect me. Another thing they like to yell is about Martin Luther King. They'll say Martin Luther King didn't die so that we could kill babies. And I guess, my retort to that is, you know what? Martin Luther King didn't really have like an outward, abortion opinion. But I do know this, the interesting fact, Martin Luther King did cheat on Coretta. Not saying anything against his legacy, that just happened. He was a bit of a philanderer. And I'm just gonna say this, if you cheating on your wife, you probably pro-choice. I'm just gonna put that out there, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody like, oh, you pregnant, keep the baby. They're not saying that to their mistress. That's not happening. So ask any Republican senator. So yeah, super duper pro-choice and ready to get out of this pandemic. Coming to Georgia was the opposite of getting out of the pandemic. I mean, people are walking around with, like American flags. I got an American flag jacket on with a James Baldwin quote on the back.
Oh yeah.
Yes. And my petty Black feminist shirt. Straight. Okay, Liz brought me this shirt and I got this jacket and I asked my boyfriend, I was like, can I wear this to go get the gun today? He was like, please don't. Please don't. Could you please take that jacket and that shirt off? And like put a white lady. I have a shirt of all the white supervillains. So I'm gonna put that on my shirt and wear that today to go pick up the gun. But I miss traveling. I was traveling a lot before the pandemic happened. I've been all over the country, all over the world. One of the last flights I took was to Vermont. And I don't know if you've ever been to Vermont, but I was confused looking around like, is this north of the wall? What's happening right now? There was a lot of White Walkers and wildlings. That's all I'm trying to say. There were more Black Lives Matter signs than Black lives in Vermont. It was a weird place to be. I was the only Black person there, but on the flight to Vermont, I was also the only young person. So I was confused. I was like, is this the flight to heaven? What the fuck is happening right now? Like, why are all you old motherfuckers in the sky? You cutting out the middleman. There's a layover in Burlington. I'm getting off the plane in Burlington. I don't know why I'm here. They sat me next to a 90-year-old white lady. Why do I know that? Because she told me. I didn't ask her a single question. I just sat down and she was like, I'm 90. And I was like, I'm Black. I don't know what's happening right now. Is this the census? Are we just stating our demographics? The worst part was that she was a chatty 90. She just liked to talk a lot. And I never talked to people when I flew because I'm not a monster. But wanted to talk to me. It was as if she was trying to get all of her words out before the end. She was telling me stuff I didn't ask, letting me know she was going to visit her big sister. I was like, what the fuck? Who is your big? She turned me into an owl. Who is your big sister? Betty White? I don't know what's happening right now. Why are y'all alive? And the weirdest part was she just didn't know how to talk to a young Black person. I know this joke sounds ageist. I am ageist, especially when it comes to Supreme Court justices and candidates for president. I'm a super duper ageist now. They done did it to me. They made me an ist. And so I was sitting next to this old white lady and she didn't know how to talk to a young Black person because at one point she just started naming Black people she could remember. That got awkward real quick because she's 90. She don't know no new Blacks. She was hitting me with throwblacks. And at one point she was just like, do you know Ella Fitzgerald? I was like, Ella Fitzgerald? It was January 2020. This is your singer small talk. Ella Fitzgerald? No Beyonce, no Rihanna. She's like, Ella Fitzgerald and Nat King Cole were my favorite singers. Ugh, word. So I'm just rolling my eyes. And I was like, how do I end this conversation? Oh, I know. I was like, do you know Harriet Tubman? And Nat Turner? They were my favorite slaves. Oh, you don't want to talk anymore? Well, look out the window. I'm in the middle seat. I hate you. So that was a real story. Bringing up slavery is my get out of talking to a white person free card. I recommend any Black person try it. They will walk away mid-conversation. So last but not least, I miss museums so much. I did a lot of museums because, you know, traveling as a comic, we get bored in certain cities. One of the last museums I went to was the American History Museum in DC, which I thought walking in was the Natural History Museum. So you can imagine my confusion. I was like, presidents ain't natural. So it was me and a female friend. We walked up to the help desk. It was a jovial white man who was there, because that's just how y'all be, happy for no reason. And he saw me too late and another female. And he was like, what would you ladies like to see today? And I was like, we've never been here before. And without skipping a beat, he was just like, you two ladies should go see the First Ladies exhibit. And I was just like, what the fuck? Like, just because I got titties, you think I want to see the First Ladies exhibit? Fuck you, Phil. I was mad. I don't think that was his name, but that's the name I gave him. And then I went up there and I was like, let me go see this shit. And Phil was right. That was exactly what I wanted to see, was the First Ladies exhibit. Turned out a bitch just wanted to see some dresses. That was it. I was taking with the dress. They had Michelle Obama's inaugural gown in it. I was taking pictures like I was the prom date. It was weird. So yeah, it turns out everybody's not against me. And sometimes stereotyping is real. So in closing, I would just like to say that today's a stressful day for everybody, especially for white people, because I know y'all are dealing with a lot of white guilt. And if your white guilt is stressing you out and you want to think of a way to be helpful, Venmo. Venmo a Black person in your life. You can Venmo me. I'm a Black person who's now in your life. I'm a Venmo at Joyelle Johnson with a hyphen in the middle. And I would just like to say, I love to hear that Venmo bell ring, because as you know, teacher says every time a bell rings, a Black person could get some wings. Vote, bitches. My name is Joyelle. Thank you for listening to me. Abortion for everyone.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Joyelle. Oh, this is fun. This is so fun to be kicking off election day in a de-stressed way with some comedy. I hope all of you who are in line are watching and holding on. I hope you remember to bring water and a chair and some snacks, because we can only do so much. You know, had it not been a pandemic, I would have sent these comics out into the lines to do stand-up and deliver snacks. I feel like it would have been great, but also I can't send people in Georgia or wherever to these like COVID nightmare people. These men, I love these men wearing their like protesting masks with "My Body, My Choice" signs. And it's amazing to me how they try to make the analogy that it's the same as the abortion people. It's like, no, it's not. The thing is about a pregnant person is that if they stand 6 feet away from you, you're not going to catch their pregnancy. You know, you can't spread a pregnancy. In fact, you spread to get pregnant, not to split hairs. But the thing is just too much. We are rounding out to our final comedian, which I'm super, super, super excited about. This fine young man, he's a fine young man and a hilarious young man who has traveled with the Abortion Access Front numerous times. You know him from Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. He was also the winner of Last Comic Standing, and he is my friend, and he is a gentleman and a scholar and a brilliant comedian. Please welcome Alonzo Bodden.
Woo! Thank you. Am I on? Because I can't even tell technology. I do so many Zooms. This actually isn't me. This is me Zooming in from a Zoom meeting. I'm in Moscow right now because I wanted my vote to count. Yes, I'm voting from Russia. Putin told me if I come here or go to Florida, I can vote as many times as I want. So I'm busy. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being out there on the front lines voting. 2020, the first year that Election Day is far scarier than Halloween. Nobody was scared on Saturday. Today, we are all terrified. Let me show you my background. This art, that's 2020 right there. See that? That is the feeling we all have all year long, and I'm living it. Yes, Liz, of course I support the Abortion Access Front, and it's always funny to me when people come at me with the racial thing. Oh, abortion, that's about killing black children. We want to save black children. Yeah, you want to save them when they're born, so at 15 years old, you can call them a thug. I know your game, and I'm not falling for it. It is so important to vote. This is what amazed me. As late as yesterday on the news, I saw them interviewing undecided voters. How have you not made a choice? I mean, what is it? All the similarities between Trump and Biden, you just couldn't figure out which way to go on this one. Like, they're almost the same. A few weeks ago, Donald Trump said that if Biden were president, he'd listen to the scientists. And Biden said, yeah. And you can't choose between those two. I don't know how else to help you. But whoever you're going to vote for, vote. And they told us we can't tell you who to vote for, but I can tell you who not to vote for. Kanye. If you vote for Kanye, I will find you. I will personally slap you. All right? No. All right? It's not a joke. No, you're not allowed to vote for Kanye. This is not the Video Music Awards. All right? So let's get that out of the way. It is, oh, by the way, I've been listening to the other comics. Very funny. I have no titty material nor big dick material because no one would be comfortable with that coming from me. All right. I'm just saying, I know my limits and I'm going to, just try to, it's not even a matter of keeping it clean. I just can't go down that road. Actually, it would be nice to get canceled because I could use the publicity. So perhaps I need to throw in a big titty dick joke and just see if I can just be deemed inappropriate and pick up a couple of thousand Twitter followers. Because it would just be something good for me. I don't, 2020, wow. What a year, 2020. Here's the thing about 2020. Now, I don't know if you know this, and this is some of my wait knowledge because in my spare time, I'm an NPR nerd. Every year, Webster's Dictionary adds to the English language. I don't know if you're aware of that. The language grows every year. It's an official thing to add words to the English language. I think this is the first year we need to remove a word, and that word would be unbelievable. There's nothing unbelievable anymore. We're living in 2020. How bad is 2020? The murder hornets came and it didn't even faze us. We didn't even care. They were like, there's murder hornets flying around. And we were like, yeah, well, I wish them luck. It's 2020. Hope they make it. Perhaps with 2-inch stingers and deadly venom, they have a chance. But I don't know. You still want to stay away from certain states. Might not want to go to South Dakota with your little murder hornet ass because they don't care. Honestly, there's nothing in 2020. Last week, the astronauts from the International Space Station landed after 196 days in outer space. They returned to Earth. They opened the capsule. And what's the first thing they tell them? Don't breathe. Whatever you do, don't breathe. The air will kill you. Yeah, we've been busy while you've been gone. Why did they draw the line at masks? Why is that the thing that people are just losing their minds, starting fights from Target to Walmart to airplanes? They're angry over wearing a mask. Be polite, wear your mask. Don't breathe on people for the 15 minutes you're in the store. Get back in the car and then you can yell to your friends about your freedom. All right? Just stop. What I love, the people who refuse to wear a mask when they go in a store are fine if that same store refuses to sell a cake to a gay couple. Well, that's constitutional. But asking me to wear a mask, now you're messing up my civil law rights. That's right. I heard that phrase this year, civil law rights. I'm still looking for what those are. I'm sure I have some. I'm sure I have civil law rights somewhere, but I haven't found them. So I'm continuing to look. Legal scholars are working on that one. I love my mask. They're going to have to fight me to take my mask off. I'm a large black man that can legally wear a mask anywhere I go. Are you kidding? I've been waiting for this all my life. You know why? Because they don't tell you what kind of mask to wear. And there's nothing more fun than going to the bank with my welding mask on. That's right. That's right. Solid steel with a tinted face shield. And I want some money. Yeah, I'm here. I'm safe. Are you kidding? I'm a bald black man in a mask. You think we all looked alike before? I went to the bank. I wrote myself a check for $1 million and I signed it Michael Jordan. And you know what? They cashed it because we're both tall. That's right. That's right. Try and identify me in a lineup. He looks just like Kevin Hart. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Me, Kevin, and The Rock are playing each other in our next movie. Remember the good old days? Remember 18 years ago before the pandemic? Huh? Right? Because, you know, I don't know about you. For me, time just has no meaning anymore. It just doesn't change. I saw a guy in a rush. I was so jealous, I followed him. I was like, where the hell do you have to be in a hurry during the pandemic? Are you kidding? Nothing, time just doesn't matter anymore. Remember problems before the pandemic? Remember how much we cared? Remember straws? Huh? We cared. We were worried about plastic straws. Oh my gosh, save the turtles. Have you heard a turtle problem lately? Nobody gives a damn. Nobody gives a damn about a turtle. Are you kidding me? Why? There's a worldwide pandemic. We've all been locked in the house far too long, and yet you turn on the TV, there's still commercials for other diseases, like we care. Huh? The heartbreak of psoriasis. I guess you'll be scratching for a little while. I'm sorry. We got no psoriasis problems right now. You suffer from arthritis? Well, sit your ass down, because we got a pandemic to work on. Are you suffering from depression? We all are. We've been with the family for 7 months. Yes. So, good God. Thank goodness most of the country legalized weed, or we'd have all been gone long ago. I can't say it enough, people. Vote. You got to vote. It matters. I love that Liz has a picture of the notorious RBG behind it. That's why you have to vote, so we don't get another handmaiden on the Supreme Court. What the hell is that about? You're driving me nuts with this latest Supreme Court justice who actually was a handmaiden. Even Karens are looking at her saying, we didn't need that. We didn't need that at all. The hell is wrong with you people? I don't even know how to keep going. What am I allowed to say and not allowed to say on here? I don't know. Black Lives Matter. I'm allowed to say that. You know why? Because I have one. All right? And let's get off this all lives matter thing. Let me clear this up for you, for those of you in the cheap seats. Saying Black Lives Matter doesn't mean white lives don't matter. It means that the police are killing black people with no penalty. Because that's the way it's saying, my life doesn't matter. You can take it. There's no legal penalty. That's what we're trying to get across. We're not saying white lives don't matter. We're saying black lives do, okay? Listen, if I say save the whales, I'm not saying screw the dolphins. I'm just saying the whales are having a rough time right now. I will stand by screw the turtles. I'm sorry, turtles. Mitch McConnell looks like one of you, and I just can't let that go. Nothing personal, turtles, but really, we just don't need you guys right now. What other idiocy we're working? The wall. Remember the wall? We're going to build a wall. How's that working out for us, huh? Part of the wall was blown down in a hurricane. Yes. And have you noticed even the hurricanes are avoiding Florida now? They go to Louisiana. I'm just saying, Florida, we love you, but clean up your act. The hurricane blew down part of the wall. Even as we speak, the United States Army Corps of Engineers is consulting with the third little pig to work on their huff and puff technology, because we've got to do something about that. We have complete. Here's something I've been thinking about, and I'm going to work this in. I wish that COVID-19, the coronavirus, was a dick disease. That's right, I said it. I wish it were a dick disease, because if it were, it would have been cured 6 months ago. You know where our priorities lie, all right? Oh my gosh, coronavirus, isn't that the soft dick disease? I remember that. That was a tough 3 days, huh? Liz, I absolutely love you and the work you do. The Abortion Access Front is so important. People, if you're watching this, if you're in line, and I live in LA, and it's one of these places where we're in a bubble and voting is relatively easy here. I mailed my ballot, and guess what? It went through. That's right, it went through. So appreciate you if you're out there standing in line and doing all the work it takes to vote. And if it wasn't so important, they wouldn't try so hard to take it away. So please vote. Thank you for all the work you're putting in to get it done. Take a break, laugh a minute, take a break from today's news. Don't let it pound it. Don't let it depress you. Don't let it get to you. And this is Alonzo Bodden. Vote. Thank you, Liz. I love you and the work you do. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Alonzo. Thank you. Oh my God. I'm Alonzo Bodden. Let's have it for everybody you saw tonight. Tonight, it's fucking it's like in the morning. I don't even know what's happening. Alonzo Bodden, Joyelle Nicole Johnson, Kenice Mobley, Jaye McBride. We have just a couple minutes left in our show. And what I wanted to do at this time, before we kick it over to Felicia Madison and the fantastic West Side Comedy, the F Comedy, is we want to show you a little bit of it. We have a short video that lets you know what we do at Abortion Access Front, why all these comics are here. We're a nonprofit that was formed by activists and comedians and producers and writers. And we're a nonprofit that wanted to combine our art and our activism. And so let's roll this little video. And then after the video, let's just throw it on over to our next fabulous show that is hosted by Felicia Madison and presented by West Side Comedy, F Comedy. So let's roll the video. Let's learn about Abortion Access Front.
One in 4 women will have an abortion in their lifetime. I'm one of them. And quite frankly, I just got sick of these creepy defundamentalists constantly controlling the narrative. So I formed Abortion Access Front.
We have the gates of hell right here. I mean, we have a line between death and life.
And you know what? I'm not afraid to say I had an abortion, and I feel like it is my duty to stand up for every single person who needs one to make sure they can get one.
I'm Sarah Silverman, and I got involved when it was conceived, pretty much, because it was Lizz Winstead, who is my friend and my hero, and I will follow her anywhere. They use humor to make a difference and open people's eyes and just get information out, and they make it fun.
Basically, I made a career out of using humor to shine a light on bullshit. And what this movement needs is a jolt of fun and provocative messaging to expose these weird-ass self-appointed vaginal crossing guards. So I got some of my friends together, comedians, musicians, actors, and activists, to do live events and make hilarious videos so AAF can drop info about the erosion of reproductive access into pop culture spaces to activate our audiences to join the fight.
Our actions are designed to get people involved and keep them involved, whether it's our videos, our daily updates on social media, or by taking it to the streets. AAF counters the lies of anti-abortion extremists with facts, truth, and humor.
Abortion Access Front shows up every damn day to put bullshit on blast and to reframe abortion into its proper place, a dignified moral choice. But we don't want to be just some kind of anger fluffers, so we also work directly with the clinics.
Okay, 4 months of the year, we pile all the hags in a car and we drive across the country and we visit these phenomenal repro clinics and we support them and let them know that they're loved, they're cared for, and we got them.
Going on tour is just so enriching and satisfying because not only do we get to do stand-up comedy, which is what we do, I've been a clinic escort. I've, helped plant trees and paint walls at clinics, and I'm just so thankful that I get to, help in that way.
It's everything to me because it's one of the few places where comedians can actually use their comedy specifically to connect with grassroots movements like those who are supporting reproductive health.
We just feel like we all use these clinics. Shouldn't we be defending them?
This kind of support shows my staff that there are people that will come from far and wide to support us. It's like walking into the light. To have come that far and to have spent your time and your money and your energy and walked into hell. You walked into hell, and I am so grateful.
So if you're just sitting there not with the first person you had sex with, it's probably because you used birth control, or maybe you had an abortion. So maybe you should join us. We're Abortion Access Front. Yep, we're Abortion AF. We raise awareness, we raise hell, and we have cool shirts.
Abortion Access Front, unapologetic AF, feminist AF,
Hello,
abortion
and
AF.
welcome. I'm so excited to be here for this amazing, thank you, yes. It's been very trying times, and especially for comedians, Zoom comedy is super difficult. Not really getting reactions from people. So I always like to say it's kind of like sex without an orgasm. I mean, you can do it, but why bother? And this is on YouTube. YouTube is even worse. I can't see you. I can't hear you. It's like Helen Keller comedy. I did the other day socially distanced comedy in the park. And that was like sex in my 40s. It was good. It was a little bit too spread out. And the other day I did comedy in 30-degree weather, and that was just like sex for me. Very frigid. Someone suggested to me after seeing my set, they said, maybe you should try watching porn. And I realized that if you have to Google where to watch porn, you're probably too old to be watching porn. Apparently, it's not on Netflix. Who knew? Thank you to Liz for all the work that she does for abortion access. Yeah. I don't see what all the big deal is about abortion. I read a report the other day that it said abortion, it's been proven, does not show any signs after you have abortion of stress, anxiety, or dissatisfaction with your life. That's because that's what happens when you have the child. Yeah, I'm a mom. I was a stay-at-home mom. Someone told me that it was being a stay-at-home mom was the best job in the world. I'm like, really? If it was the best job in the world, a man would have it. It is a hard job. Do you know that 1 in 9 women suffer from postpartum depression? Yeah, but now they have paternity leave and they're sending the men home. So now 9 in 9 women are just suffering from postpartum depression. I'm quarantining with my family. I have 2 daughters and a son. And the problem with quarantining with daughters is having daughters. My little one has been complaining all the time. It's gotten unbearable. She's like, oh my God, my hair, I need to get it straightened. I want highlights. I need a nose job. I was like, what is wrong with you? And she said to me, I'm just trying to get rid of all my unattractive Jewish traits. And I was like, oh my God. But then I thought, not a bad idea. Let's start with complaining. And my second child was in the kitchen. My husband walked in and said, are there any avocados left? And she looked at him and said, I'm not taking an inventory. I don't know. But I looked at her and I said, oh my God, you're going to be such a great wife someday. Quarantining with my son. The problem with quarantining with sons is no problem. They're great. He didn't realize we're in quarantine until I turn off the Wi-Fi. Yeah, I brought my mom to live with us during quarantine. I thought that would make her happy. Yeah. I don't know what I was thinking. I've been trying my entire life. I haven't been able to make her happy. They call us the sandwich generation, between our parents and our kids. I'm like, I like sandwiches. I think they should call it something else, like something that's trapped between two things, like maybe like the concrete in a concrete wall. That would be more adequate because I'm like hitting my head against it like all the time. That pretty much sums up my life now. My mom's obsessed with her living will. She keeps asking me, who would be the executor of her will. And I asked her, what exactly does that mean? And she said she just wants one of her 3 children that will be able to pull the plug. And I was like, oh my God, Mom, you can pick any of us. No problem. So she left, she went home, and her goodbye to me was, Felicia, I really think you have a drinking problem. Not that she was a bad parent. Yeah. I did notice that the alcohol in my house was disappearing, and I figured I would check because I thought maybe my kids were drinking it because the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So I came up with this plan. I went through my house and I marked all the bottles of alcohol to the fill line. You know what I found out? I am an alcoholic. I've been drinking a lot of alcohol. My liquor of choice is tequila. I drink Casamigos. And this quarantine, I drank a Village. I was concerned, so I wanted to do a liver detox. So I plugged into my phone, I Googled it, and up came a whole bunch of divorce lawyers. Apparently, my phone auto-corrected it to lover detox. I mean, you would think by now my phone would know that I'm an alcoholic. I mean, what's the duck, right? It did say that you need to use limes and lemons to detox your liver. So I now add that to my tequila shots. I dropped my daughter off in college. She went to college in Texas. And, I'm not sad. She's my third. It was time. I had a boy and a girl, and everyone always asked me, was the third one a mistake? And I tell them not at the time. She's kind of sad and depressed. It's very difficult in college now. I mean, really, like Olivia Jade would be better in jail with Lori Loughlin than in her dorm. It's hard. She's super depressed and she wants to come home to me. And I'm like, oh my God, you must be really, really depressed if you want to come home to me. I'm like, don't you remember this summer when you ran away and said, I'm ruining your life and I'm terrible? And now she loves me and I'm great. And she wants to come home. I'm like, in 2 weeks. That's amazing. She called me and said she was in trouble. She needed my help. She went to a date night fraternity party and it got busted and the police came and they gave her a ticket and she had to go to court. And I was like, oh my God, you had a date? I'm excited. When I came back, I had a contact tracer call me to make sure I was quarantining. And she was asking me all these questions. She wanted to know if I had any of the symptoms, and she started listing them. She said, muscle aches, memory loss, headaches. I'm like, oh my God, I've had COVID for 10 years. Pause. She told me I couldn't leave my room, I couldn't go shopping, and I had to have my meals delivered to my bed. And I'm like, oh my God, that's amazing. I said, when you call my husband, can you tell him that he just has to stay in the other room for 2 months? Yeah, I don't know. I decided with all this to change my living will to DNF, do not feed. Yeah, I made the mistake of mixing up quarantine with hibernation. I ate enough to last me 3 months until my hair salon opened. So I just have to take more Ambien, I guess. I am addicted to Ambien. Anyone? Just me. I love it when people ask me if I'm addicted to Ambien. They always say the same thing. Have you tried melatonin? I'm like, really? That's like saying to someone that's addicted to crack, have you tried tea? And just in case there are any young people out there, I always have to explain to them what Ambien is. I'm like, Ambien makes you fake when you realize your dreams aren't coming true. Oh, God. This is much better than sex without an orgasm. I should know I've been married a long time. We have a great show lined up for you guys. I'm super excited to introduce our next comedian. She's been on The Tonight Show. She has a 1-hour special on Comedy Central. Let's give it up, guys, for my favorite, Jessica Kirson.
Hey. Woo! Oh my God. I'm so anxious. Felicia, that was great. That was hilarious. And I love seeing you perform. I'm so, it's been hard. You know, I've been down. I'm wearing black like usual. Someone said to me the other day, why do you always wear black? And I'm like, oh, because I feel great about my body and I'm filled with hope. I mean, I can't stop eating. I'm going to end up on my 600-pound life. I actually, I'm going to have to be cut out of a room. I started Weight Watchers. I don't know if anyone's ever done that when you download the app and it counts the points. The problem is I lie on it. How crazy is that? I lie on my own app and I'm the only one that sees it. Like the other day I had 1 pint of ice cream and I wrote down 1 baby carrot. You know, it's a hard time. I mean, you know, Felicia was talking about Ambien. I was addicted to Ambien. I've been addicted to many things. You know, you have a problem with cocaine when you're like, it's my turn and you're alone. That's a problem. I love drugs. I only used to take ecstasy when I went to see my family because it made me love them. The last time I took it, I ended up motorboating my Aunt Sheila. Oh, God. It was horrible because she was sitting Shiva, but she had brisket all over her chest. You know what? She's loaded and she only gives me $25 for Hanukkah, so screw her. I saw her recently and she's like, you can't get buried. I have a tattoo on my back. And she said, you can't get buried in a Jewish cemetery if you have a tattoo. You need to leave the world the way you came in. I'm like, you have a new face. You were Asian. Yeah, I was going to get Botox before my special. I had a 1-hour special on Comedy Central, but now I'm doing comedy in my closet. I'm back in the closet after all these years doing comedy. I saw my mother at a wedding and she came up to me and she goes, you're not going to believe what happened. I said, Mom, are you okay? And she goes, I went for Botox and they hit a nerve. Can you tell? I'm like, can I tell? You look like a fish that's struggling to get off a hook. Like this is. So, oh my God, I'm hoping for good news today, because if not, I don't know where I'm moving, but I'm gonna have to move somewhere. But it's been hard. I'm actually legally married to another woman, but it's okay because we're both feminine looking. I've been married for a while, and it's been great. People ask us a lot of dumb questions. Like they say, who's the man? I'm like, I guess it's me because I don't listen and I'm dead inside. It's amazing because we were getting married and my parents didn't care that I was marrying a woman. They cared that she's not Jewish. How amazing is that? They were like, we love Danielle, but it would have been great if you married a nice Jewish woman. And then they call me and they're like, do you mind just not serving pork and shellfish at the wedding? We have some religious people coming. I'm like, that's what you're concerned I'm eating? So we have 3 daughters. We got them at Home Depot, and we're just you know that somebody just asked me if they were planned. Yeah. I'm like, no, I wasn't wearing a condom. And unfortunately, now we have to suffer. Yeah, we have kids, and a lot of the religious right will say that gay people want their kids to be gay, that we have kids to make more gay people. And I hate to admit that on this Zoom show, but that is totally true. That is the only reason why I agreed to have children, was to create more gay people. And I want them to be dykes. Like, I don't want them to be like, I want them to be like, Mama, I want milk. You know what I'm saying? Because it's an easier life. So we have been doing everything we can to make that happen. We've been taking them to a lot of softball games. We taught them how to build a car. They all wear tool belts. And we named all 3 of them Hillary. This is so much fun. I've been around my mom a lot, who's an amazing person. I mean, we're social distancing, and she's great. She's a therapist. That's part of the reason why I do this for a living. She saw clients in the basement of our house in New Jersey my entire life, and she would say things like, Susan's coming and she's having a hard time. She's really struggling. So I'm going to need you to keep it down. No opening chips. Take your shoes off. Don't flush the toilet. Susan has a lot of pain. I'm like, well, I just ate 6 pizzas and beheaded my Barbies. But good luck to Susan. I called her and told her I was constipated, because we talk to our moms a lot about that. Italian girl, like, it's a certain cultures. So I called her, I said, I'm constipated. And instead of saying eat more fiber, she said, that's because you have a lot of resentments. You have a lot of resentments. And once you let go of them, you'll poop. I'm like, Mom, if I let go of all my resentments, the town will float away. I'm enraged. She says stuff like that all the time. Like, I had a toothache and she's like, you're chewing on a decision. One time when I was a teenager, I seemed very, I guess, anxious and fearful. And she said, she's an art therapist. So she said, draw a picture of your feelings, draw a picture of your fear and let me analyze it. So I drew a picture of a penis. She doesn't remember my childhood a lot, which I don't get upset about because she had to work and I work very hard. I'm the breadwinner. And so... but I love asking her because she always says the same 2 things. I'm like, what was I like when I was younger? And she's like, well, you ran around a lot. And you had very curly hair. I'm like, well, what else did I do? She's like, you ran around and your hair was curly. I'm like, what was I, a tumbleweed? Richard Simmons. I mean, for some of the people watching that don't know who Richard Simmons is, he's a very masculine aerobics instructor. He's a former Marine, big Trump guy. This is so much fun. I actually like performing on Zoom because I don't have to wear pants and I can stay in the house and be safe. I mean, I have shoes on, but no pants. And, you know, it's ski boots. I don't really know what's going on. I'm having a lot of feelings. But I one of the last shows I did before I stayed home to do comedy, was in West Virginia. Those are the whitest people I have ever seen in my entire life. I don't know if you knew this, but some of them are see-through. I remember sitting with this woman and I was like, you have an ovarian cyst. Anyway, I guess she thought I was ethnic looking because I have dark skin, but I'm Austrian and Polish and Jewish from New Jersey. And she came up to me and she goes, "What's your background? What's your background? Where are you from? What's your background?" So I was like, oh. She ran away. And the whole town was evacuated. I am so grateful to do this show and to be with these comedians. And I hope a lot of you are laughing at home. Everything's going to be okay. I keep saying this, but from every breakdown, there's a breakthrough and it's going to happen. And I love you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica Kirson. Always.
Yay.
Go put pants on and go outside. Okay, we're going to keep this show moving. Up next, we have a comedian that you may have seen on Comedy Central, another favorite of West Side. Let's give it up, guys, for Eagle Wit. Welcome, Eagle.
Yay. Oh, man, you guys look so excited on here. You guys like COVID? You guys fuck with it? Yeah. Nobody likes it. It's weird. COVID changed everything. It changed like the little things. You know what I mean? Like coughs. You remember like people used to cough and you used to care about the person coughing. And now people cough and you just care about yourself. Right? Like people used to cough and you'd be like, "Oh my God, are you okay? Do you need a glass of water?" And now people cough and you're just like, how close was I to him? I don't understand. Why did he come outside? I don't get it. I think the best thing about COVID is Uber drivers stop talking. Is hands down the silver linings. Uber drivers shut the fuck up. It's great. I think like I was in an Uber recently and I could tell he wanted to talk to me. Like he had the mask on, but I could see it in his eyes. Like he kept looking at the mirror and we were at a red light. He just kept looking back at me. And I was like, he wants to talk about his stepkids. I could just feel it. Because that's all they talk about, right? Like Uber drivers never talk to you about something positive. It's always a bad thing going on in their life. Like they just use us like therapists. That's exactly what he was doing. I could tell he's about to talk and I was panicking. And it's like they never ever say anything good. Like every time an Uber driver talks to you, it's got to be something bad. Like you'll be like on the way to an airport, you're in a rush. Right? You got 15 minutes to make it there. You're sleepy. You're like, you know what? I'm going to take a quick nap on this window. And you just pass out on the window. And then you wake up because he's like, they say it's cancer. You're like, nigga, why? Like, why? Why are you bringing this to my life? And then at that point, you have to pretend that you care because you can't pretend. You can't just ignore cancer. You got to respond to that. And so now you're sitting there like, ooh, cancer. Wow. That's ooh. So how long to the airport? He's like, they say we got 15 minutes to the airport, 15 to live. Like, oh, I just, so the guy in the car, I just told him I had COVID and I coughed and he got real quiet. It was a quiet ride. You never seen an Uber driver drive with his head out the window. It was great. Have you guys been protesting? No, yes, no. I keep swiping to see all you guys are doing this on my phone. I have to ask a question and then swipe 3 times to see all the crowd members. I hope you guys aren't protesting. I don't like white protesters. I know that's a weird thing to say. People are like, but they're your allies. I don't care. I don't like white protesters. They're just too confident, too arrogant. You know what I mean? It's annoying. Like white protesters are so aggressive. I start like rooting for the wrong team by accident. Like they'll spit on a cop and I'll be like, shoot him in the back, shoot him in the back. Oh my God, man. This is so different. I miss like live experiences. This is different. I feel like I'm kind of losing my mind. It's weird because this is the best time to be crazy, is the end of the world. Because the whole time you've been telling people a virus was coming. And no one was listening. And then it comes and you're like, yo, I told you. What did I tell you? I told you a virus is coming. You're like, oh, I guess you were right. Like my mom, when I was growing up, she's a crazy person. She was in and out of psych wards when I was growing up, which is very sad. I'll make it funny. It's okay. Like they take my mom when I was a little kid and I'd be like, please don't take my mommy. And they give her back and I'd be like, keep that bitch a little bit longer. She was insane, right? And during the beginning of the pandemic, I felt myself losing it. Like I was like crying while taking shits. Like I was just going crazy. And I was like, you know what I should do? I should go visit my mom, because the best thing to do when you're feeling crazy is visit someone who's crazier. Best thing you can do. True crazy will bring back sanity. You just got to talk to that person in the park. Like, do you hear the squirrels? And you're like, oh shit, I guess I'm all right. So I called her and I was like, hey mom, how you doing? How you feeling? You know, I was like, are you protecting yourself? You're getting older. You know, you got to protect your health. And she was like, I've been ready for this. I've been ready for this moment. I was like, all right. She's like all hyped up. She's like, I got all the proper protection. I'm like, all right, cool. And I went upstate to visit her and I got out the car and she had an aluminum foil hat on. And she was so serious. She was like, where the fuck is your aluminum foil? And I was like, where the fuck is your mask at? And in that moment, I realized, oh, we both sound crazy. There's no way to sound sane when talking about COVID. There's no way to fix it. It's just we both sound insane. And then at some point, she was like, well, I did tell you it was coming. And I was like, you know what? Give me the aluminum foil. Is this a show? I just say yes to all shows, especially Felicia offers. So I don't really know what this is. Is this a show for voting? This is like to get people to vote?
It's just to get people to be entertained while they're waiting online.
Oh, okay.
It's being
so wait,
streamed
people
to
are watching
YouTube.
this right now. Okay.
On YouTube.
On YouTube, people are watching this that are waiting online. This is cool. I'm gonna say something that they're all gonna get very mad about.
No, you can't say anything about who they should vote for.
I'm not gonna say who they should vote for. I'm gonna say something worse. I didn't vote. So. I know.
Vote! Stop telling jokes. Go vote right now.
I know people are like, people hate people who don't vote. Whatever. Listen, here's the thing. So I've been trying to work on this. I told this crowd the other night that I didn't vote, and everyone booed, which I thought was a ridiculous response. People booed me, like literally the whole entire crowd. Like, booed. There was a little kid that booed, and I was like, nigga, you're not even old enough to vote. But so everyone booed me. And here's the thing is, I don't believe the hype when people say like, oh, everyone should vote. You don't want everyone to vote. You want people to vote that vote for who you want to win. You don't want people to vote who don't believe in what you don't believe in. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want the Klan to vote. Nobody here is like, man, I really want the Klan to vote. Let's make sure everybody votes. Like, it's bullshit. It's not real. All right, so I got booed by this crowd for telling them I didn't want to vote. But if I told that same crowd I was voting, they'd cheer. And then if I was like for Kanye, right back to boos. Which, by the way, I've thought about voting for Kanye. I actually thought about it. I didn't do it. I thought about it. The reason I thought about it isn't, well, partly is because I'm a huge Kanye fan, but I realized how irresponsible that is. So that's not why I was going to vote for him. The main reason I was going to vote for him is because I think that's the Black president white America deserves. I feel like you guys were spoiled by Obama. You got the best of the Blacks. And you didn't get your act together. No, white America's still racist as fuck. And we gave you Obama. We gave you the best we had. And you guys were like, I don't care. So now Kanye. You guys deserve Kanye. That is exactly the Black that America deserves. You deserve Kim Kardashian knocking shit over on the desk with her fake butt. That's what you deserve. Just ignorant levels of confidence in rants. That's what you deserve, you guys. I am the youngest out of my family. I'm the youngest. When you're youngest, you get beat up a lot by your siblings. And I remember when I was 5, my brother was fucking me up so bad that my mom came home and she could hear me crying from the driveway. And she was so taken aback by how much I was like crying that she came in and she was like, "Did he touch you? Show me where he touched you." Like she jumped straight to sodomy. Like she thought, you know. And I was 5. I didn't know how to handle it. So I was like, I looked at my brother and my brother was like, "Oh." And I wasn't gonna lie on my brother. I wasn't gonna say he touched me. So I looked at my mom and I was like, "He raped me." All right, you guys have been absolutely dope. My name's Eagle Wit. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Eagle, who's been swiping left on all of us the entire show. I've never been on a dating app. That was exciting. I finally got swiped left on. Okay, we're going to keep this show moving. And this next comedian, here she comes. This is one of the amazing things about COVID is that you get to meet people. I've gotten to work with people that I've actually never met in person. And this next comedian is someone that I've worked with a lot during Corona. She's amazing. And she's just been listed as Variety's top 10 comics to watch. And you are so lucky because you get to watch her right now. Let's give it up, guys, for Frankie French.
Yay! Oh, it's me. Hi. Hey guys. My background is here, just so everyone knows that I was hot before COVID. Draw your attention to that, please. Now I look like this. I don't care. Nothing matters. It's all over. Let's roll up the sidewalks. Shout out to, what is it called? Abortion Access Front, right? For putting it together. It's dope. I'm so excited to be a part of putting my 2 favorite things together, social action and comedy. So this is really dope. I appreciate Felicia, all the comics involved, and I'm very proud and excited to be a part of this event. All my fellow citizens out there in line, keep up the good works. Hang tough. Stay in line. It may pain you to know that I went to the polls. I was in and out in like 2 minutes. It was bananas. It was so easy. It was so very easy. I live in the neighborhood with the good whites. Yeah, I live with very wealthy whites. They're not going to let us struggle out here. It's fantastic. Thank you, Caucasians. Thank you for that. One of the things that really kind of bothers me, just always in life before this major social movement, which I'm also very excited about and love to see, but one of the things that really has me excited is I forgot where I was going. Oh, I remember where I was going. What is happening? Did she eat an edible? We don't know. I never could understand racism. It's just a concept, not that I don't experience it, not that I don't think it exists. I know that it exists. I've experienced it many, many times in my life, but my point is I never understood it. Like the concept of it is just so foreign and so strange. The reality is, everybody, this is a spoiler alert, there's only one race and that's human. That's the actual reality, okay? Everything else is all bullshit, But I recently came to terms with racism, and I understand it, white America. And you know what? I'm actually not as mad at you guys. And here's what happened. I have always 20/20 vision my whole life, right? 100% vision's so good. If I'm dating you and your phone buzzes in your pocket, I can see who's texting you, okay? That's how good my vision has always been, all right? One day, a few weeks ago, I wake up and I'm blind. Not really, but I couldn't see as well as I have always been able to. So I go to the ophthalmologist. She says, oh, Miss French, don't even worry about it. You only need a tiny prescription in your right eye. The other eye is still 20/20. Your right eye, just a minor correction. So I say, oh, if it's not that bad, can't I just get LASIK and go back to my regular 20/20 vision? And she says, well, Miss French, unfortunately for you, people that get LASIK, they're just trying to get their vision as good as yours is now. So it really wouldn't be a benefit to you. And then I said, but I still want to see better than those people. That's racism, guys. That's all it is. They just want to see better than those people. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm kidding. There's everything wrong with that. What a monster I am. I'm working right now, sweetheart. I need you to get out of my room before I have a late-term abortion. Close my door. Oh, great. My off the cuff with my daughter is funnier than my material. That's fine. You'll rue the day, all of you. Speaking of kids, I miss my childhood. Any of you guys wax nostalgic while in quarantine about your childhoods? Oh, you know why? Because when you're a kid, no matter how bad things got, there was a magic word you could evoke to unlock all of the secrets and mysteries of the universe. Do you guys remember what that word is? It's doo-doo. You don't remember that? No matter what's going on, no matter how bad it gets, somebody says doo-doo, everything's amazing. Even if you're getting bullied, and they're like, ha ha ha, look at Frankie. Frankie's poor. She can't afford Nikes. And then now I'm crying. Everyone knows that I'm poor and I can't afford Nikes. And then I think, let me just tell everyone that Mikey smells like doo-doo. They forget all about my shoes. They forget, oh, Mikey smell like doo-doo. We had whole call and responses when someone made us feel bad and you had something and they try to make you feel like I remember my mom bought me McDonald's once and everyone's like, oh, look at this loser. She's got McDonald's. And I just picked up my burger and I said, nanny, nanny, boo, boo. Stick your head in doo-doo. Everything was better after that. Everything. And what if we could take our kid life, right? And lay it over into our adult life? Like, let's say you meet a new girl, right? She's bad. And you take her out for the first time. You guys are on a first date. She's looking good, smelling good. You're looking good, smelling good. You're about to get out on the dance floor and boom, you see her ex-boyfriend. It's about to get real. And he comes over, he posts you up. Hey, homie, that's my girl. You just look that nigga in the eye like nanny, nanny, boo, boo, my nigga. Homie. And you just roll off. You just step off. Now imagine, this is for the Black and brown folks in the audience. I'm going to help us save our adult lives using kid rules if we ever have an interaction with the police, all right? Let's just say you go and you cop some weed, right? And it's the funky, skunky, unky. It's that good shit. It's that loud pack, right? And you're in your car and you're heading home, but you have to go through a town where weed's not legal. And you get pulled over in that town. Now the cop's at your window. Oh, crap. And all you're thinking is, I hope he doesn't smell it. I hope he doesn't smell it. And as soon as you roll down your window, your weed walks right past you, right up the cop's nose, like, hey, excuse me, my nigga, and goes right up into the cop's nose. And the cop's like, do you know why wait a minute. Is that marijuana I smell? You look that cop in the eye and you use your kid rules and you say, I'm sorry, officer, whoever smelt it, dealt it. And then you peel up. That's his weed now. That's his weed. And now you're speeding home, right? You're doing 50, 60, 70, 80 miles an hour. There's not just 2 cops. There's like 8 cops, 9 cops. There's a helicopter chasing you, right? But you make it home. You jump out of your car, get to your front porch. I'm on base. There's nothing they can do. You're on the base. You're safe, man. Now you get in your house, right? You lock the doors up, and what do? You got to smoke the evidence because you're not a noob. You're not going to get caught. So now you're smoking the weed, you're eating some cake, you're smoking the weed, you're going down on your girlfriend. I don't know. There's all kinds of crazy things happening. But then you hear it. They've got a negotiator on the scene. And he's pulled out his megaphone and he's addressing you. Mrs. French, this is Officer Friendly with the LAPD. We're going to need you to bring your black ass out of that goddamn house right now. You are a menace. You're a criminal. You're a fugitive from the law. Come out with your hands up. Surrender. And it's at that moment I grab my megaphone, because you're not going to out-yell me, officer. And I throw back my window, and I lift up the sash, and I address all the officers on the front lawn. Good people on my front lawn, hear me now and heed my words. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. We've been hoodwinked, run amok, led astray. They can take our lives, but they will not take our freedom. And your feeble attempts at shaming me have been for naught, for thine fucks are nil. And I am not a criminal, nay. I am not a fugitive, no, sir. I am not a menace to society, for I am rubber. And your glue. Anything you say bounces off of me and sticks to your bitch ass, and then they storm your house and lock you up. Now you're in jail. This sucks, right? But you have a court date and everyone gets their day in court. And you're sitting there scratching your brain. How can I use my kid rules to help myself in court? What am I going to do? And they bring you into the courtroom and you're looking around. You see the jury, you see the judge, and then you realize he's only got one witness for the prosecution. I know what I'm going to do. Kid rules. And they bring their little witness up to the witness stand and they start swearing them in. And as soon as they say, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, when the witness goes to speak, you say it simultaneously, I do, jinx. And now he can't say anything against you until you say his name 3 times, dance in a circle, and buy him a Coke. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been Frankie French. You all have been absolutely fantastic. Make sure you get out and vote if you can. Exercise your civic duty. Thank you so much.
Frankie, I love how she was being nostalgic about her childhood. I'm being nostalgic about my 40s. Anyway, we're going to keep this show moving. This next comedian is a regular at West Side Comedy, a real favorite, and you may have seen him on David Letterman. Let's give it up, guys, for Brian Scott McFadden.
Yeah, all right. Hey, what a show, huh? How awesome is this? How exciting. I'm overwhelmed. I'm thrilled. I couldn't be happier. I'm psyched to be here on House Arrest Hollywood Squares. This is, it's really a joy to be on Zoom. It's not. I had a Zoom. Zoom is not always fun. You guys are a good crowd. Not everyone is excited to be performing on Zoom. Did you? I mean, I don't. I had a show on Zoom the other night that was so bad. People were walking out of their own apartments. That's not a good. That's not a good way to. Whatever. The point is, it's really. I always wanted to have a career in comedy and still work from home. You know what I mean? That's really, that's great. I was on Letterman a few years ago, and now I'm a screensaver, basically. That's what this It's very difficult and weird to be. It's a good, whatever. The point is, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Here's the thing. I'm entertaining people in their kitchens, okay? That's not normal. I'm trying to get laughs. You guys are firing up the NutriBullet. That's not a good sign. People making smoothies while I'm trying to, and then some people don't want to laugh at all, which is good. You guys are laughing, thank God. Some people, they don't want to laugh at, and they don't have a sense of humor, and they go to comedy shows, which makes a lot of sense. You know what I mean? Ed has no sense of humor. Let's bring him to a comedy show. You know what I mean? You don't take a guy with no arms to a petting zoo, okay? You know what I'm saying? It's just not to a petting zoo. I'll repeat these jokes till they get the response I want. There's no voting, everybody, all right? This is there's voting today, but not for this show. You have to laugh regardless. And everyone needs to, is anyone listening to me right now? Anybody? You need to laugh, folks. Otherwise COVID wins. Okay. All right. I'm just saying, let's hear it for COVID, folks. I'm not, I don't know, personally, COVID-19, I'm not going to get it. That's a personal decision on my part. I'm not going to judge you if you decide. It's like, I'm pro-choice when it comes to COVID-19. It's very important. Also, the reason I'm not going to get it, I'm going to wait till, I decided to wait till COVID-20 comes out. That's the way. Because I learned when the Chinese come out with a new product, you never get the first model. You know what I mean? I heard COVID-19 doesn't even have Bluetooth. Okay, there's a guy in the screen with a parrot. There's the guy on the screen right now who's holding a parakeet. Okay, that's not a good. That's a sign of the apocalypse right there. I don't even know. This guy. Can we highlight him? Is that possible? I don't even know. That's the most frightening. That guy looks like some pirate's accountant. Okay, that's like the scale model of the world's least threatening pirate right there. That guy, Charlie or whatever his name is. But anyway, the point is, I also am not going to get COVID. My agent told me I can't get COVID because I already have a deal with Ebola. Yeah. Okay, so that's and they say if I want to get COVID, I have to negotiate out of my Ebola contract. It's a big, when the lawyers get involved, it's a nightmare. But the president got COVID. How weird is that? The current president got COVID, and you knew that was going to happen, right? You knew it was like Ross and Rachel. When are they going to get together? You know what I mean? Everybody was watching. Will they? Won't they? And then finally, when a couple that deserves to be together finally hook up, you're like, oh, that's beautiful. It's really nice. You know what I mean? I guess the angels appeared and said, okay, Donnie, you can have empathy or COVID. And Donald was like, oh, this is your first day as an angel? You've never done this before, huh? All right, well, who wants to, whatever. Anyway, COVID-19, who would have guessed that a disease would come along that would make New Yorkers wistful for AIDS? You know what I mean? I'm not saying AIDS was great, but we were out and we were all working. You know what I mean? And the transmission method, a lot cooler, you got to admit. Right, ladies, you know what I'm saying. Would you rather hook up with some hot guy on a dance floor or get sneezed on by a fat woman at Applebee's? You know what I mean? It's a totally different thing, People, I don't know. People are not able to function nowadays. No one is able. Everyone's forgotten how to do their jobs. I was at Starbucks. They didn't have coffee ready. Has anybody been through that weird, thing? That's very disillusioning. They didn't have coffee made at I'll repeat that. They didn't have coffee at Starbucks. I'm sitting there like, you don't have coffee? All right, I'll just have the swordfish then. Where am I supposed to, if they don't even have it at Starbucks, what am I supposed to go to Petco or the shop? Who has coffee? We didn't expect to have a run on coffee here at Starbucks. It's not one of our more popular items, I don't know how to function. I went to the bank and I had a 50 and I said, the woman goes, I need a change of a 50. The woman goes, do you want 2 20s and a 10? I was like, nah, give me a roll of dimes, 2 Susan B. Anthony dollars, 6 Bitcoin, 10,000 lira, a satchel of gold doubloons, some cave drawings, and 2 Indian head nickels. How about that combination? You have that? Can you whip that up? I don't know. Then they threw me out. But here's the point. I don't know. People don't know how to function. I asked I was at the airport. I asked the information guy at the airport, is there a bathroom around here? And the guy goes, you want the closest one? I had never heard that response before. Do I want the closest? What am I going to say to that? Yes, something nearby would be good, I think. I don't want to. I don't want to hit Google Maps right now, man. Do I want the closest bathroom? What am I supposed to say? No, man, I kind of like to drag out the discomfort as long as I can, actually. Yeah. You got anything with a cab ride or a connecting flight involved, you know? People take the first bathroom that comes along, but me, I want to shop around. Isn't location, isn't proximity kind of important when you're looking for a bathroom? I don't know about you guys, but when I'm in need to use a bathroom, I'm not looking for ambiance. You know what I mean? Or you know what I mean? Do you have something with a goth layout or something? I don't even know, but I don't even that joke needs work. But here's the point, folks. This is one of the best pandemics I've been a part of. You know, it's like an Epcot center, center of tragedy. This whole thing, you know, it's really awful. It really is terrible what's going on in the world. I can't handle it. I also can't remember my act. But anyway, I really just stalling for time here, folks, killing the 20 minutes or whatever I have to do here. But here's the point. I was entertaining people and exciting crowds, and now I love entertaining shut-ins, agoraphobics, doomsday preppers, and leaders of the incel rebellion. Okay, that's where I'm at right now. I can't. Nothing is the same. I watch football. I can't even watch football nowadays for it's distraction, right? You can't even watch football. Yeah, because I'm tired of the political messaging. I don't put on football to get a social political message. I put on football to watch the players risk traumatic brain injury for my entertainment. Okay, that's why I watch football. I don't need BLM. I want to see some CTE. That's what I want. That's chronic traumatic encephalitis for those of you scoring at home. Okay, I don't know. The election, Trump fans are accusing Joe Biden of dishonesty, corruption, and cronyism. And frankly, I don't know if that means they're more likely to vote for him or less. I really don't understand the objection there. Right? That one needs work too. I agree with you. I do. I have to go soon because I'm opening for Jeffrey Toobin on another show. So I have to get the hell out of here. I don't even know. Quibi went out of business, online platform that showed 5 to 10 minute TV shows. Yeah. So between Quibi, Jeffrey Toobin, and Rudy Giuliani, it's been a bad week for short form video. It's like short form video. I like that joke. It's a long way to get there, but it was really worth it for some of you that stayed on board for that one. You got it. Am I talking to headshots or actual people? I'm not even sure anymore. I don't even there's actual movement going on. Thank God. That's good. Felicia's moving. Rich is. Thank God. There's human beings. Have you been using? I don't even know. Is this all? This whole audience is under some kind of gag order. I don't know. I'm just, but whatever. Here's the point, folks. Are you using the Purell? Is anyone using the Purell? You're supposed to use that stuff. It's supposed to help. But I've been drinking a gallon of that shit a day. It's not helping me. I don't know about you guys, right? Really not doing anything for my whatever. The point is you got to live every day like it's your last. You know what I mean? Like you never know what's going to happen. Look at Jeffrey Epstein. You're right. Yeah, I know. I miss him too. Really, you know what I mean? I didn't even know he was depressed. I would have called him. But if somebody just checks out like that, you're like, what could I have done? Maybe I could have talked to him. But anyway, it was all over. Jeffrey Epstein, that story really puts things into perspective, doesn't it, everybody? It really does. Think about it. One day you're just an ordinary run-of-the-mill billionaire sex trafficking pedophile running an international child molestation ring from your own private island. Next, you're hanging dead in your cell. It's made to look like a suicide as part of a shadowy conspiracy to protect the reputations of a group of perverted businessmen, politicians, and titans of industry. Yeah. Life is so fragile. Take it away like that, you never know. Just be careful. My relationship, my ex, she's not my ex yet, but here's the point. I'm not my ex. We're in the Shawshank phase of the relationship. When you're still in the relationship, but you're planning your escape. Okay. 1 minute, I think. Anyway, the point is, you try to break up with somebody, you ever screw up the breakup? Ever do that? Yeah. You ever screw up the breakup so badly you end up, proposing? You ever do that? That's not good, right? Wait, did anybody not get that joke? Did that just skip out completely? There was that silence was where the laugh was supposed to be. But anyway, last thing. Don't break up. If you're going to do it right. I don't know what to say. When I break up with somebody, I become a babbling, incoherent moron, right? I'm always like, I think we've drifted apart. We want different things, and we're in different places in our lives, and I'm different and you're different. And sometimes when two different people become different, they need different things because things are different. And I need space, and I need time, and I need time for the space that I need. And I'm thinking I might want to go into space, actually, where there'll be more time. But I want you to know, I want you to know, I don't regret any of the time that I've spent in this relationship, just as long as I don't have to spend any more time in this relationship. But I want to thank you for the person that you are, even though it's obvious I prefer to be with someone you're not. But I need to find out who's in here, and I can't do that if you're always there. And but more importantly than anything, it's not you, it's me. That's right. If I was anyone other than me, I'd be more than happy to be with someone like you. Okay. In fact, I can't think of anyone who wouldn't want to be with someone like you except me. Okay. But I want you to know I'm not doing this because I want to start seeing someone else. I'm already seeing someone else. And that's why I'm doing this. But the last thing, I have to go soon because I have another show in 2029. But the most important thing in comedy, my father told me, Brian, if you could make just one person laugh, you probably shouldn't be a comedian. Okay, 'cause that's simply not. But luckily, we have, I think, 11 people here, and so I think I'll leave you on that one. You guys have been great. Thank you very much. I'm Brian Scott and McFadden. I'll see you later.
Let's give it up for Brian.
Wow.
It's so much fun having him. This was such an incredible show. I want to thank Lizz again for putting this together, for entertaining people as they're waiting online. And do we have time? We have 4 minutes. Are we going to do something else while we wait for the next group to come in, or should I strip?
Did you go to Jeffrey Toobin? Are you going to Jeffrey Toobin as Felicia?
Yeah, I'm going to Jeffrey Toobin it. Yeah. It's funny. I'll just tell a quick joke about dating apps while waiting for the next one. So my friend recently got divorced because men are assholes. And on a dating app, and the guy and her were talking, and she said to him, well, what do you want to do on our date? And he said, well, first I want to, I'll grab you from behind, I'll turn you around, I'll push you up against the wall. And she was like, I was thinking Chinese or Japanese, but oh my God. She got off the app and she said to me, it's just filled with men that are horny and all they want is sex. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to sign up. My husband. Anyway, guys, you were great audience. Thank you so much. And go out there and vote. It's no joke. We're hoping to make it a little funny for you, but please vote.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Am I muted?
No, I can hear you.
Oh, great. Okay, good. I guess I pop in now. That's what happens. I'm just lurking around, skulking, if you will, skulking about. I just want to make sure that you get a proper thank you to the people on the YouTubes and all the places. I'm so excited. Thank you, Felicia, for bringing all these amazing comics to us and to the folks who are standing in line. It's like we came up with this idea because we didn't know what else to do on election day and everybody was panicked. So it felt really good to be able to call comics and say, hey, y'all, we need to keep these people in line any way we can that is safe and that is fun. And so I feel really thankful that so many of you did, especially for those of you watching. It's really important that you throw these names and throw some Venmo money at these folks because comedy is one of the industries that's been hardest hit. And some of these people who are just incredible have not been able to perform. And I don't know what we do without this joy and laughter, but we can't let this die on the vine because these people are amazing. And I'm just so thrilled too. So thank you, Felicia. Thank you, F comedy, and we're going to move forward because I'm so excited about this next show, because as we as an organization, an abortion rights organization, like to remind people, reproductive care and abortion looks different for everybody, and that means trans folks, non-binary folks. Trans men can have abortions. Did I just blow your mind? It is true. Non-binary people can have abortions. Trans women have all kinds of different kinds of healthcare needs. So we are so excited to have some super dope, hilarious comics who are like so amazing on the spectrum of out of the gender norms and into the comedy realm. We feel very excited about We Are Trans coming up with Christian Liu and Aya Perez. Here they are. Hi, y'all. Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. As Liz said, I'm Christian Liu.
I'm Aya.
And this is the part of the show where everybody puts their pronouns in their Zoom name.
Brian McFadden.
I thought I did.
All right. We didn't really get
use my app, and it keeps saying that I'm not. I signed in. I've tried to sign in a bunch of times, and it said I'm over the limit on how many times I could try to sign in. Weird. It was saying that my password's wrong, but
Dad, will you mute your mic?
Dad. Are we? Okay, you know what? We're just gonna. This is the part of the show where everyone puts their pronouns in their Zoom name. God, that was bad. I'm sorry. What we didn't get a chance to talk before the show. What's up? What's good? Are those Warby Parker frames?
On a budget? No. My fiance is obsessed with Warby Parker frames, and I am obsessed with how much they cost. No, I'm like, they're affordable, but like I'm so cheap. No, they're not Warby Parker frames. These are like not those. Like I got them from one of those like legitimate but barely legitimate like online glasses places. They're not even prescription. They're just blue light blockers because I kept like working myself to death and just staying on my computer, and apparently like I started getting migraines, so that's what all of this is. Although I always feel underdressed unless I'm in like a ballroom gown or like a pencil skirt with these. Like I have an excuse now to like actually get off my ass every morning and dress up, and I still don't.
Yeah. Do you want to hear something so funny?
Yes.
Not funny like haha like in the way that the show is supposed to be, but like funny like coincidental.
Yes.
These are also non-prescription blue light glasses from like one of those barely glasses places.
Nice.
Right.
Their business must be booming. I'm happy that during these unprecedented times, I'm happy that like, you know, glasses places like shady like I feel like the IRL version of those sites would just be if some random person walked up to you in a dark alley and opened a suitcase and they were full of like reading glasses made of dubious materials, and they were like, hey kid, you want to buy some lenses?
That's what every like glasses retailer is though. You know,
I mean that's kind of all retailers now that I'm thinking about
it. Welcome to our show. We are pro blue light filter, anti-capitalism.
Yeah.
And more important than that, we are trans.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna say that.
That was what I do.
If you didn't say it, I was gonna be so disappointed with you.
We are trans. I'm working so hard to make that like the brand of the show.
It's working, you know. It's a very natural. It flows off the tongue. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi everyone. If you're not here for We Are Trans, please leave the meeting or go back to the main Zoom in the lower right corner. Thank you, Jen. Well, how are you feeling today?
Oh geez. Actually like legitimately I woke up and I was vibing and I was chilling, which means that I was in bed until 12. And listen, and I woke up and I was on my phone for a little bit because that's a habit that I've for some reason gotten back into. And I was full of this inescapable foreboding and sense of dread. And then I was like, I wish there was something to lift my spirits. And then I remembered that I was hosting this later in the day, and I was like, okay, that'll cheer me up. So I'm genuinely happy. I'm chill. I'm good. Yeah. How are you, Christian? How are you and your fabulous self? I know your hair is amazing and your makeup's amazing, but that's an everyday thing for you.
Yeah, me.
Yeah.
Well, I'm doing okay. My aunt's in town, so my mom's cooking a huge pot of one of my favorite foods. It's really good. It's this braised pork. Anyways, yeah, and then I realized that it was Tuesday, and I was like, I gotta do something. So I got a little high, obviously, and then
of course.
And then I started doing my makeup for the show, and I was like, oh, I should have done my makeup for the show and then gotten high. Unfortunate. That's what I ended up with.
Well, it looks great. So I think, just Christian at all levels can do just great work. This is every time me and Christian have a show together, whether it's hosting or performing, I always spend at least too many minutes talking about how good they look. But I mean, it's the best problem.
Okay, awesome. So let's talk about our first performer.
Yes. Okay. You're funnier than I am. So I'll read out the the proper bio, and then you can take on the stuff that we would need charisma for. So
you're charismatic. Stop that. Don't sell yourself short.
No, I'm great. I'm amazing and talented and beautiful, but I have that dry, awkward brand of comedy.
Yeah.
Not self-deprecation, just realism. Saddest sentence ever.
Brand like that. Okay, anyways. This first performer is a total cutie. I've known him for 10 minutes. But he seems like a cool dude.
He's giving me autumn realness with the flannel too.
He's giving you masterpiece theater, armchair, globe. It's amazing. It's very it's what Sammy would call dapper and what I would call fancy as fuck.
I would also call it fancy as fuck.
Yes. Okay. So he is the co-producer of Fruit Bat Comedy Show, Judy, a queer variety show, and he is one of the co-hosts of the Whole Perspective podcast. That's Whole, HOLE. Please, everybody, give it up for Roman Ellis.
Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. I've been wanting to do that this whole time. Hello. Glad to see you. For those of you doing civic duty right now, you looking good. Happy Scorpio season. Oh, I just saw some of you really tense up. That's okay. You don't have to like Scorpios. I mean, you're wrong, and I've already set your house on fire, but it's okay. I'm charitable if nothing else, but every night before bed, I say a prayer for the basics, so it's fine. There is a chill in the air, hence this delicious flannel that I have on right now. And thank you for clocking me as an autumn. I really do identify as a power autumn personally. But yeah, there's a chill in the air right now, and folks are back to having the whole conversation about like cuffing season. I guess it's to like lock it down or whatever. But I don't know, if you're kinky, every day is cuffing season, so it doesn't really compute for me. So I don't know if this is relatable, but I've been in a global pandemic for like at least the last 6 months. I don't know, just kind of been going on. I've been spending a lot of time with myself on the internet, and as a Scorpio, this is not safe territory. I just, the amount of existing that I do online right now, like it was really hard when this show first opened to not be like, hi, I'm Roman, I'm an addict and an alcoholic, because my life is nothing but Zoom meetings right now. Which PS, I am 63 days sober. Yes, I'm a hero. So please be gentle with this set, because I'm your boy's just out here bareback in reality right now. But yeah, I'm spending a lot of time online and just like falling into these deep, dark little rabbit holes. Like the amount of access that I have to social media right now as a Scorpio is terrifying, because like I'm looking deep into the profiles of people that like I absolutely have no business knowing anything about anymore. Like for instance, like I know that my 5th grade teacher unironically loves the Minions and believes that we should build a wall. It's difficult. And also just like clocking all of the joint Facebook accounts and just like really leaning into the fact that heterosexuality is a prison. One of them cheated. It is terrifying. Though there are some positives to it. Like I've been like trying to figure out like healthy coping mechanisms while I'm like disassociating online. But my favorite thing to do is like, if you have an enemy, go to the very first profile photo on their social media and then just click until you get to the current one. It's wonderful. You can just watch them break down. I can't suggest it enough. I am a godless young man, but every single time I see someone who has harmed me, has gotten bad filler, my atheism is challenged. Yeah, I've been trying my hardest not to like WebMD myself into a coma, because I have like an autoimmune thing. It's one of the cute ones, don't worry about it. But it's scary because like every like little tingle or tickle in the back of the throat or cough, I just like have to really not get on WebMD. But sometimes I can't help but do that. And like just the amount of information that I've been getting like health wise, like, did you know that like if you removed every single bone from your body and laid it end to end, you would fucking die? There's also just like a lot of like baby announcements right now, which I feel challenged for multiple reasons about that. But like specifically, like if I have to see like one more picture of someone's goddamn baby, I don't think I have the self-control. Like I just want to start posting like, we get it, you fuck. Like it's very frustrating the amount of double standard that there is for like heterosexuals and homosexuals when it comes to like the whole like trying for a baby thing. Like where are all of my likes and shares for taking loads? I mean, come on. I'm out here, you know, because that's all it is it's just like, oh, we're trying for a baby. It's like, I'm never going to stop coming in this person is what you're announcing. And it paints like such a different picture when you look at it from that perspective, because it's just like, you get this post and it's like, oh, we're great. Like, what kind of card do I send? Like, dear cousin Jessica, congratulations, you fucking load hog. I don't. Like, I have like a grandmother, a Nana, who's like 93 years old, and she had 8 children. Think about that. What a dick pig. Just let that set in. I also like, I mean, like, big deal. A baby. Cool. I was born a baby, not to brag. ABAB, assigned baby at birth. I don't like it. It's it makes me feel jealous. They're mostly cartilage. I am baby. I am the single father of an inner child. I'm out here working it out. There are several young men who call me daddy. I'm more of like a stepdad though. Like, you know, I'm here to support you, but then I'm going to go out for smokes. Yeah, I don't understand it. Like I'm still getting unironically like invited to like all of these like baby groups. I'm learning a lot of things. It is, I mean, like let's not like sell short the fact that like you know, mommy is actually a daddy, but like these groups are fascinating. I'm trans. just so you know, it's probably the least interesting thing about me. Was assigned baby at birth. Actually, I was a fag. I am a faggot. I was assigned faggot at birth. So I'm gay. The only reason that I transitioned were for the pockets and menswear. I think that covers pretty much everything. I think gender reveals are amazing. I'm down here in Louisiana and I'm feeling good. I took my shot of testosterone this morning. So like I'm ready to lift fucking smart cars, rip phone books in half. What's a phone book? He's old. But yeah, I like threw a big sexy blue vote into a red state, feeling real good about it. Yeah, I just... I don't know. It's been tough down here in Louisiana. We just had a hurricane that they're not talking about on the news. And like me and my roommate were like locked in the house together. And we're just like, maybe we should write something. We should use this time to be productive because like, you know, why can't we just enjoy something and not commodify it? And they're like, okay, well, what timeline should it be set in? Like what should be happening? I'm like, I don't know. How about like right now? They're like, well, we have to think of something interesting. I'm just like, well, half the fucking country is on fire right now because of a gender reveal. We've got a reality television host in the White House. We're two trans people living together. I don't know. Pick a fucking card. There's a lot going on. I think that gender reveals should come with heavy prices like this. I think the price to reveal anyone's gender should come with a curse. Personally, the price to reveal my gender, this is just how I identify, would be once my gender was revealed, the world would stop spinning briefly. And when it returned to a full rotation, everyone would have bad highlights. Like that is the price to reveal my gender. I don't know, not a whole lot has changed for me as far as like human connection goes. Regardless of pandemic or logistics, dating me is gonna be long distance. Sorry, I'm trying to read and I don't have my readers. I can't read. But yeah, dating me is long distance no matter what, because I'm like everybody else. I need like little words to feel safe. Mine are just I'm going home. And I don't understand it at this point because like I'm on all the fuck apps. It's great. I have enough apps to make a meal and yet no snacks to eat in bed because it's a pandemic. And every single time someone asks me to drop my location, I've just been dropping it at hovels and graveyards. It's really difficult out right now. It's contentious. I want you to take care of yourself in the best way that you know how. Please just do know you've got a new friend in me. I'm Roman Ellis. And please, whatever you do, don't hesitate to reach out and tell me how I can make this about me. All right, bye.
God. Okay, bye.
That was wonderful.
Leave. He is such a sweetie.
Right? Oh gosh. Also, I don't know if everyone else did, but I definitely got my phone and followed Roman on Instagram. So you guys should also do that.
Oh, are you kidding? I'm already trying to find his grinder. We are out here, okay?
That's understandable.
It's understandable for sure. Yeah, so that was Roman Ellis coming to you from Louisiana. Unfortunately, I am in Texas right now. Where are you, Aya?
The void, as always. The answer's always the same. I don't know what you expected differently. Yeah. The Eldritch Terrors have taken me. AKA I'm in New Jersey at the moment.
I was going to say, that sounds familiar. That sounds
right. I mean, at least it's not... Well, there's multiple voids in the USA, you know?
Yeah.
At least the one I'm in right now has, like...
The PATH train.
And, like, yeah. I haven't been on the PATH train since March. And even then, I was like, I'm not touching anything. And then I went back. Yeah. I mean, but that's also how I always feel when I take the PATH train. And I'm from the city, so I have no excuse. Like when I'm on the subway, I'm fine, but like the PATH train specifically, I'm just like, I'm better than this. It's just...
Honestly, I've been on the PATH train like twice, and both times I've been like pleasantly surprised.
Okay, so here's the thing. I'm from New York City, born and raised, and so the fact that I have moved to Jersey now means that I have to be uppity and elitist about the fact that I'm from New York at every given turn. So it doesn't matter that the PATH train is cleaner and it doesn't run with as many delays, and that they have generally like good backups when it does, right? It doesn't matter that there's like a thriving arts community in the city that I live in. The fact that I'm from New York means that I have to just shit on New Jersey at every given stance. So I have to hate it. I didn't say it was a good reason. But you know, the moral superiority, and that
I feel that way about being from Texas. Like, I'm one of those people who's like a real asshole about sweet tea.
You have a right to be.
I honestly, like, it is unsweet tea until it like becomes like a viscous like syrup.
Yeah. That's valid. That's valid. I've had to stop drinking so many beverages because like it's like that sweet spot is such a thin line. So I'll pour sugar or simple syrup or sweetener or whatever into it, and I'll be like, this is bitter, I can't taste anything. And then after 5 straight minutes of me pouring maybe 70 pounds of sugar into a beverage that's only 8 ounces, suddenly it's too sweet. Like I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
I mean, you can water it down once it gets too sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like. Well, anyways, why don't you introduce our next performer?
So our next performer is drumroll. Okay, so this is a person who I know for a fact is hilarious because last time I saw them do a set, I was like, I think I almost fell off my chair. Like I was like almost on the floor. So Jess, who uses they, them pronouns, is probably one of the funniest people that I have experienced outside of how many people are in this call right now. Outside of whatever number of people are in the call right now.
You already said it. Don't try to backpedal now. I see how you feel. I know now that if you had to choose between Jess and everyone else in this room.
Listen, okay, they're just that good.
It's one of us. Fair choice.
I've been perceived.
Glad to know that you would give it up for Jess.
Oh, what's up? What is that? I just want to say we're in full survival mode right now. So my entire mode of being is just acting in a way that people go, I would choose Jess, like in a room full of people. Like I need in the bunker when they come knocking at the door for somebody to be like, hide Jess under the bed, hide them. Everybody else will answer the door. Like that's where we're at right now. Guys, welcome to my hole. Here I am. If anybody, I don't know if we're doing this, we seem to be doing it a little bit during the earlier sets. If anybody wants to unmute, so I feel a little bit less like I'm screaming into an aquarium, I accept that. If not, that's okay. Everybody deserves boundaries, all right? Everybody deserves boundaries between themselves and my comedy. I accept that. Guys, I don't know. I think I'm going totally off script today. Anybody who could see me earlier maybe saw that I just went over to my bed because I realized that a open bottle of lube was out and visible in the Zoom, and I went and covered it up. That's where I've been at. That's what I've been doing. I've been coping. That's what I've been doing. Hope everybody has Pokemon gone to the polls. I myself, Pokemon mailed in my ballot. A week ago. Don't get on me for that. I was on time. This is hard. It's a hard time, obviously. I really feel like I really need Biden to win because last time when Trump won, I had a lot of crazy apocalypse sex, and I feel like we're just all too tired to do that this time. We're like not in the same place. Everybody's tired. We can't cope that way. I feel like the last time, 4 years ago, Trump won the election, I was like, okay, like I'm going to learn martial arts. I'm going to learn self-defense. I'm going to learn to, defend myself in case something really bad happens. And now 4 years have passed. I have not done that. I have, however, gotten much hotter. If I die, I can die hot. And that's what matters. Like, I was like, I'm going to get a gun. Did not do that. I am on testosterone. Only guns I have are these. No, stop. Stop. Everybody stop. Get away from me. Get away. I don't know. I don't know about this. I feel like it's crazy that so many people I know have been using quarantine to get really into skateboarding, when I feel like I have just stopped using my legs altogether. I just don't, like, from here down, it doesn't exist. I just drag myself on my stomach from the fridge to the toilet like a seal. Arms, though, ripped. That's going to be my whole set, my whole entire set. Just kidding. I am ripped because I've been masturbating so much. That's my whole set, is look how ripped I am. I've been jerking off. You think I'm joking? I'm not. The other day I did 18 minutes on masturbation. It was just obscene, just disgusting. I was on a Zoom show the other day where a girl was in her bedroom, right? One of the other comics, and she was taking us around the room on the computer, and she goes, "Oh, here is my masturbation corner." And I was like, "Girl, just one. A room has 4 corners. Why limit yourself? Why?" So I'm telling this all out of order. I am on testosterone. I'm actually coming up on my first year at the end of this month, which is very exciting for me. What that means is that I am coming into my sexual prime, both as a 16-year-old boy and as a 30-year-old woman in quarantine. It's been very exciting. Yeah, something that happens when you are on testosterone is that you get very horny, which is crazy because I was already there. I didn't know I could go any further. And I've really shattered that glass ceiling. That's over. I have. It's a crazy thing to happen at the end of the world. Crazy to do to yourself. It's sort of like, as the sea levels are rising, so is my horniness. It's like, it converges. It's a mess. No, that's what I've been doing. I've been getting to know, my space a little better. Turns out, a house, lots of flat surfaces, lots of things you can do. Anyway, guys, what else? What the hell is happening? It's November. I feel sad that spooky season is over, because I feel like now when I watch a horror movie, I am just actively admitting that dissociating into a place where real ghosts exist is better than this. Like, it's not a fun seasonal thing anymore. It's just me literally being like, well, I wish I had a ghost in my room, because that would be better than this. I like to watch, I started watching Japanese horror movies, which is a little new for me. Japanese horror movies are very scary. Way, way, way scarier than American horror movies. Japanese horror movies are scary because you're watching bad things happen to Asian people, to people of color. I feel like when I watch a horror movie that is all white people, I'm like, well, they probably did something to deserve that. Like, the stakes are lower. The stakes are lower. Okay, I have to get out of here. What's the last thing that I can say? I'm literally scrolling through the quarantine set list I've had right now, and I shit you not, it is all about masturbation. All of this material is not going to work when I have to go out into the real world again. You cannot say this stuff on late night TV. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear that you have become a furiously masturbating teenage boy. Here, I'll leave you with this. It is funny that right now my brand has sort of become furious masturbation, whereas early quarantine, my brand was sexting. So I feel like I've really cut out the middleman. I'm just going maximum efficiency here. We don't need any of that. But in the beginning of quarantine, I was doing a lot of sexting. I was talking to this girl. She's an influencer, right? So she sends me these beautiful pictures, beautiful nudes, color coordinated, aesthetic, on point, like high production value nudes. And so I went to send her something back, and I'm there. I'm in my bed, right, with my phone. And as I go to move the Cheez-Its box out of the frame so that it's not in my nude with me, I realize, oh my God, I'm the gross guy. I've been the gross guy this whole time. Anyway, guys, I'm Jess. Everybody stay cool, stay safe. Let's get Christian and Aya back on here. Thanks so much. Okay, I think
I feel like I've definitely exposed myself now that I said that Jess was so funny. Like I've exposed myself as a furious masturbator as well.
I mean, I'm not trying to like minimize Jess's experience, but it's like I think we're all furious masturbators. I don't think there's
biological disadvantage.
Yeah.
I am compelled. I can't help myself.
Well, anyways, yeah, I just like I like mailed in my ballot like several weeks ago, and now I'm like, ugh. I feel like, you know how like when you do like standardized testing and
It's bold of you to assume I haven't repressed the feeling of standardized testing.
okay, but like, you know, like the point of the day where like mostly everyone is finished and it's just like the slow kids, and then like they take the slow kids into another room so that they can finish while everyone else watches like Fern Gully. That's how I feel about having already voted. It's like I'm just waiting for the slow kids to finish. Anyways, our next performer is anything but slow. Our next performer is a freaking cheetah, I tell you. In every sense of the word, she is shattering expectations. She is the founder, lead producer of We Are Trans. She's amazing. She's very tall, and she's our dear friend.
Podcast extraordinaire. Probably like I'm surprised, you know, in cartoons where the octopus animated character is always like the violent multitasker. I'm not to bring like Cthulhu back into our conversation.
You're gonna make me cry.
But like I'm always surprised that you don't have extra limbs because you do so much all the time.
Yeah. In fact, she's going to show you how she does a comedy set while fully crying right now. Please give it up.
Hey, everybody. Hi, everybody watching. And specifically, hi, all of the trans people watching. You're who I do this for. I am so excited. I'm going to start with a very important question. Have you ever had somebody over your place, not recently, and they spend the whole time hanging out with your pet and having conversations with them instead of you? That's weird, right? See, I had a feeling it might be, but I also have absolutely no plans of changing now. If I'm honest, it actually doesn't even have to be a pet for me to want to talk to it. Really, any animal I see, well, I want it to be my new best friend. Okay? Case in point, I was once out at a park and I saw a squirrel run by me eating a Cheeto. I couldn't help myself. I crouched down. I called out to this beautiful creature. I was like, oh my God, squirrel, you are the most adorable thing I have ever seen. As if at this point, the squirrel was going to respond like, oh, thank you. Believe it or not, that is not what happened. Instead, the response I got was all of the people who I forgot were around me were now staring at me and judging me, kind of like some of you are doing now. There is one group of animals that I have had the most conversations with, formed the most friendships with, and that is cats. I love cats. That shouldn't surprise you, but I made a decision a long time ago that I can't live with a cat. I can't have a cat of my own. Let's be honest. I can't belong to a cat, because in any relationship I'm in, I need to be the one who disappears for long periods of time and shows up just to eat. I need to be the one whose affection must be earned. I need to be the one distracted by the laser pointer. Okay, this joke got weird. Let's move on. I've been taking a break from dating because of the whole pandemic thing. And I gotta tell you, as a trans person, I don't miss it. I don't miss it at all. There are so many conversations I don't have to have. First, I don't need to have the trans conversation with, let's be honest, for the most part, cis people. But I also don't have to have conversations that are way tougher than that. Like one time, I had to tell a 20-something queer woman that I didn't like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Oh, for those of you who are unaware, it is a thing. This was terrifying. I thought she was gonna shove a stake through my heart, but I told her it's okay. They just rebooted the L word. We are going to have plenty to talk about. And here's a fun game you can play while you're in line. If you are up on queer pop culture references, you can put the timeline of the writing of this joke together to kill some time. If you aren't up on queer pop culture references, well, you don't get to play that game, but thank you for being here and thank you for voting. As a reward, I'm going to come out fully to all of you. This is going to be a surprise, but I am a butch trans woman. And some people are confused. I remember years ago, my mom sat me down and she said, Sammy, when you were growing up, we were prepared for gay. And yeah, we were ready for woman. But we just were never prepared for butch lesbian. And I said, Mom, I understand what you're saying, and it's actually okay. I'm bisexual. So I say that, but that's not how I identify. I'm attracted to people of all genders, but this is just a coincidence. Because I'm not bi or pan or queer, but simply attracted to tiny, adorable people, no matter what their fucking gender is. Okay? In fact, first person I ever dated was 4'11". A lot of couples will hold hands or cuddle. No. Our thing was piggyback rides. They gave a great piggyback ride. I'm going to end it there. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you for voting. Bye, everybody.
Bye. I love you. Don't leave for real, though.
I'm not Christian Lou.
Thank you, Sammy James. Hey, Aya Perez.
Hi, Christian Lou.
Why don't we just get right to our next performer?
Yes. We're laughing like rich people. We've got the.
I wish it were normal to like call people by their whole names though, because that's like how my brain works.
I do that to establish dominance. I thought that was a known tactic.
Like most people, to me, I'm always like, oh, okay, like Aya Perez. That's Aya Perez, and I know Aya Perez. I don't know Aya. I know Aya Perez.
I feel like there's a phrase that I've been using a lot lately, which will probably be the title of whatever EP I put out next. But it's the unknowable concept, like the terrible horror of being perceived. And I feel like when you do the first and last name for me, I'm like, you don't know me, you know?
Yeah.
Like, no.
Okay. Well, I'm getting a message from our producer that she loves me. And I really think we should get to our next performer now so that I can move on in a timely manner. Please give it up for Alyssa Al-Uqdah.
Oh, I'm clapping for myself. Hello. I got to be Christian for a moment too. I hope everybody on this show for a moment gets to be Christian.
We're all Christian.
What a delight. What a delight and an honor to be Christian for a moment. Especially considering I was raised Muslim. Here we go. So everybody will. Good. Everybody gets to be Christian today. We have confirmation. You're welcome. My name is Alyssa Badr-Al-Wadi Farhan Al-Duhi, just like you just heard. Yeah. Absolutely. Ever since I moved to this country 15 years ago, though, I've been known as Alyssa Al-Uqdah. Yeah, like poop. All right. Just get that right the fuck out of the way, because I know you're thinking it. You know, it can't be helped. Until I make enough, I just have to say that enough times that everyone's like, ugh, that shit again. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just have to get over that hump. Anyway, I get in my head about it. Listen, I just want you to know that I'm very proud of myself. I got dressed today. I'm in sweats, but this is dressed for me. Okay. This being inside thing, I've really become a fan of the Uncle House dress is what I've been calling it. It's just like a long flannel robe that you wear. It's in all occasions, day to night, to sleep, to snack. You know, it really transitions pretty much everywhere. So it's also the standard uniform of people who make chicken and rice at 9 p.m. Yeah. Just to make sure everybody in your apartment building knows you are not from here. And that's my favorite part about my Uncle House dress. Get yourself one. Highly recommend it. Or just a t-shirt that keeps going. Can't recommend that enough either. One of the reasons I like not getting dressed is because in the before times I was a bartender. I mean, I still kind of am, but it's different now. You know what I mean? Like, I have to wear medical grade equipment, and it's outside. So I also have to wear all of my winter gear because you want a sandwich. Did you like it? Would you get a grilled cheese? You can make that shit at home. I didn't have to I put my Instagram on my face shield so that if you have to look at me, what I'm saying is you gotta deal with this. All right, listen, I'm done. I want to say also I'm drinking mead because it's the only thing that's consistent for 7,000 years. And I just want to, if we're really going to go back to how it was before, this is what I'm sticking with. I'm sticking with mead. When I wasn't bartending for a couple of months, I didn't think I was going to miss bartending, but I did. I didn't realize it until I realized I was stopping by my cat's dish halfway through her meals and asking her how everything was today. No response. So I realized I needed to get back to it. So my partner, very kindly, he started to do some things to make me feel more comfortable. He started asking me for lemons when I had other shit to do. You know, he stuck gum under all of the coffee tables, so I had to scrape it off. What a guy! Love him to death for that. And then in exchange, every day I never brought him the ranch dressing he asked for. That's it. That's a good relationship we have. You know, reciprocal. Mm-hmm. I love my partner. I'm really, really grateful to have him. He's an essential employee every day. He goes to the hospital so that I don't have to kill him. Oh, thank God. He leaves the house. I'm so happy that every once in a while I get to be by myself. Thank you to my essential boyfriend for getting the fuck out of here. So happy about that. I'm in an interracial relationship because I'm biracial, so it's really hard to get that spot on the nose. So it's pretty much the only choice I have. I'm in an interracial relationship. And I was talking to a friend of mine recently, and she said, Alyssa, what's that like? You know, he's Asian American, you're Arab American. What is it like being from two different cultures? And I was like, well, Taylor, you know, really, we actually have quite a lot in common. You know, we both like rice. We take our shoes off inside. We don't talk back to our parents. You know? Really, the only difference is I have more chest hair than he does. I'm so different about that, really. You know what I mean? I decided a long time ago that I was done dating white people. I'm just gonna say it. Like I'm only going out with people of color. Lots of nods in the room, and I realized what it was. It's that coming home to a person of color is like taking your bra off after a long day. You know, all that stress. You know, all that rearranging of your true self. You know, you don't have to do that anymore. But coming home to a white person, was like sleeping in your Spanx. You know, like you will never know my true shape. Okay. 2 minutes. So I've never done this virtually, but it used to take about 2 minutes. So I'm gonna do this right now. I saw an ad the other day that really pissed me off. Okay, it was an ad for a hygiene product that claimed it was going to eliminate feminine odor. Their words, that's right, all of them. Okay. Eliminate feminine odor. Right? It's basically like they're saying vagina havers. If you want to catch a man, you got to catch him by surprise. They can't smell us coming. You know, it took me a second, but I figured out exactly why I was so pissed off at this commercial. It's because there is another set of commercials that uses this verbiage. And it's cat litter commercials to eliminate feline odor. So you know what they're saying, right? What they're saying is the natural, normal smell of our secret gardens is just as offensive as the smell of cat piss. The worst piss. Seriously, for a second, can you imagine if we lived in a world where we talked about pussy stank like that on the reg, all the time, every day? No, of course not. You're mortified just thinking about it. I can see it in all of your virtual little eyes. Okay? Just picture it. Your friends move in together. You're like, you're talking shit on them, of course. You're like, did you hear Dave and Katie moved in together? He's not getting his security deposit back. You get over to their new house. He's like, I'm so sorry. We've sprayed this couch 1,000 times. The smell just won't come out. Oh, you can tell she's in heat. It smells like ammonia. You know what I mean? Or maybe they buy the product, right? Maybe they buy the product. Maybe the product works. You get over to their new studio apartment. You walk in. You take a deep breath. You say, my God, you wouldn't even know you had a woman in here. All right. Thank you so much. I'm Alyssa Dooley.
Oh my God. That's amazing. I love that.
Thank you.
I fully support you drinking water out of a quart can. Oh, where can we buy mead in cans so we can live out our like little freaking plague dreams?
This is actually a local Pennsylvania meadery called the Haymaker Meadery, and this is guava grapefruit, I think, and it's fucking delicious. Can I say that on the internet? It's so good.
Yeah. You can
I just
say
screamed pussy stank, and then I was like, can I swear?
I think it's like a little bit rude that you're like, okay, this is the nectar of the gods and I'm drinking it out of a can.
No, it is really, really delicious.
Get a goblet.
Literally so rude. Okay. Anyways, we need to get to our last performer.
Yes, we do.
She is fierce. She is great. Her name is Two Different Colors. Please give it up for Miss Violet Gray.
Woo! Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm glad that we are able to do this here together. It's election day, so not only do I identify as trans, well, that's not why, because it's election day, but I also identify as someone who is screaming on the inside because, but you know, I've taken precautions to, just in case things go south. I've pre-dug the slave tunnels. I've activated the anti-Proud Boy traps. Yeah, it just pays to be prepared. As you can see, I'm in space because I can't with you people. When all of this started, my comedy friends were not doing well, especially my male comedy friends. They had their COVID beards going. Even I had a COVID beard on my legs. Yeah, when I do my makeup for shows, I like to do like a cute pixie-ish look. From the waist down, I'm a satyr. Just static electricity as far as the eye can see. If you were to crawl between my legs right now, it would be like a car wash. Just like.
Oh my God.
Jess was talking about Asian horror movies and how scary they are. And as someone who is quite a fan of Asian horror films myself, I have to agree with them. But I think that people of all different demographics, you find that horror movies often embody the things that scare them. So, for example, Godzilla was an allegory for the devastation of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Just this force that destroys buildings. If you think of, say, a black horror movie, you would think of Get Out, where the plot was, oh no, the white people are coming to kidnap us. You know, and if you think that of the horror movies that white people come up with, you come up with Alien, which is what white people fear most, a black single mother looking for a free ride. You know. A lot of the things about the pandemic that took some adjusting for most people, I feel like were things that I was already acclimated to. I'm an introvert, and so everybody had to stay inside more. I was already on board with that. They were talking about social distancing, but people like me, we had social distancing for years already. We just called it Dungeons and Dragons. And it's like, people social distanced from us forever. It's like, what were they afraid of catching? Celibacy, mostly. Not really a joke so much as a documentary, but worse than that, I am also a LARPer. For those of you who don't know what that is, that stands for live action roleplay gaming. It's basically started by a bunch of dudes who were playing Dungeons and Dragons and went, whoa, getting way too much attention from women doing this. What can we do? This was very difficult to explain to my mother, who incidentally is also black. She was like, you're a grown ass, whatever you are, leaving the house in a cape are you on drugs? And I was like, no, we go out in the woods and we wear capes and we hit each other with sticks. And she's like, well, if anybody asks why you're dressed like that, could you just tell them you're a crackhead? Because that is less embarrassing than what I just heard. And okay, so I told that joke at a comedy club one time. And afterwards, this drunk white dude came up to me and he was like, you know, it wasn't no black people around that historical time period, right? And I was like, really? The one with dragons and wizards, that historical time period? Because it doesn't make sense, right? You can't, it's never come up because it doesn't make sense that it would come up. You can't be a grown-ass man dressed like a wizard and just be like, I cast fireball. A black person, that's just unrealistic. It just doesn't make sense. I'll leave you with this. So I've been trying to get healthier, be more cognizant of what goes into my body. I'm trying to diet and work on my problem areas, which is mainly just like the whole thing. And I've been reading up on some facts about nutrition. Here's something that none of you wanted to know. If you've ever had artificial raspberry or vanilla flavoring, the active ingredient in that is called castoreum, and that can be harvested from the rectal secretions of a beaver's anal glands. Now, I have two questions. One, how did the guy find that out? What was he doing when he discovered that beaver butt juice tastes good? And my second question, from an evolutionary standpoint, is how come beavers are not extinct? Like, how does a species survive with no natural defenses and an ass that tastes like dessert? I don't understand. Anyway, that is my time, and I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We have to bounce, but if you liked what you saw just now, follow We Are Trans. It's at We Are Trans on Facebook and at We Are Trans 1 on Twitter. And you can We Are Trans Variety Show on our Facebook page every Sunday. Yes. And if you would like to tip us a little bit, our Venmo is at We Are Trans. Why don't we say our goodbyes, Aya, and then throw it back to Liz?
You said throw it back. Is that what we're doing? No. So we're if you guys liked the people who were telling jokes, I forgot the name for like both of those things. We do host shows every Sunday, so you guys can follow us on social media and stay up to date with that. And once again, if you guys would like to tip us, you can do that on our Venmo. It's at We Are Trans. I think that's
Shout out to Abortion Access Front for having us, and bigger shout out. We're thankful, we're amazed, we're awesome, but most of all, we are
trans.
Okay. Take it away, Liz.
Thank you so much. We are trans, everybody. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Aya. Thank you, all you performers. And again, Venmo these people. Venmo these people. It is so hard to be out in the world trying to do this stuff and make a difference. Venmo these people at We Are Trans is the Venmo. Drop it in. Follow everybody. And thank you so much. This is really fun. I'm actually, and I don't know if this is true for many of you, but like I was left to my own devices, I would not be good today. I would be watching terrible shit. I would be taking in toxicity. I would be second guessing what I know to be true, which is that people are good. And I would be giving Chuck Todd way too much fucking credit for saying shit. And Chuck Todd deserves no credit from nobody ever. Right. So I'm just like, so to have all of you around and to have these shows and to just see so many dope comics from all these, like, look at these lineups, y'all. It is like people who are bringing lived experience Like the world is performing. This 12 hours is the world that you live in and the people who have the most at stake in these elections, and this garbage barnacle of a president. Like, it's just too much. Like, I don't know anymore. And so just to be able to be surrounded by so many funny people who bring so much life experience and bring just so much joy, I am so happy. And shout out to everybody standing in line to vote. Hey, voters, where are you? Thank you so much. You have the ability to change the trajectory of what's happening. So do that. We're trying to make you feel safe and happy. And we're transitioning to our next dope show. I have to see what else I have to plug here coming up. We are going throughout the day. I'm closing out the afternoon at 11 o'clock at night Eastern time with an amazing panel discussion with the fantastic Greg Proops, the incredible comedian Ian Harvie, and with the executive director of Colo Latina, which is an incredible advocacy group of Latinx folks out of Colorado who are really fighting hard. There's a terrible ballot initiative in Colorado right now, y'all, where they're trying to ban abortion after 22 weeks. And Colorado's only one of three providers that does later abortions. And it's on the ballot, Prop 115, and they're working really hard to make sure that does. The people of Colorado are like, But I think the people of Colorado are having amazing turnout with people who are smart and interesting, and I feel really good. So abortion's on the ballot in Colorado in many ways, but this initiative's really scary. So we're gonna have this really fun conversation just kind of about the past 4 years, where we were, what we've learned as performers and activists, and where we plan on going forward, no matter what happens in this outcome. And so that's gonna be cool. But right now, Columbus, Ohio is in the house, and it is so fucking exciting to have this dope show. So I'm going to turn it over to Babe Roar and its host, Christine Horvath. Christine and co, take it away. Thank you.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. Thank you, Abortion Access Front, for having us. This is amazing. I'm feeling very proud to be part of this show, and I'm happy that I got to curate something for you. So I don't know, it's really exciting. A little bit about Babe Roar before we get started. I started Babe Roar, which is really just an Instagram with a dream. It's not like a real organization yet. But I started it to uplift and celebrate marginalized comics. And so that's what we're doing all the time. And I'm really happy to be part of this show because it's very diverse. If you want to follow us on Instagram at Babe Roar. And you might get a t-shirt if you want at baberoar.com. They say more female headliners. You might have seen them on Hoo Ha Ha or Maria Bamford's Instagram or the breast of a person who does comedy in your town. So yeah, get one if you want. If not, that's fine too. I'm really excited to have you guys meet the people on this lineup today. The first person who's coming on is a babe, a friend of mine who recently became like super famous on TikTok. And she is amazing. She is the Black Forager. Her name is Alexis. Oh, sorry. Oh my God. How did I forget your name? Alexis Nelson. Alexis Nelson, come on to the show.
Hello. That was like amazing. And honestly, I was like, no, Christine's gassing me up too much. This has to go wrong. I was like, this needs a failure. I was rooting for you. It should have been my first name. You forgot. I wish.
For some reason, something came over me, but you know what? We're just going to skate on by because you're working at the polls today, and we appreciate you doing your duty and making people laugh. You are both the poll worker and the comedian. Amazing.
I can't ever do just one thing, which is why I don't get enough sleep at night. Don't be like me, kids.
You can't. You were telling me, we were talking last night, and you were telling me about all of the people who you don't know who have seen you eat acorns recently.
It's so many. There was an 18-year-old here voting today, and it was a beautiful moment. She was here with her friends. It was her first time voting, and it was a big moment, and I was like cheering her on from the background, and I was just like, you go girl, I'm so excited for you. And then everyone pauses, and it's like a slow turn out of a movie, and the girl is just like, are you on TikTok? And I was like, no. No, oh my God. I was like, this is not what's supposed to be happening right now.
Tell the people about what your TikTok is.
So I go and pick things off the ground of the plant and fungi variety. And then I cheat death by knowing what they are and then eating them. It's a great game. Every time I post a new video, I get at least 7 comments that are just like, I'm gonna be so sad when she accidentally eats something poison and dies. And I'm like, hey fam, me too.
What happens when somebody thinks that you actually did just eat something poisonous?
Oh, so I pulled the wool over everyone's eyes in one video where I made it seem like something I was eating was poisonous, and then I just threw it in my mouth. And when I tell you, my mom didn't finish watching the video. She just called me after getting to that point. Like, she called me, she was watching the video, saw me throw a black nightshade berry into my mouth, and I guess the next, she just closed out of the app and immediately picked up her phone to call me. And it's like, well, I'm answering. So if that doesn't answer your question at least a little bit.
How do you respond to people who make comments that are like, oh my gosh, that was poisonous? You just ate it.
My favorite reaction lately is no heart emoji. Just no. Or like the very peaceful, like at peace smile. The one that's just like, I love that too. I've just been taking pages from Gen Z and their fairy comments. And so like sometimes I'll throw like a sparkle emoji in there too. There's been a post going around because, you know, the world is terrifying, of everyone sharing their like grandmother's concoctions for like, yeeting a fetus. And so of course I like threw my 2 cents in the comments. I was just like, oh yeah, I hear that like Queen Anne's lace seed tea is super tasty. Wink. And then 3 people underneath were just like, Queen Anne's lace is poison. Why are you trying to kill people? And that one was fun because I got to comment underneath it, no, period. Queen Anne's lace is literally carrots, period. Please Google, period. I'll wait.
You told me last night that you were responding to people as Dead Alexis.
Dead Alexis, that one is fun too. That one's actually the greatest. I'll put one angel emoji and be like, my spirit smiles upon you today, Simon. Thanks for caring.
That is such a good troll. Oh my God, I love it.
If you hear your cup rattling in the night, it's me.
You're an urban forager. Is that what you would call yourself?
Okay. I would. Yeah, that's where I do most of my foraging, is in urban settings. Like I can kick it in the woods, but that's not where I live.
Yeah, right. You live in the city. So do you just like walk up and down your street and find things that you can eat?
Yes.
That's so wild.
It's honey mushroom season right now, and there's like 2 stumps in my neighborhood on my block that get honey mushrooms this time of year without fail each year. So then I get to be the cool, creepy person who's just like looking a little too hard at a stump twice a day, every day for 3 weeks.
Alexis, I say this with love. What the fuck is a honey mushroom?
Oh, okay. So there are 2 kinds. There's ringless honey mushrooms, and then there's ringed honey mushrooms. They're in the same genus, but they're a different species. And they're just real tasty. I don't know. I like free food.
There is this aspect of like now COVID happening where like you're sort of teaching people about how to survive in the apocalypse. Preferably, I would like to die in the apocalypse. Like, I don't want to survive. But do you consider that like a big responsibility of yours now that you're helping people live?
Yes, but that scares me a ton because I have promised way too many people on TikTok that they can be on my team when the apocalypse happens. And I gotta stop telling people that.
You have to. You can't. No, you can't. You can't sustain that.
Like, this Saturday, I'm going to wake up and there's going to be 3,000 people in front of my house being like, well, the world's falling apart. Where's my free food that you promised me? So I don't know. I do definitely feel a little bit of responsibility. I know I was just telling you yesterday, I was kind of taking stock of a lot of these weird skills that I have and realizing that I am accidentally a doomsday prepper. I didn't mean it. I just really love finding free food. I love canning, and I can shoot a rifle. Like that, all the pieces just added up.
How did you learn to shoot a rifle? Like, why did that happen?
Because when I was growing up, my parents wouldn't even let me have water guns. So my teenage act of rebellion upon going to college was immediately joining the Ohio State Rifle Club.
That is such an abrupt 180.
Oh, my mom was livid. It was just me and like 7 men named Chad who were in like ROTC, and it was really fun actually, because every time that you do a little bit better than one of them, just the reverberations of anger sustain me. It's wonderful.
To this day. I
Oh,
imagine. Yeah.
Every once in a while, a little memory morsel will pop up, and I'll be like, oh man, remember that time Chad said I couldn't get a headshot on that little like dumb cutout paper thing that they make you shoot at because everything we have to shoot at looks like people apparently. And then I did, and then Chad was sad about it. That was fun.
Chad.
Sad. Do better.
Sad Chad. Sad Chad.
He lives in Indianapolis now, which makes sense.
That does make sense. That tracks. Before we talk about, I want to move on to something else, but before we do, tell the people where they can find you on TikTok.
Okay, so on TikTok, I am at Alexis Nicole. That is Nicole with a K because my mother is Kim with a Y, and she wanted to pass that curse on to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The people will find you. Somebody in this chat was already like, I'm fangirling over Alexis.
It's not worth it.
Shut up. Yes, it is. You're amazing. Okay. You are on, first of all, you have like, how many TikTok followers do you have?
350,000.
Fucking okay. So you're on this like huge TikTok platform. You also do the social media for BarkBox, little secret, which is another huge platform. How does it feel? What's it like being on these big stages at all times?
You know, it makes you think real long and hard about every word that leaves your person. And not just the words that are like going online, because you get so used to having to think about the implications of what you're saying that you can't flip the switch back off.
Yeah.
So that's really fun. Sometimes, you know, my partner will just catch me like computing in the middle of a conversation. He's just like, sorry, just running diagnostics. I need to see what possible scenarios could come out of me saying what I want to say. So that's cool.
That sounds like a really stressful life. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes. Correct. Being BarkBox is awesome though, because I'm just like under the cover of like a profile picture of a dachshund named Andy. Like every time I log in and I just vague post about my dog on BarkBox's Twitter, I like push send and it's just nobody needs to know. Like no one knows it's me. No one knows that I'm like calling out Colonel Mustard several times a week for being just the most majestic, but just like also angstiest fur child a person could ever hope for. So that part is fun. But then I did the TikTok and I'm like, oh no, everybody has a face to put to the words and I don't like that.
Yeah, that's stressful.
I don't like that at all. It's only a matter of time before like some guy who goes mushrooming walks up to me in the wild and is just like, you misidentified a chicken of the woods in one of your videos. It wasn't a Latiparus cincinnatus, it was a Latiparus sulphureus. And then I'm going to have to go into the witness protection program. I'm going to have to get a new face.
Yeah, for sure. I believe it.
I can't take that happening more than once.
Yeah, it must be really weird to get recognized in public. I feel like that is a specific kind of hell.
It is only because I'm about to spend so much more money on makeup because now I'm just like, oh man, Target's not even safe.
Yeah.
The woods aren't safe. I was in the middle of the woods, halfway up a juniper tree, and someone
That's
was
where
like,
they are.
Are you?
That's where your people are.
That is where my people. Honestly, you're right. Every time
They're in the wild.
I'm surprised no one has like called to me from the redbud tree behind me, just being like, "Are you that bitch who eats acorns?" Yeah.
Yeah. That's me. Okay, real fast. This is the last thing I want to talk to you about. There was like a scandal not long ago with BarkBox's toys that they make. Yep. BarkBox is a delivery service for dogs, and they send out themed toys every month. We get a BarkBox. It's amazing. Highly recommend. But it was a dog toy that looked like a fleshlight.
Oh, you didn't even beat around the bush with that one at all. You just came. Because let me tell you, I have seen every euphemism for fleshlight because all of the news outlets were like, actually, everyone who reads us is 57. So
we can't just say it. I mean, why be subtle,
Why be subtle, exactly.
How did you go about handling that in
real time?
In real time.
Because everyone lately has been saying that we did it on purpose, and I would love to be able to tell the world that 2 years ago, one of our toy designers was just like, hey, it'd be really funny to make two fleshlights, sew them together, and then say they're pigs in a blanket. But like, that's not what happened. It was one of our new toy designers' first toys that she designed for the company. And she was so excited about them because if you look from the other side, like they're pigs in a blanket, there's a little pig snoot. Yeah. And then you flip it around and it's a little pig butt with a little curly tail, except for like two pink folds next to each other coming out of something cylindrical. Fast forward, we're running ads with this toy in it. No one has said anything. No one has raised a single suspicion. And I get a text message from our head of customer service, and he hits me with a, hey, boss lady. And I'm like, oh, so there's an emergency. You only call me boss lady when something has gone wrong. And what had gone wrong is 1,000 people over the course of 1 hour were like, hey, so who's going to tell BarkBox about that toy?
Oh, no.
Our customer service wanted us to take it down. And I was like, oh, no, this is the most serotonin I'm going to get from work for the rest of my life. You have to let me have this.
The way that you handled it was very funny also on the internet. Like, if you haven't seen this, folks, you have to go look it up. It's very funny. All of the social media is great. You did awesome.
Go into Google and type in BarkBox pig in a blanket, the whole narrative will open itself.
You'll see it all. You'll see it all. Well, Alexis, you are amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for doing your civic duty as well. We appreciate you at the polls. We appreciate you making us laugh. You are a true angel and love, and I can't wait to see you in person again.
I can't wait to see you in person, Christine Horvath. Thank you for having me.
Yes.
Thank you to Abortion Access for putting this whole thing on.
Yes.
All of you are amazing. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Woo!
Thank you for listening to me ramble.
Thank you. See you, Alexis. Bye.
Bye, friend.
All right, we're bringing on our next comedian, everyone. That was so much fun. Thank you, Alexis. Oh my God, she's wonderful. Okay, our next comedian is a true inspiration to me. Oh, I don't think I'm on screen anymore. Am I on screen? I am. Hi.
There you are.
Hi. A true inspiration. Her name is Joanna Madranda, and she is a producer at Detroit's Independent Comedy Club. Did I say your name wrong?
You did? She's killing it with
Bring
the
her
names,
on.
people.
Bring her on. Bring her on, baby. Where is she? There she is. Okay. Say it the right way.
You're just killing it with these names. I'm loving every second. It's the second you said it, I was like, God damn it, she's from Ohio. Like Johanna Madranda. It's so cute. I love it. It's Johanna Madranda.
Oh yes, that is so Ohio. Oh God, I'm so sorry.
It's totally
Oh, my
fine. Super
gosh.
close. Nailed it.
Sort of, in a way, yes. Also, Alexis
love it.
is like a good friend of mine. Like, I don't know what happened there. Like, that was just
So, quick silly story. It was like my first actual real comedy club gig that I ever got, and I was hosting a show. And the first comedian that I had to introduce, his name is Demetrius Fields. And I had like a great, not to toot my own horn, but great 10-minute set. And I was so nervous. And it's like a famous comedy club here in Michigan. So I was like, this is a big deal. And the set went great. And then I went to intro him and I said Demetrius Martin instead of Demetrius Fields. And it was the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to me. So you're in good company. You're in good company.
I mean, you know what? It happens. Whatever. We're human. We make mistakes. We're having fun. It doesn't matter.
Absolutely.
So hi. You know what is really exciting to me? Congratulations, because you recently came out as bisexual on World Bisexual Visibility Day. Tell me about it.
Yes. Well, we'll have to backtrack a little bit because I was having a lot of sex with a lot of Black men, and I just never understood like that phrase, like once you go Black, you never go back. Because for that split second, I was like, yeah, to men, like you just don't go back to men after that. Like I was really terrified after that experience, and then suddenly like started to wonder like, what does pussy taste like? And then I was like, maybe I am a little bi, you know? So scared, and I was just like, okay, seriously, like, let me just paint a little picture for you. Like, do you think that I enjoyed my pussy being treated like the rhino's butthole in Ace Ventura?
I mean,
yeah. The answer is yes, but I mean, the answer is yes, but no.
In a way, yes.
In a way, yes. No, I just, on a serious note, I just was being like disappointed time and time again by a lot of men, as most of us women are. And that's always been with me too. Like I've always like thought about it ever since I was a child. And then never was really ready to like talk about it until recently this year. And I've always been friends with, people on the spectrum and people who have always like taken me in no matter what. So I was like, it's time.
Was it more of like an emotional or a physical disappointment with men, or was it just like a whole, like, did they just clash?
It's like a casserole of I hate this. Yeah.
That is Midwest casserole.
Yes.
Is super Midwest.
Yes. My whiteness is showing.
Yeah.
So sorry.
Just a casserole of disappointment, very
Yes.
layered and nuanced.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I identify with that. I'm also
Yeah.
bisexual, so it's like, you know,
Yeah.
it's an everyday thing. It's every day. How do we feel today? More gay than yesterday? Maybe.
Exactly.
I don't know.
We'll see.
Yeah, that's exciting. But you, so you said that you had you had thought about it for a long time in your life, and I know that you grew up sort of surrounded by women, right? Like you were raised by a single mom.
Yeah, I was raised by like Penelope Cruz from Blow. Do you remember that wonderful character?
No, I don't think I've seen that.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, she was Penelope Cruz, Johnny Depp. They're like coke dealers. It's like based off a true story. He's like the most famous coke dealer ever. He like died in prison, this whole thing. But anyway, the mom coke dealer, my mom.
Okay.
Her name's Mariela del Carmen Salcedo Echendia. Like how much more Hispanic can you get?
Yeah.
Try saying that, Ohio gal.
No.
But yeah, she was, you know, they're great, but they're a lot. I like to say, you know, I gave my mom a little water after midnight. She multiplied. Those are my aunts. And then those are like the females that all raised me. And they're all like loca fucking crazy. Like their accents are thicker than their eyebrows, the whole thing. Like it's insane. So maybe like a little bit of that is deep rooted. Like, you know, I feel more comfortable around women and I love women obviously and respect them. And yeah, it's always been with me. I remember being like 5 or 6 and being like, wow, that woman is so beautiful, you know, but like more in a deeper way, you know?
Right. Yeah. I'm curious. One of the things that you had mentioned that you wanted to talk about today was that you think the vaginas are very beautiful. And I'm like, you are newly bi. So like, what's the deal with that? Like, how you been looking at vaginas?
Oh, we're spilling tea. All right. Just brewed a fresh pot, bitch. Well, I own one, so that's how I know.
That's fair.
No, I say they're beautiful. I like to tell people like, because I have a beauty mark on like the upper left labia of mine. So I like to tell people that Marilyn Monroe died and came back as my pussy.
Oh my God. That's a very good joke. I like that a lot.
It's not over. And then I'll be like, yeah, sometimes I like to shave it off. And then the next day she'll have like a 5 o'clock shadow. At that point, she just looks like Robert De Niro. And then I do like my grandma's accent. It's a whole thing. And then I'm like, my grandma's pussy looks like Howard Stern. It's a whole bit. But anyway, come see me live, folks. But it's very silly. But I do think that they are. I mean, there's literal layers to them. And they're just beautiful, I think. And I think it's exciting that they're all very different and, you know, they're not so boring as like, oh, this is it. Like, no, it's like a actual flower, if you will.
It's like a whole ecosystem, I think.
Oh,
You can
absolutely.
call it that. Yeah.
Yeah. Especially if you don't shower for a whole week, then it's a real ecosystem. Sorry, that's disgusting. Your nostrils just flared too far. You took it too far. This is for political women, empowering women, and you just blew it, Johanna.
No, I think you're right on the money. I mean, earlier we were talking about dog
Toad's
toys that look like fleshlights. So, you know, I think you're right on track. I don't think there's anything wrong.
I can't wait to research that. I cannot wait to research that. Worth it.
I'm telling you, the responses on social media are so good. Like you have to, it's just so fun.
The internet is so good.
It really is. We have been blessed by the internet.
Dude, when that fly landed on Pence's head, I watched that in real time and was like, the internet's about to go crazy. And it did. And it was so good.
It truly did. Oh my gosh. So you've been in New Orleans for a few days, right?
Yeah.
And you had mentioned that you were finding sobriety. So tell me how that's working for you in New Orleans.
Well, it didn't, Christine.
Or in general.
She like head dove right off the bandwagon in that one, or she's
okay.
I don't know, whatever way it goes. I'm either off it or on it, but I got drunk is what I'm trying to say. I don't know. When you're like a Hispanic, you drink so much. Your family drinks all the time. Like, you know, we know how to party. We know how to rage. And I like to take breaks from that. So, you know, I'll go for 4 months, 6 months. This year I decided to do Sober October, and that's what was happening. And then I went to New Orleans. It was just like poorly planned, you know, like I had already booked the trip earlier in the year. And then I was like, I'm going to do Sober October. No, I'm not. But yeah, I mean, it's like I said, we all party all the time. My family is big on drinking. I'm not the person that can just go out for one drink, if that makes sense. Like I go out for one and then I'm like blackout in Southwest Detroit, flashing my titties to a mariachi band situation. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Yeah. Then it turns out that like the mariachi band's just a gang of my uncles, and that's just really awkward. So I don't know. It's a whole thing. So I have to take breaks, Christine. I have to take breaks. But and I'm
understand.
I'm learning sobriety is actually really cool. Like I get more done. I get up earlier. My jokes are better. My stage presence is better. So on and so forth. And I've heard that from a lot of comedians, especially female comics. So, you know.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit about your family. It sounds like it's big and fun, but maybe a little too fun. I don't know.
They all live in Peru. So the majority, it's just me and my mom. And then I have her brother and her sister live here.
Okay.
And then my brother and her brother, so my uncle and his wife had a small family, 3 kids, and 2 of them live in Chicago, and one of them still lives here and is going to Michigan State. So that's it. And that's like a group of 5 or 6 people. And then there's the rest of them, which is like 20. My grandparents, the rest of my uncles, my aunts, my cousins, they all live in Peru. They are very Peruvian. They speak English because they learned it in school. But yeah, it's the real deal. And I was born there as well. And they brought me over here. I was the chosen one. So here I am, overpronouncing my A's now. So.
Yeah, you assimilated is what you did.
Exactly. I survived.
You did. You survived. Oh, wow. That's really wild. Do you ever go visit Peru?
Yeah, I was going every year for my whole life up until I was 18, and then I went to college. So we were like, we're going to budget a little bit and not spend so much money on a ticket every year. But yeah, last time I was there was a couple years ago. So yeah, I'm due to go pretty soon here, hopefully, if they're accepting Americans at this time.
We'll see. We'll see.
You will see.
Oh my gosh. Tell me what's going on at the Independent Comedy Club right now. Tell the people, first of all, about the Independent Comedy Club and then what's going on.
So the Independent Comedy Club is a comedy club ran by a group of comedians. There's 7 of us, me, Connor Mead, Alex Bozanovic, Bart Dangus, Brett Mercer, EJ Watson, and then Jason Brent was with us for a long time. During quarantine, he was like, I'm going to take a break. But yeah, so it's me and Connor, a bunch of dudes based out of Detroit. And it's a wonderful, beautiful club. We've gotten the chance to headline a lot of amazing comics. Emma Willman was actually supposed to perform for us in January, but everything's just backtracked. We've had to reschedule everyone since March, and we're just on a huge hiatus at the moment. Our director doesn't want to open our doors. He believes in keeping everyone safe over, taking even a slight chance that somebody might get sick under our roof. So definitely a hiatus. We're still keeping busy online as much as we can. There's some really cool interviews on there. I took it upon myself to interview all of the headliners that have ever came and performed at our club. So that was really cool. Those are all on our Instagram. You can find it at the Independent CC. That's our @ on Instagram. And then every producer is keeping busy on their own separate channels. Like some of the boys have their own podcasts that are really cool. I run an all-women's production team out of Ferndale, Michigan, which is right outside of Detroit. We've been doing monthly shows, raising money for organizations, stuff like that. So we're all still keeping busy in our own separate entities, which has been really fun.
That is fun. What kinds of shows are you doing right now? Are they all virtual?
I will not do a virtual show unless it's for you. No, I just, I don't know how I feel about like doing a set into my camera. I just feel
it's so hard.
Weird.
Yeah.
I feel sweaty about it, but this is fun. I like interviews. I like stuff like this, you know. But a lot of my shows have been like socially distanced. A lot of them were outside. The ones that we were hosting were definitely outside. And if they are in bars, it's like I have my series of questions of like, okay, are we sanitizing mics? Are we switching mics? How are we doing things? I will not go into an establishment unless masks are required. You know, stuff like that. So I'm still doing bar shows and here and there, but few and far between, of course. So
yeah. Have you found anything else to like entertain you or fill your time since there's so much less comedy right now?
I'm really bad at TikTok, so good on ya, Alexis. But I'm this close to eating poisonous shit for fans. Jesus. No, I don't know. I've been, you know, I still goof around online, you know, keep up with my social media as much as possible. But mostly I've just been working. I wait tables. I started my own cleaning and landscaping business. And I've just been, I just bought a house. Stuff like I've just mostly been working on, like, now that I have the time, I'm like trying to be an adult and like trying to save money. And we're not sure if the world's going to end here in a couple weeks. So might as well have a little cash in my sock drawer.
That's right. That's right. So you're on the team of surviving the apocalypse is what
Correct.
I gather. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, I respect it. I just disagree. You know, I just want to die. I want to be taken. I'm fine with it.
That's fair. That's fair.
Oh my gosh. All right. What else? Anything else? Tell me something funny that's happened to you while you were in New Orleans.
Something funny that happened to me while in New Orleans. Okay. So, you know, when you go to the bathroom when you're wearing a jumper and you have to get like completely naked to go to the bathroom. And your like biggest fear every time you do it is like, someone's going to walk in. Someone's going to walk in.
Mm-hmm.
And finally it happened, Christine. I was blessed by the gods and a woman walked in on me while I was completely naked sitting on the toilet.
Thank God.
And I just like waved. I was just like, hey, here we are. We knew we would be here at one point in our
You've been
lives.
here too. Yeah.
So that was fun. Short little one. But yeah, all of New Orleans is a hoot and it's hilarious. Unfortunately, we got there the day after a hurricane hit. And there's also Rona. I mean, I went there to eat food. Like, I didn't go there for anything else, really. So food. Nothing funny about food. I take it very seriously.
It is an important part of life. I mean, truly
absolutely.
treasured.
Yeah.
What was your favorite thing that you ate there?
Ooh. There was this artichoke toast that I really enjoyed. Really stood out to me. And I know that's like the last thing you thought I would say. But then there was also a seafood boil, more New Orleans, if you will. And oysters that really gave me a little lady boner.
For some reason, all of the things that you have said have sounded incredibly sexual. And I don't know if I'm just like quarantine horny or if it was like real, like
artichoke toast.
I'm into it. A seafood boil.
Oh my God. Okay.
I don't. An oyster. We already know that those are blatantly sexual.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. We just started on OnlyFans. It's just going to be me and you going back and forth, slowly just naming food,
saying names of foods.
Yes, exactly.
Banana bread. You can make anything sexual. I mean,
It was that hard
fine.
D at the end for me, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, it was. Johanna, sorry.
Thank you.
You have been amazing. Thank you so much for being
You as
here.
well.
Everyone, check out the Independent CC. If you're coming through the Midwest, please make a stop there.
Yes.
It's just the best. And they book so many great people, and I follow them and I admire them. And thank you so much for being here.
More female headliners. That's what we do. More female headliners. Yes.
That is what you do.
Yes.
Get it. All right. Thanks, Johanna. Have a good night.
Thanks for having me. Bye.
See you later. Bye. Oh, wow. All those sexual food names. They got me all hot and bothered. Let's cool down with another comedian who I love. I've been following on Instagram, and she is just such a funny, unique voice in this world of, I don't know, comedy is so many men, and like this babe is just so fucking unique and funny. So please, without further ado, give it up for Gabby Lamb!
Yay!
Hey! Did I say your name right?
Yeah, no, you said it right. You said it right.
Okay. You know what? For a long time, I really thought your name was Gabby Lambie because that was your your Instagram, and then I put it together.
I've had people call me. I've been brought up on stage with that before, and I'm like, what? Come on, guys.
It's so cute though. It just works. It rolls off the tongue.
It does make sense. It does.
Yeah.
It does.
Thank you so much for being here. This is so exciting.
Yeah, this has been awesome. God, it's been so much fun watching everybody.
Isn't it such a good distraction? I'm just like,
Yeah, it really
I'm not
is.
even thinking about the downfall of democracy. It's so crazy.
Oh, it's coming.
It's happening.
It's coming.
Okay, I would love for you to talk to me about the time that you went to get your lips done recently, but you ran into a little bit of an issue.
I had a couple of issues. So I got, so right before quarantine, right before COVID hit, I was like, I'm going to get my lips done. So I went, because I have very, gorgeously thin lips. And I was like, I guess the only way to be, beautiful now is to have big fucking juicers. And I'm obsessed. I'm like a vain bitch. So I was like, okay, well, this is, Hollywood, baby. So I went to get my lips done right before quarantine, and the way they do it is like they give you a full oh my god, like a full thing of it. What is it called? What are they called? Like syringe. I was like, what do they put heroin in? Syringe.
Nailed it.
Right. So it's like they give you a full syringe, and they did half of my syringe, and they're like, okay, so come back, in 2 weeks and we'll finish you off. And I was like, great. So I get my first half of my syringe, and then a week later, quarantine hit.
Now, what's being injected into you?
What is? It's called Juvederm.
Oh, okay. So it's just some sort of like plumper. Is that
It's
it?
some sort of shit, honestly. Who knows? I mean, in a couple of years, they could find out that it's like super poisonous and ruining all of us. But like, I'm here for it. Who knows? I know. My mom is always like, you don't even know what they're putting in you. And I'm like, guess what? I'll do it. I'm here for it.
Don't care. Okay, so quarantine hits.
And quarantine hits. I get, they're like, they shut everything down. And I'm like, well, what the fuck? Because it also, like, your body metabolizes the Juvederm pretty quickly. And I have a fast metabolism. So it's like, it went away pretty quickly. And they're fucking expensive, dude. Like, it was such a bummer to get it. And then to have to, like, wait a couple of months. Because then it, like, all went away. But anyway, throughout the quarantine, like, the whole time I was like, okay, I can't wait this isn't about you. Oh. And I know you want it to be, but it's not. It's not about you. Anyway,
rude
so
bitch.
I in my time during quarantine, finally things opened back up, like 3 months in, and they're like, okay, we're taking people again, and I'm like, please just like let me get the rest of my syringe. And right before my appointment, like 3 weeks before I have my appointment to get the rest of it in, I break out into a cold sore. And the worst. I still have a fucking scar from it. This one was like the worst. This is the worst cold sore I've ever had in my life. It got so big. It hurt so badly. And I was like, okay, well, you know, it'll go away. It'll be fine. My appointment's in like 3 weeks. My appointment comes up. I still have like a scar from the cold sore, and I go in there and I'm so excited, like finally. Or so throughout the quarantine, they kept like opening and then shutting. So they had to like keep postponing my date. They were like, okay, you can come in. And then I'd call and I'd be like, okay, I'll be in next week. And they're like, just kidding. We shut down again. And it was like this for a couple of months. And I was like, what the fuck? Anyway, finally they were like, okay, come in, get them. You can finally do it. I go in there with my scarred lip, and the nurse Holly was like, she was like, she took a look at me and she's like, and I was like, what? And she was like, no, what's that? And I was like, it's a scar. And she was like, no, that's definitely still active. And I was like, it's really truly not. And she was like, not doing this. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? She's like, come back in 3 weeks. I think I went back 3 weeks later, and they like finally let me do it. But the whole time that I was getting it done too, this bitch was like roasting me. She was like, are you sure that thing's not active? And I was like, yeah. And she was like, okay. And I was like, she kept telling me like how thin my lips were. She was like, you know, it's going to take an extra amount for you because they're so thin. And I was like, okay, we need to relax, girl.
Whoa.
And
Why do you think I'm here, bitch?
Why do you think I'm here, Hall? So that was, you know, I talked about it on my Instagram, and it was a lot more electric on there because I was going through it at the time. Now it's just a memory of the past, trauma that I've tried to, you know, heal from. But yeah, right. that was like the start of my quarantine, and all I thought about was getting these fucking lips done. And I will be going back in a few more months to get more.
They look great. And you were doing some sort of like a situation on your Instagram video. Yeah, it was very good. It was just a highlight of those. You call them juicers.
The juicers. It's so funny because like I don't remember what I post or what I say when I do it. You know, like I get so emotional and I'll just like pick up my phone and be like, and then I set it down and I forget about what I say. And then I'll watch it back and I'm like, wow, I was really on one.
Tell me about how you were feeling when we were talking about Alexis's TikTok success.
Honestly, so triggered. It was so fucking triggering. TikTok has become my worst fucking nightmare. I hate it. I was honestly so excited when Trump was like, I'm going to take it down. I was like, thank God. And then he didn't. That was honestly, I'm like, it's so embarrassing because it's like everybody's turning to TikTok now, and like the youth is on TikTok, right? Like that's who pays the most attention. And every time I'm on there, I bomb, and then I get cussed out by like 13-year-olds being like, you're not funny and you're mean. And I'm like, and I'm like, it like makes me, oh my God, it's so funny. I just got a notification for TikTok. Honestly, fuck you, TikTok. It's crazy how famous people get on it, and I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous that like now I'm just like pushing it out of my system because I don't want to even acknowledge that it exists. Because I'm like so petty. I'm like, well, why am I not famous on there? Every time I post stuff, I get like I bomb, and people are like, "Wow, fuck you," and I'm like, "Okay, well, fuck you."
And who are the people who are reacting to your videos? This negatively.
I know. Like. I don't know. Like, who's on there? Like 14-year-olds?
Yeah.
I don't
Are they
know.
cyberbullying? They're cyberbullying you.
They cyberbully me, and then I start cyberbullying them. And it's just like so embarrassing. And then I get offline. Like a couple of weeks ago, I posted something, and some people were. I posted a video of me talking about like. I was talking about how when I had a DUI, or I still have a DUI, but when I had a breathalyzer in my car for a while, and I went through a checkpoint, and I always wanted to go through a checkpoint with my breathalyzer to like run up on the cops with them and be like,
already got one.
And so I got my chance to shine, and I told this story on TikTok about like how I went through a checkpoint and the cop pulled me over and I pulled out my breathalyzer and I was like, I already got it. And the cop was like, he was like, okay. And I was like, that means I'm not drunk driving because I already got caught drunk driving. And he was like, okay, I guess go. And like, I was exhilarated. I was like shaking. I was like, yes, finally. Blow it back at him. And I posted that on TikTok, and like a bunch of people were like, wow, cool story. You're just going to glorify drunk driving. And I was like, oh, fuck you guys. And then I got mad. And then I made a video in response to that. And I was like, you know what? The reasons why I hate this fucking app is because the audience sucks. You guys are just a bunch of stupid fucking teenagers. And I like went off, and then like 5 minutes later, I was like, you gotta delete that. Like, we're not, that's a bad look. I like can't be on this platform cussing out 12-year-olds. And I haven't really touched it since because I don't trust myself. Now I want to get back on there and be like, hey, guess what? Fuck you guys still, but you know.
It's awakened in you.
Honestly, every time I hear people talk about getting famous on TikTok, I'm like, I mean, because I'm like so jealous. I'm like so deeply jealous. I'm
mad.
So jealous. Like, I would love to be famous on TikTok, but I won't do it now because I'm so angry at it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, nightmare.
I also saw today that you put something on your Instagram that was like regrettable quarantine purchases, which by the way, yeah. I purchased a bra during quarantine.
A bra?
Yes. Why?
For who?
I haven't worn a bra in like literally 7 months.
Yeah.
What have I done?
I know. I think we all did that. We all bought clothes and we were like, can't wait. And then like none of us have worn any of the clothes because we have nowhere to go and all we wear are fucking pajamas.
What is happening? What was your most regrettable quarantine purchase?
My most regrettable quarantine purchase was also because we were getting because I got unemployment, so I was getting all this money, you know, and I was like, oh fuck, I'm fucking Beyonce and I have so much money. So I was just like buying shit that I didn't need, but I was like, finally I can buy all these things. So I bought 3 sets of human hair extensions, which are not cheap at all. And in retrospect, I'm like, did I really need $1,200 worth of human hair that I haven't worn? I've worn it once as a joke, and I'm like, I'm really like, that's what. And I'm pissed because I'm like, I could have saved up this money to, I don't know, buy more lip injections with, but no, it's all, you know.
Right. I think it's a trauma response though. I think it's like, it's not your fault.
Oh, it sure is. I'm like looking at the drawer that all of them are sitting in, and I'm like, I don't even want to open that drawer. I have a pile of human hair in there. It's so dark. I'm like, and then I started thinking, I'm like, where the fuck did this hair come from? Are the women okay? What's going? Who's in my room right now? Who do I have in that drawer? It was so much money though, and I completely regret it.
That is really dark. That is really
so dark. The darkest was like, I would like stand in my shower and like wash them, you know, and I would just be standing there with like clumps of hair, like brushing it out and just being like, what poor woman. What cadaver did they take this off of?
Oh my God.
It's so dark. I know.
That is a truly horrific thought.
Truly horrific. I know. I have the ghosts of these women just sitting in my room. But anyway, that was a lot of money. And I, you know, not getting that back unless anybody wants to buy the hair off me.
At a discounted rate.
Discounted rate.
Used human hair.
Yes, used human hair. Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, what a nightmare.
Yeah.
You mentioned earlier that you got a DUI and you've been like on the sobriety track. So congratulations. Proud of you.
Thank you. 10 months tomorrow unless I relapse tonight. So we'll see.
Oh my God, congratulations.
Thank you. On relapsing or 10 months?
No, 10 months. Dear God. Okay. I do want to ask you though, what are you doing with like all of your extra energy now? That's
an amazing question. Amazing question because there's nothing to do, literally. So it's like I have all of this extra energy and like know where to go with it, which is so annoying because right before quarantine, I got sober and I was like, this is going to be the best year of my fucking life. I'm going to have so much energy. I'm going to get so much done because I'm fucking sober now. Oh, and then everything shut down. And now all I do is like sit at home and think about drinking. And like, that's it. The worst sober person. God, don't, like we're not supposed to like talk about, I don't know. I'm like, we're not supposed to talk about how much we want to drink, but like, I will tell you as somebody in program, all I do is think about it. I'm like, when can I? I won't, but how do I channel the energy? Like I painted clouds. I like paint stuff. I paint on my walls. I draw. I don't really do stand-up right now because it doesn't exist. But I have had a couple of shows and some have gone well. Some have not gone well. Depends on how chaotic my energy is. And
Sure.
I do have a lot more energy.
Yeah, I'll bet. Tell me about those little like bootylicious paintings you've been drawing. I do this because I'm thinking about the butts.
Because they're big fat juicy butts. Big booties. What can I say about those girls? It's just I don't know. I would rather, it's like I do a lot of cartoons and then I do a lot of like naked women because those are the two things that I care about. And
sure,
people are always like, do men, and I'm like, no, men are ugly. I don't want to draw men's ugly bodies. So I focus on women. I like the way women look. I like women. So, I mean, I'm not like, I'm like coming out right now. I love women. But I do. I love painting women. I know. Here we are. I do love painting women, so that's just like that's what I fixate on, I guess.
That's amazing.
I do wonder. I'm like, am I? But I might be. I don't know. Who knows?
You might be. And you know what? I'll be looking forward to hearing more about that.
Honestly, me too.
Perfect ending. Thank you. Gabby, you've been amazing. Everyone has been amazing. Thank you so much for being here. You're so fucking funny. People, go follow her on Instagram. Watch her Instagram videos. You'll love it.
Not TikTok.
Not TikTok, y'all. But yeah, thank you so much to Abortion Access Front for having us. Thank you, Liz. And I will go ahead and get off.
Yay, thank you so much.
Yay. You guys, yeah. Thank you so much, Babe. We're amazing, Christine and everybody. Such a joy. I loved it so much. Thank you. You guys were the best. I love too the way that people are presenting. Some people are doing straight stand-up, like really amazing conversations. And just like, it's been a really great variety of ways to talk about stuff. And I love it. And thank you, Columbus, for representing. Columbus, of course, home of the fabulous Feminist Flag Corps, who we love and admire so much. Some great folks in our coalition of folks who are incredible. I have to shout out some of our sponsors because we never get sponsors because we advocate for abortion and we care about women, and who wants to put money towards that? Oh, basically nobody. So if you want to ever be a sponsor of any of our things, because you're like, right, we should be talking about abortion more, feel free. We love a sponsor. But we have great sponsors. We have colorlatina.org, who are an incredible organization who are fighting the good reproductive health rights and justice fight in Colorado. And they are really fighting hard on this proposition in Colorado right now. But we're just seeing that Colorado has surpassed 2.8 million voters already. And it's 2 hours, 3 hours earlier in Colorado than it is, or 2 hours earlier in Colorado from where I am in Minnesota. So go Colorado, vote against that proposition. We feel really excited. And they have they just have an incredible organization that does really great work. And one of their leadership will be joining me later tonight as we close out this marathon. Greg Proops and I and Ian Harvie are going to be having a conversation, recap, purge, slurring conversation that's not going to make any sense at all. And at 11 p.m. Eastern. So I just gave that a big plug, which is amazing. And then also Spread the Vote, an incredible Get Out the Vote organization who has done such great work getting people to polls. And before I start the next show, we have a 45-second video so you can learn a little bit about Spread the Vote's work. That's spreadthevote.org. Let's roll that.
We had a big election. It was the first national election without the protections of the Voting Rights Act, and voter ID laws had a serious effect. So I had an idea. What if everyone who needs an ID can get one? I sent out a tweet asking for help, and a bunch of amazing people volunteered. We worked and studied and figured out a possible solution. So I quit my job, drove across the country, and launched Spread the Vote. Almost 3 years later, we're in 12 states and we have helped thousands of people get IDs. And this is just the beginning.
Yes. Spreadthevote.org. Incredible. Thank you. Spread the Vote and Color Latina. And now it is my great pleasure to bring to you two of the funniest people I know. And I feel like couples therapy is something that we all need, no matter if we're in couples or not. The wonderful and talented Naomi Ekperigin, Andy Beckerman, they're couples in real life, so it just might work. Hey, take it away, friends. Go!
Open your hearts.
Loosen your butts.
It's time for couples therapy.
In a second.
Yeah, this podcast is Andy and Naomi's, where they can both laugh and hang with all their homies, talking excellent vacationing with brunches and cuddling, to messy situationships and conscious and coupling, from Netflix to clubs to stimulant with some movie. Take sex, regrets, you're feeling a little true. They go talk about it, yeah, you are invited. Needing therapy, I guarantee, baby, we got it.
Well, hello, welcome to Couples Therapy for a special Election Day edition. Naomi, I was about to say, how are you? We all know how we're all doing.
Honey, we're doing our best. And the fact is, if you're watching this, you're halfway to sane. And that's why I'm grateful for you. I mean, look, I'm on a social media blackout today. That's what I'm doing. That is how I am getting myself through. And I am literally only on the internet to do the show. I am only tapped in. I am only connected. I only have the ring light on.
So we do this show. So couples therapy, just to catch anyone up real quick who has never seen the show, doesn't know who I was going to say we are. I am.
The podcast. Yeah.
Or maybe you know me through Naomi's act.
This is the original Jubu, y'all. Come on.
I am a full human, three-dimensional, with desires and wants of my own, and not a figure in Naomi's act. But here's, you've reduced me to that. But here's the thing. We have a podcast called Couples Therapy, comes out every week. Actually, today we have a very special episode, Aparna Nancherla, Joe Firestone. We put it out specifically. It's called the Good Vibes Edition.
Good vibes only.
Good vibes only.
If you need to LOL, if you are waiting in a line, if you need to have a little something in your ears and have a chuckle, you can listen to that. But in general.
And then when quarantine happened, we had a live show every month here in Los Angeles. Past tense. 7 months ago. Had a live show here in Los Angeles. We moved to Twitch. So every Wednesday we do a Twitch show. We loved Liz. She asked us to do this show today, and we're like, yes, please.
Immediately.
We need to distract ourselves. We need to distract you from. Here's the thing. There's nothing we can do, right? Do last minute phone banks, table, do those kinds of things. Vote, obviously.
Can I explain to everyone watching that? Watching this, they are now automatically members of the CTQC Couples Therapy Quarantine crew. There are already some members in the chat. If you want to come join us, we're normally every Wednesday on Twitch. We are a sex negative cult.
Right, it's a cult, so no sex stuff, no weird Keith Raniere bullshit.
No, we're like, honey, no one's branding.
I stopped myself. I was like, wait, am I allowed to swear on this?
No one's gonna make you do anything cray. We literally are just here to just connect.
Yes. Oh.
And say nonsense.
Financially, we're though, right? You have to give us your routing number, your account number, Social
Yes.
Security, that kind of stuff.
Right.
But no weird sex stuff. Name another cult that promises you that.
We promise
Name
you no
one.
weird sex stuff.
That's a good cult.
That's a really good cult. So I think, that's what really matters most.
Yeah.
I would like to take a minute and show you the queen of the house. That's Mabel. She's just really here for, she doesn't want to be on camera. I think she knows that she's like too hot for it. She knows it's like in a way above her.
Yeah.
She would like you to just be cool and not have an attitude and be nice to each other today. Respect your fellow man. Mabel knows she needs a bath, okay? She knows she smells like a stinker. But did you hear that sigh?
She looks so uncomfortable, Naomi.
She hates when I hold her like this.
She does not want to.
She looks like she's been kidnapped.
What I was trying to say is like, look, don't go on social. There's nothing besides last minute phone banking, last minute tabling, voting. Everything else is out of your hands.
You've done what you can do.
I'm not counseling inaction, but I'm just saying, what are you going to do about voter fraud? Unless you live in North Carolina, what are you going to do about voter fraud? I would want everyone to because I needed to hear this stuff myself. That is why I'm saying this. I needed to hear that there's stuff that's just out of my hands. I have control over this a little bit.
I think I just want to give a shout out. We got a hello from someone in Brussels, which is huge, to know that we are getting an international friend, to know that we have support, to know that if I need to, I got a place to stay in Brussels. Andy, I am arranging all my international couches, okay? I'm arranging backup homes. I'm arranging attics.
Sure.
I'm arranging basements.
Sure.
Wherever you can keep my black ass, I will be there.
Do you know where?
So thank you, Brussels, for the shout out.
Can I say a good place to hide would be Anne Frank's house? Because they're not going to look twice there.
That's true, but there's so many tourists. That's the problem. I think you can't get to her house. I mean, there's no way to be anonymous. Everyone's going to be there.
But also, yes, please in the chat, questions, anything you feel like asking, anything you feel like saying, because this is the couples therapy quarantine party with the couples therapy quarantine crew. We'll have to chat in there. We have lots of stuff planned. Lots of stupid stuff. Sorry, let me amend that. We have lots of stupid stuff planned.
Someone asked me about my top, and I just want to make sure that everyone can tell. Honey, it is a jumpsuit. I am bringing you jumpsuit energy. To wear a jumpsuit is self-care. In the house where, just being totally naked to go to the bathroom isn't uncomfortable. It's really just a nice way. This is soft. It makes it easy, honey. You can really just relax that way. So if you're wondering, how do I take care of myself? I say, order your favorite food and put on a jumpsuit.
Yeah.
Yes, Luke, only the classiest cults have jumpsuits. You're correct. You can either wear a jumpsuit or a shiftless, just a shift dress, something just sack.
But we're going to have cool designs. I just want to point that out. That most cults are they look like they're a future movie. It's really your grays, your pea soup greens, that kind of stuff. Jumpsuits. No, cool designs.
Yeah. We're giving looks. We're
You're
repping
welcome,
new
cult
works.
members.
Yeah. So we're going to make it so that you can really just flow. Okay. A real day to night cult look. So if you're tilling the fields during the day, and then at night, when we're all crying and watching true crime, you're still comfortable. Because at night, there will be no forced sexuality.
You look
That's
good,
just
Naomi, but I'm you literally see the 4 weeks of insomnia on my face, etched
I
into.
see half a bag. I see a half a bag of groceries, but nothing really
What?
bad.
Girl, that's a full 6 weeks Trader Joe's run worth of bags.
That's a whole.
That is, I'm packing to live in Australia for a year bags.
Oh my God. I still think you have some energy, and I think you look young. You look full of life, even though you're weary. But we're all weary. We're all doing our best.
One of the things I want to talk about today, I figured out last night.
Yes.
On Mabel's walk, her evening walk around
Mabel's
6
night
o'clock.
walk.
Early
evening.
6 o'clock. Mabel goes out. I'm sure you want to know Mabel's. Mabel goes out once in the morning, once in the evening, once at night. I figured out what the essence of dog ownership is. Now we're walking on Hollywood Boulevard, everyone.
Not as nice as they make you think it is in TV.
No, covered in urine and feces. So we walk past what I thought is just little bits of feces, because it's Hollywood.
Yep.
And Mabel goes for them, and I like try to get it out of her mouth because she is a real coprophagist. And we walk a couple more feet, and then I saw a Reese's Pieces wrapper, fun size. And then I started to freak out in my head. I'm like, wait, what if that wasn't feces? Because it was dark already. What if that was Reese's Pieces? And she just went and now in my mind, I'm not thinking about like the fact that Reese's Pieces are candy coated, right? I'm just like, oh, what if she ate chocolate and she's poisoned?
What if it was chocolate?
That's what your mind goes to. It goes to what the worst. And you know what I said? I'm going to say this. I always say this. Owning a pet is more difficult than having a child. I can't even say it. I cannot do it with a straight face. I can't say it. It's so stupid. But so I went back and I was just to calm my brain. This says more about me than I guess dog ownership. And with the flashlight on my phone, surveyed the feces up close to make sure it actually was feces and not pieces of chocolate.
So basically the essence of dog ownership is being happier when your animal's eating feces than when they had a Reese's Pieces. And that is sick. You know, it's like ridiculous that, thank you, Robin. Reese's Feces. Thank you. It was right there, and I'm glad you picked it up.
That's what a lot of zookeepers in the primate section say. Thank you. Good night.
Rhesus monkey. There it is.
You didn't have to. We all knew it.
I don't think we all knew it. I was thinking about Reese's. In my head, I was spelling it like Reese's. So it took me a second to go Rhesus. You guys, you see it's quarantine day 235. So Andy and I at the point where we only speak in bickers, but we've never loved each other more deeply. Do you know what I mean? It's like we're literally bickering, but I'm also like, I adore you. I can't help it. I think I'm codependent and trauma bonded. But
that's not good.
Well, only just temporarily. You know what I mean?
But what were we saying? Dog feces?
Yeah. It's like when you're grateful something is just poop. That's what happens when you have a dog.
But also in your like chocolate and feces, it's not like a movie. It's not like Caddyshack. Chocolate and feces look completely different. They're like close in color, but they're not the same. So like my brain goes, yeah, that's feces. And then my neuroses pop up and be like, what if it's not? What if like for some reason the chocolate fell out of the package and crumbled into the shape of feces?
A cat hair on my microphone. Honey, we've got too many goddamn animals in this house. We got 2 cats, a dog. It's very, we bought a zoo energy, which means it's like, what did we do? I never saw the movie. I just know they bought a zoo. Anyway.
Who is the?
Matt Damon.
Matt
Damon bought a zoo.
Matt Damon bought a zoo.
Andy, do you want to share, again, since we want to give you good vibes, do you want to share some good news that just happened recently? I mean, something to really give everybody a little something to believe in.
Yeah. So I actually talked for 2 seconds.
All right, I'll talk for 2 seconds, but
I just wanted to say, sorry, I'm also running the tech for this.
He loves to tell you.
So, well, yeah, because I just like, look, if I was a viewer and one of the people I was watching was like, hold on for a second, and then you saw them like concentrate, I'm like, what's going on? You saw them
just go in.
I just want to see, like, for some reason, the thing that we are the software we use to film this, when it shows up on YouTube, it cuts out some of the stuff. So you're not missing anything, really. I just want to. Anyway, good news. So, did you know that some people have decided that there's no pandemic and that they're just going to try to keep living their lives, such as our justice system, and that jury duty is still happening?
Tell me that's not the most psychotic shit you done ever heard. We literally cannot be indoors together, and you want to bring back jury duty? That's the first thing to come back? Not live theater, not the motion picture house. Let's bring back jury duty.
So, yes, I'm sorry, that's a sketch. Poops McClure. Sorry, everyone has.
In the CTQC, Couples Therapy Quarantine crew, everyone has their own name. Okay, again.
Well, when you sign up for Twitch, you put in
it's part of being in a cult. Okay, it's not about Twitch. It's about group. It's about cult. It's about having the identity you want to have. So
I'm not used to seeing people's real names in the chat. In the chat here, I'm used to their names from
being Poops McClure.
Yes. So sketch. Yes, he means. Sketch says, "You mean my in-laws?" Andy, yes.
Yes, people who are not living their lives.
There are people pretending like this is not that if you breathe into another person's mouth, that you will be okay. I would have done that 8 months ago. I wouldn't have done that before the pandemic.
You don't want jury duty when
breathe in someone's mouth.
Oh, I don't think you don't want jury duty when the air is
actually. I did jury duty in New York. It was great. I went there. I brought books to read. I brought, I had a script I was writing. I worked on that. I just sat there. They dismissed me eventually. And I
think jury duty should not start so early.
I cashed my $36 or whatever it is.
They want you there at like 8 a.m. And I'm like, is that a soft 8? Can I show up at 9:15? Also shout out.
Women's Lasers, Samantha,
Women's
Christina,
Lasers is here.
Adam, everyone.
The
Carla.
gang is here. It's beautiful. It is just nice to have the group in the chat. But go back to, so Andy gets a damn summons like a week ago.
I got it a week ago, and then I was just like, well, that's crazy. That's not happening. And we leave all our mail like by the door to like, I mean, obviously like you can't really.
We let the germs die for 3 days. No, I've received no mail that's that time sensitive. Yes. The germs can't wait to die for 3 days.
Obviously, I'm not that nuts. I know that like it's a low percentage chance of getting corona from the surface, but you still can. So be careful. Point is, we leave it out there. And then like 2 days ago, I was like, hey, wait, didn't I get a jury duty summons? And you were like, yeah, you did. I was like, fuck. And then I got furious. So the last 48 hours, besides everything else going on, I had this low simmering fury living in my chest. And I was so angry that I got a jury duty summons.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was like, how can they? And I was like stomping around the house. You don't know this because I didn't say anything out loud. It was just all in my head. I was just stomping around the house going like, who are these fuckers? Like, what are they, and I like had all these plans. Like, I was just like, I was going to like figure out like a group to be racist against and just be very racist in there. So they would dismiss me or say that I believed in jury nullification right away or just yelled at them. Like, there is a pandemic. Why are you doing this? What is wrong with you?
Right.
And then they might dismiss me. Like I just tried to figure out ways to get dismissed.
Yeah.
But then I finally just sucked it up and I filled out the stuff online. And I didn't realize this, but you can postpone it. So I postponed it till May of 2021. And by that time, hopefully I can postpone it again for another couple of months. And at that point,
I didn't even know you could go that far because I got a summons like in April, you guys, or maybe end of March, like something where it was like, babe, we in a pandemic, but it's back when we had hope and we thought it was going to be like just a month. So I got it. And I shut that shit down and I was like, don't call me again till July because that's like as far as I could go.
Don't call me till July.
But I haven't heard from anybody since then. And Lord knows I ain't bringing it to their attention. So I'm hoping they don't forgot because literally it was like, why do you need to postpone? And I said medical reasons. And I didn't tell them any more than that. My medical reason is we in a pandemic, okay? And I ain't stepping foot in there. Because I don't know about you, but have you been to a government building? They have a low-grade mildew and mold at all times.
No government building has been updated since 1972.
Exactly. Asbestos in the walls. Sorry, it took me a second because you were saying that, but then I saw it in the because then I see Women's Lasers like I haven't postponed because my partner said, you know who won't postpone? Fascists. Honey, well then let them all give each other the cocoa.
Yeah.
Let the fascists all get in the room, give each other the cocoa, and we can go about our business. Also, I will not be walking in.
Also, I was gonna say Attorney General, the main prosecutor here in LA sucks anyway. So it's really
we're trying to be positive, honey. Now I'm taking out a couple of these pins. You guys, I had a meeting earlier today where I was trying to look cool and hip. But I couldn't. Oh my God, Gonzalo
says, is anyone else fighting the urge to binge and stress eat? No, because I stopped because I'm not fighting it.
Gonzalo, I'm not fighting it.
Yeah, I'm not fighting it. This is what our couples therapist said last week. Is just like, the self-care basically is what.
Also, you get a pass.
You get a pass.
Okay?
I think that's really
you get a pass. So Gonzalo, like, honey, if you really can't fight it, give in and say tomorrow is a new day. Because trust me, I'm trying to get snatched. If I end up, because I'm always like, okay, if shit goes south, I got to be like a Michonne from The Walking Dead. I've got to learn to use a blade. I've got to really get those fucking Okoye arms going. But that's not happening today. That's not happening today. I am eating what I want to eat.
There's potato chips. I bought potato chips last week at Trader Joe's. They're almost gone.
Yep.
By tonight they will be gone. And then back to the exercise bike behind that door.
Yep.
In fact, I got some weights. Yeah, I'm gonna get ripped.
And you got weights, but also the best thing about these weights, it literally took 3 months for these weights to come. They were on back order. They were sold out and then on back order. So it's like, I guess everyone has fantasies of getting ripped in Quar. I think we're all coming out of Quar like fucking troll mole people chuds. We all think we're gonna get ripped, but instead we're gonna like come out and just be hunched over. Not the ones who sing and dance for kids.
So not Norfin trolls.
No.
Lord of the Rings trolls.
Yes. And so we're coming out like just like, and like we're not gonna know how to like shake anyone's hand or hug.
What if everyone came out like Norfin trolls with the hair up like that?
Yeah.
That I would like to see. Hey, I'm gonna start a trend.
Yeah.
And we're all gonna become Norfin trolls in real life.
He's off the rails.
Real life Norfin trolls. RLNT.
RLNT?
Real life Norfin trolls.
Oh my God.
Wait, Naomi, do you want to talk about the anime we started watching last night? We've been looking for a good, real bonkers, nutso anime for a while. So we started with Kakegurui.
Wait, can I please stop? And again, we have to tell the people who aren't part of the cult. Andrew and I famously like anime. I started watching anime when I moved to Los Angeles because there's nothing like being in a town that requires a car when you can't drive. You start to find new hobbies. So the introduction was Kakegurui on Netflix. I know I just butchered that pronunciation.
Let's just say she does not look like someone that might be into anime. And I look like I have a hard drive full of tentacles.
And I really I've gotten into it, but the shows we like are the ones that are psychotic. Like shows where you're like I like to watch something that makes me feel like I'm under the influence when I'm totally sober.
Yeah.
So these are shows where you're like, what is real? How is this happening? So we just found a new one yesterday, and honestly, we happened upon it.
Kakegurui is a high school for gamblers, and it's insane.
Yeah, every episode they gamble. When you lose, another student owns you. What? And it's very insane.
Yes, and then Beastars is a world of half human, half animals.
It's like if BoJack Horseman was a searing drama and murders took place and there were no puns anywhere.
Yeah, and then was Dorohedoro, which is about a world where it's kind of like a normal world, but then there's this world of magic, and the magicians come from the world of magic into the regular world and practice their magic on humans, and then they turn
basically like experimenting on them.
Right, they basically turn humans into did you ever watch John Carpenter's The Thing? They basically turn them into creatures from The Thing.
Right.
And then so the one we found last night is called, I don't even remember the name. It was like Renchi.
Is there any way
you keep talking?
I can pull it up. So it's basically literally the entire premise. The only setup is this guy is a wrestler. And he's about to wrestle some big match. He's a good wrestler. He's supposed to be good.
He's the best wrestler.
And he's literally summoned to another land. Like through magic, he is just summoned to another land. Oh, but the thing about this wrestler, the most important thing is he's going to play this one last match so he can then go do what he loves.
What he wants to do, his passion. His true passion.
Which is open up a pet store. So this is a wrestler who's got one last fight so he can open up a pet store. But before he can even finish his fight, he gets summoned to a magical land, a land where there are a lot of, a la BoJack, humanoid animals, I guess.
It's like a fairy tale land, which with mythical creatures, and also half human, half animal. The kind people draw, big old muscles, humanoid body, and then a wolf face or something like that, and ripped.
Right.
Like those little the little muscle things, on the sides of your stomach, those things.
Oh, those obliques.
Yeah, there's a term.
I know there's a term.
I don't
want to
use it. Yes, exactly.
Family television.
I've tried not to use that name.
But the V, the D'Angelo, how does it feel? V. You know.
Yes. So it's called. By the way, this is on. We're not endorsed by Hulu. Calm down, everyone. But it's on Hulu. Kimono Michi: Rise Up.
Which still don't even know what that means. But the point is he's obsessed with animals. So when he goes to this magical land, he's like, I want all the animals. So he goes around just trying to pet and rub all the animals because he's like, I love you, wolf. And the wolf is like, I am an autonomous individual. So then the whole town thinks he's a pervert because he keeps trying to pet every animal, but animals are
and
people.
They constantly call him pervert.
And they keep calling him a pervert. And it's like so nuts. And like literally the first 2 episodes, he gets summoned. He seems to have no regard for going back home.
Yeah.
He's literally like, okay, I guess I live here now. I'm going to collect animals and open a pet store.
Which I love, by the way. Like so many shows are like, I got to get back to my real world. And then he's just like, nah, I'm here. All right, there's animals here. Great. I'm going to open up a pet store in this weird medieval fantasy land.
Yes, it's very medieval. And it's like, what is going on? I don't understand.
He has no ties to the old world. Like all you see is.
Well, he wanted to open up a pet store.
Right. That's all he wanted. But he he's uninterested in his manager. His manager,
Luke said he made a zoo. Yes, he's trying to make a zoo.
And his dog comes with him. So
it's like also like insane because it's like he's literally, it's like the dog just got swept up in it, even though he wasn't even holding the dog at the time. So him and his dog are just like on this journey.
I think the dog was ringside.
The dog was ringside because it was before the big bout. Now, very quickly, Andy, people in the chat have been talking to us about some of the food they've been eating. Gonzalo got 10 $1 tacos, and I really wanted to just go back to that. I wanted to go back and find out where is that located? Where can I get those?
Oh, are you in LA?
Yeah, and like, what are the tacos? Talk to me about fillings. So if you can come in the chat with that information. Also, Eve, you had pudding for breakfast. I'd like to know what kind of pudding. I'm not into the texture of a pudding, but I can respect the flavor, and I understand what it is to be too weary to chew.
Love a chocolate pudding. Hey, what about a cake with a chocolate pudding inside?
Disgusting. You know how I am about like creams and icings and stuff. It's like too much of that. I'm not into it. And then I did also see that the Poops McClures they said waffles and ice cream for breakfast.
Right now, you look like you have a mullet. It is so funny.
Well, I did pull out my pins because I was just like, oh, they hurt. And so now it's just wild. It's like this part was taken care of. And then I was just like.
But like the way that it was, it so looked like you had a mullet.
I was like, I would never be good at being a famous person because I'm like the opposite of Kim Kardashian. Someone who like does like stuff from her bed, fully made up with like a face beat and a contour. It's like, how are you airbrushed on the toilet? Whereas like, I literally am like, the camera's on me and I go, let's just let the hair out and show them the truth. Like, I'm not here for an illusion. Honey, it's 2020. And I am showing you the real me, which is you do the bang, you pull the rest back. You pull the rest back, honey. Ooh, Bonnie says their wife made biscuits from scratch. Ugh, I love a biscuit.
Do you live in Los Angeles? And can we have some? Actually, I wouldn't eat a stranger's, no offense.
Andy won't eat strangers' food.
I would eat strangers' food.
Which is, it's like, what? But he won't eat, whereas I will eat anything anyone gives me.
To be fair, Naomi, when I was a teenager, I was a taster for a king. Yeah. So, I'm really paranoid about being poisoned.
I love when Adam just takes a sentence and puts it in quotes because it's really so funny. It's like, I wouldn't eat a stranger's biscuits. And Rachel said, I just listened to the podcast part about that. He's always bringing up how he won't eat like stranger foods. Oh, see, does that mean you don't eat at restaurants?
Damn, you got me. No, but a restaurant can be held accountable.
Right. You can be like, your food was filled with poison.
Stranger foods. I wish I had things at my fingertips and I could just play the Stranger Things theme song. Right when we said Stranger Foods, I could just be like, boop.
Oh my God. Not even a risotto. Exactly. Oh God. If someone accidentally like delivers me a risotto, are you kidding me? That's Christmas come early, baby.
Oh my God. We have like 5 different bits planned today. I'm trying to figure out what the best order is.
Well, Michael wants to know, what are we eating tonight with the election meal? We have plans to order some Italian food. I think it's a carbo loading night. It's a burrata night. Your girl shouldn't be eating soft cheeses, but I can't help it. I say, let the stomach turn on me. I need that creamy. See, I don't like pudding, but I like burrata. Burrata is basically just cheese pudding. So that's what I'm doing.
The place we're going. Not going, but getting from.
Yeah, getting from.
Calm down, everyone. We haven't been inside a restaurant in 7 months, all right? But the place that we're getting the food from, They're so good. They have this like salad. It's basically just like croutons and lettuce and
a little cheese.
A little cheese.
Parm, yeah.
But it is so good. Just those three, there's whatever they do to it.
Yeah, whatever.
Just
they
those
do.
3 ingredients.
Yep. I mean, I love it.
Tomato soup. Love a tomato soup.
Ooh, that's very comforting. Now, do you do a little cheese, like a grilled cheese sandwich, a little thick crouton action? Wow, Eve is making dumplings like from scratch, or you mean like putting them in the oven? Because if you say you make, I'm like, damn, making them. Burrata is. I love how many people are
Damn,
bored.
that was very Jack-A.
Mary.
Damn.
Or Harry. That's Jack-A if she was in Harry Potter. Now, Andrew.
Should I try to get Jack-A on the podcast?
Sure.
Okay, great.
Now, Andy does have bits. If you do watch the show regularly, Andy does bits. It's really, to me, it gives us it makes it a show. Because me, I'm just talking at you. Andy elevates us.
Well, do you want to do something together first?
Yes, I do.
All right. This is a bit that we call, whose sign is it anyway?
Oh, yeah, baby. This is a fun one. I forgot we were going to do this.
This is one of, now, I'm not a stand-up, so we're clear.
Yeah.
And Naomi does not like Seinfeld, but we enjoy this bit. So basically, suggest something in the chat that you think Seinfeld, something, Seinfeld talks about the minor inconveniences in life, the tiny things about life, all right? So mention something in the chat that Seinfeld might talk about, and we will improvise a bit about that in Seinfeld's voice.
Right. So just anything to start. I did see Gonzalo, for the record, is in the Bay Area, and the tacos are petite. But so he's like, I'm not really going so hard, but it's like really good to know.
Close talker is too much of an actual Seinfeld thing.
Ketchup water.
Cat puke.
Bite it off. No. Women's lasers.
No.
Banana bread. Government enforced curfews.
I like cat puke, but I'm trying to think of like, what is the weird thing about cat puke?
Masks.
Like the fact that it is
getting the wrong order in a to-go order.
Oh.
For an order that's supposed to be to go. If you make a mistake, I'm coming back. You can't give me the wrong to-go order because then you're just guaranteeing I'm never going anywhere. If you want me out the door, give me what I ordered. Did that do it? Was that Seinfeld-y?
It was pretty good. Pretty good. I'm trying to think of like, I'm still stuck on cat puke. Like, what is the weird thing about cat puke? Let's talk it out as a group. What's the weird thing about cat puke?
I do like Monica saying when Instacart delivers you parsley instead of cilantro. Honey, Instacart, I don't know about y'all, but whoever doing on Instacart out here, they don't give a fuck. Can I say the F word? These Instacarts, this man brought me to my door a carton of milk so distended, I thought I was about to give birth to another carton of milk. I said, this has expired, sir. Because I know Instacart is not your dream job, but I know you also grocery shop in life for yourself. You know when something is expired. So you literally just picked up that just water balloon of a carton and said, yep, this'll do. No.
We're generous tippers, by the way, folks. This guy doesn't come out of this with nickels. He doesn't have we don't just give him 2 nickels to rub together.
Yeah. 2 nickels to run together. When you step in cat puke in your socks is very real.
Oh, that's a real one, but there's something about cat puke that is like the fact that I think it's more about Squee and Prem, our cats, than it is about cat puke in general.
Well, Eve, the weird thing about cat puke is that it's always self-induced.
Hey, you ever see your cats puke? And they're trying to, one of your cats have eating disorders, right? Right? They're always trying to make themselves puke. We give them good food. And then they decide to eat their hair and puke it up again.
Well, I like Sketch pointed out, funny how Whose Sign It Is Anyway always devolves into a mini Naomi hate. But it's because literally my comedy is only things I hate. I don't know how else to connect to material. Now, here's one though, Andy.
Terrible, not cat puke.
Do eating other people's biscuits. Or it's food from a stranger. Can you Seinfeld food from strangers?
You ever have someone in your apartment building bring you some lasagna? Hey, you don't know anything about me. What if I don't like your zucchini? When I go to the store, I pick out the freshest zucchini.
I pick out the freshest zucchini.
I don't want your leftover zooks.
Oh my God.
That you did up on the fire escape. You know what? How do I know you didn't poison? How do I know you didn't put some iodine? How do I know you didn't put some ipecac in there? Some arsenic, some ricin.
Isn't it funny how ipecac sounds like the sound you make when you've had ipecac? Like, ipecac. You know what I mean? Like, ipecac. Like, it just really just conjures it. So it's like, you know, it's not good.
This bit is so difficult when you have not slept for a month.
Oh, this bit, you mean?
This bit. Trying to come up with a Seinfeld idea off the top of your head when you are barely clinging on to consciousness.
Okay, Eve just said that she asked a friend how she was doing today, and the friend said, energize. Should this be the end of our friendship? Yes. Now, according to the CTQC rules, the rules of the couples therapy quarantine crew, you know, when someone has the nerve to come to you in quarantine as well as election day and tell you that they're thriving in any way, they have to be cut out. Because what you see there is that person is not engaging with reality. This person is not living in the world that the rest of us are living in. And that kind of person is a liability. You can't have someone delusional around.
What if they're energized because they feel positive about the outcome?
I think that you have, keep it to yourself. Keep it to yourself. If someone is coming out here being like, it's great. They have just got to save it for their dream journal. They cannot put that out into the universe.
Naomi, let's each try one more.
Okay.
No thinking about it. You just have to start talking about whatever the fuck the thing is.
Okay.
Someone want to give us like one more thing each, and we'll try to. It's like no thinking.
Right. Sorry, Luke just said,
Did
did you
you
ever notice how when you haven't slept for a month, there's always cat puke under your socks? Yes, women's lasers. I was brought into the cult amendments, okay? You cannot come out here having amendments to the cult and think I'm not going to be the second to know. I should be the first, but I settle for being the second. Okay, now we're going to do our one last Seinfeld.
Cheese sticking to the pan.
Cheese
sticking in the pan. Hey, you ever make some cheese? You ever just throw some cheese in the pan? I'm like, I'd love just a slice of American cheese hot, and then you scrape it off the pan into your cup so you can have a mug of hot cheese. And there's cheese stuck to the pan. I didn't ask for hard cheese. I asked for soft cheese. What's with the heating process in cheese? Goes from soft to hard right away?
Okay, I'm going to do the next one. Sarah says, when oat milk somehow goes bad. Oats can't make milk. If you think you're already not a milk oat milk. Oat milk at best is just really, really runny oatmeal. Really runny oatmeal can't go bad. What are you talking about? Oat milk can expire. If oat milk can expire, then paper can expire. Then air can expire. And those things can't expire. Oat milk, it does not make sense. That was it. That was it. You told me not to think.
At points, yes, exactly. Hey, this is a UCB household. Don't think. You were like this far away from like a character like Mom's Mobley or something like that. Your Seinfeld, there was like this much room. Wow. Oh boy, wow. Yes, folks. That was Insomnia Laden. Whose sign is it anyway?
Can we please do one of my other favorite bits?
Yeah.
Old Sketch and Take?
Of course, folks. This is a bit we call Old Sketch New Take. Now, if you've never seen the show before, what we do on this is I take an old sketch premise. So far, I've done the 2,000-year-old man, Who's on First, and the Dead Parrot sketch from Monty Python. I take that old sketch and I write a whole new premise to it.
Yep.
All right. I tried something new this time. Mm-hmm. This week, we're doing Church Lady. Now, if you don't know what Church Lady is, that's a character that Dana Carvey did on SNL in the late 80s, early 90s.
Yep.
And she was basically like a very proper Christian, but she was like real horny underneath.
Yeah.
So she was kind of like a hypocrite. She would like call like Madonna a slut, and then she would like, you know, lust over her guests' buttocks or something like that. And she had two catchphrases. Wasn't that special? And could it be Satan? Those were her two.
That was good.
So my version of this is that she is just she's an evangelical.
So just taking the concept of a church lady.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah.
She's not whimsical. She's
yeah.
She's not that. So Naomi is gonna play Ezekiel, her husband,
the husband of the church lady,
and I'm gonna play church lady, and also at the very top the announcer, and I'll read all of the stage directions just so we're clear. And now it's time for church chat. Oh yeah, by the way, every sketch was her doing, I'm assuming, a cable access religion show.
Yeah. No, it was never specific. It was just like the church lady has a show now.
She has a show called Church Chat.
Yeah.
And now it's time for church chat. Welcome to church chat. I'm the church lady, and the church lady looks at a piece of paper on her desk. Oh my, I forgot to get my permission slip signed. I realize this is unprofessional, but Ezekiel, can you come out here for a moment, please? A stern-looking man with sunken eyes walks slowly from the darkness behind the church chat set. In my mind, it was the American Gothic husband.
Yeah.
Kind of like that.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, my husband, Ezekiel. The audience is silent.
What is it, woman? I was backstage enjoying my breakfast.
Wait, can I give you just a note?
Yeah.
Read it more stern and like austere.
Okay. What is it, woman? I was backstage enjoying my breakfast.
Ezekiel holds up a styrofoam plate.
I can take a note.
Ezekiel holds up a styrofoam plate. Ezekiel loves his styrofoam.
Like the Lord said in Ruminations 12:14, and thy food shall taste like the air, like the wind, like the thoughts in the sow's head. So, of course, the Lord is talking about styrofoam.
And you just try telling him styrofoam's not actually food. I mean, don't try it. You'll end up sleeping on a 12-pound bag of taters in the basement for a week.
As the Lord said in Lamentations 18:9, the disobedient wife is like an oxen that dreams he is a horse.
He did indeed.
Why did you summon me from my prayeria, which of course is a prayer area? Oh, why did you summon me from my prayeria, which of course is a prayer area?
As I started the show, I realized I forgot to have you sign my permission slip.
You what? Dear Lord, woman, you will bring down the wrath of the Almighty One himself.
Every morning, Ezekiel must sign my permission slip. It allows me to speak, eat, defecate, and such throughout the day. If I am a disobedient wife, he might not sign the permission slip the next day. But I was a very good wife yesterday, wasn't I, dearest Ezekiel?
It is true. You cooked my styrofoam to exactly 18 degrees Fahrenheit, just like it says in the Bible. You darned me a new pair of socks with my favorite Bible verse on them, Coronations 19:6, and there were skulls, too many skulls. And of course for dinner, more styrofoam. You guys still there?
Yeah. Yesterday was one of those days you reminisce about in your old age.
Truly, it was more eventful than an episode of a situation comedy on American Broadcast Corporation's television channel, starring a popular actor or actress of today. Because you have given me a day I will remember until I die, which hopefully will be soon, so I can meet the Lord in the afterlife and share a mug of styrofoam. Because of that, I will sign your slip allowing you to eat, speak, and think, but only uncomplicated thoughts. However, I will not check the box marked defecate.
I understand. I brought this on myself. When we get home, I will voluntarily sleep in the basement in the corner the rats frequent.
For as the Lord said in Flagellation 6:16, an obedient wife is a wife who has been bitten by rats.
Quote, and the rat bites shall number like the stars in the sky. The Lord loves a simile.
My wife, if that is all you require of me, I shall go back to my prayeria. Again, that's an area for prayer. I have written to both the Encyclopedia Britannica and Mr. Webster's Dictionary to get that word included. And each time I write, they tell me.
He looks at an envelope he is carrying.
Insufficient postage. Just think, every single day, sometimes twice for the last 6 years. My heart breaks like the bones of a child playing professional football.
Does not the Lord say in Victuals 18:19? Does not the Lord say in Victuals 8:19 though? Quote, to coin a word is to attempt godhood. So back off. Godhood is the Lord's domain, and the Lord doesn't share domains. Not with you, not with Denise, not with anyone. You hear that, Steve? No one.
You humble me, wife. That is accurate scripture, and I have foolishly trod on the Lord's doorstep like a beggar entering Sugarfish to see if he could get a couple unagi on the house. If you'll excuse me, I must go lash myself repeatedly and remove 7 fingers.
And I must return to my court-mandated cable access show. If you're just tuning in, I must do 3,000 hours of community service for, quote, kidnapping some, quote, children from a family of heathens. Ezekiel begins to walk off.
I should probably keep both my pointers, as those are the holiest fingers. And maybe a thumb.
Well, that seems to be all the time we have for this week. Next time, we'll do a close reading of Grecian 6:11, and Blue Man Group will join us to be baptized and beheaded. Until then, it's not insanity, it's Christianity. By the way, I should have noted also, the other thing about Old Sketch, New Take, you do one draft the night before.
And your scene partner has never seen it.
Oh, yes. And
okay, I'm giving you
it's a cold reading.
Literally a frozen reading, okay? It is so cold, it is frigid, the read, which is why it took me a second to get Prairie up. But, some people have asked, Adam does suggest you just publish an entire Bible, since you do have a lot of verses just at the ready. And then, also, Rose did ask, do we need a prayer in the cult? A place to worship Trader Joe's clusters? Which, the fact that you said clusters, not me.
I don't like, by the way, I feel like this cult thing is starting to take on legs of its own. It's getting out of control.
Andy, they're literally without us making rules. They're making rules without us. I find out later. They made a plan. I mean, they're all a bunch of Alice and Max. They're off and running with it, this crew.
Hey, she was pretty great in Smallville, season 1 and 2. Went off the rails after that.
Thank you so much for the hair support, RKNV forever. I mean, it's very loosey-goosey, honey. You just do a bang and then let the rest try its best. Am I right? Oh, my God.
Hey, do you want to do your segment? Or do you want to talk a little more?
Well, I wanted to talk a little bit more.
Great.
But
what do you want to talk about?
I just want to talk about the fact that, I feel like lately, Andy, will you just address for the group? I've become so codependent on you.
Really?
In Quar.
Really?
And I just want to know, how has it felt to you to be the sun and moon and stars of my world?
Oh, I don't know if you've besides saying that, I don't know if I felt it necessarily.
But I'm constantly asking you what you're doing, and I can't let you work in peace for more than 12 minutes.
Yeah, but that was the same before.
Wow. Okay. You really put it out there. Also, Andy, remember how I fell in love with a picture of a dog?
I was worried. So Naomi fell in love with a picture of a dog on Instagram. Was it from Mayday? There's a couple.
Another rescue. I only follow animal rescues really on Instagram at this point.
There are, one of the things you can do, by the way, to make social media acceptable is only follow your friends who have children. So then they'll post their children, or animal accounts.
Yep. And that's pretty much what Instagram is to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
And us.
Animals, babies, and us. Those are the cult rules.
Yeah.
That's the hierarchy. But I fell in love with this dog. And I really I fell hard, you guys. I fell hard.
I was really worried that you were going to start pushing for this. Even though Mabel hates other dogs, just hates other dogs. There's a couple she gets along with in small doses.
I know.
But I was really worried you were going to start agitating for another animal.
Well, you use the word agitating, and that is, that's a judgmental word. What I was going to do was I was going to state my case. And I thought if we got a dog that was old enough and slow enough and bored enough, that perhaps we could do it. But I will say this, if we had a fourth mouth to feed, it would be too much.
It's too much to take care of them.
Ultimately, as of now, we have 3 mouths to feed. And I said, how did I get here?
It's
how
really
did I become
difficult.
a mother of 3?
Naomi, it's really difficult, especially like when you were on set. So Naomi, was it 2 weeks ago now?
Yeah.
Was taping Mythic Quest.
Yeah. On Apple TV, guys.
And it was really difficult to take care of all the animals.
Yeah.
While you were, so I don't think I can handle.
I know. Well, Carla's asked here, when is Mabel going to have her own Insta? And I've definitely thought about it, but I hate posting on my own Insta as it is. And then we have to have the podcast Insta. It's too much. I'd be in charge of 3 Instagram accounts.
Yeah, it's too much.
Ugh.
Wait, can I ask everyone, what do you think I started a bit on Sunday where on Twitter, I said that on today,
I'm not looking.
Election Day,
I'm not looking.
I'm going to post 10 non-political tweets to keep your minds off. And I started this bit as if they would be the greatest tweets you'd ever read. And then I said yesterday that I went on Howard Stern and Terry Gross to promote this, and that I was going to be the second guest on a certain show tonight to promote this as if this was a real thing. Should I actually follow through with that?
Doing 10 tweets or going
yeah,
on
10
Terry
nonsense,
Gross?
like in that, yeah, should I follow through and get booked on Terry Gross too? I mean, that would be really funny if I tried to get booked on like real talk shows.
And being like, I have 10 tweets. That's the angle. The angle is 10 tweets.
I got 10 great tweets.
I mean, no, Shay, you haven't missed Naomi Hates. But 10 great tweets is,
I said award-winning tweets. But should I follow through? It seems slightly tone deaf, but I kind of like the idea of following through with the bit. And especially like, again, what else are you going to read on Twitter?
Yeah.
We're also not going to know shit for hours. Naomi, do you want to do, we're getting towards the end.
I know, I'm ready now.
Naomi Hates, you ready?
Yeah.
All right, folks. You got to come forward. Great. All right, folks. This is a segment we like to call Naomi Hates. Take it away, Naomi.
You know what I really don't appreciate right now? So many people are out here saying everything's going to be okay. It's all just cyclical. There are people who I think are in denial or who are trying to make themselves feel better or think they're helping out. I don't have time for people living in La La Land, okay? I didn't even have time for the movie La La Land, okay? Or as I like to call it, blah, blah, bland. The point is, honey, we are in a difficult time.
So
Shit is about to get real. In fact, it's been real. It's been real since about 1965. But I feel like people wanted to pay attention and act like, oh, but it's fine. If it's fine for you, you a lucky bitch, okay? If you are just sitting out here thriving and it don't matter what happens any which way, you a damn fool. Also, I'm gonna tell you this. If you got in line to vote, after 2 p.m. today, I'm mad at you. What you been doing that you couldn't vote earlier? What you been doing? Honey, put all the kids on your back, have them sit and wait, teach them about civics while y'all all wait in line as a family. I understand that it's not easy and people got lives and things to do, but you better get up in there and get that vote up in there. Honey, my vote was counted on October 21st. This is not a game. I ain't trying to get this up. We need to get this done and done. Okay? It's because it's not just like, whatever, we'll see what happens. It'll be fine. How many times have I told y'all, I don't have the upper body strength for a race war. I don't have it in me to start fighting for carbohydrates. I don't have it in me to start drinking my water out of puddles because we no longer have clean water. Okay? I don't have it in me. I'm not emotionally or physically prepared to live a tercer mundo life. Okay? I don't have it in me. So don't make me do that shit. Yes, Luke, you dropped your ballot off yesterday. You was cutting it close. You was cutting it fucking close. But thank God you did it. And I'm glad you didn't tell me that until now. Because if I heard it, I would have yelled at your ass. Because sometimes people message me and they tell me stuff. I don't even know you. I will send you back a video message yelling. Okay? Because I get livid when I hear you just being lazy. Okay? Yes, Bonnie, walking these streets saying, wake up sheeple. Why not? Turn it on them. Yell at these hoes. Oh, and you know what else? What about the people who are like, I live in was like, well, I live in a blue state or I live in a red state. Like, it doesn't matter what I do. You ever heard of the rest of the goddamn ballot? Who up in here acting like it's just like one thing to vote for? What don't you know? You better get up in there and read about a proposition. You better get up in there and read about a Judge Judy.
What?
Judge Judy, that's what I'm calling the judges. You better read about it. Get down that ballot. Okay? I'm done.
I personally cannot wait to battle someone to the death for a can of Progresso minestrone.
The hardest part is that you'll be battling over minestrone, not even chicken noodle.
And that, folks, is Naomi Hates.
That's it. That's what I had to say, honey. I did tell them because people don't be knowing. People don't be focusing. Okay. Oh my God, Andy, I want a deep dish pizza.
Really?
Yeah, I might order a deep dish pizza.
I can't. There's not a lot of great pizza options here in Los Angeles. I'll tell you what, though. We're not endorsed by them. Hold on, folks. Lucifer Pizza, though. I like Lucifer Pizza. Not bad.
Could it be Satan?
Could it be Lucifer Pizza?
That could be, yeah.
I'm Dana Carvey.
Yeah.
I'm Dana Carvey.
Thank you so much, Adam. Deep dish pizza to go with deep dish bangs. That's what I'm trying for. I want some friggin' deep dish pizza. It's just like all bread. That's what I'm here for. Hot, cheesy bread. What else are you doing? Come on. When's it ever bad? Hot, cheesy bread.
Oh, boy. I think I was going to play a video, but I think we are close to the end.
Oh, no.
So, it's okay.
All right. We'll play the video at the next show. You guys, if you had any fun today and want to hang out, you can check us out next Wednesday on Twitch at twitch.tv/couplestherapypod. 2 p.m.
We'll be through the looking glass at that point.
Yeah.
So we'll either be...
And the energy will be electric either way.
We'll either be commiserating or we'll be like, we avoided something awful.
Either way,
it's not.
Yeah. As everyone's saying in the chat, join the cult. In all caps, Samantha wrote, join us. That's a little ominous. But really just...
No show tomorrow. Tomorrow we are, if we're lucky, we will be sleeping all day.
It will be a day of rest. It will be a day of rest.
A day of atonement. Tomorrow's my Yom Kippur.
I'm sitting Shiva today.
I've been sitting Shiva since 1962. Hey, it's me. So this is my new character. It's Jewish Andrew Dice Clay. But he's not filthy. He just like refers to Jewish things.
Yep, definitely.
Hey, what is Rosh Hashanah? Hey. Jack and Jill went up the hill to get a loaf of challah.
Challah. You guys, that is our time. Please stick around and keep watching.
We have to wait for...
Oh, our beloved.
Yes.
Is she going to come in?
Yeah, I believe so.
I know.
Trust to me.
Oh, good.
Hello.
Hi, you guys. Thank you. You are such joys and delight, and you're dynamic, and also you're fucking crazy, weird, good advice. But like, also, I'm not taking half of it. But I love. Follow them on Twitch and on every place because you guys are goddamn heroes, and like, I am so with you on your hatred of people who are sitting back. I literally just made a graphic. If you are white in America and tomorrow you have an inkling to say, oh my God, I have to move. Shut the fuck up. Literally shut the fuck up. You cannot be like, I want to learn about anti-racism and, oh my God, if Trump wins, I have to move in the same breath. Like, you are either here because you give a shit and can put your body on the line for others, or you are a selfish bitch who wants to get out when it's hard. I got no time I gotta get out when it's hard. I'm old as fuck doing this every day. I got my hair in braids and a hat on because God, I don't know why. Apparently I wasn't Karen enough, so I had to buy this hat at a truck stop. I'm not hearing it. So I wanted to say thank you guys for just always being amazing, and I love you.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you. You have also thank you. You have been a real one from day one. Okay, Liz, you're the best.
You guys are the best. Mwah. So we're doing a little crazy technical thing. So I'm going to stay in this room for a hot minute until, Jared, here's the deal. I'm just going to let folks know what's going on. We're doing a little switch on the back end. So I'm going to be blabbing here, and this doesn't affect you watching at home. It affects us watching here. So I'm just going to talk for a minute and talk a little bit. If you don't know what we do, if this is the first time you've ever heard of Abortion Access Front and like, why the fuck am I here? I'm here because I just love Andy and Naomi or the myriad of other comics. We are a reproductive rights nonprofit that's formed by musicians and comedians and activists and artists and filmmakers who wanted to use our art to raise awareness around reproductive health rights and justice, because nobody talks about reproductive oppression in this country. It's not on the news. We don't talk about it. If you want to know why we have shitty, dirty water and we have an immigration problem where we lock kids in cages, or why we don't have a comprehensive health care plan, or why we can't fix Corona, it is for one simple reason. Every person who heads up the departments that would fix that were put there from the anti-abortion movement instead of being experts in their fields, because abortion is the point. Abortion is their reason. It is their number one fight. And for some weird reason, those of us on the left and progressives don't want to acknowledge and fight as hard for abortion access as they do against it. If we did, and we combined our resources, we would realize that we would have good immigration policy if we had not anti-abortion zealots running immigration, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. As I've said before, when you hear and we start talking about systemic racism, what does the right say? The number one killer of Black babies is Planned Parenthood. No, so far from even a reality that makes sense. So they never want to acknowledge any of it. So I just want to say that is where we're at. And so what we like to do is expose this bullshit. We're sort of like the Lincoln Project if we never were Republicans and we just wanted to drag for filth anybody who wants to fuck with bodily autonomy. So we're on all the social medias. If you want to get breaking news, instant news, if you want to be able to join our volunteers, you can at aafront.org volunteer. We have really fun events, ways you can get involved, you can donate. We have an incredible, if you go to the resources page at aafront.org/resources, you can find out all the different ways that you can volunteer and help. We'll meet you where you live. If you're a comic and want to do a show to raise money and awareness, great. If you're crafty, if you want to help adopt a clinic in a state that is a mess and they need tons and tons of support, you can do that. Get together with some friends, adopt a clinic. We expose fake clinics. Like if you saw Borat and you saw that shitty ass clinic where he and his daughter went, there's almost 4,000 of those clinics around the country. We have a whole program to like raise awareness about them so that you're not lured in by accident to one of these places because they look exactly like clinics from the outside, full of monsters on the inside. That kind of shit. It's what we do. And then we have really fun TikTok, really fun Twitter, Facebook, all of it, blah, blah, blah. So that is how we do at Abortion Access Front. At some point, we'll show a little video that you can get to know us again. But right now, I think I'm going to introduce our next show, if I'm not mistaken. Am I doing this right? I hope I am. I'm going to introduce a show, and then I'm going to go to it. I'm unclear, but I think I'm doing it right. Give me strength. Give me strength. My two heroes. All right. So coming up next, it is pretty incredible. It is artisanal comedy with an incredible lineup and your amazing host, Bethany Van Delft. So Bethany, I'm turning it over to you, my friend, to take it away. Let's go.
And you're live, Bethany.
Woo! Yay! Oh my gosh. This is artisanal comedy for Vote No Joke. Oh my God, I'm so excited to be part of this. We got some guests up in our room. Yay! Let me hear you make noise. Yay. All right. Okay, I'll make it for you. That's cool. This is amazing. Thank you so much. If you're online and you're really watching this and allowing us to entertain you, thank you so much for being in line. If you already voted, thank you so much for voting, depending on how you voted. Shh. This is my first pandemic, I'm just trying to figure it out, keep myself together, I'm isolated with 3 children. my daughter, my son, and my husband. So it's been hard. It's been hard. You know what I'm saying? I can hear you. You got me. It's just been hard to find alone time. I try to just get alone time any way I can, right? I had a colonoscopy. I requested it. The doctor was like, you don't need a colonoscopy yet, Bethany. And I was like, do not mansplain me and put that shit on the books. A booyah. It is what it is, right? Like I try to go for walks, but there are dummies out here, man, fighting science, not wearing masks. And my daughter is very high risk. So I feel rage when I see all the naked faced people. I'm trying to understand it. If it's just that they just can't get the concept of why to wear a mask, okay, I can understand that. Like there are concepts I can't wrap my head around, right? Like I could not wrap my brain around algebra in school to save my life. Like I had so many teachers try to explain it to me. They'd be like, Bethany, A squared plus B squared equals C squared. And I'd be like, what? A squared, like aardvark? A, B, and C are letters. Like, is this reading? I can read. And they'd be like, no, they're not words. They're math. And I'd be like, right. But I can only read letters. I can't math letters because I woke up in a free world, right? I woke up in a free country. And they'd be like, that's not the point, Bethany. The point is, if these letters were numbers, they could be asymptomatic and put vulnerable people at risk. I know, right? What a weird way to tell you I can't do algebra and wear your goddamn masks, dummies. Yes, obviously, I smoke weed. Not to be like cutesy or anything or like hip. Like I have to smoke weed. Actually, I'm a Virgo. Like Virgos have a lot of anxiety. Also, I don't believe in that stuff because Virgos only believe in science. So I smoke weed to crush the cognitive dissonance. It's working. It's okay. My husband is white. I'm not bragging. It's just backstory. Just so you know where I'm coming from. My husband's white, so I know who the Lumineers are. Oh my God. Woo! I am the first in my family. It is so exciting. So exciting. He's a really good dude. He's a very good dude. But he's privileged. He's got a bit of the privilege. And I let him know. And he gets really sensitive at the word. And I'm not sure why people get so sensitive about the word. It's not a slur. It just describes an experience. Like maybe, that maybe you grew up not having to worry about some certain things. That's all it is, right? It's like a descriptor. For example, I don't think about balls. I don't ever think about balls, really. Like you'll never catch me walking down the street with my mask on, like walking like, testicles. Like that, it just doesn't happen. I don't ever think about balls. I mean, if you present them to me, then I'll think about them for like a few minutes. But generally speaking, I am not thinking about balls, and then I will accidentally whack somebody in the balls and they'd be like, oh my God. And they act like it's the end of the world. And they're like, it hurts so bad. I'm like, does it really hurt that bad? They're like, it hurts so bad. And I kind of don't believe them, but I go with it. I go with it because I don't have balls. And then I walk away and I forget. Like, I don't remember at all because I don't have to remember. I don't have balls, right? And then I whack somebody in the balls again, and they're all like, oh my God, again. And I'm like, oh my God, I am so sorry. I forgot. It's hard living with balls. Listen, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I just don't see balls. That's it. That's privilege. You can totally use that if you need to. He is a good dude. He just had a pandemic birthday, which we're all going to have for like 70 years. He turned 758 pandemic years. We made a cake for him. We all had a piece of cake. And I cleared the table and I brought the cake to the kitchen And I cut myself like one more little revolution, fascist regime slice, you know what I mean? And one more little bit. And I turned around and my son's behind me like some kind of judgmental pilot fish or something. And he says, can I have another slice? And I say, no, one piece each. And then he says, why can you have more cake? And I said, why can I have more cake? Because my butthole is still in the wrong place. Backpedal, okay? My son's head was in the 98th percentile. I had a natural birth, okay? My son's head was in the 98th percentile, which means his head was bigger than 98% of all the babies on Earth. Like, it's a wonder I still have separate openings down there, all right? My butt ripped. Whatever. Okay, they sewed it back together, but it's in the wrong place. It's imperceptible. It's imperceptible. Like, you wouldn't know it if you saw it, but I know where it was. I know where my butthole was, right? It's totally disconcerting that my butthole was in one place for my whole life, and now it's somewhere else, no matter how imperceptible, you know? I will always want my butthole back where it was. So, yeah. I can have more cake because my butthole's still in the wrong place. Okay, little boy? Don't get worried. I didn't say it to him. So my husband's white. My father is also white. My mother is black. She's black from Puerto Rico. And someone was like, oh my God, wait a minute. How could you be black and Puerto Rican? And I was like, oh my God, you could be black in anything. Like Blade. Oh my God. So my husband is white. My dad is white. So my children are 3/4 white, which is more white than me. So I'm a little bit fucking afraid of them. You know what I mean? Like, I love them. And I know that they love me. I just keep my bedroom door locked at night, you know, because stuff happens and it just keeps happening and happening. Like, I don't know. I might go down to the kitchen one morning and my daughter might be on the phone. Like, there's a black lady making my breakfast. Like, I don't know what's going to happen. Thank you so much for joining Artisanal Comedy for voting. Woo! I am so excited about this lineup. I can't even tell you. You're going to love everybody here. Find them, follow them on social media. Go to see them if they're live. Follow everybody. Everybody's amazing. We need you. We love you. All right. Our first comedian coming up is my darling, lovely, I love her so much. I can't even deal with it. Zilla Vodnas.
Oh, hello, everyone. I am so excited to be here. Thank you so much, Bethany. Also, thank you so much to Abortion Access Front for having this. This is great. Shout out to all my voters in line, everybody who voted today. I love you and I thank you. And, you know, we are the change. I voted early. So if you wonder what I've been up to all day, in the immortal words of Clips, grinding my teeth, you know. I'm so worried. Oh my goodness. And what's crazy is that anxiety brings out like impulsive buying. Have you noticed this in people? I am always interested by people's apocalypse impulse buy. You know, like the other day I was talking to my cousin and he was like, I don't know, Zilla, you know, the way this election turns out, I might have to buy a gun. And I was like, yo, that's a little extreme, maybe, right? I mean, I'm biased because I have gun bias, but that's because the first time I ever saw a gun was a dude pull a gun on me for refusing his advances. So I have bias, you know, so that's the reason I have bias. That's the reason I say thank you when I get catcalled. Because you know what? Fool me once, you know, like you're not getting me again. But yeah, so my impulse buy for the apocalypse, you know, what I think is that y'all be watching these movies about the apocalypse. Y'all be watching The Road. You need to watch Thunderdome. Escape from New York, because we need to pack a bug out bag. But what about the bug out swag? Look at my impulse buy. Get it? What? Bro. That's right, people. That was a gold capelet with fringe, right? Because I want to know how we looking for the apocalypse. We doing eye patches, right? We doing leather chaps. We doing bustiers, studded. What's, do I got to get a Jeep? Like, let's make it look good. But another important thing is our essential workers, right? Out and about. First of all, give it up for the essential workers. I am grateful for them every day. And I'm kind of sad that it took me this year to really, really think about the essential workers because, I grew up with an essential worker in my life. My mom is a housekeeper in Orlando, Florida, which is like being a fireman in the oven. Okay. Because I don't care how much you try, sis, you never get in Florida clean. All right. Florida's America's mess. That's what I call it. So, shout out to mom who's working very hard. Another essential worker I really, really love is the postman. Give it up for the postman, son. Why? Woo! Postmen. I think, we need to help the USPS. I know that was a big trend like a couple months ago. That still hasn't changed. I'm going to need y'all to buy some stamps. I'm also going to need you to hug a mailbox, right? Like literally bend your knees, hug the mailbox. Don't let go. All right. You got a buddy who could chain you to that shit. Do it. All right. They driving them away in New York. They driving away the mailboxes, which is crazy to me because I feel like this younger generation, they don't appreciate the postman because, they don't get love letters. You remember that? Where my 80s babies, where these people that get love letters? Make some noise. You ever got a love letter?
Aww.
Yeah, come on. You got a love letter before, right? I used to write love letters so good. I got this tattoo because I had a reputation for writing love letters. All right. Like in the neighborhood over here in Bushwick, Brooklyn. All right. They used to know me. Zilla could write a love letter. Okay. Y'all don't believe me, but people used to have to buy people dinner to get laid. I had it on lock for the price of postage. Like y'all think I'm playing, but you never see me lick a stamp. All right. That'd be some wet ass postage. Don't play with me. I even had a man tell me, Zilla, when you send me a love letter, I feel like the only man in the world. That shit crazy, right? He was in solitary confinement, but I still felt that right here, okay? Anyway, thank you so much to everybody in line. Thank you for everybody on this lineup. Vote, vote, vote. Love you all.
Woo!
My name's Zilla.
Yes. Zilla. I wanted us to chat a little bit. Let's see.
Absolutely, I'm here.
I think that the tech people can put us up at the same time.
Yes, boom.
There you go. What's up? When did you vote?
Oh, I voted like 2 weeks ago in Rockaway Beach, Queens. That's where I'm at now. And it was in the middle of the day. It was raining and there was a line. So,
There was a line.
Yeah.
Everybody knows what we got to do. That's why.
And also, too, I just heard from a homegirl in the Bronx that another comedian, Trina Alper, who told me that unfortunately some of the machines are breaking in New York. So, everybody, it's important we all get out there and, fight these little signs of voter suppression. But also remember this. We got to take care of that, too,
Absolutely. Absolutely. You heard it. Oh, my gosh. Thank you so much for doing this.
Oh, thank you so much for having me.
I can't wait to see you and give you an actual hug.
Someday.
We'll
be together.
Yes, we will. Yes, we will. Woo! Silvana, let her hear it. Yeah. Make some noise in this room, you all. Let's see. Your next performer coming up to the screen is everybody on this show I adore and is a friend or a good friend or what have you. And I am looking for this next person and I am not seeing him, but I could talk us through this. It's not a big deal. I am looking. And then, of course, you know, if we don't find him, then we could just jump to the next comedian. But maybe he got bounced out because, oh, there we go. That's how technology is. Next comedian coming to the screen is the one, the only, Ahmed Barucha. Woo!
Hello.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if anyone. Welcome to my garage. There's boxes and stuff. It's like a closet. Thank you, Bethany. Thank you, everybody. Hope everyone's being safe. Hope everyone's voting or voted. I'm a father. I'm a father of a baby. Not at like a church or something. He's pretty cool. I was excited to have a baby. I love babies. I love babies because all you got to do is make a silly face at them, and then they're your friends. That's awesome. You know, I wish we could do that as adults. We lose that as we get older. You know, I wish you just go to the gym, just see a cool guy just working out. You know, you look over and you're just like, he's just working out. You know, he looks over. He's like, who's this guy? I like your hair. Let me see your keys. Most of my Zoom comedy is going to be me just coming in and off of camera, just so you know. That's basically all I do now. Me and my wife want to have another baby. We would like to have another baby. We have a boy, so we're trying for a girl. And so we looked up some tips on how to conceive a girl, found some tips online. Tip number 1, the woman should not orgasm. No problem there. Way ahead of you on that one. Tip number 2, deep penetration is not advised. Double check. And sex should be frequent and brief. I don't know how I had a boy in the first place. I've been showing him the classics lately. He's really into Pinocchio, loves Pinocchio. I used to think that was a movie about a little wooden boy who learns not to lie. But that's a movie about a child who can't stop getting kidnapped. Just like keeps getting kidnapped through the whole movie. The whole movie is just a series of kidnapping. At one point in the movie, like 250 little boys are transformed into donkeys and sold into slave labor. And then they just move on. That's never addressed again in the movie. Right? Like they just get to the end of the movie. They're like, oh, Pinocchio, you're a real boy. It's like, what about the donkey children? What about the donkey boys? They're still out there somewhere moving coal around. Everybody hates ants. People hate ants. The bug, not your mom's sisters. My wife, she hates ants. We have ants in our house. She's killing these ants. She's going crazy. She's making her mad. I don't mind ants. You know, if you're gonna have a bug in your house, the ant is the bug to have, right? They're not biting you. They're not stinging you. They don't make any noise. They're not leaving cobwebs everywhere. Really, all ants are doing is just cleaning up after you, right? That's it. They're doing chores, right? They're not opening up new shit. You know, they're not opening your fridge and eating new shit. They're just eating the stuff you left out. Like they're helping out. We're like, no, that's my trash. Like, no, I'm not eating that anymore, but I don't want you to have it. You know? Like ants are the hardest working animal on earth. You know, ants spend 90% of their life just stuck in traffic. Right? Like all day long, one lane, both directions, all day long. Kill all the ants. You can kill half the ants. They don't even stop working. They're not like, oh my God, Larry. They're just like, hey, we got to bring the apple back to the queen. You never see an ant on a break. You know, you never just see an ant still sitting there, just life. Right? They're always working. If you see an ant by itself, it's like freaking out. It's like, oh shit, I'm late to work. Yeah, I'll leave you with this. You can't decide how people are going to remember you when you die, right? You don't know how they're going to remember you. Like, I wonder if like Julius Caesar got to the end of his life and he asked his best friend, he's like, hey, what do you think the people are going to remember me for? You know, my military victories, expanding the Roman Empire, my torrid love affair with Cleopatra. And his best friend was like, probably that salad you like. Like, what salad? He's like, Caesar, you know the salad. Like, no, what's that? It's like the creamy salad with the croutons and the anchovies. I don't like that salad. You like that salad. I don't like it that much. They're calling it Caesar salad. Who's calling it that? Everyone, restaurants and airports, they all serve it, right? You really think that's what the people are going to remember me for? It's like, yeah, either that or me stabbing you in the back. Guys, thank you very much.
Woo! Ahmed! Yeah. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. How are you living right now? What part of the country are you in?
I'm roaming. I used to live in Los Angeles, and then when the pandemic hit, we just kind of left. Yeah, either that or just started roaming around. Now I'm in Santa Barbara, where I grew up. My parents are here, so we're kind of just bunkering down with them. It's kind of nice to be away from.
Hey.
I'm in like an Airbnb. This is not my garage. This is an Airbnb.
All right, man. Thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you. Yeah, it was awesome. I'll be watching silently on the side.
I love it. Thank you. One more time for Ahmed Barucha. Woo! Yes. I gotta be honest with you all, standing in line, watching us for entertainment. I hope you're getting some entertainment about the fact that I don't know who's running tech. I think I am, but I could be thwarting somebody else. Like there's somebody else trying to do it, and I just keep poking buttons. So if things look wonky, know that it's my fault, as are most things. Okay, that's how it rolls. Your next comedian coming to the screen, J'adore. Give it up for Shalewa Sharp. Woo!
Hey. Yeah. Hi everyone. How are you guys doing?
Yes, good.
All right. Okay. Really though, how are you really doing? Like how are your vision boards looking? You had to make some adjustments to your intentions for the year. Yeah, I don't think The Secret was really built for this. Do you know what I mean? Like I haven't figured out how to visualize my way out of a pandemic yet. I feel like they did not cover that on that episode of Oprah years ago, but I'm sure it's somewhere in the book, probably in the back. For a vision board, just to kind of keep things going for me, I have a bulletin board with aspirational Post-its on it. And so what I do is whatever I'm looking forward to doing, a goal, I put it on a Post-it, stick it on the bulletin board, right? Right now, there's just one Post-it in the middle that says, breathe. So that's kind of where I am right now. Unclench your jaw, things like that. Swing your arms around while you're pacing, just helpful hints is what I'm doing. I'm lucky enough in that I have a day job. In fact, this is my last hour of it. Yeah, that's right. I ain't scared. If they want their snacks, they're gonna keep me around. You know what I mean? The problem is I don't really know if I'm doing the job well because I'm an office manager, but we're all working from home. So that takes office out of the equation, and I'm not entirely sure what I'm managing. Here's what I do every morning. I wake up Monday through Friday. I wake up, I take a shower, I get dressed. I grab my bag, I rush out of my apartment, and then I stand in front of my apartment door until I am exactly 8 minutes late. And then I rush back in and I drop my things and I say something to my cats about the trains. And then I email all my coworkers to make sure they're drinking shitty coffee. And then I'm done. And then I'm done for the day. I feel like anything else they can take care of themselves. It's been getting cold and I'm kind of in a nesting mood. which is helpful since who's going anywhere. So I've been trying to make some improvements to my lair, which is what I call my basement apartment bedroom. Doesn't make it feel better. So I got an electric blanket recently. It's my first electric blanket. And I'm very excited about it because I'm trying to wean myself off of space heaters. You know, I'm a space heater hoe. You know what I mean? Where my bitches at who are always cold? Where you at? I know you out there. Don't make me have to touch your feet. I know you're out here. Just layers upon layers. Like the thing is, I'm always cold because I'm anemic, which means I don't have all of the blood I'm supposed to have, and then the blood that I do have is incomplete. So I am not entirely sure how I'm sitting up here doing comedy. I should be outside licking poles. I need nutrients. I don't know how I'm doing this. It's just a stick to the back holding me up all the time. Another thing that I've been doing to fix up my place, I got Christmas lights. I was feeling very whimsical. So, you know, I got these Christmas lights to put up in my room, just to kind of give it I just got out of college vibe. You know what I mean? Like I now listen to everything with these headphones on, but just upside down on my bed. That's how I listen to podcasts or my bank balance. And so that's kind of what I'm doing. I've put them up, but now there's a lot more light in my room than there used to be. So I took a moment to just kind of check out my genitals because I hadn't really looked at them in a while. You know, I hadn't seen my asshole in a minute. And I just thought, while I've got this beautiful incandescent amber twinkle situation going on, let's see what's happening. And everything is fine. There are no redness or rashes or anything. Everything looks the way I left it. But it all just looks a little tired. You know what I mean? Not like it's been beat up, luckily, or anything like that. It just everything looks a little peaked. Like I'm sure when someone's coming to visit and all the blood rushes down there and everything gets all plump and pink and pretty, it's great. But right now, I could really use a serum. But, you know, it's fine. We'll just work with what's down there. I get it. I'm a little exhausted myself. I also almost accidentally posted my tits on main, as the kids say. I almost put my boobies in the grid of Instagram. I almost posted a picture of myself. You gotta be careful. I'm finding myself doing things I never thought I'd do. And I probably should get one of those Finstas, which is a fake Instagram account that you put up with no indication of yourself, to do that type of thirst trapping. But I'm a Leo, so I want everyone to know that these are my tits. You know what I mean? Like my tits are watermarked. You're gonna know I put them up here. I claim these cockeyed boobies. But yeah, I'm doing that because I went through a breakup kind of recently. I mean, 2 years is recent. And the thing was, we had been going together for a little while, and then he called me and said he started seeing someone else. And I was furious. So I said to him, "Oh yeah? Well, I hope she makes you happy." You know, like a Mary J. Blige song. What is that? I hope she makes you happy. What kind of R&B logic is that? And then I said to him, I hope that you guys really understand each other. I hope that you listen to her and you accept her for who she is, and she listens to you and you can open up to her. I hope you're better to her than you were to me. And then after a couple of months, he married her. And that is a wild way to discover that I'm a witch. I thought I was hitting him with sick burns, but it turned out I was giving him the blueprint to a better life. So yeah, that's more than enough out of me. I'm Shalay with Sharp, everyone. Thanks very much.
Woo! Woo! Thank you so much.
Thanks.
I believe you're in New York, right?
Oh yeah, I'm in Brooklyn.
Yep.
Mm.
In the heart of more importantly is that you looked at your parts and you saw they had shifted a little bit. So I think you and I.
Oh no, I understand. I had my gallbladder taken out unexpectedly. They were just going in for stones, end up taking out the whole gallbladder, and my belly button has definitely moved. And I told everybody, and they were like, "You never showed it to us before." And only my mother was like, "I mean, maybe, but."
It's crazy. It's like you're soap opera crazy. Like everyone's like, sure, yeah, okay, but you're
Absolutely.
like, no, I'm telling you, when I wipe, my butthole was in a different place. That's all. And I've had to learn to, I'd have had to adjust.
Yeah.
Get everything.
No, I get it. It's like when Snuffleupagus was Big Bird's imaginary friend back in the day, before everyone could see him. And he was like, my friend's here, and there was no one there. And now we all see Snuffleupagus. We all see that your asshole was shifted. It's all beautiful. It's the circle of life.
I hope everybody hasn't seen it. Oh my God, that was private to you, Shalewa.
Don't post it on Maine. I keep telling you, set up a Finsta.
What? All right.
I know.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me. Thanks, everyone.
We're gonna, we're gonna get through it. It's gonna be fine. Yes. Do you do this? Does anybody smoke weed? I want to say, does everybody smoke weed? Right? Everybody should, at least, right? Who smokes weed or uses cannabinoids? This is in place of alone time, and say meditation is I just like let my mind free flow, just see where it goes and what I think of and what I wonder about. And I'm really curious to find out how humans started eating cooked meat. Mm-hmm. I've gone down the rabbit hole, and I can find a lot about theories about how humans, learn to control fire, but I can't really find that much about how they just started eating cooked meat. You know what I mean? Like, how did that go? Is one of our ancestral hominids just like taking a walk past a smoldering forest fire and was like, what is that? Is that a charred animal carcass? And then like pulled it out and was like, I wonder how that tastes. And took a bite. Like, I don't know why they would do that, but they did. And they were like, this is good. Damn, we got to find more fires. So like he went and told his other hominids about it, and they all started like trolling the landscape for forest fires and charred animal carcasses, right? And then one of the hominids, the smart one, the one that they call Books, he was like, yo, there's a fire down the road. Grab an animal. And they were like, what? And they like all started grabbing animals, and they ran to the fire, they threw it in. That was like the first cookout, right? Then they all started just carrying animals everywhere they went, looking for fires for like 1,000 years, until aliens came down, and they were like, oh my God, just make a fire. Look. There are aliens. I'm telling you, there is intelligent life. Okay. Like, to think that in an infinite universe, we are the only ones doing this thing well is bananas. That's like that's some white guy shit. Don't be offended, but it's some white guy shit, right? Like, yo, we're not out there, so nothing's out there. You know what I mean? There is intelligent life, and people are always like, then why don't they stop here? Oh my God, why would they stop here? Look at this shit. They fly over. They're intelligent. That's what they fly over. They're like, what are they doing? They're killing Black people, the original people. They're still fighting about where a penis goes or doesn't go. Oh my God, they wrote a rape scene into Downton Abbey. Fuck out of here. They fly away. They make fun of us. There's like intergalactic memes that are like, humans be having babies like, They're not coming here. They're intelligent. That's why they don't come here. What? All right. Let me see if the next comedian is up in here. I don't see him. But let me see. Let me see. Can you hear that? You can hear that typing. It's not a perfect science. It isn't. It's not a perfect science. Zoom shows. We have 2 more comedians on the lineup, but I don't see either. So, you know, that's a comedy producer out there laughing, a comedy club owner. He knows that feeling that, I can keep talking, or we could raise hands and talk about stuff. I can see if one of our esteemed guests in the room would like to jump on.
Sure, I could talk while you get that together.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
it's Rick Jenkins of the Comedy Studio.
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, just give me a head up. I'm reading The Secret, and you know, the universe is not providing.
Not providing.
We have no vaccine. We have abortion right, no abortion rights. What? I say we go with science instead of The Secret.
I agree.
How are you doing, dear?
Good. How are you? What's going on? I'm Rick Jenkins of the world famous Comedy Studio.
Yeah, I should let people know. I met Bethany. I've known Bethany forever. I was actually just walking down the street and she punched me in the balls.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I just don't see balls, Rick.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. And then I catcalled Trina and it looked at my genitals. It's been a real tough time. Boy, you smoke a lot of weed.
So, I mean, but I smoke so much, it's like affecting you too, I think.
They're doing memes. Well, I've never even tried weed.
Oh, tell me
That's
more.
True. I've never even tried. You know what? I think people try drugs out of peer pressure.
Okay.
I was raised at a time when nobody would hang out with me.
I would have made you do drugs if I knew you back then.
Yeah, I'm very proud of being the only straight white guy on the show. How did you do that on a comedy show?
I try never to do that, but no, I love you. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Touched.
Well, I'm also behind the lines. You know, I can go into a bar and just sit, and the MAGA people will take me in as one of their own. They have no idea.
And you can infiltrate for us.
Yeah.
You've never done any drugs?
Nope.
Not even.
I mean, you know, alcohol, caffeine. But that doesn't make you that doesn't make you think about the origins of eating meat.
Yeah. Viagra doesn't? No, okay, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I'm so happy you're here.
Yeah, well, so it's boy, you've got such a great lineup. I can't wait to see the rest of the show.
If they, if I can find them, then they will be here.
Yeah, just let me know. I'm happy to talk until then. Someone said that democracy is on the ballot today. That is not true. You have to write it in. Make sure you get that. It's been such a weird election. My favorite thing in the whole election cycle was the boat. Did you see the boat rally? All the Trump people got into a huge boat rally and the boat sank. Boy, he has trouble with the Atlantic. Do we remember that? The Atlantic magazine did it. That was a real good joke when it happened.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm having. I got my my hat. So I'm all set here. My other hat is pretty racist.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
So
I was okay. Yes. You scared me. I couldn't breathe for a minute.
You know what Bethany's really scared because her butthole clenches no matter where it is.
It can only semi-clench. It can't even, it really doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, how are you? I mean, you must be scared for your kids.
I'm scared for everyone. I'm scared for the whole world. I mean, I think I'm usually just scared for everyone anyway.
Mm-hmm.
This is just, I've had great practice for this situation.
Really? How so?
Yeah. I catastrophize, which in this environment that we live in is called foresight and planning. Bethany is hella safe. What else? I mean, I always thought things were gonna go sideways immediately, so I just was prepared for it in some way. I mean, I was very surprised, of course, but I was also like, see?
Yeah, that's
I told you.
There's just like no way to predict. Every time you think things, well, they can't get any crazier.
They do.
Yeah, so something crazier happens. You know, it's just been amazing because I like read a lot of history, and I always wondered, like the French Revolution and all these things. Did people still get mail? Do you have to? Do the banks have the same hours? Do they pick up the trash? What? Do you still have to pay your parking tickets? At what point does someone else come in and say, "Oh, my party's in charge now. I need the parking ticket"?
Yeah. You know what I do to feel better about the time is I started rereading the Decameron.
Ah.
That's been helpful.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we're going back to those times.
It's been helpful. I definitely feel like, well, it's not that bad.
So. Yeah. The technology is pretty much the same.
It's all good. What are you gonna do?
Yeah. Well, and we're here in Boston. I mean, around the country, it's a whole different thing. Here you figure, oh, there's no way Biden can lose. That's what we thought last time.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, really anything can happen. I've just come to believe anything can happen. And so when it does happen, I'm like, oh, okay.
Well, that's what I've been telling myself. I'm going to have to brush my teeth and check the mail tomorrow anyway. No matter what happens.
We still got to do all the things. You got to.
What did you do? What did you do for 2016? Where did you watch the results come in?
I think I stopped watching at around 7:30. Yeah.
Was it clear what was trending?
I felt like I knew what was gonna happen, so I just went to bed. Because that's what we did in my family when things were like, if you were sick or you had a broken limb or something, my parents would say, all right, we'll go to bed and see how you feel in the morning. And so
anytime there's any kind of conflict, we'll just go to bed. Don't worry about that.
Go to bed and we'll see how it goes in the morning.
Yeah, no, it was really frightening because I was at a nice little cocktail party and it was all people like, the Democratic guy from New Hampshire and like all these real rich, fancy people and all that sort of stuff. And as it started changing, we asked, who'd you vote for? All this, and one woman said she voted for Bernie because she felt that the system had to be collapsed before it could be rebuilt. Little did she know. So as the thing went on, people got more and more mad at her because it's like, no, that wasn't a symbolic vote. We're losing now. You're the problem. So I think this year we're lucky that we don't have to worry about that extra stuff. But you know who else didn't think Trump was going to win? Was Trump.
Probably.
Read an article. He had a plane ready. He had a plane ready to take him out of the country. Election night, 2016, figuring, okay, I got all the publicity I wanted to. So can you imagine that? Like after a drunken bender waking up and them saying, no, you're president.
Crazy. I thought I had bad nights. Rick, thank you.
This is the pillars of Western civilization are shifting tonight, and I wouldn't want to be anywhere or with anyone else. Thank you so much for having me.
Give it up. Give it up for Rick Jenkins.
Thank you.
Woo! So here's why smoking weed is good for a mom, okay? And don't judge me. Don't judge me, okay? Don't judge me. Everybody is cool with like moms drinking, People are just judgmental of moms like using cannabinoids, but you know what I mean? Like a mom could just like break out at a morning Chuck E. Cheese birthday celebration and be like, it's 1 o'clock. I'm drinking a glass bottle of rosé, and everybody's like, self-care, girl, self-care. But if it's like 420 and I shout out, smoke them if you got them, like people are like, those kids. That is not fair. It's not fair. And I don't do it in front of them. You know what I mean? Like I don't smoke weed in front of my children. You know what I'm saying? Like I had a friend who would like pull out her bottle of rosé in front of her kids, and her kids would be like, "Oh no, mommy's drinking mommy juice again. She gets so mean. Oh, it's so heartbreaking." Like I'd never do that. You will never ever hear my kids say, "Ugh, there's mommy breathing her mommy salad again." Every time she does, she just wants to watch cartoons and collage. Like, you will never, ever hear my kids say that. You'll just hear them say, "Yay!" It's cool. Here's why I think it's okay, because I'm patient. I'm patient and I explain things to my kids. You gotta be explaining things to your kids. You know what I mean? Like, my son asked me what a beeper was. Like, I don't know how he's living his 4-year-old life. That beeper came up, you know? Like, I don't know what him and his stuffed dogs are doing over at, Block Corner. But he's like, "Mama, what's a beeper?" And so I went to tell him, but then I realized, like, I can't just tell him what a beeper is. He's got to have like all this backstory before he could possibly understand it, right? So I was like, so, there was a time when phones didn't go with you. And he was like, "What? Where were they?" I was like, "They were in the house. Phones stayed home." And he was like, "Why?" I was like, "Because phones, they came out of the wall. Phones needed walls." He was like, "Why?" I was like, "I don't know, man. That's just where we were at technologically." Like, phones didn't take pictures. You couldn't watch videos. You could just talk on them when you were near a wall. and we were all okay. We were fine. And he's like, "Mom, but what is a beeper?" And I was like, right. So sometimes when you were away from a wall, somebody would call you. You know what I mean? Like, somebody would call you when you were away from a wall. If you wanted to know about that, you could carry a beeper. Then the person could beep you and let you know they were trying to call you. He's like, and then what? I'm like, then you went and looked for a wall. And you called them back, hoping they also were still near a wall. He was like, "Mama, that is too much. That's too much." I'm like, "You don't even know my struggle, boy." And I realized this is going to be my generation's, "I had to walk 10 miles to get to school." We're going to be telling kids, like, "You don't know how good you have it." When I was little, if I wanted to make a phone call, I had to find a wall. Jeans weren't stretchy. If I had to hang out, with a whole man if I wanted to see a dick. Like, you don't even know how good you have it. That's it. I never really want to anyway. I'm looking for our surprise guest. We have a surprise guest, but they're not here yet. But I can keep talking. I mean, that's no problem. I could do Baron's set too. No, I cannot. I can't do Baron's set. I can't do that. I can't even do, hang on. I'm getting a message. All right. Our final comedian is logging on in 1 minute. And I know that you're all so relieved. I know you're like, yes.
I'm excited.
Maybe she will be quiet now. But I might not. This is really it. This is my adult interaction right here. I mean, I talk to my kids. I love my kids. My son Nico and my daughter Lulu and my husband Jamie. I love them. Oh my God, I see one of our friends right here. Yay. Let me get them right up. I mean, God, are you so sad? Are you like, no, keep talking about who the hell knows what? I am so excited to bring to the screen, my friend. I also j'adore everybody. I j'adore everybody on this freaking lineup. Oh my gosh. Give it up for Baron Vaughn.
Oh, hello. What's going down, everyone? Hi, welcome to life. Welcome to comedy. Welcome to life. Welcome to all of this stress and the strife. Did you know? Did you ever survive to try? I got nothing else. It's always the time where I lose it. Just a little improv. I was voted most likely to be Wayne Brady in high school by a small group of people who hated me. I came here a little late because I was changing diapers, not to brag, you know what I mean? But after this, it will be bedtime for these two little children. I have two little children who are new, so they hate going to sleep. They're not tired yet. They haven't been waiting for election day. They don't know what that is. They haven't read any of the news. My goodness, ignorance truly is bliss. Like going to bed is the top, of their problems list. I've seen it. It's 99 problems, and going to sleep is the first one. They hate going to sleep. Trying to put a toddler to sleep is like trying to put a cape on James Brown. Like, they do not want it. It is the same mentality that I have as the guy waiting on the edge of the stage trying to get James to nap time. Just kind of like, all right, you've been dancing and singing for 9.5 hours. Son of a, doesn't he know he's tired? Stop doing those splits. Get up. Okay, and scene. The rest was herstory. That's the most important thing that ever happened to me. Was I had a black woman as a history teacher for 7th and 8th grade. It really is the most important thing that ever it changed my life. Okay, so I voted, and it was last week. I did a kind of a ballot situation. Ballot box that we have here in California. I went up to one and reenacted the entire bad Michael Jackson video before they start dancing. Like where you're like, is that Wesley Snipes? Like if you watch it today, you'd be like, oh shit, that's Wesley Snipes and that dude from New York Undercover. So I did all of that, and I looked at my ballot in the box, and I said, you ain't bad, you ain't nothing. And then I was like, bump, 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 and just walked away. No idea what I'm talking about anymore. Who does? I do want to tell you two things, and I'll leave you with this. I, not to overuse the word apocalypse, but apocalypse now, in my mind, it's like apocalypse. Wow. Every day I wake up, I'm like, apocalypse, how? Okay. You hate puns, don't have an apocalypse. Cow. I was going to talk about apocalypse sow, but that's when I'm back on the road and I get to these farm towns. I got all my lamb and shears material, just waiting for the right audience. Okay, no, I hope that during this apocalypse, and I say apocalypse as like the original meaning of the word, which is supposed to be revelation, right? I don't see it as the end of the world. I see it as the end of a world, and right now we are all deciding what world it is that will be born out of these ashes. We're, voting is the ability to be able to phoenix a new existence out of it, right? So I hope that you voted based on what you believe to be important. And I think that everyone has been reprioritizing and thinking about what is important to them in their lives as we've been in this pandemic, or as I like to call it, Panny D. Just because I love natural disasters to sound like early 90s rappers. Like Panny D and the Rona Boys. But I was thinking of one of the most important people in my life, which was my grandma. And I miss her dearly. And, you know, I always keep her close to my heart when it's time to vote. And one of my favorite things that my grandmother ever did, you know, to let me know that she was there for me was her pitch perfect impersonation of a goose. Oh, man. She would do it anytime I called her. I'd just be like, hey, grandma. And she'd be like, huh? I said, hey, grandma. Huh? Never mind. I think I got what I needed. And scene.
Baron Vaughn! Woo! Woo! Thank you. Baron, I love you and thank you. And I want to chat with you, but we got one more comedian on deck.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna put him up and I'm just gonna chat with you. I'm just gonna blow up your phone or something. I will publicly tweet you everything I need to know. All right. Get those kids to bed. Isn't it? You know how you say get them down, put them down? Now that makes sense. Before I was like, that's so violent, but now no, totally makes sense. Your next absolutely fantastic, stellar performer coming to the screen is here now, and I'm going to request him to start his video so we can see him. And that is you, my friend. There you are. Hey, Judah Friedlander. What?
Wow. Thank you, Bethany. Thank you so much. It's great to be here. Thanks everyone who's voting today. If anyone's watching and is voting Republican, just remember, vote November 5th. November 5th. Voting Republican today. This is great. Well, you know, the past few weeks I've been dressing for Fall of Empire, and I'm trying to be maybe a little more hopeful today. Not so sure. Thanks everyone for coming. Now, everyone here has voted, I'm guessing already. I'm guessing people have voted. Very good. Very good. Now, I think a couple weeks ago was a rough time. This is when the Supreme Court hearings were going on of Amy Coney Barrett. Now, did any of you actually watch any of that stuff? Okay. Liz, I did not. I think having a hearing is offensive to the deaf. One, and two, let's talk about her. Amy Coney Barrett, ACB. She doesn't even get that right. It's ABC. You know, if she can't even get the fundamentals right, how is anything else going to go wrong? But I'm happy for her. You know, I think it's nice to see the diversity of fascism. You know, it's no longer just rich old white men. You're getting a young white woman in there, and it's just great to see that diversity they're having in fascism. Now, she took some criticism, rightfully so. She used the term in referring to people who are LGBTQ as having a sexual preference. And then people informed her, well, you know, that's a dated term, and it implies that being LGBTQ is something you just choose, and it's nothing biological. So it turns out she is pro-choice, just not when it comes to the stuff where it counts. Now, and then some people are saying she's racist, and then people defend her, say, hey, no, she's not racist. She's adopted 2 children from Haiti. Now, has anyone ever adopted anyone before? It costs a lot of money to adopt somebody. What's it called when a human pays to own another human? What's that called? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Now, I might have to be president. If this doesn't work out here, I might have to be president someday. Any questions from the audience here about my presidential platform? If there's any questions, let me know. Now, this is just my opinion. I think the TV show Who Wants to Be a Millionaire would be a better show if the only contestants were billionaires. Now, what do you think? Some people say we should be economically structured in a way so that there are no billionaires. What do you think? Should there be no billionaires? What do you think?
Sure. No billionaire.
I agree. There should be no billionaires. It should be one trillionaire, everyone else no money. Monarchies, feudalism, it worked for millenniums. Let's try it again. I mean, if you can't trust a billionaire, who can you trust? Cops. Trustworthy person in the world, a billionaire cop. You know they've done nothing wrong. Okay, one more. I think. Do I have to wrap up soon? I know we're on a tight schedule here.
One more, and we are out.
Okay, you got it. All right. Prostitution. Should we legalize it?
Yes.
No.
Oh.
Mandatory. Everyone get a good night's sleep, stretch out, lube up, get ready to give back to your country. I am president. When I'm president, I am going to decriminalize sex work.
Yes.
And I am going to criminalize any sex that is not work. Having sex for fun and for free, that's socialism. Thanks so much, everybody. Liz, thanks for having me here. This is an amazing idea, the whole tour that you've always been doing, and what you're doing today especially. It's a privilege to be a part of it. Thanks so much, everybody. Thank you.
Judah Friedlander, one more time for everybody you saw tonight. A special big thank you to Lizz Winstead, Abortion Access Front. Thank you for the work you do. I'm fangirling over you. I'm sorry. Watch my show, Instagram Live, Wednesdays at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. One more time for all the comedians and Liz. Yay!
Thank you. This was great. Bethany, you had me dying over just the rosé. And I don't have kids. I have abortions, and I will drink my wine in front of a clinic if I need to go to the time. But it's very real. What you said is very real.
Oh my God,
this has been such a fun day. Judah, Baron, everybody, thank you so much for being so incredible. For those of you who are just tuning in, this is like a 12-hour marathon so that folks standing in line to vote can feel encouraged, have something to do, can laugh. Hopefully they brought chairs and water and drinks and depends, and I don't know how it works, but I think we should have had a plan to have somebody stay and vote with other people so they could hold you in line where you go pee. People were fucking democracy. Here's where people were donating money to put up porta potties in lines for people to vote. It's so fucking crazy. I can't. Maybe the mailboxes that they took. People knows. I can't. I've really kind of lost the will, and I can't. I have no words anymore because there is nothing. People are just. I'm literally in Minnesota right now. In Minnesota, and it's these fucking fucked up cops are about to go on trial, and if I hear one more person say, it's not all cops are bad. Sometimes there's just one bad apple. It doesn't spoil a whole bunch. I'm like, bitch, it does. Actually, that's an Osmond Brothers song that you are citing, and it's fucking scientifically wrong. Literally, one apple that is fucking bad spoils the whole fucking bunch. You go to a grocery store, there's a rotten apple. You know what they do? They get rid of it so that the other apples don't fucking rot. It's the way to go. They go, oh, we have a rotten apple. They don't even acknowledge there's a rotten apple. They just say, oh, no, the apple's fine. In fact, the apple's great. It's just following protocol. Fuck everyone. I can't. All right. I can't stop. I have my freedom hat on when I got to the gun stop in Indiana. I wanted to look extra Karen. Some things I was like, I'm taking freedom back. I'm like, why do I have to take it back in this hat? I don't know why. Why am I doing this? Anyway, we got to turn it over to the next show. If you want to learn more about our organization, it is aafront.org. Every one of these comics, I'm roping you into going back out on the road with us. to do some good, have some fun. We actually pay money. Yeah, we're a nonprofit that pays money because we're fucking dope as shit. So we're going to do that. We're going to move on because we are going to the most amazing comedy show, a woman who I love. Bethany, thank you. And everybody transitioning over to Erin Foley and Gays Are Us because we are in it to win it. Bye-bye.
Yay! Look at us. It's a team effort. This is the longest comedy marathon for the longest year. This year started in 1912, people, and we're on. Every day is 29 and a half hours. It gets dark at noon. Keep voting. Keep voting. Just vote. If someone turn to the left and share your Snickers bar. I don't know what's happening out there. I am cracking inside, but I am very, very excited to be here. Lizz Winstead is a national treasure. Abortion Access Front is the greatest nonprofit organization of all time. And I know this because my twin sister is a social worker and she approves of this message, people. We are doing it. Go on aafront.org, volunteer, throw money at them, but in a nice way. You guys, we're all here together. I think I've become my own electoral college. I've checked the map 796 times. I was like, yeah, we went Texas and we put Florida up, and then North Carolina slides over to Indiana, and then that drops down to Pennsylvania. I've had 17 days of nachos. I don't know how to function as a human being anymore. So this next hour of just laughing and being a support group to people voting sounded absolutely amazing. So thrilled to be here. A huge thank you to Nowhere Comedy Club for putting this show on virtually so we could all be together. It's they have fantastic shows, so go to Nowhere Comedy Club and check out more shows. My name is Erin Foley. I'm the host of Gays Are Us. I've been doing the show for 12 years, and it will be live again in 2025 if people wear masks. Oh God, you guys, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. I can't even. So we're at Nowhere Comedy Club, but I wanted to give you a little taste of actually where I am reporting from. I say reporting. Sometimes it's slinging jokes. I'm in a closet, you guys. This is my stage. This is my stage. People refuse to wear masks, and I'm in a closet. I'm doing stand-up comedy. I am gay. Couldn't be gayer. Back in the closet. Back in the closet. I'll be more specific to what closet I'm in. I am in my partner's mother's walk-in closet in Naples, Florida. So everybody, you're doing fine. You're doing fine, you guys. I am in a walk-in. Yeah, let me just repeat that. I'm in my partner's mother's walk-in closet in Naples, Florida. Did I mention it's in a senior community? Oh, come on. It's going to be great. My ring light for Zoom is a hurricane light. Everybody, you guys, I'm a prop comic now. I am splitting in half. Yeah, it's interesting. It just goes to show if you do comedy long enough, you'll be able to do it from a closet in a senior community in Naples, Florida. I'll tell you how I got here. It's a great story. 2020 started out great. I don't know about you guys. I had a great January, and I was writing on a show, and then my partner Sarah lived in New York City. We had been dating long distance for 2 years, and we're like, okay, let's move in together. So we did the long distance, and when you're in a long distance relationship, you say things like, hey, we just wish we had more time, you know, just wish we had just a couple more days. And then we moved in on February 1st, and then 30 days later there's a pandemic. So now we have all the time. We have all the time. We have every minute. We have every minute of every day. We have too much time. We have too much time. This is what I'm talking about, people. So we were in LA for a couple months, and then I had some family stuff going on. So we drove to Texas. We were in Texas for a month. Then we were going to head back to LA, and then LA kind of exploded with COVID. And my partner was like, hey, my mom's got an empty condo at a senior community in Naples. And we're like, let's do it. Let's do it. So just to recap, we went from California to Texas to Florida like COVID chasers. That's what happened. So if you're in line voting, vote a couple of times. You know what I mean? So we're in Naples. Let me tell you this: I haven't lived with someone in a very long time, and when you move in with someone, you usually get that honeymoon period. You know, usually get some time where everything is wonderful. Everything's like great and super fun, and I love you, and you're amazing, and you need that honeymoon time because at the same time, there's a slow rollout of all the shit that you've been trying to hide for years. And so you need the honeymoon time. We had 30 days and then the pandemic. And then it was just like the Band-Aid was ripped off. The shades came out and you're like, oh, this is me. Hope you like it. This is it. Nowhere to go. Let's do this. And it quickly went from, sweetheart, can I get you a glass of water to, I don't understand why there are so many empty water glasses all over this apartment. There's 5 on your desk. There's 3 on the counter. I found 2 on the dryer. And I guess I'm like I'm learning this about you. It's just like you don't see them. You know, you don't see them, but I see them. I see them. I see them when I'm sleeping. So we're in a good place, you guys. It's going well. I spend a lot of time in here in the closet, kind of hiding, and but I am so thankful for her. So thankful for her. She, oh my God, she's been saving me. I never thought I'd say this aloud, like this would be a sentence, but I think she was built for the pandemic. You guys, I think she doesn't really like groups of people. She likes. She likes quiet. She likes to read. She was already working from home. She's thriving, you guys. I've never seen her so happy. And I'm cracking. I was not built for this. I like to meet 270 new people every 30 seconds. I like to do stand up, jump on a plane. I like to hug people. I like to get in there. I'm not doing well. I have really low ratings. I am bad reviews. I'm like the Cricket Wireless of this pandemic, people, just holding on by a thread. And I'm worried about her. I'm worried about her, not because of the pandemic, because she has to deal with me. I used to, in the beginning, covertly try jokes on her, and now it's a free-for-all. I have no shame. I mean, I do fart noises, offensive accents. I have a clown nose. I slipped on a banana peel. I can't feel my legs. It's insane, people. But she's catching on. We got to open up. We got to open up the country. Well, Naples is already open. No one gives a shit. But I'm worried because I went out and I was like, hey, I want to practice this set. And she said, the lineup is already full. She's catching on, people. That is a comic joke. There's more to that story, but we have such a good lineup and I'm in a closet. So we're going to keep the show moving. I just basically assembled all my fantastic, amazing LGBTQ and adjacent friends, and I can't wait to start off with this fantastic comic. She's a Gays R Us favorite. Please welcome Irene 2.
Woo! Yay! Hey everyone! Oh man, we're all doing something today. I wouldn't say well. My roommate decided to tell me yesterday. She's like, "I'm moving out," and I'm like, "Perfect timing." So if anyone wants to live in LA with me, there's a room. Anyways, I got this haircut recently. I don't know if you can tell. Yeah, I didn't do this myself. Somebody cut my hair, and I had to because I was in quarantine so long. My hair was getting to the point where I didn't even look gay anymore. Right? I'd show up to Zoom meetings, and people were like, "Who's that straight girl?" I'm like, "Ooh, there's a problem. This is for women." But I texted my barber. And I was like, hey, will you cut my hair? I won't tell anybody. And she's like, all right, fine. You're going to show up at this time, this address, bring a mask, cash only. I was like, is this a drug deal? what's happening? I showed up at some sketchy person's garage. I'm like looking out the window, making sure there are no cops around. And at the end, I paid her in cocaine. So, yeah, that's just how that works. If you're not getting the drugs, you got to give them the drugs. So it's fun. I cannot believe we're still stuck inside. It's been, I don't know, 8 months now, 10 months. I've lost track. I think at this point in the quarantine, if your ex has not reached out to you, you've never been in love. Right? Like it's happened. If somebody has texted somebody and that somebody was me, I did that. For sure. I just had to check if she was married, you know? She's not, but I'm still losing. Yeah. I found out my ex has a baby blog. It's just on the internet. Don't ask me how I found it. I was Googling at 3 a.m. I wouldn't call it internet stalking. I just used all the resources that were available to me, you know? So, yeah, I found this baby blog. Apparently, she decided to start to have this baby 4 months after we broke up. And I was like, you know, you could have just had sex with random people, right? Like, you didn't need to have a rebound baby. Like, have you considered therapy? Anyways, so I read the whole blog. That was fun. But I probably need therapy. I'm going to be honest. From that whole thing I just told you, I probably should go talk to somebody. I just don't think I really need therapy, right? Because I know what's wrong with me, right? Like, I don't... yeah. Like, I don't talk to my dad, and I have intimacy issues. Like, that covers it. You know, like, I don't need to pay somebody to tell me that. Like, you guys are paying for me to tell you that. So it's a better version of therapy. This show was free. I realize that now. That joke works better when people bought tickets to the show, but you know, you guys are voting, so that still counts. Yeah, I just don't think therapists know more than me, right? Because like, I've read all the self-help books. Okay. I basically went to the DeVry of therapy school. Yeah, nobody respects it, but it counts. So I just think it's like a scam, you know, because like you go in week after week, they're like, oh, this is what makes Irene feel bad. You know why they're doing that? So they can bring it up in 3 weeks, right? That's how they keep a job. Like, it's brilliant. Like, I was like, oh, I want to be a comedian. I want to make people feel better about themselves. No. I should have been out here making people feel worse about themselves. Then I would have a job. So I was quarantined with my family for a while, and they kept being like, we told you shouldn't have been a stand-up comedian. I was like, yeah, well, you also wanted me to be a doctor, and that's way worse now. Like, sure, I don't have a job, but at least I'm not on the front lines. So, I do need to go see a doctor at some point because I have a yeast infection. Okay, yeah, just me. That's fine. Nobody else. I also just like don't know how to like slide that in, you know, mostly because it's chunky. One of the symptoms, it's like cottage cheese. Don't worry. I went to go get it checked out. I went to 4 different male gynecologists. Yeah, pretty sure that's why I still have it. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I think that should be legal. Okay? Like, I don't think men should be allowed to be gynecologists. Like, I've never had a male gynecologist be creepy to me, but I also don't know that for a fact. Right? Like, men just get boners while they're sleeping. And then I'm supposed to believe that you're touching the thing you want most in life and you're not getting a boner right now? Like, I don't buy it. That's just science. Also, if you don't get one, I'm offended, you know? Like, sure, I look like this, but like, come on, it could still happen. No. I just think it's creepy because every male gynecologist I've had is always like a straight guy. And I'm like, why would you pick that? Like, when you go to med school, that's not the cool doctor job. You know, it's like brain surgeon, heart surgeon. No one wants to be a gynecologist. I feel like that's the job you pick when you're like flunking out of school and the dean of the school comes up to you. He's like, hey, you can either flunk out or be a gynecologist. Your pick. And then he's like, I guess I just do this now. Like, that's why I'm still sick. So I also don't want to offend any male gynecologists out there, but you're sick and you need help. No, I'm kidding. But I would prefer if my male gynecologist was gay, right? That would make me feel more comfortable. But I would also question why you chose that as a career. It's like, just pick the thing that you like. Be a colonoscopist. Obviously. I do like imagining that there's one gay male gynecologist out in the world, just one, and he hates his job. He's just like, ugh, I just do this for the money. This is my day job. But at night, my real passion, butt stuff. I don't know how sex works. So. Before I leave, I do want to tell you guys that I want to apologize real quick if I've messed up any words during my set so far, because I got Invisalign recently. Yeah, they're clear braces. Got them to fix my teeth so you can't see them. But what they don't tell you, the lisp, not invisible. Yeah, that was free. They threw that in there. But the worst part was when I got the Invisalign, I accidentally told my orthodontist that I did comedy. Right? Yeah. Usually I lie because I don't want to talk about this. So when people are like, oh, what do you do? I'm like, I'm in marketing. Yeah, because nobody cares when you're in marketing. It's boring. So I said I did comedy, and she's like, oh, that's so cool. You should tell jokes about Invisalign. I'll give you free teeth whitening. Yeah. So here I am. I guess I'm in marketing now. Comedy's not paid that well. My teeth are going to be so white. Thank you guys so much. I've been Irene 2. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Yay! Irene 2. One more round of applause for Irene 2 and her sparkling teeth, you guys. Our next comic, another Gays R Us favorite. I found him in Austin and brought him to LA in my backpack. Please welcome Daniel Webb.
Hello.
Woo!
That's me. Hi. Thank you, Erin, and thank you, Lizz Winstead, for having me. Happy to be here. I was part of V to Shining V, so I'm also happy to be here for the resistance continues. Also, I live in East Hollywood now with all the old hookers, but Erin's right. She did pluck me out of Austin, Texas, and brought me here to Hollywood, just in time for the end of the world, which is great. There's no other place I'd rather be, because like I say, none of the old hookers are out of a job. Also, I sympathize with you. I do have a green screen, but I bought the cheapest ring light like on the internet. So all I look like is the goddamn Blair Witch Project. Like I just look like I'm dispatches from the woods. But don't worry, I know it's like I douche for this. So don't worry, guys. Also just happy to be here. I think voting is essentially a queer thing in all of our revolution and all of our movements, and just being visible in our day-to-day life. Showing up at the polls is like really when it matters to be an out person. Even if you're not out, I think it's very important to just be a visible person at the polls, because if we ain't gonna vote for ourselves, nobody is. And Lindsey Graham is living proof of that, because yeah, nothing is gayer than Lindsey Graham complaining that his iced tea isn't sweet enough. Does anybody else think that Lindsey Graham could do like a one-man show of Steel Magnolias and nobody would blink? Like everybody would be like, what a great show. I think everybody would just, I don't know. Also, happy pandemic. I'm proud of everybody for showing up and voting during a pandemic. It's so hard right now. I know life is hard. It's just I was touring the country. I got to open for Margaret Cho right before we were brought back home and snatched away, which is so sad because I was getting laid a lot on the road, and the last place we played was Oklahoma City. And like, you know, I can't let that be the last place I got laid and then a quarantine. Like, that's unacceptable, right? Like, and of course the dude in Oklahoma City, he had this weird accent. He's like, oh my gosh, oh, this is so great. Oh my gosh, oh my God. You know, I was like, am I fucking Boomhauer? What's happening? And like I didn't even ask the son of a bitch's name. It's like I'm pretty sure he's a Trump voter. So fuck me twice. Like, so I just have all this aggression, you know, I have all this anger. I just miss sucking dick and stopping at Sonic on the way home. It was like, there goes the economy. There goes the local economy, everybody. Way to go. And I'm lonely like everybody else. I went on a Zoom date with a guy, which is so stupid. And he, in his apartment, in his background, he had a live, laugh, love sign.
No.
Yes, that he wanted me to see. So his little Zoom screen popped up. He goes, hello. I saw the sign. I went, oh my gosh, an earthquake! And like, I just like faded out of it. Like, what? Anyone who has live, laugh, love is a fucking psychopath. I'm sorry. I'm sure you're nice people, but you're like, I wanted to meet him again and have a sign in my background that just said, eat, fuck. Like, you know? And then like maybe take a nap. I don't know. But I'm very proud. I voted at the Hollywood Bowl a few days ago because I was looking for hot dudes. But I will say I'm just proud of everybody. I hate not being in Texas at this time. Texas is so exciting. Molly Ivins was my hero. I just love, and right, she was the one. I will quote her till the day I die. If you put Dan Quayle's brain in a bumblebee, that bee would fly backwards. Like she's the OG. And we need voices like that. We need voices like everybody here performing is in the breath of that. And so I'm so proud of Texas for showing up and voting today, because Texas does not handle a lot of stuff very well. Like this whole pandemic thing is not good. Like they're like, why should I wear a mask when I can wear a gun? I'm like, well, because you can't shoot your way out of this, Wade. You know, they don't handle it well. And I'm so sad that the president was never, ever like into masks, because if anyone should be wearing masks, it's like his whole putrid, disgusting fucking family. Because they're right. Like those people need to cover their faces. Like, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, please. We're not all going to pretend like the entire family portrait doesn't belong in a medical pamphlet for the ill effects of fetal alcohol syndrome. That family is fucking ugly. Good riddance to them. I swear to God, like poor Tiffany Trump. Have you seen that girl? Did you see her at the RNC standing up for her daddy? That woman, her eyes are so far apart. She can watch the sun rise and set at the exact same time. I hate that woman. She makes me crazy. She totally does. I mean it. She does. Poor woman. She looks like a hammerhead shark in a blonde wig. A hammerhead shark swam past Tiffany Trump and said, got to get me some of that. That's right, people. Blue dog Democrat bestiality jokes today is what we're going for. Just kidding. I hate that family. You can call rich people ugly because they're rich. Fuck that family. Also because they're anti-science, like they're anti-doctors. And it's like, I get it. Like people, like I believe in doctors. I believe in science. Thank you very much. The earth is round, et cetera, et cetera. But like I grew up in Texas. Our school nurse told me at a young age that I had minor scoliosis, but she goes, you might notice when you're older, but it's not that big a deal. Well, people look at me, like, look at this. Do you see this? This is me. I don't stand like this because I'm some sassy, fun faggot. I stand like this because I'm fucking crooked, right? This is Texas medical, okay? So it's like, I get it. Like people in Texas don't listen to that. And it's like, because, okay, what old person, who here has ever seen, what is at the bottom of every walker that you've ever seen every old person walking with?
Tennis balls.
Tennis balls. Thank you very much. This is how you know, like fucking Satan is real, okay, people? Because the tennis balls are sold separately. How fucked up is that? A doctor goes, oh, you can't walk. Here's a walker. And in case you want to stop, here's a map to the nearest Academy Sports and Outdoors, which has super slippery floors, I might add. It's like we send these poor old people on a goddamn scavenger hunt. It's like, I don't know. It's like selling someone a car with no brakes. It's like, oh, you wanted to stop? Oh. You just have to weld 9,000 wiffle balls to your axle. No big deal. I can't get over it. I don't know, but I'm nervous for today. I just am. I don't even know what to think. I went running up to Griffith, drove out to the beach. I'm about to consume a shit ton of edibles because it's legal. I got my crystals all lined up and stuff. Like, y'all, I never believed in the power of crystals until Kellyanne Conway caught COVID. I was like, this shit works. Right? I didn't know. I mean, like, hello, the woman looks contagious, right? She already does. It's just, I thought it was going to be a lot more venereal. I don't know. Good riddance to them all. I hate Mike Pence. I hate his wife, Karen, which of course her name's Karen. But like, here's my thing about her. it's not nice to pick on the family or whatever, but like she teaches art at a school that doesn't let in gay kids. I'm like, hello, Karen, we are the art. Like, thank you very much. And your husband's gay, like super gay. Mike Pence is gay. Have you seen his eyelashes? He's gay. He is. And he talks like a preacher, which makes me crazy. I hate because he gets real quiet, you know, like he talk, we're going to take this country back. You know, we're going to make America great again. We're going to what? He's like, we're going to get this country. It's like, would you run out of air? What the fuck is going on? What if I talk like that? You know, what if I gave you directions like that? And then you're going to turn right on like, I'm going to what? I don't know. I hate them all. Don't listen to what they say. Everybody stay in line at the voter thing. Where everybody stay and vote and just stay focused because it's hard. I'm tired of all the bullshit. Trump telling everybody to drink bleach, which is cultural appropriation. Let's just call it what it is, okay? Because gay men have been drinking bleach for centuries, okay? We've been skipping breakfast and drinking bleach. That's ours, okay? Same as Rachel Maddow. She has been appropriating twink culture for decades. What? Spiky hair and a blazer? That's ours. A little greedy. I'm sorry. I don't know. It's hard to stay strong out there. We got to keep the peace on all sides. Like no matter who wins today, I'm still ruining Thanksgiving either way. But, you got to stay strong. You got to stick with the heroes. And you got to represent. I'm sad about Ruth Bader Ginsburg, RBG. We got to kind of keep people like that. Little known fact, I was friends with her. I called her Ruthie. She called me ma'am. I know. And little known fact, we were at SeaWorld the day that Tilikum the whale ate that trainer. I know, Ruthie screamed. It was crazy. But the one thing she taught me, the one lesson I want to give you that Ruth Bader Ginsburg gave to me that I will share with you in tough times and all this, you got to just whore people. You got to whore. WHORE. You got to whore people. You got to work hard or risk eviction people. Whore. I'm a whore. You're a whore. All right, people. WHORE. Vote, everybody. I love you, Erin Foley. I love America. Thank you. And y'all vote, 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 and hang in there. Mwah.
Daniel Webb, everybody. Woo! Yes, whore it up. I mean, I have been whoring it up in the senior community. They don't even know what's hitting them, people. I can't wait for our next comic. They hail from our 51st state of Canada. Please welcome DeAnne Smith.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. I'm very excited to be here. I am currently in an Airbnb. I'll talk more about all of this in a minute. And like Toyota, I am losing it on this day, and it's very intense. We're all feeling very intense. But there was a live, laugh, love thing in this Airbnb as well. And I was like, come on. Like, who needs to be reminded of that? Who is walking by the couch by their live, love, laugh pillow, just like, oh yeah, live. Change of plans. All right. Anyway, okay, let's move on. I have good news during the pandemic, and I want to talk about it. I have been falling in love during the pandemic, which is, it's lovely. It's lovely. It's very like old timey and kind of warlike and interesting. It's like totally new way to evaluate a partner. Like we're not even looking at each other whether or not we want to grow old together. I'm looking at this person like whether or not we want to grow vegetables together. It's a whole new set of criteria. I'm like, do I see myself starting a garden with this person? How fast can she run? Is she strong enough to pull me out of an unmarked van? Should it come to it? Totally different set of criteria, but it's all going pretty well. And since all of this, I mean, Irene was talking about exes being in touch. I've been thinking so much about relationships. I think in part because it allows me to avoid the hard work of thinking about myself and working on my own issues. Let's just focus on relationships. Let's go all in. I am maintaining my therapy while we're all in the pandemic. And I had a really good revelation that I want to share with everybody because I think, at the end of the day, we're all the same. I realized the other day in therapy that I am hard on myself. And it hit me like a real revelation does. I was like, oh my God, I'm hard on myself. And then my immediate next thought was like, oh, I should have figured this out years ago. Come on, DeAnne. We're working on it day by day, day by day. My therapist told me the other day that she thinks I'm uncomfortable with emotions, and that was news to me. It did hurt my feelings, but I will not let her see me cry. I'm not fucking Groot, all right? I like I said, I've been obsessed with relationships. It was hard for me to explain my breakup last year to my grandma, my 95-year-old grandma, who, by the way, is voting Biden today. She's been Republican her whole life, but guess what? She's not a fucking idiot, all right? 95, she's switching it up. And for the most part, we get along pretty well. Certain things are tricky, though. Like I said, she loved my last girlfriend, and she did not understand why we were breaking up. You know, we got along quite well. It's like, and I thought about it. It's like, it's a very modern thing to break up with someone because of what? Your feelings? You know what I mean? My grandma is 95. In her day, you married the first emotionally abusive 17-year-old that gave you a rose and you made it work. That's it. You just doubled down. You know what I mean? They went off to war, you made it work. They come back with PTSD, you make it work. They develop a drinking problem, you make it work. They put food on the table, they don't hit you. What is there to complain about? Like, to explain to my grandma, like, I just have like a vague sense that our astrological signs aren't compatible. It's like a very modern thing to do. All right. Okay. I don't know if you can tell through the screen. My energy is crazy because I want to give you guys some exclusive news. I don't know how many people are watching. This is exciting for me. It's exciting in my life. It is being kept off social media because we do hope to do it one day properly. But this person I've been falling in love with that I told you about, we went to Las Vegas and got married about a month ago just for fun. And you know, it's like Vegas, it's like we're not really into gambling, except with our minds and our hearts and our lives. You know what I mean? Like, we've been together since March and we just did it. And part of the reason we did it is because I am now in Canada, which I'll tell you a little bit more about. And you can only come to Canada with a family member. So we made sure that happened. It was pretty romantic when I proposed because my partner is American and Jewish. And basically I just said to her, think of me as a mini Schindler. You're on my list. Let's get the fuck out of here. So that's pretty much how we did it. And I don't know if any of you guys, I had never been to Vegas at all. And I didn't realize how much of a bubble I was living in because I was in LA and we were just hanging out with each other. We weren't seeing anyone. We weren't doing anything. And I thought that Vegas, I don't know, would just be full of like cute couples getting married. The people that go to Vegas at the best of times are very interesting. Okay. The people that go to Vegas during a pandemic are a whole nother category of like, we didn't actually see any MAGA hats, all right, but we felt them like a presence, just like like there's a chill in the air. You know, these are the type of people who like pull down their mask to spit out tobacco. Okay, the type of people who go to Vegas during a pandemic. If you could imagine, like if an energy drink and Walmart could have a baby, they would grow up into these people, okay? And, oh, my dog's going crazy. This is no good for this. My dog, like my wife, thinks this joke is classist, apparently. Could you? Here comes the wife, taking care of business with the dog. When my wife told me, she thought the reference to Walmart was classist. I ran that joke by her. There she is. Just quick, you want to peek in? No? She's moving on. Yay! She thought that joke was classist. And much like the dog, I was just like, oh, really? Will this broad ever quit yapping? I've changed now that I'm a husband. I've really changed. Taking on the whole. She just goes, wow, from the other room. What else can I tell you? Oh, should we keep going on the people who go to Vegas during a pandemic? I've written a bunch of jokes about this. They're the type of people who think Crown Royal is a food group. They're the type of people who own more guns than they do closed toe shoes. That's what I'm trying to say. They're the type of people who wanted an authentic plague experience near a pyramid. Hey, okay, the type of people who go to Vegas during a pandemic. They are literal diehard fans of the Blue Man Group. Okay, let's keep going. So I've been in Canada for just a few days, and I will say it does feel a little more relaxed here. It's also like being in the attic of a house that is on fire, but it's slightly more relaxed. And I think like, even if all you do is look at the Canadian flag, you get a sense for the difference between the Canadian flag, a red maple leaf, how soothing, how beautiful. The Canadian flag, it's a leaf that makes delicious syrup. I feel like it just makes a statement. You know, you see the Canadian flag and the whole country's just like, hey, we love nature. And we smoke a lot of pot. Who wants pancakes? Anybody? It feels like it's like a totally different vibe. I do want you to know, I'm as an American citizen, but I've been living in Canada for years and years and years. I voted before I left. Of course I did. And I voted in California for the first time, which was completely new to me. And the propositions, the wording on the propositions in the state of California, it took me like an hour and an internet search to figure everything out. It's like, if there's, let's say there's a bill and you're like voting to allocate money to help unhoused people, it'll be worded like, if you don't not want relief for people who aren't without homes now, vote yes. And you're like, what? I think I voted everything according to my beliefs, but I'm totally not sure. Okay, we gotta wrap it up quickly. I will say, what will I do? I'll leave you with this. This is a good thing if you have pets at home. If you have pets at home, you're already ahead of the game. I think they help keep things a little more calm and a little more relaxed, but I like to play this game with my dog. I realized in the pandemic that about 80% of my time is asking my dog rhetorical questions. That's all I do pretty much. I'm just like, who's a good girl? Who's a cutie? Who's a sweetie? Is it you? And then I found a new way to crank it up, and you can do this too. If you're asking your pet rhetorical questions, just every once in a while sneak in one of these, which I think is really fun. I give her one of these, who's a cutie? And then I just lean in and go, answer me! Makes it a lot of fun. Let's stay sane today. Thank you everybody for voting. Thanks for tuning in. And thank you, Erin and Liz, for having me on the show.
Yay! DeAnne Smith. Oh my God. International treasure, DeAnne Smith. I love that. I mean, that's straight up lesbo. 4 months in a pandemic, you go to Vegas and you get married. Whoa! That is maybe the gayest thing I've ever heard in my life. Congratulations. Yay. That is next level. Oh my God. One more time for DeAnne. Thank you guys so much. You're the best. Our next comic. I don't want to brag, but we've known each other for 75 years. We were roommates on potentially the worst comedy show ever created, Last Comic Standing, where Erin and I hid. We hid under our beds during the competition to avoid the competition. But she became one of my favorite people, and she is a nationally touring headliner when we get back on the road in 2030. Please welcome Erin Jackson.
Hey, everybody. Thank you, White Erin. That's how we differentiate ourselves, everyone. It's fine. It's all fine. I've been drinking. I should have been earlier in the show, guys. I don't know. Everybody who's in line, stay in line. Thank you for being out there and exercising your right to vote. I hope you brought libations, because that's how I've been making it through. I've been doing a lot of day drinking, which is really just alcoholism by another name. I've got some sangria here right now. I'm drinking out of a plastic straw because who cares? The environment isn't real. It's a hoax. We all know it's a hoax. I've been gaining weight and drinking liquor. That's what I've been doing for the past 8 months. I don't know about y'all. I've gained the quarantine 25, which doesn't even rhyme. Yeah, I was listening to Erin talk about how her partner is flourishing, and I haven't met her yet, but I resent her. I resent every single person who is flourishing during the pandemic, everybody who finished a project or got in the best shape of their life or learned a new language. I don't care. I'm going to block you from my feed. First of all, learn a new language for what? Okay. So you speak French now. You can't go to France. They're not letting us in. You can't even go to Montreal. You can't go it's a useless skill. I'm sorry. I'm ranting. It's the liquor. Yeah. So I gained a ton of weight during quarantine. I feel like that's allowed though, right? I shouldn't feel bad about that. I started Weight Watchers, and I'm going to stop because it doesn't matter right now. But I did lose some weight on it. I'm not going to lie. It's easy to follow. There's an app. I'm losing weight. I'm sleeping a lot more now that I'm on Weight Watchers, because when I run out of points for the day, I go to bed. That's how I work the program. I'm not going to just stay up for 7 more hours and be starving. That's stupid. Why would I do that to myself? It's a pandemic. I got 17 hours of sleep on Saturday. It was amazing. I feel great. I'm very refreshed. He likes it. She likes it. That dog. Yeah. I don't know how many of you guys watching are teachers. And by teachers, I mean parents. All right. Maybe that's not. Is that not funny? I'm sorry. That was a little pandemic humor. Can I suggest day drinking? It's the solution to everything. But bless you for you guys that have kids. I don't know how you do it. Children to me are like Netflix. I enjoy them, but just not enough to get my own subscription. I will watch yours if you let me though. So that'd be cool. I have a friend who had babies during the pandemic. I get weepy with the alcohol, sorry. Or maybe it's just the world. I don't know. I can never tell. I have a friend who had her first children during the pandemic. She had twins. She told me right before everything started, she told me she was pregnant and she was having twins. And I was so excited for her, but I'm not gonna lie. Like when people say twins, my default is always identical. Like I always think identical. Erin, you're not gonna like this joke. Like just earmuffs, okay? Because here's the thing. Like it's just so I was excited for her, but then she told me that her twins were gonna be fraternal, and I was a little less excited. I'm just gonna be honest. Like I'm happy that she had 2 healthy babies, but I don't know. Like I'm not the only person who's ever seen a double stroller and then you looked in and you were like, oh man, they don't even match, right? Like I'm not the only one. Like, and they're boy-girl fraternal twins, right? You can't dress them alike. I'm like, yay for parenthood, but it's just 2 people with the same birthday who don't look alike. Like, okay. So are me and Peyton Manning. It's not that special. We're fraternal strangers. That's a true story. Get at me, Peyton. That's almost like an Inception kind of joke because I didn't realize Peyton Manning has fraternal twin kids, boy, girl, which is anyway, you don't care about that. That's just in my head. I'm so drunk. All right. I want to say this while we're on this subject. As a single woman, during a global pandemic, I just kind of want to get the feedback of the people that I can see, the other comics in the room. What is the appropriate level of excitement that I should display when a woman, an acquaintance of mine who has a very handsome husband, when that woman mentions to me that her husband has an identical twin, like how excited am I able to be in her face? Because this happened to me and I'm not sure I gauged it correctly. Like she said it and I didn't want her to think like I've been like lusting after her husband, but my eyes lit up when I heard it. And I think I was supposed to play it somewhere like, oh, like that's so interesting. What's it like being married to an identical twin? Are they close? Are you close? I think that's how I was supposed to play it. But what came out, because the pandemic, what happened, what I had said was, you mean it's been 2 of them motherfuckers the whole time? Like, and I just, like you had a 2-pack and you didn't share. Like, that's just rude. If you have an extra one of those laying around, you're supposed to offer them to people. It's like gum or cigarettes. I've been quarantining alone is my point. I've got to find somebody. It's horrible. Now they're talking about a 3rd wave. I can't do another bid in solitary, y'all. I feel like every day, like I'm on the clock. Like I got to find somebody before the next lot. I feel like I'm in a constant game of musical chairs and I have to find a new man to sit on before they shut the music off. Like I really feel like you better get up. This one's mine. He was the last one in the pack. All right. So one of the things that I like to do whenever I get bummed about being single, and DeAnne, congratulations. That's so awesome. I'm very intrigued though when I hear people are getting married, because this is a new thing for me. And now I'm like totally into it. Like what people are doing about last names, because there's so many ways to do that when you get married. Like a lot of people obviously keep their own last name. People, I have friends who merged the last name. They just they were Sanders and Anderson and they became Sanderson. There's like just a lot of ways. Like that's a real thing. I didn't know that was a thing. I went to a wedding earlier this year where the groom took the bride's last name. That was new for me. I didn't know that was a thing. I was watching. I was like, wow, that's so progressive. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't want my husband to take my last name, but it's not a judgment on their choice. It's just like I'm 42. So like at this point in my life, if I got married and my husband changes his last name to my last name, like how will people know I got married? Like that's kind of the whole point for me at this point. Like you get married and you change your last name so people on Facebook know someone loves you now. Like that's the whole thing, right? Like I want to change my last name so badly when I get married that if I married a man whose last name was already Jackson, I would still hyphenate. I'd be like, no, Jackson is not a typo. Mind your business. All right. Whenever I get bummed about being single, one of my favorite things to do, always has been, is go couple watching. Does anybody else? I like to couple watch. Before times, I would go to like the mall or something like that, or like just sit out at a park. Now I do it mostly on Instagram, but I like to watch couples. I like to look at pictures of couples, and then I'll play a game that I call, well, somebody married her. It's my favorite. It always lifts my spirits. You can play anywhere. It's free. I'm like, don't give up, Erin. She found a husband. Like, somebody's done it to you. You've done it. You just didn't know what it was called. It's all good. You guys doing good out there? All right. It's almost over. It's going to be over. All right. What else did I want to tell you guys about? Oh yeah. I've got the wrong view for you to see. Like, I've been watching a lot of like the Netflix home organization shows. I've gotten really into that because I feel like I'm sitting in my house all day, every day. Like I should at least try to make it pretty now. So like I did a lot of like decluttering. I cleaned out my closets. It's great. I mean, I'm still mad that I let Marie Kondo gas me into getting rid of my shot glass collection, but whatever. Like, she's good. She's good at what she does. She's good at getting people to let go of stuff they don't want to, they want to keep. She's not threatening. And I was like, well, maybe we could just get Marie Kondo to help us tidy up America. Like, maybe we could do that. Maybe she could just like come and we could put all our issues in a big pile on the bed and we could just go through them one by one. Like all the shitty policing tactics. We were like, just how about these chokeholds? Do they spark joy? Anyway, I wanted to redecorate my place, but I don't have a lot of money. So I basically just redecorated what you can see from my desk on a Zoom call, because that's all that matters in 2020. I got a couple throw pillows. I got a cactus, and on my bookshelf I just moved the books that make me look smart up to camera level. That's what I did. Yeah, that's all you got to do, because I didn't know people were paying so much attention to the books on the shelf. Yeah, I'm embarrassed by what people were seeing before. I didn't know it was a thing. Like, I know people were probably looking at my shelf like, well, damn, does she only read Zane? And that's funny to Black people. I don't know. Zane is a famous Black erotica writer. I don't know if everyone knows that. I know some of y'all are like, what does One Direction have to do with this? Anyway, I'm gonna be wrapping up soon, but I just, you guys, I'm really happy to be part of this. I'm glad it exists. I feel good about tonight. I got to turn back. I've been not watching TV all day, but I'm excited to get to it. But thank you, everybody, for being here. And thank you for letting us joke with you. And I don't know, I didn't see, but I'm just going to wrap up here. So thank you, everyone.
That's great. That's great. Erin Jackson, everybody. Erin Jackson.
Yay.
I was paranoid that we were running late, and now we have a couple minutes. So should I do another joke and then we'll kick it?
Yes.
Sound good? This is a draft of a joke. Good luck, Erin. Let's do this. I'm in Naples, Florida. By the way, if you're a white, wealthy man, come to Naples. But if you're a gay Democrat that just kind of believes in people's rights, not my place, not my people. I'll tell you that much. It's also like, I guess I've just been kind of spoiled because I've been in LA and New York for so long. It's super open-minded and progressive and, just friendly. And it's very religious down here, which is a new experience for me. And I'm not religious. I was raised Catholic, but I gave it up because I wanted to be happy. So that's my story. But I was behind a minivan, and it had a bumper sticker on that said, "COVID is here." Then the next line, "Jesus is coming, soon," which is a lot to unpack. That is a lot to unpack for a bumper sticker. COVID is here. Okay, we're panicking. I'm panicked. We're all panicking. I mean, the White House isn't panicking, but everybody else has been panicking. And then the next line, "Jesus is coming," That's going to make me panic more than COVID. That's going to take into an absolute tailspin where I'm just chugging wine 24 hours a day. And then soon. That's like, could you give us like a ballpark, like a timetable? Just wondering. Just so many follow-up questions to that bumper sticker. You know what I mean? Like, is COVID going away and then Jesus will come down? Is Jesus coming down to save us from COVID? Are these events mutually exclusive? A lot of questions. Also, like soon, like I've been in and out of Florida for years now with my family. So, according to everybody else's bumper stickers, Jesus has been coming for a while now. You know, for I would say decades. So if you could pinpoint a time, that would be fantastic. So I could leave. And then I'm just behind the minivan and it just pulls away, just leaving me in this existential crisis in the middle of effing Naples. And I was like, if you're going to put that bumper sticker on, put more bumper stickers on with more information. You know what I mean? Like maybe a 1-800 number, maybe a website, just something to answer my questions, because I can't follow the minivan and get answers. We all know where that minivan is going. You know, it's just going to go and turn right on a dark, dimly lit road, and at the end of the road there's going to be some creepo church, and they're going to be like, hey, come on in the church, it's got free sandwiches. And I'm like, oh, I love sandwiches. Then I go in and I get fucking murdered. That's what's going to happen. We've seen that Netflix documentary, people, or I'll make it. That, I think, is the show. I think that's Gays Are Us. Huge thank you to Aaron Jackson, DeAnne Smith, Irene Tu, Daniel Webb, Nowhere Comedy Club. Thank you so much, Abby and Casey for doing tech. And just if you're right now voting, these are crucial hours, people. Get your protein bars, get your Gatorade. You're not only voting for officials, you're voting for women's rights, gay rights, race, gender, everything. You're voting for marginalized communities, and we've got to lift everybody up instead of pulling people down. And thanks again to Lizz Winstead, and go to Abortion Access Front, volunteer, give them money. They are doing amazing work. So thank you guys so much. And vote and hang in there.
Thank you, Erin, and thank you all everybody who performed. Gays Are Us. Thank you so much. Erin, are you still there?
Am I here?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Well, I just have a couple things about Florida for you. First off, when they say coming soon in Florida, when it is literally the waiting room of the aged to get to heaven, like that is what is happening. We all know that soon to old people, they put their coats on like 3 days before they're going to get up to go anywhere. So soon is relative, so you're fucked. Don't ever think you're getting an answer to soon. Soon is like not happening at all. Also, that fucking governor in Florida. So Florida governor and the term Florida man are the exact same term. Right? So, like on the news when they go, Florida man jumped in an alligator pit to try to wrestle with him, you know, like that is Florida governor is that person. And this Florida governor, he never shut down really anything.
Nothing.
I think he actually believes, I'm obsessed with the Florida governor. I think he actually believes that by giving COVID to tourists, it takes the COVID away. I actually think he's that fucking stupid. So I need you to get the fuck out of there. Can you just like take the elderly you're helping to the closest state, which there isn't one for you. There is no closest state anymore, right? All the states. Probably Oregon's great because Oregon's always great. So just get in a car with the elderly and get out of there. It's not.
I've got a Subaru. We'll get grandma on the back. We'll be in Georgia if it goes blue in 15 hours.
I mean, it is. Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you. You guys are great. This was such a gas. I hope to see all of you again in 2021 or 2022, but I just appreciate all the support and all you're doing for folks standing in line, because what Erin says matters. Marginalized people are the people who are the most fucked in this election. And it's not only that ideological nightmares are fighting against the rights, it's that stupid people don't even know what they're doing on top of it. So stupid bigots as opposed to the smart bigots. I don't know what a smart bigot is. I guess it's Steve Mnuchin. He seems kind of smart and also a bigot. So I guess a smart bigot actually knows and has a calculated way of fucking people with a plan, where dumb bigots are just like, let's just marginalize the shit out of people, no matter how, in really repressed ways, not in a smart way, because nobody cares as long as we get the job done. So that is that. So this is great. We're moving on to our next show, you guys. We are like so close. Polls are closing. The first polls are closing like soon, like in like a half an hour, I think, or something. I feel very, very, now I'm getting nervous, because before it was just like the lead up and it's fine. And now it's like, I'm deciding on my last meal, what it's going to be. I don't know. I feel really nervous. Okay, it's going to be great. Moving on. Great show coming up. Oh my God. I'm looking at my list because I've got a list of shows, because that's how I roll here. Out of Gays Are Us and into the mother of all comedy shows. Oh my God. It is so, so true. It's going to be, oh wait, yeah, it's the mother of all comedy shows. That's right. With host Kim Lavone, mother of all comedy shows. Oh my God, take it away, Kim. We're doing it,
Kim. Hey, thank you so much. Yes, we're doing it. Thank you so much to Liz. Thank you, Abortion Access. Thank you, Comedy Hub. Thank you, everybody. This is actually super incredible. Hello, America. Hello, voters. We are so excited to be here. We are Improbable Comedy, and I'm Kim Lavone. This is an awesome comedy marathon of incredible performers and shows, and we're pleased to be a part of it. A little bit about us. Improbable Comedy, we're a small but mighty production company with the goal of putting on shows with the funniest, most interesting, diverse group of performers on stage. We usually, of course, do these shows live out of what we like to consider the comedy capital of the world, which is Silver Spring, Maryland. But tonight we are sharing one of our favorite shows with you, the mother of all comedy shows. We hope everyone across this crazy, beautiful, kind of tense country will love this show. So thank you for being with us, and thank you for letting us entertain you while you're standing in line or hiding under your bed sheets, biting your nails. Thank you for being informed, and thank you for talking about the issues and for putting your vote where your values are. Okay, we're ready to get this show started. We have a super fun lineup for you tonight with Gina Brion and Blair Postman and Brittany Carney and Frankie French. But first, let me introduce your host for the evening. Yasmin El-Hadi is a comedian and an attorney and a relationship expert. She has performed all over the US, including the Kennedy Center, and you can catch her on Instagram dishing relationship advice every Monday. So please, America, put your virtual hands together for Yasmin El-Hadi.
Woo! Thank you, Kim. This is exciting, you guys. We might have a new president. We might all go to hell. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm excited. I hope you guys are. And, I feel like no matter where you stand on the issues, whether you're, going to be excited about probably finding out the results of the election like months from now, or you don't really care. I think we can all agree that hiring young millennials is the biggest problem of 2020. My job has hired a bunch of young millennials to do the job of people who have retired or left because they're afraid of COVID. And as a result, the work environment has gotten exceptionally weird and entitled. So I just want to first say that I've been stuck in quarantine with a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old. So I feel like the calculation on that is like the 7th circle of Dante's Inferno. That's where I reside. So the fact that I have to go to work because I'm deemed essential just makes me feel expendable, really. But it's like a welcomed break from the hell that I live here. So anyways, I go into work and there's this young millennial there and she's complaining, which is a nice foreshadowing for how my kids are going to be. She's complaining about how her parents haven't given her enough opportunity. So she's like, can you believe it? I am like so behind the curve. It's crazy. My parents didn't give me an iPhone until I was in 7th grade. Can you believe that? Like 7th, you were 12, I think, in 7th grade. You know what happened when I was 12? When I was 12, my parents put me in the corner of my room and they said, no reason for location services. There you are. We found you. Why? Why you need a little banana phone to call us? Call who? Your playmates? Shut up. Sidre. That was it. That was the end of that conversation. I never I don't know. I don't understand these young people. Even though I am considered young, I'm like an elder millennial, so I definitely look down upon them because I am a millennial and I can be judgmental. Yes, that's right. I can judge us. You guys cannot judge us. I can judge us. I remember when I was having my own kids, I never thought that I would have 2 boys, and like with my husband, so there's like 3 boys. There's a lot of like masculine energy in the house. So you can imagine like there's just peeing happening all the time. And my son the other day called me boring and grumpy. He went, "Your mom, you're boring and grumpy." He's not even 4. He's a 3-year-old who said this to me. I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Did I have to like do my hair and look cute for you? Like it's not enough that when I'm in the street, someone's like, you know what would look good on you, sweetheart? A smile." And I'm like, you know what would look good on you, sir? A job. Sip it. Okay? And I got my son calling me grumpy. I'm like, hey, little guy, little dude. First of all, you're a traitor. If you ever see a woman, she's grumpy because she's busy. She's just thinking of all the things that you forgot. She's solving all your problems. She's got a lot of jobs she's juggling. My son, because they're driving me crazy, my friend came over to try to like relieve the pressure. She was like, "Let me take the kids out." I was like, "Are you sure? There's 2 boys and they're very," she's like, "Yeah, let me just do it. Don't worry." How bad could it be? I was like, "It could be really bad, Jennifer." Well, my son, the one who called me boring and grumpy, decided there's not enough ways to embarrass me. So he decided to, while he was taking her out on this walk, to poop in the middle of the street, in the mulch at the subdivision sign, like right when you enter the neighborhood, like, "Hey, welcome to the neighborhood, guys. I'm Arab. Obviously, I'm civilized. Deuces, but the other kind." Yeah, he's disgusting. She came back. She was like pale in the face. She was like looking at me. She's like, "Hey, can I like talk to you about something like weird that just happened?" I'm like, Jennifer, what happened?" She's like, "Well, I don't know. It's like your people." And I was like, oh, this is gonna be bad. She's like, "I just don't know. It's like you're in your culture. Maybe you teach. I don't know." I was like, what happened? She's like, "Well, he pooped in the street. Your son pooped in the middle of the street." And I was like, Jennifer, I understand that you're thinking this is about my culture, but that's really racist. I'm going to stop you right there. I resent that. I'm just a bad mom. Let's just call it like it is. That kid, he ended up the next day after calling me boring and grumpy, the human defecation machine. Yeah, that guy. On the playground, boom, hits his head, 4 stitches on his eyebrow. So I feel like God got him. My job here is done. You know what I mean? Like the Lord had a mama's back, so I'm okay. I feel like karma is a good thing, but don't feel too bad for him. I've told that joke before. People get like, "Oh my God, you said that about your child." I'm like, he's a boy. He's a little man. He's going to grow up to be a big man. He's going to have a scar. Some cute girl's going to be like, "Hey, like, where did you get that scar? That's really sexy." And he's going to be like, "Yeah, I've been doing jujitsu since I was 3. He's not going to tell her the truth that he just slipped and fell at the playground. Men are always winning. It's crazy. They get like, salt and pepper hair. So people are like, "Oh my God, what a fox." Not like an old maid. No, they're not going to call him aging. He has a belly and it's like, "Oh my God, it's because he's wealthy." That's what that means. Yeah, like if it hangs over his waistband, that means he's eating property. Like, how are men always winning? It's pretty frustrating. But, I grew up with a really strong mom, okay? So she's been watching all the hashtags, watching the news. And my dad, like a lot of men, try to, to take credit for things that normal human beings would do. So he like washed the dishes one time. So he's like, hey, I washed your dishes for you. I dished it up for you. What do you think? And my mom, she's not going to take that because she's strong. She looked at him and she was like, "Oh, thank you so much. You do the dishes for me. Who put the food on the dish in the first place? I don't thank you. You thank me. Hashtag time's up." Whoa. She is incredible. She's taught me a lot. And my time is up, you guys. But I'm going to introduce your first performer. I am so excited to meet her and to talk to her because she's a fellow mom. Judy Gold released a comedy special while she was also pregnant. And she gave birth to her first child in the middle of the pandemic in New York City. She just deserves a Nobel Peace Prize just for that. A gold medal, all of it. She just deserves everything. She's the host of the Mess in Progress podcast, and you can find her special on Amazon Prime Video. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Judy Gold.
Whoop, whoop. Oh my God, yay. Yay, everybody. Can you all hear me? Good, yay. I'm not tech savvy anymore. My mom brain is fried. Happy vote day, everybody. I'm glad to be here. I am a new mom. I'm a new mom. I have a 3-month-old. I am a single mom. Just to clarify, I am very happily married. It just feels like I'm doing this by myself. I think that's That's not a knock on my husband either. Like, I'm not trying to be mean to my husband. People think it is. My husband's doing an amazing job. He's doing the best he can. But in the beginning, the heavy lifting is always on the mom. Like, so much of the heavy lifting is on the mom. And it's just mind blowing because all infants are essentially the same. You know, they're like tiny Karens, you know, just entitled, and they want to speak to the manager. And I am the manager. And I love being a mom so far. I got to tell you, it's the dopest thing I've ever done. You know, I have these moments where I look at my son and I'm just in awe. I'm just amazed. I'm like, this is the most amazing thing I've ever done in my life. And then I have these moments where I look at my son and I'm like, I'm going to fight this baby. I'm going to fight this baby. Like, this baby really is testing me today. I don't know if you've been around an infant. They're very inconsiderate. My son has an attitude already. He has an attitude. He inherited my attitude, which means we will bump heads a lot. I can see this already in him. The other day I was trying to feed him and I wasn't moving fast enough for my liege, and he got angry and he didn't cry. He didn't cry. He yelled at me. He didn't cry. He hit me with a And I was like, to you too. Like, where you think you got from? And then since infants can't control their neck movement, he just kind of hit me with the only neck roll. And I was like, what is this? What is happening right now? He really hit me with the swivel. I'm like, I know you're half Puerto Rican, but damn. That was a serious. And the reason why feeding time is crazy is because I decided to breastfeed. Breastfeeding is insane, y'all. It is like a whole nother job. And nobody ever talks to you about how strange it is. It's going to be weird for you. People don't talk about how weird it is for your breast to go from these sexualized things to basically you're a walking Capri Sun. You're just a walking juice box for this baby. I'm constantly on call. And the crazy thing to me is my boobs could do this the whole time. It's like a superpower that was lying dormant this entire time that was just triggered. And now I can't stop it. It's just constantly going off. Like, I'll be around other babies. My boobies start tingling. I'm like, somebody's hungry. I got to feed somebody because, you know, with great power comes great responsibility. So now I have to breastfeed someone's baby. It just has to happen. My titties are letting me know. My life has changed so much, man. My life has changed. I'm brand new. I got a bidet. Y'all don't know me. I got a bidet now. It came with my new apartment. That's the crazy thing. Came with my new apartment. Me and my husband and my roommate. We had a roommate. She's great. And I don't know if y'all know how bidets work, but they have all these settings on them. Like, the fancier, the more settings you get. And so the other night I went to use the bidet, and I don't know who said it to violate me, but we need to have a family meeting about what this person is eating. Because why do you need a power washer to finish off the job? Like, that's dangerous. That doesn't even seem right. Like, I thought I was going to need surgery after that. Like, this was not a comfortable amount of water. Not at all. There's a lot of things that go through my mind now that I'm a mom, you know. There's a lot of things that I think go through a lot of new moms' minds. Like, what kind of mom am I going to be? Like, what kind of lies am I going to tell my child? Because all of our moms lied to us. You know they did. I remember when I was a kid, my mom told me if I used shampoo on any part of my body other than my head, that part would fall off. Because I loved taking a shower and using just shampoo, taking a bath and just using it. I don't know what lies I'm gonna tell my kid, because the regular ones kind of freak me out. Even the Santa Claus lie. The whole lie about Santa Claus. I want to teach my son that it's okay for somebody to come in our house in the middle of the night as long as they leave something. Right? I don't need that experience with my son. One day he's like, Mommy, Santa. And I'm like, well, it's July, so that's impossible. And that man's stealing our TV. Bye, crack Santa. Wave goodbye to crack Santa. I feel like because I was pregnant during the pandemic, I missed out on a lot of the pregnancy perks that I should have had. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many pregnancy perks. As a native New Yorker, do you know how many subway seats I missed out on because of this pandemic? I longed for the moment I was going to walk on the subway and guilt someone into giving me their seat with my big, beautiful pregnant belly. I wanted that moment where it was like me and someone's 80-year-old grandma And it was that showdown. Now somebody's got to make that Sophie's choice of who gets the seat. It doesn't matter who you pick, and you're a terrible person either way. You got to convince the person next to you to get up, otherwise it's over, completely over. Some of the good things that I missed out on that I'm happy about. I missed out on one thing that I knew I was going to hate, which was people touching my belly. When you're pregnant, people feel like they have the right to just come up and straight molest your belly and try to, Morse code communicate with your fetus all the time. They will just walk up to a pregnant woman or a woman they think is pregnant. I don't know if anybody's ever made that mistake, but you just walk up to a woman you think is pregnant and you're like, oh my God, what are you having? And she's like, a burrito in about an hour. Why are you touching my stomach? I don't understand what's happening right now. I'm glad that I avoided that because I'm not good with that kind of stuff, But the plus things that I loved was getting to eat whatever I wanted. Nobody judged me. There was no judgment. It didn't matter how much I ate. Didn't matter how much I ordered. People just wanted to make me feel better about eating that much food. That's all they did. That's all they want to do is comfort me. They'd all be like, oh my God, it's okay. You're eating for two. I was like, I was eating like this before I was pregnant. There's no shame in my game. My husband is an amazing person. By the way, I am very happily married. I lucked out. But the pandemic, I think, has put so much pressure on couples that inevitably, we're going to have fights. We're going to have, we're just going to bicker because every little annoyance is now magnified. You're with a person 24/7. Every tiny little annoyance that you now have no escape from is just in your face. And then new ones pop up. There's new annoyances that pop up that you didn't even realize you would be annoyed by because you were never around to see them in the first place. My husband has started announcing everything he does around the house. Like I'm supposed to throw him a parade. The other day I was in the living room and he's in the kitchen and he goes, babe, I made room for the ketchup in the refrigerator. I was like, well, I will alert the authorities. Thank you so much for letting me know about that. Another thing he's doing now, socks everywhere. Socks just everywhere, socks. The other day, this is how I know I'm snapping. This is how I know I am snapping. The other day, I saw a pair of his socks and I was like, you know what? I'm not even gonna say nothing. I'm not even gonna say nothing. I'm gonna take those socks and I'm gonna cut them up into tiny little pieces. And I'm gonna do that for every pair of socks I find on the floor until one day he has no socks. And then he will wake up one day and he will be angry and he will go, babe, where are all my socks? And I will press the button and all the sockfetti will fall from the ceiling onto the floor. And I will go, ta-da! And then I will stab him. I'll leave you guys with this. Before having a baby, honestly, the most stressful thing I ever did was plan a wedding. Planning my wedding was probably so bothersome to me because I was never one of those girls that dreamed about having a wedding. It was more like, oh God, now I got to plan this thing. And everybody was stressing me out about my wedding too. Everybody was stressing me out. They were like, oh, you got to lose weight for your wedding. You got to lose weight for your wedding. I was like, they said it about the dress. You got to lose weight for the dress. I was like, how about I just wear a dress that fits? What a novel concept. I'll just pick one in my size. I'm not going to get one too small and then hope that I can lose the weight by then so they can staple that thing to my tired, shriveled body as I hobble down the aisle to my beloved. Like, I love you so much. Does anybody have some juice? I'm so hungry right now. No, I went and I wore Spanx like a grown-up for my wedding. If you've ever worn Spanx, you know the saddest part about wearing them? Taking them off at the end of the night. Mm-hmm. Right? You put them on, you feel invincible. Then the end of the night comes and it's like, wah, wah, wah. As soon as you pull them off, all you have to show for your hard work is a roadmap of pain embedded into your skin. You touch it, it's like Braille. It's like, help me. You guys have been amazing. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your show.
That was so awesome, Gina.
Thank you.
Oh my God. I identified with every single word. My husband keeps picking up the socks and being like, "You see that? I picked up my socks. I picked up my socks for you." I'm like, you don't get a gold medal from not being a squirrel, not making squirrel piles. You're a human being. Anyway.
Thank you for doing what you should have been doing.
Exactly. It's like, oh, you found space for the ketchup? Like, find space for the mayo too while you're at it.
How about you put your dishes in the sink?
Exactly. Or like my dad was like trying to act like washing the dishes was a big deal. It's like, no, you thank your wife for making the food.
Yes.
Thank you,
so much.
thank you, Gina. Amazing. All right, America, we have such a treat for you. We're going to keep the show going. Blair Postman performs across the U.S., including the San Francisco Sketch Fest, PBS NewsHour, and the Happy Trucker Radio Show. But today, she has been asked to be a judge at a voting precinct, which is really effing important. So she sent us this Election Day flip chart love letter. Give it up for Blair Postman and her project.
Let's shift gears.
Okay, let's keep going. Okay.
Bethany.
Our next comedian, trust me, that flip chart is super amazing. Hopefully we'll see it another time. Brittany Carney is a stand-up comedian based in New York City, where she performs at venues including the Comedy Cellar and Caroline's on Broadway. She also was featured on Comedy Central this fall. So you look it up because actually Comedy Central Presents is finally coming back, and she's one of the comedians who's going to be on Comedy Central Presents. The big deal. Put your virtual hands together for Brittany Carney. Yeah, Brittany. She might not be here, so we may have to keep going. Okay? Yes, let's keep going. Okay, you guys. Actually, I'm pretty excited. This next comedian is incredible. She was headlining, and it's Frankie French. She's one of Variety Magazine's 2020 10 comics to watch in the entire nation. NBC crowned her the winner of their national stand-up comedy competition, and her first comedy special, Mad, is due out in 2021. Please join me in giving a very warm, loud welcome to Frankie French.
Yay! Frankie French! She's my favorite comedian! Woo-hoo!
She's incredible! I can't! Wow!
Oh crap, that's me. What's going on, guys? This has been fun. Shout out to this to Comedy Hub, to the abortion group that we're working with, Kim, all of these wonderful ladies on the show right now. This is super fun. I just want to let everyone know that nothing matters in the quarantine. It's all, fuck it. It's all done. It's over. Nothing matters. And I'm going to tell you, this is how I know that nothing matters. Earlier today, I had a breakfast of peppermint patties and sliced tomatoes. That was my breakfast. No one's boss to me. I do what I want. And you know what else I did? Last night, I ate a rack of lamb to the face.
Ooh.
A whole rack of lamb to the. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? I went in my kitchen at about 10, 11 p.m. with a hankering for a rack of lamb. So you know what I did? I didn't wait for a special occasion. I didn't wait for a birthday. I didn't wait for an appropriate dinner time. I got in the kitchen. I chopped up some garlic, some rosemary, a little thyme, right? Little salt, little pep, massage that into, and I cooked a whole rack of lamb. And then I sat there like a boss and I ate it to the face, and it was delicious. And yeah, I got sick. Yeah, I barfed. But so what? Nothing matters. Life is amazing. Yeah, it's weird. Racism. What are we doing with that, guys? Where do we land on that? Are we for it, against it? Like, what are we doing? You know, this is the funny thing about racism. It's so bizarre. I literally, like, my brain doesn't understand it. Like, I know that it happens, right? I experience it, right? I've seen it happen to other people, but my brain doesn't like process it. Like, what? How? I don't get it. But I recently had an experience that actually clarified it for me. I used to not need glasses. I had perfect, impeccable 20/20 vision. Vision amazing. So good, in fact, if I was dating you and your phone beeped in your pocket, I could see who was texting you. That's how good my vision was, right? Well, I woke up a few weeks ago, blinded, not really blind, but vision just a little blurrier than I had ever noticed before. I thought, you know, I put eye wash in and all these things. Nothing worked, couldn't see. So I go to the ophthalmologist. She does her exam and she's like, you know what, Miss French? your vision's not that bad. Your left eye is still 20/20. Your right eye just has a slight stigmatism. You just need a little bit of correction and you'll be fine. Then you're on your way. And I said, ooh, if it's not that bad, can't I just get LASIK? Right? Doesn't that make sense? Let me just get LASIK and go back to the 20/20 vision I had before. And she says, well, actually, people that get LASIK, they're getting it to get their vision as good as yours is now.
Mm-hmm.
Right. To which I said, but I still just want to see better than those people. And that, my friends, is racism. They just want to see better than those people. That's all I know. Yeah, Yasmin, I see you shaking your head. I get it. I realized I was a piece of shit in that moment. Like I was like, oh, yeah. Those people. Yeah, I really did. Anybody quarantining with a roommate? Gross. I am. It's disgusting. She's a monster. She's one of those, I don't know if you guys have heard this phrase, a millennial trash bag. Have you heard that? She's one of those. She doesn't speak English, which wouldn't be a problem. But she only speaks selfie and hashtag. Have you guys ever seen these people? Okay, there's a baby that just came on the screen. Sorry, people on YouTube. I have to acknowledge this very cute baby. Hi, Gina. I'm gonna eat your baby. I just need to convey that to you. Your baby looks very delicious. That's the cutest. He's so adorable. Okay, I'll get back to my thing. Anyway, I have a roommate. She's an animal. She doesn't speak English. She only speaks in hashtag. Ooh, have you ever met these people? Literally starts early in the morning. Hashtag good morning. Hashtag breakfast. I'm like, hashtag die in a fire. It's trending. Have you heard that hashtag? Yeah, she's an animal. Because she does like really disrespectful things. Like she'll eat the last of an item and not replace it. What kind of animal does that? I love Fruit Loops, just like any red-blooded American does. I come home one day, I get my bowl, I get my spoon, I get my milk, I grab my Fruit Loops. You know what I hear? You know what that sound is? That's Fruit Loop dust. What kind of animal leaves Fruit Loop dust in the box and doesn't have respect to leave a straw and a razor blade in there so I could chop it up? And okay, yeah, that's too far. No Fruit Loop use. Okay, Yasmin, Fruit Loop user. Yeah, she's a monster. She like I said, she loves selfies. I'm out at a show not too long ago, and my phone buzzes like I have a text, right? I'm like, ooh, dick pic. And no, it was a selfie of my roommate. And here, check it out. It's her and my husband snuggled up on my sofa. Not kidding. Yasmin's face is like, yeah, I'm not even kidding. Under the blanket my dead grandmother made me, right? Watching the TV I got for my birthday with the caption, hashtag movie night. That's how many E's she put in a word that doesn't have E's, right? Mm-hmm. So I sent her back a hashtag just to make sure she could understand me. You guys should follow it. It's trending. It's really easy to remember. It was hashtag, bitch, I don't think you know how black women work. I'm gonna fuck you up when I get home. I play a lot of shit, but I don't play with my husband, ho. You see that spear in my closet? Wakanda forever. The one thing we did right. I will civil rights march on your bitch ass when I get home.
Yes.
Really easy hashtag. It's real easy. Here's the craziest thing she ever did. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're married or dating someone and you sleep with them every single night, what's the greatest gift they can give you? That's right, not coming to bed. Oh, I start fights with my husband like right around 7:30, 8 o'clock, just so he can be like, I'm sleeping on the sofa. And I'm like, no, don't, please. Because it's amazing. You have free reign in your bedroom. And so I'm excited to come home one night from a show because my husband's out of town. I get home, I take a sexy shower first. Ladies, we've all done that. Just sat on the toilet naked, drinking wine. And then when I was done crying, I put on something comfortable and I got into bed. She's in my bed. Yeah, asleep. No joke. I'm not even kidding. Asleep. And she's wearing my Guns N' Roses t-shirt. I was like, Pacow, welcome to the jungle, bitch. What are you doing? We've got fun and games. Here's the part where you guys are not gonna You're not gonna follow me here. I'm gonna lose you. And just know I don't care about your judgment because, as I mentioned, nothing matters in the quarantine. But she has never paid rent, not one time. I know. Yeah, look, hey, save your judgy McJudge faces. Not one time. And this is pre-COVID. She's just a piece of trash, like just garbage. And worst part, she uses the same excuse month after month after month. I'm like, hey girl, where's my rent money? And she's like, hey, mommy, stop telling people I'm your roommate. I'm only 12 years old. I cannot help you and broke ass daddy with the bills. Yeah, the money she's saving is for college because you niggas don't have it. That's literally what she told me. What a bitch. Last thing I'll say before I get out of here. Am I done? Hold on. How much? Yes, I'm done.
You're fine.
Oh, okay. That's it. that was the Frankie French show. Thank you guys so much. If you haven't voted, please, I don't know if it's still open, but go vote. If you don't vote, you're dead to me. Have a good night. Follow me everywhere, Frankie French.
That's dope, Frankie. Thank you. I got a lot to look forward to with my kids growing up and, just showing up in my bed, in my clothes. I don't know. They're boys, but I don't think it makes a difference. They still want to own our lives, even when they exit the womb for years. I want to thank you all for being patient with us as we work through some technical difficulties. We actually have the video, the really cool Election Day flip chart love letter, yes, that Blair Postman has set up for us. So just so you guys know, she sent us this in place of her being here. She's toured all over the United States, including San Francisco Sketch Fest, PBS NewsHour, and Happy Trucker Radio Show. I will just turn it over to the organizer here to show us the video. There she is.
America, my name is Blair Postman. I'm super excited to be here. And yes, my voice does sound divorced. Now, I'm taping this a few days before you're watching it, nervous liberals and progressives of America. I wonder what crazy ass shit has happened in the intervening 4 or 5 days. But they let me tape this because while you're watching it, I have gone from DC, where I live, to Philadelphia to volunteer as a poll watcher. Now, the Pennsylvania Dems put out a call for poll watchers with law degrees. And I went back through my head. I'm like, oh my God, 25 years ago, I happened to graduate from law school. So I went up into my attic of regrets and bad life choices, dusted off that law degree that I used for an hour and a half, but am still absolutely paying off. And I'm up there. So they let me submit this video. Every Friday, I do a video, put it out on Instagram, I use a flip chart, and I complain about shit. I call it Flip Out Friday, get it? A few weeks ago, the video I did was about Schoolhouse Rock, and turned up a lot of the really problematic stuff that some Gen Xers don't seem to remember. We're not gonna be talking about the hits, right? We're not doing I'm Just a Bill, or Junction, what's your function? No, we're not doing any of that. We're going to talk about the B-sides, and we're going to talk about the problematic stuff that went down in that particular 70s franchise. All right, guys, it's Flip Out Friday, except now it's Election Day Tuesday. My name is Blair. Am I going to sing? You bet your sweet ass I am. Let's go. Now, a lot of the ones I like have pep. Pronouns. Rufus Xavier Sarsaparilla and Albert Andreas Amadilla. Best line, no relation to the Sarsaparillas. And the best part is, I'm pretty sure that some of these characters are Hispanic, so we have a little cultural diversity, which, as we'll learn later, is not a strong point of the Schoolhouse Rock. There's some problems. The suffrage one, well, that's really upbeat. What could be wrong with that? There's no black women in it. They forgot the black women. Just like real suffrage. It was suffering until suffrage. Not a woman here could vote no matter what age. Till the 19th Amendment helped white women, and then we totally forgot about black women again. I think this is more feminist than the suffragette one, right? Interplanet Janet. Because this one, she's traveling, she's not talking about being liberated, she's fucking doing it. She's a scientist, she's got a rocket on her ass. She's in charge of these Rocket Comet Team, guys. She sees planets, she travels everywhere. That's feminine as fuck. Inner planet Janet, she's a galaxy girl. And inner planet Ms. from a future world. She travels like a rocket with her science team. And there's never been a planet Janet hasn't seen. No, there's never been a planet Janet hasn't seen. I'm in the house alone a lot. A lot. Verb, that's what's happening when I'm feeling really active. I run, I hide, I swim, I fly. It's catchy. He's about the only black protagonist, in this case literally a hero, in Schoolhouse Rock. There's one other girl in the nerve endings one, but it's not that big a role. Here it's an ensemble cast of black players. Did I tell you Schoolhouse Rock has some problems? It's got some problems. Elbow Rooms, it's all about manifest destiny, which is a problematic thing. We took your land because God wanted us to. Every once in a while you see a Native American person in there, and then they're gone. You're what happened? And so there's nothing about the Trail of Tears in Manifest Destiny. Doesn't come up. You know what I'm saying? And it's catchy. Elbow Room, I remember it. Maybe too well. It's a problem. You can extrapolate from there. Problems. There's no emancipation. Juneteenth is awesome. There's none of that, right? They got a whole one about the melting pot. The Great American Melting Pot. I don't know if these immigrants want to go into that pot. And I love the cross section of immigrants. They show here the flags. It's Sweden, Ireland, Norway. It's the Trump's dream scenario of who the immigrants are. There's Greece over here, and that's probably borderline for Trump. That's pushing it. I don't know. Are we gonna let this guy in? Maybe if his wife is hot. And even in the ones I love the most, there are some problems. This part of interjection where it's the guy is fucking harassing Geraldine. If you don't remember, Geraldine played hard to get. Geraldo knew he'd woo her. Yeah. And he fucking stalks her after she says no 100 times. And then at the end, though, she's oh, you're kind of cute. No. No means no, Geraldo. No means no. Or the one, Mr. Morton. First of all, they're taking on subjects and predicates in a cartoon song, and that's not good. He's creepy. I know in the end he gets together with the neighbor, the one woman he knows, who he looks at through a telescope. It's creepy. I think today he'd be an incel. It doesn't sit well with me, but there is a cat. There's a cat. Even the noun. They made Chubby Checker white. That's their picture of Chubby Checker. Chubby Checker is a black man. This was their Chubby Checker. This is, somebody drew this on purpose. Did I hear? You want me to tell you what my favorite Schoolhouse Rock is? Oh, motherfucker! It's interjection. Surprising nobody. The score was tied at 7-all. When Franklin found he had the ball, he made a connection in the other direction, and the crowd started shouting out interjections. Hey, you're a piece of shit. Hey, yo, motherfucker. Hooray, I'm here for the other team. And then they murder that guy. It's off screen, you don't see it, but they murder that guy at the end. My cats are really scared for me, They're just outside the door and they see the mother is yelling and she's going to hell, and I make up my own Schoolhouse Rock lyrics when I'm alone. It's not just for the video. I really, really do this. All right, guys, that's my time. Thanks so much to Abortion Access Front for having me, for Lizz Winstead and the entire team for putting all this together all the time, not just tonight, all the great things you do to Improbable Comedy in DC. And remember, guys, no matter what happens tonight, or maybe this week or this month. Stay strong. There's no crying in civil rights. Actually, that's just a weird metaphor. There's quite a bit of crying, and it's okay. But stay strong. I'm Blair Postman. Have a great night.
I love it. Thank you, Blair, for that. A judge at a voting precinct, a really big deal. Okay, so she walks
After
the walk and
15
talks the
months,
talk.
U.S. Attorney John Durham has
We also have
filed the first
another
criminal charge.
video playing in the back. Don't worry about that. They're just trying to be discriminatory towards me, which is fine, okay? Because the Schoolhouse Rock can do it. You guys can do it to me. I know I don't fit here, okay? You don't have to tell me I don't belong. I'm just kidding. Okay, guys, you know who is going to belong in this group? Brittany, who we were missing before, but we're going to bring her back on. Brittany Carney, stand-up comic based in New York City, performing at Comedy Cellar and Caroline's on Broadway. Also is featured in this new Comedy Central Presents, the first after the pandemic to go on the air. Pretty exciting. Brittany Carney, yes, welcome her on.
Hi, hello. So wonderful to be with you all. I am so honored. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can hear you, Brittany.
Great. I'm actually literally crouching against a pillar in 30th Street Station in God's favorite Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where I have come for the day, not to vote, just to sort of go streaking in Constitutional Hall. I came to, throw in the old ballot. I came to exercise my democracy and in a miniskirt in honor of the founding fathers who could not. And it's nice because, my parents live here, and through quarantine, I spent like 3 months here, and I was extremely busy at that time, socially and emotionally regressing. So good to be back. I'm going back to New York, which is cool. Like, I feel like it's nice to be back and be and experience New York in some way. And I think that when I was home here, what I missed about being in New York was like buying a $5 Americano from somewhere and then leaving it on another store shelf. But at least I stimulated the economy, and like maybe walking through a steaming sewer grate in the dead of winter and licking handrails. So maybe come February, I'll get to experience the city in the way that I appreciate again. I like that now we can experience like some establishment or restaurant or bar culture in some way. And I want to preface this next thing by saying that I've never been in a physical fight, like despite my energy, but I did get into like a grammar tussle. And what happened is that I was in a bar, and I was like at a bar, like this like outside area, and this guy showed up out of nowhere and came kind of close. So he was like, "Oh, sorry, I'm in the way." And truly he was not, but I love a martyr. And I said, "Oh, no imposition." And then he was like, "What did you say?" And I said, "Oh, impose, but the noun version," because I'd had one tequila and was feeling brazen. And then he said, "Imposition's not a noun, it's a verb. And yes, he's white." And then I was like, "It's a noun." If you think about it, like act is the verb, but action is the noun. And he said, "What are you, an English major?" And I was like, "No, I just speak the language." And then he was like, he turned to this woman that was hanging out and next to him on a bar stool, and was like, "Yeah, I don't know. Isn't a noun a person, place, or thing?" And I felt like this vein in my forehead was just pulsing with activity, like the Mississippi River post-emancipation. And then like Clint Eastwood in some old Western, I reached for my iPhone like a pistol, and I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna look this up. And that's when it hit me. Total doubt. Like, I don't know. What if what I was defending with my highest honor was but a fallacy? And I was so relieved to look at my phone and then see a little N. And the woman said, "Is this the best thing that's ever happened to you?" And I was like, oh, are we all gonna fuck? Like the verb, not the noun. This has been a spooky week. We had Halloween. And I was like reflecting on costumes that I enjoyed in more normal years. A few years ago, I was like slutty Teddy Roosevelt, and this guy in a stormtrooper costume at a party was like, "Hey, are you Steve Urkel?" And I had just never felt more seen. My dad's black. My mom is half black, half Japanese, which appears on the new census as Ethiopian. And yeah, I grew up mostly in Tokyo, and people ask me like, oh, do you know a lot about anime? But it's like, well, I was in Japan, not the Midwest suburbs, so not as much. And I've been enjoying being in New York City, although I've been pretty tired there recently because something that I do is that I teach preschool by day. I know that I seem so nurturing, and like, honestly, right now it's a thrill it's just a thrill to sort of be like talking at people who can read. And it's really bizarre right now. We're all masked, we're indoors, sharing is not caring, and everything obviously shut down in mid-March. And then one of the problems at the time was that my classroom, we had just purchased tadpoles, which are maybe alive right now as frogs. Like, I don't know. Shout out to the Donahues for taking those guys in, And this kid, like, we were talking about their life cycle, and this girl asked earnestly and raised a hand, and she was like, but the mama frogs, where are their boobs? And I thought, oh, I don't need more salary. I get paid in curiosity. And I just kind of looked at my co-teacher, who shrugged at me. So we turned to the kids, and I was like, well, frogs are amphibians, and we're all mammals. And then, without skipping a beat, another kid raised her hand and said verbatim, I'm not a mammal. And this is a really progressive Brooklyn school where we don't impose any identities. So I'm just like, that is so brave to know about yourself. Castle, work those gills, queen. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know about you guys, but sorry, there's an announcement right now for the train that I'm to board, but just take no mind, if you will. It's just sort of like, okay, so honestly, that woman has the most sultry voice that I've ever heard in all 59 of my years. So, okay, so I really love being a mammal. Like, I don't know about you, but like, we are so soft and warm. We are the pussies of animal taxonomy. And I had this experience with one that I found really profound. So like, I was walking around outside, which Cuomo said we could do now. And I caught the eyes of this dog, like as it peed in the street. And I was just like, whoa, I guess we're both mammals. but who in this exchange holds more power? You know, because dogs don't feel any shame to relieve themselves in public, but humans, we cannot relieve ourselves in public without getting shamed, which is the same thought process I had when I saw a black dude wearing a Kid Rock t-shirt. Like, oh, I do that in private. Weird. So yeah, as I wind down, I guess I'll talk to, thank you for asking. I have thought about the top 5 quadrupeds. So these are animals with 4 legs. So the list goes as following. The antelope, specifically the dik-dik, number 4, hippopotamus, number 3, brontosaurus, number 2, the Red River hog, of course, and number 1, your dad doing downward dog. And I've been thinking in terms of lists recently. I think maybe because I had like 3 COVID tests over the summer, so I've got a free lobotomy, you know, and sort of going, okay, so I've put together also a personal top 5 list of underrated sex playlist music. So number 5 goes Andean flute. Number 4, Gregorian chants. Number 3, ominous, haunting organ. Number 2, chaotic xylophone. And 1, a Spotify playlist I found called Sad Christmas. Okay, folks, I love each of you so much. Have a great night. Thank you for your time and energy. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Brittany. I know she's like, you know, doing her civic duty, trying to get on a train. God bless you. And I just want you to know, I know you didn't hear before, but my son has no shame in relieving himself in public. The only shame he feels is not embarrassing me enough. He's like, that was a shame. Didn't do enough. I just want to close out just really quick, just saying, you know, I'm half Egyptian, half Libyan, and we are political asylum seekers in this country. So we came from countries, my mom and dad, I was born in Cairo, where we couldn't even do this. You know, we couldn't even vote in fair and free elections, but I'm not sure if they're so fair. We're hoping this one is fair. But I married a man from Afghanistan because I didn't have enough trouble in my life. You know what I mean? I wanted it to be more complicated for my children. My children have absolutely no future, no chance at having a security clearance. We're in DC. You think that this was kind of the kiss of death for them. But my dad, he has like a really funny way about dealing with it. He's like, look, Yasmin, look, they're Elizabeth Gaddafi, a little bit Taliban, eh? I'm like, no, actually, you can't say that about your grandson's dad at the airport. They're not little Talibanis. You can't even, don't say that out loud. The FBI is coming right now. My parents put me in front of the USA Network because they thought I could learn English faster, become American faster, learn more. I don't know if you were watching the USA Network in the 90s, very disruptive viewing for a 5-year-old, not good, inappropriate, but they had WWF wrestling, very American, every morning, 7 in the morning. And so I would see the greats, Hulk Hogan, Bret the Hitman Hart, Randy Savage. And I remember I got to kindergarten, met a girl that I really liked. I did what was natural, was hopped up. I got on top of the desk and I body slammed her to the floor. Teresa was her name. Yes. And she said, why, Yasmin? Why? And I was like, I don't know. I can't hear you. Oh, yeah. That's my American story. And go vote, guys. This is great. If you haven't voted, but you probably have. Polls closed. Hi, Kim. Thank you, Improbable Comedy. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you so much, Yasmin. Thank you to all of the performers tonight, to Gina Brion and Blair Postman, whose video miraculously worked, and Brittany Carney and Frankie French. And of course, a huge shout out to Abortion Access and Lizz Winstead and her team. They were awesome. If you liked our show, of course, we would love for you to come check us out at Improbable Comedy. But the most important thing is to do the best line of the night was that Brittany said she voted in Pennsylvania. So that was basically the whole show was worth it. Thank you, America. This was really fun to be a part of. And God, it just was a great break. And thank you, Lizz Winstead. Yeah, I don't know if we're I think we're just at 7:55. So thank you very much.
You guys did great. Thank you, Kim. Thanks you guys so much, mother of all comedy shows. Please support these comedy shows and these independent producers. They're so great. Drop your Venmo in the YouTube chat, bitches. Do it so that people can tip these bitches. Oh my God, thank you so much. This has been such a day. It's actually weirdly gone fast. I've been trapped on my couch with minimal bathroom, but I'm doing it because I wanted to watch as much as I could. And we are oddly, for a comedy show that's running 12 hours, we're running 4 minutes early, which is completely unheard of. So for those of you who are listening or just joining, we're Abortion Access Front. We are a reproductive rights nonprofit started by comics and producers and writers and people who wanted to use their art to shine a light on what's happening with abortion access, because guess what? The media doesn't talk about it. Even our allies shame us into saying, you know what? It's a wedge issue. Please, it's for abortion. It's like, I'm for abortion. I'm actually for abortion. I'm actually pro-abortion. I'm actually going to say it out loud. And it is something that is, when and if you want to be pregnant, is your first step towards your own self-determination. And since more than half of the country has a uterus, and we don't care that it is the single focus of this political party, that's why these elections matter. Because if all you do is install people who want to suppress your right to your own self-determination, those people usually aren't experts at a lot of other things. So they're in charge of the immigration system, healthcare, the environment, foreign policy, everything. You have a bunch of dumb shit, anti-abortion, anti-science orgs supposedly going to make your country better. Guess what? That's not going to work out that well. So if you want freedom, hopefully you're in line voting. So stay in line because these comics are here so that you'll stay in line. And we are moving to our next show, which I am so excited about. The host of this show is one of my favorite humans on the planet. Somebody who always says yes, somebody who tirelessly works for civil rights, human rights, started their career as a labor organizer, went into comedy, been out on the road with Abortion Access Front more than once, and is a gentlewoman and a scholar, if I could say that. Please welcome our next hour of hilarity. It is Jenny Yang with Comedy Crossing. Hey,
gosh, Lizz Winstead. Oh my goodness, Lizz Winstead. What an honor to be here. I am grabbing the baton from you, proverbially.
You see me kissing you?
Yes, I see you kissing me. Thank you for organizing this. I'm so honored to be a part of this. Are you kidding? We want to keep the spirits up, like we usually do as comedians, of everyone in line voting. And I think we're going to do that. We're having an amazing show ready for you all. And this is fun times. This is our first time doing Comedy Crossing, your happiest, gentlest stand-up comedy show this side of the pandemic, that's held inside a Nintendo Switch video game that is then inside a Zoom meeting. Easy. So this is our first time broadcasting in general, out here to the public. Usually it's a closed meeting room, but here we are. Do you see? This is, Liz, this is how we start the show. This is our show. I know. It's amazing. It's who knew 2020 would encourage me to run a show inside of a Nintendo Switch video game. Shout out to Nintendo. Please don't sue. Hello, everyone. My name is Jenny Yang, and today I decided to dress in my avatar like Pete Davidson. Just some Gen Z trash. You know what I'm saying? I'm not Gen Z. I decided I'd be Gen Z trash just for you today. Not gonna lie, today has been a really stressful day as I go to my comedy club and we start the show soon. Comedy Crossing is one of the few things. Forget about that Biden-Harris sign. To pretend this is 501c3. This is nonpartisan.
For whomever you want. Vote for whomever you want, okay? This is what I'm talking about. But I do want to show off my happy Halloween gear. Look at that. And, you know, if this is your first time tuning into Comedy Crossing, usually this is in the biggest, funnest Zoom room, and we have longer than 1 hour. But, you know, I must do my pre-show ritual, as I do in real life, of going to the John.
In the biggest.
Yes. Here we go. Yep. Okay. Gold toilet is not an homage to a particular candidate. Just letting you know right now.
Not at all.
Not at all. It is just a part of my decor. Oh, now that I've gone to the toilet, I think I'm ready to start the show. Let's do this. Let's go to the comedy club, everyone. Yay! Just so you know, every Comedy Crossing we have a laugh room, and so we have happy laughers in pre-approved laughers. Who are, so in order to warm up our laugh room, because they are an integral part to this weird post-apocalyptic show where it doesn't feel like we're just telling jokes to a hallway. Laugh room, can you please just on the count of 3 laugh for everyone to hear? 1, 2, 3. That's not creepy at all. That's not creepy at all. Now that we've been sufficiently warmed up, this is Comedy Crossing, and I'm your host, Jenny Yang. And let's clap it up for our laughers and all of our audience members out in public right now. Let's clap it up for, yes. Let's clap it up for all of the people in line to vote. Let's clap it up for everyone who's just trying to fight off the existential dread. You're fighting off the existential dread. Let's clap that up. Just so you know, Comedy Crossing, we're out here. We started the first show early June. Since then, we've raised over $30,000 for Black Lives Matter related causes, and we've paid our comedians. Listen, this is what we're doing virtually. And today, I have to admit, I'm a little punchy. I gotta admit, I'm a little anxious. I only had to focus on one thing today, and that was to carbo load in order to prep for the race war. What I'm doing today, guys, and I'm telling you, I'm choosing all the carbs that only Trump supporters will eat. All the gluten carbs. That's my first line. That's my first line of in the race war, is to eat all of the bread that is full of gluten that Trump supporters might be sustaining from. Anyway, but this is a nonpartisan show, so vote whoever you want to. Anyway, we're just out here. I'm telling you, my level of anxiety is so high. I am now actually understanding all of my Chinese aunties who had sought out Chinese astrologers because they feared their little daughters and nieces were just out there hoeing and single and having barren wombs. This is the level of auntie anxiety I'm feeling right now. Okay, America is a single hoeing barren wombed girl. I'm inappropriately anxious about it. Okay, I'm inappropriately anxious about it. Just want America to pop out 3 consecutive babies, okay, and get a nice accountant for a husband. That's all I want. I never knew I'd be driven to this level of anxiety, but I'm starting to understand my aunties. Oh my God. Y'all, this is it. If you want to donate to the cause, that is to live comedy, because all of our live actual comedy shows have been completely obliterated. If you want to support live comedy, if you want to support stand-up comedians, our producers, and we are going to donate to Freedom Inc., a Black and Southeast Asia nonprofit organization that works with low to no income communities of color. All right, and the Knights and Orchid Society, striving to build the power of TLGB community for African Americans throughout rural areas in Alabama and across the South. If you want the majority of your donations to go to these organizations and to tip our comedians and producers, Venmo me at Jenny Yang TV. at Jenny Yang TV. It's so easy, at Jenny Yang TV. We're going to put it out in the chats wherever you are. Venmo me at Jenny Yang TV. And then we're going to start the show. Clap it up if you're ready for your first comedian of the evening. Laugh room coming through. I am out here. I'm out here going to introduce one of my favorite comedians, other than Lizz Winstead, also one of my comedian mentors. Yeah, I'm gonna call you a mentor. You didn't know this, okay? I'm gonna call you a mentor. You didn't know this, Lizz, okay? But this is what you are to me. And this next comedian is one of my favorite comedians and comedian mentors. He is the funniest. He has a book out that you must get. It's called My Life as a Goddess. And he writes for TV and all these different things. Everyone, please welcome to the stage, Guy Branum. Woohoo!
Good to be here. How is everyone's terror going? Like the great thing is that like we elected a mentally unstable television star to be our, and there is a global pandemic that is forcing everyone to be inside at all times, which leaves us in a really exciting situation when we don't know what genre of movie we're in. I just keep like turning towards the sea to wonder when a great Leviathan will step out of it and just start stomping across the city of Los Angeles. Because already in a screenplay where like any development exec would be like, hey, less is more. Let's take a couple of these things out. My favorite thing about global warming is that it allows liberals to be terrified of end times as well. For such a long time, if you thought the planet was about to be destroyed, it meant that you had to be a religious conservative. But now we all understand that like a sea creature is probably going to emerge from the ocean, which will destroy all of us. The only argument is whether it is like God or increasing global temperatures that cause the sea creature. I am slurring my words because I have been drinking since 3 p.m. Fortunately, on this family-friendly video game, it is not possible for me to be holding a cocktail. So I'd like to take this moment to say Harvest Moon is better than fucking Animal Crossing. First of all, I don't remember my own friends' actual birthdays, let alone a raccoon that lives on my island who's going to become pissed off if I don't remember his birthday. Calm down, all of you. Second point is like, oh yes, you have cool stuff. Oh, look at Jenny's turntable that she cannot use to make beats. In Harvest Moon, I can grow actual beets that I can then turn into a delightful borscht or non-traditional rice ball that will sustain me and the animals that I raise.
Okay.
Who here is Gen X or a millennial? Just a piece of advice. Let's not be the generations that revolutionized coffee culture in America, but drop the ball on democracy. I just feel like, you know, when we look back on our time, like got all of America excited about lamb sausage is probably not going to be like equal to destroyed the oldest extant republic in the world. Take a controversial stance. Let's get back to a standardized emotion right now, all right? Because I'm about to like run up into an act of outrageousness, and we really need to start from vanilla. I like the Electoral College because otherwise I would forget that Kentucky exists.
It's okay to forget.
That's a fair point. A couple of weeks ago, I was in a Starbucks in Los Angeles, in Hollywood, and this like handsome boy who was clearly an aspiring actor walked in, but he was wearing a tracksuit that was entirely branded to the University of Iowa's wrestling team. And I just wanted to tell him, go back. If you love Iowa that much, go do Iowa. Iowa is for you. Leave Los. I don't have the option of going back to the place where I'm from. The place where that I'm from doesn't like me, and I don't like it. I need Los Angeles. And if you're just the handsomest boy from your town in Iowa, and you think that that means that you need to move to Los Angeles, I want to say, get a real estate license and move back. Have heterosexual Caucasian babies. I mean, some of them will end up being gay, but you can't fix that. But like, otherwise you're just driving up rental costs in like the greater like Hollywood, West Hollywood area. No one needs that. All right, I'm gonna do a joke. Who here has pets? All right, let's walk out and let's get closer to their faces so they'll be virtually scared of us. Who here posts photos of their pets on Instagram or Facebook? Who here posts photos of their pets on Instagram? Identify yourselves. You people need to calm down. I'm very tired. Don't get in Mike's face. He's also a performer. Be mean to just those three. I'm very tired of everyone posting photos of their stupid apartment dog on Facebook. It's your, or on Instagram. That makes it more relevant. It's your dog. It's your deal. Don't involve me in that process. And people think that I am cruel and unloving because I don't care about their stupid apartment dog. Let's go back behind the mic to restore some order. I love animals. I grew up in a farm town. I love animals. Real animals with genitals and a job. I know. You're probably saying, but Guy, we have to have our dog fixed. If we don't have him fixed, he'll just hump the ottoman all around the apartment. He'll just hump the ottoman all around the apartment. And to that, I would reply, yeah, if someone trapped you in a 20-foot by 20-foot room for the rest of your life with no members of your own species and no opposable thumbs, you might develop some interesting masturbatory habits too. Our dog is so stupid. He's so stupid. He just stares out the window all day long. He's so stupid. Your dog isn't stupid. Can we point at them? Probably can't. Stop that fucking song. Your dog isn't stupid. Your dog is very good at something. I don't know what it is. Maybe it is herding sheep. Maybe it is keeping a Chinese empress's feet warm. Maybe it is finding dead birds and bringing dead birds back to you. Your dog has a skill, and you won't let him do it. You take him to the park 2 times a week for 20 minutes and act like you're doing him a favor. Your dog isn't staring out the window because he's stupid. Your dog is staring out the window because he's a housewife. 1963 with a journalism degree from Wellesley and 2 crying kids in the next room. Dog isn't staring out the window because he's stupid. He's staring out the window because he's wondering where it all went wrong. Betty for Dan of the Animal Kingdom. All right, it is time for me to go. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. And next time we have the option of electing a woman president, let's be less scared of women being in charge of things.
Woo-hoo! Guy Branum, everyone. Guy Branum. Oh my goodness. Go Guy. Go Guy. Let's give it up for Guy, and let's give it up for the puppeteer of Guy Branum. Kate Zazowski, Kate Zazowski, who's actually doing double duty tonight because she is actually going to be performing as well. So she ran away to change her entire persona in order to be herself. I do really love how Guy really worked the virtual room. No one has truly been that aggressive in getting all up in our audience's faces for a bit. We haven't done that yet. I also want to say thank you to my friend here, Dino Ray Ramos. You might know him as a Deadline.com entertainment reporter. He is a friend of mine, and he is in the island laughing just for us. He's our one audience member. Show us how you laugh. There you go.
There I go.
Oh my goodness. Thank you for being here, Dino. I'm excited because I'm actually going to bring up our next comedian. Our next comedian will be played by one of my favorite co-producers and comedians, Marie Soledad. And our comedian next up can be seen on HBO and Comedy Central, and you might know her as Sabah Agarwal. Everyone, come on, let's bring up Sabah Agarwal. Yes.
Hey. Hi guys, happy to be here. Thank you for those of you in line voting. I appreciate you. These are crazy times. I mean, besides everything else, the hard choice of voting for somebody who's maybe a little more centrist than you and a racist pile of rape. I understand it's a hard choice. I'm interested. You can vote for anyone. I support getting out the vote, whatever you want to vote for. I just think it's wild that our politicians are like both like late 70s. Like, how did everyone in government get so old? Like, it's insane. Like 90% of the American government could be taken out by a loose shower railing. Like, that's like, if you were to ask me at this point, like, who's the most likely to assassinate the president, I'd be like, time. That's it. So weird. I also like Abortion Access Front, great organization, very pro-choice. Here's the thing that bothers me the most is like politicians aren't actually pro-life. They don't care about children. Like, we didn't have a plan for going back to school with COVID. We haven't done anything about gun violence. And we forgave Casey Anthony for murdering her own kid because she was super hot. Like, we don't. Remember that? The judge took one look at her and was like, wowie, this case is double deep, did a dismiss. You know? Good. I appreciate you guys for laughing. It can be a very touchy subject for people, you know. Back when we were doing live shows, I told that joke, and this lady came up to me afterwards, and she's like, "You think you're so clever? What if you had been aborted? You ever think about that? What if you had been aborted?" I'm like, "Yeah, but what if you had been aborted?" Be nice, a little less yelling. Girl can hope. Yes. These are pretty insane right now. A lot of my friends are surprised. I'm very cynical, so it's hard to surprise me, but a lot of them are like, I can't believe people won't wear masks. Don't they care about other people's health just so they're a little more comfortable? And I'm like, look, as a woman who has been single on Tinder and tried to get men to wear condoms, no, they don't care about your health. Not even a little bit, you know? Like, anytime I see somebody walking around with a mask under their chin, like, it has the exact same energy as a guy who carries around a condom to look safe, but will never, ever use it. You know those dudes? I have a guy carrying around a condom so old it's crispy. You're like, how old? You look at the wrapper, it says vote Reagan. You're like, how old? It's so old they don't believe in women's sexuality, so it's not ribbed for her pleasure, it's spiked for her shame. It's like, how old? Old. Same energy, man. I just feel like we should have known it was a problem when Walmart started asking or requiring their customers to wear masks. Like, Walmart knows who the fuck their customer base is, you know? And even Walmart doesn't care about your health. They don't. Walmart will sell a 500-pound man 40 zebra cakes and a gun and not ask any questions. I'm pretty sure I could walk into Walmart, buy a gun, walk into the food court, and ask them to dip it in cheese so it'll taste better in my mouth. And the only question they'll have is cheddar or nacho. Like, they don't care. And even Walmart was like, look, you got to put a mask on. If you're on a ventilator, who's going to pick up this American flag Snuggie? We need you to put a mask on. Even they. It's wild because, like, I don't know. I'm a little more chill, I guess, than some of my friends. A lot of my friends are like, you know, screw everybody. I always try to look at things with empathy, but it's so hard. And all of my friends are like, look, you have to understand these people are in an information bubble. They're getting their news off of Facebook. And I'm like, who does? Facebook used to be a hot or not website for Mark Zuckerberg to rate his classmates. Like, getting your news off of Facebook is like trying to figure out the weather by reading the back of hot girl shorts. Snowing outside, but according to Cindy's cheeks, it's going to be hot with a W, you know? 20% chance of sploosh. Not good. And it's like, what kills me about the anti-maskers, it's always the same line, unless they're like QAnon and they're completely gone. But like most of them are like, oh, it's about freedom. It's my freedom. I want to do whatever I want, whenever I want. And I'm like, what are you, a toddler? Like, you still have to live with people, you psychopath. This isn't a Chuck E. Cheese. Like, grow up, you know? Like, when has living with someone ever meant doing whatever you want, whenever you want, whether it's a roommate or a spouse? Like, especially with roommates. Like, nobody wants to fuck quietly, you know? You do it when you have roommates because you're a good human being. You compromise, you know? Like, somewhere right now, there is somebody going, shh. Jessica has work in the morning, so silently take this dick, you quiet slut. Like, I guarantee somewhere. Be considerate. So wild. But I don't know. Obviously, even after the election, we have so much work to do. It's a bummer that robots are killing humanity, and it's not like cool AI Will Smith robots. It's like YouTube algorithms and Facebook likes. How embarrassing. Whatever comes after us is going to be learning about humanity, and they'll be like, what killed the humans? And then the teacher's going to be like, well, there are a lot of theories, but it looks like it was mostly targeted ads for Facebook. And the angry emoji. That's what killed humanity. Are they fighting against it? No, they were too busy making videos of them reacting to other videos. That's what the humans so sad. Guy was shitting on cats. Or animals, dogs, actually. It's like I post a ton of pictures of my cats, I know, and I hate when people shit on that animal. I literally had someone comment underneath. He's like, you know, the thing only loves you because you feed it. I was like, bro, I could say the exact same thing about your girlfriend. You know? I get it though. Cats are a very difficult animal. Like, one of my cats gave herself an eye infection, and I took her to the vet. And it turns out she got pink eye because she wouldn't stop rubbing her face in my other cat's butthole. That's a real thing that can happen with animals. I remember the vet gave me these drops I have to put in her face twice a day. This cat is like a chonk, so I'm like struggling to wrestle her to the ground. I'm late for work. This cat is trying to cut my throat. I just get so angry. I yelled, "This is happening because you're a whore." I was like, "Whoa!" Oh my God, I'm my mother. You know. I felt so guilty. I took her to Forever 21. I'm like, pick out whatever you want. It's on me. But you guys, it's been my time. This has been a lot of fun. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Woo! Hey, Suva Agarwal, what? Okay, see, that is good times right there. Marie Soledad as the puppeteer. Let's clap it up for both Suva and Marie. Yes. Y'all, listen, it's time. It's time for me to make a quick costume change. This is what we can do in this world. I am out here 'tis the season. I want to just change it up for you right now. This is my pumpkin spice latte outfit. It's my Karen outfit of 2020. I'm about to name my newborn baby Kaylee with an Leigh or Casey with a Ceigh. You know what I mean? This is who I'm gonna be. Listen, you didn't know Casey had 25 consonants in it. You know what I mean? That's what it is. Anyway, that's here. This is the other for those who are uninitiated in the Animal Crossing world, which is what the heck is Harvest Moon, Guy? I don't even have any idea what Harvest Moon is. I'm trying to talk smack about Animal Crossing. Can your Animal Crossing do this? Yes, look at me. I'm in a love cocoon right now with my man. Oh, how I live. This is how I live right now. Me and my man in a love cocoon. Boom. It's Valentine's Day all day. Anyway, what else we have here? You know what? I can be an egg sushi. All right. This is Nintendo. I can be an egg sushi. Okay. Tamago sushi. Okay. Right. Anyway, that's my angry rant for you, so you know more about Animal Crossing. You soon, by the way, usually I don't change into another person. Thank you for the applause. I don't change into another person, but I will today because I'm going to be going up, and you're just going to see all of it. You're going to see all of it. You're going to see behind the curtains of how I transform. Okay. Yes, and we are now ready. Hold on. Let me see what's up. Let's see what else am I. Oh, by the way, this is how I'm ready for the election. All right. Who's ready for the election? Right. Let's bring up our next comedian of the evening, everyone. By the way, I'm speaking through this mask, and anti-maskers, my air is fine. Okay. Anyways, our next comedian was one of our puppeteers, is one of our co-producers for Comedy Crossing. She is an LA-based writer with an upcoming podcast. I'm so proud of her. Straight Guys, hosted by her and Caitlin Reese. Everyone, please welcome to the stage, Kate Zazowski.
Hello. How's everyone doing? All right. You know what? We made it. Okay. It is National Sandwich Day, finally, November 3rd. It's so crazy. Like, we had dozens of Democratic candidates, 2 weeks ago? Remember all those people? We had Mike Bloomberg running to be for president. Do you remember that? Yes. Yes. One candidate I was very, very interested in was Amy Klobuchar. Now, something I learned about her is that she would throw things at some of her staffers. She would throw binders and staplers, and I was like, that's awful. I would not want a president who abuses their staff. She should go work in Hollywood, right? But I will tell you this story that I heard. She apparently goes on a private plane, plays on her phone, takes her pants off, and has an assistant shave her legs. Allegedly. So I was like, I would not want an abusive president, but a dominatrix president? Oh my God, 100%. 100%. But I have been really stressed about this current election. Very, very stressed. I feel like people are so picky now about their candidates. They need to line up with their views exactly. I know people who are dating someone they don't even like. Yeah, been dating for 3 years. Should probably get married. All my stuff's in his apartment. I don't want to have to move. But Joe Biden brought up fracking, so I don't know if I'll vote for him. What? What are you talking about? Really, what are you talking about? I mean, I have to pick between two options, even if they're both bad. Yeah, don't you have a favorite parent? Come on. That's trauma. Okay. don't care how queer you are. This is a binary we all understand. I'm not going to tell anyone who to vote for, but for me, this was a very single issue based election for me. And that issue being who I'd rather be groped by. No. Wasn't supposed to say that out loud. No, for me, coronavirus was the biggest issue of this election because 230,000 people have died. That is so many people. And I feel like a lot of Americans don't care. And I think maybe it would help if we change the narrative a little bit, maybe stretch the truth. Let's say that 230,000 targets have been looted. All these rioters. I think that would have maybe done the job. But like Jenny was talking about the race war, I am preparing for the civil war that may be coming. I'm interested how it will work though, because for the OG Civil War, which I will now refer to as the OGCW for the rest of this set. Stupid. The OGCW was pretty evenly divided into North and South. I don't really know how this one's going to work because it's more divided into people who have their pronouns in their bio and people whose profile picture is a truck. So I don't really know that's going to work out. Maybe they'll give us jerseys, the Democrats will get Black Lives Matter t-shirts that are made by some white guy in the sex offender registry. And then maybe, it'll be shirts and skins, and Republicans will be skins because Jesus didn't wear a shirt when he died on the cross. Trump when he fucked Stormy Daniels, it all ties in. But I think I'll be exempt in the Civil War, I hope, because I have asthma. And if you can't take a bong hit, you shouldn't be on a battlefield, I don't think. When I was in high school, I signed up for a lacrosse camp and I had to quit because I couldn't breathe with the mouth guard in. I shouldn't be trusted with a grenade launcher. And even if they still try to enroll me, I'll just do the tried and true method and say I have bone spurs. Proven to work. I do think I could operate a guillotine because I did a lot of scrapbooking in middle school and I worked that paper cutter Oh no. But I was curious, I Googled what women did during the Civil War, and they mostly had to take care of wounded soldiers. And so I'm like, okay, it's 2020. I live in LA. I could just give men some weed and then get paid a doctor's salary. Yeah. Okay, this might be my new calling. All right. I think that works out pretty well. Or honestly, maybe we should just have Civil War reenactors do all the fighting for us, right? They already have the outfits, the training, the racism. So then we can just pick our teams like fantasy football, right? And then we watch them fight. Then they're declared the winners if you win, and then if you lose, guys, if you lose, it's really brutal. If you lose, you get statues of your leaders put up all over the United States. Sorry, I told you about that. I know it's traumatizing. I'm a nanny sometimes, so I take care of a child, and if you ever take care of children, they ask a lot of questions. One time this child asked me my least favorite word. I was like, okay, probably pus. What about you? And she said, my least favorite word is the N-word. And I was like, oh no, I didn't know that was an option. We didn't do this again? Multiple choice, maybe? I said pus. This is a hot take. I don't think white people should say the N-word. I know this is a super, super hot take. I don't think there's ever an excuse. And And there's always someone who has to play devil's advocate about this. Like they're like, well, what if you worked for Make-A-Wish Foundation and there was a child whose one wish was to say the N-word? Would you let them say it? Okay.
Oh my God.
First of all, I would not work for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I am not that good of a person. That's not happening. First of all, if a kid's Make-A-Wish is to say the N-word, that kid has already said the N-word. Like, that is a baby Nazi. Everyone's always talking about how they'll go back in time and kill Hitler. That's Hitler. He's a child, but you should kill him. Maybe. I think I'll end on killing children, but I think I'll end on that. Only if he's Hitler. Only if he's Hitler. But thank you guys so much. Thank you, Jenny, and everyone have a great night.
Woo! Kate Zazowski! Oh my goodness, Kate Zazowski. Amazing. Let's get out of our election gear just for 1 second. Let's clap it up for Kate Zazowski, everyone. Guess what? It is time for me to do a quick change into a completely other person because I am actually puppeteering for the first time during a show, y'all. And I'm only doing this because this person is so special. Ugh, no big deal, which I should probably find a thing to change. You can see my bedroom. You get to see my boudoir. Yes, this is where my dreams happen. It's where there's no magic happening. Okay. So here we go. We're gonna change my look, change it up. You're gonna try to guess who I'm gonna be. Here we go. He is truly porcelain. And then, let's see. His hair is prettier than mine, and it is raven as the day is long. The eyes are gorgeous and yet disinterested and way too cool. Triangular nose, not that happy. Calm down. Always natural color, and our setting is a boy. Here we go. Yes. Can you guess who our next performer is going to be? I don't know if you know. I'm going to do a quick change for him too. By the way, I'm drinking something. And also, by the way, you're gonna see a little behind the scenes here because I need to look at the chat. But by the way, if everyone is really quiet, you can hear there's someone sounds like they are blow drying their hair right now. So can I have everyone in the laugh room mute yourself and then just kind of figure it out maybe, and then unmute yourself once you think you're in a completely quiet situation? Yeah, let's do that. Listen, we are doing sound and AV tech live, all right? This is who I am now, all right? I'm not only a comedian and a host, I'm a producer, I'm a tech scout. I don't know what here we go. Hey, Jared, hey, that's our next comedian. Oh my goodness. All right, laughers, are you ready to unmute yourself? Come through. Oh, someone's back. Someone is back. Oh, there we go. So I should add Zoom tech to my LinkedIn for sure. Our next comedian coming to the stage as me, but not me, because this is what we do when we're excited in Animal Crossing. We just run around in circles. This was the intro that he wanted me to say. This next comedian was a comedian in 2019. Everyone, please give it up for Jared Goldstein. Woohoo! Jared Goldstein. Yes.
Yay. Oh, hi. Look, I matched my guy. Isn't that something? I think I should switch. Okay. Look at that. Change the part. We're nailing it. Oh, come on. Okay, for the next 8 minutes, I am not bombing. The laughers have muted themselves. Okay, so as long as there's no blow drying sounds. And I'm going to say something. I'm going to put myself out there. I'm going to be vulnerable right off the top. My hair dries like this. No
How?
be found in this household. Hi, everybody. Can I see the gorgeous room that we're in? I love it. You know, actually, the first time I ever performed, it was in a room called Dow Comedy Studio that looks exactly like this. And there were also 4 people there. But that time I did 15 minutes. Today I'm doing 8, so we're getting worse. But I am excited to be here with you all. I'm glad that my avatar. Give it up for Jenny. Give it up for the host. For Kate, the great comics guy, Suba. This is just what I look like. You know, I've been told that I have a unique look. Like one time I got a text from a friend that said, "At Trader Joe's, saw a lesbian from behind, thought it was you." And I texted back, "I'm at Trader Joe's." I'm half Asian. You were trying to guess, which probably don't. If you're trying to guess, don't do that. And I'll say this: growing up half Asian, it's hard because you feel forced into modeling. And I just want to be a kid. Hey, okay. When I was 10, I'm 11 now. When I was 10 last year, I told my entirely,
Someone's eating a hard candy right now.
I love it. I'm 10 all over again. Okay, when I was 10, I told my entirely white class that I was Japanese, and a little white girl raised her hand and said, "You can't say Japanese, you have to say Asian." That's how I got canceled from the 4th grade. Can't find work ever since. I'm unemployed to this day. Anybody else? Yes, I'm unemployed, but I'm keeping busy, you know? Like I like to keep a to-do list. I find that's helpful. I keep a to-do list that I like to call my homosexual agenda. Just straight guys, I think I can turn. That's Frank. What none of us knows is that Frank got COVID an hour ago, and you just
what?
That's gorgeous, you know. We kind of get to look back and learn from this footage. Okay, I'm dating. You know, there's that old expression, all the good ones are gay. Well, a lot of the bad ones are too. I recently got dumped by a gay magician.
Oh.
Yes. Got dumped by a poof. He said our vibe is platonic, but he doesn't want to be friends. I guess makes us coworkers. I once got a "you up" text from my boss. He was like, "You up?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he He's like, well, you were supposed to be here like an hour ago. It's okay. Did you know that to this day, it's illegal for gay men to donate blood? Yeah. Which is actually why I am selling mine. I'm also willing to trade it for a ring light. Okay. Sometimes I wonder if my life would be easier if I were straight. Just because, like, at least twice a day, a woman will tell me, I wish you weren't gay. And it's like, yeah, well, I wish you weren't my mom. My mom is from Hawaii. She's from Hawaii. From there, she moved to Long Island, and then from there to Staten Island. She keeps moving to worse islands. End up on Rikers. And she's watching right now. Hi, Mom. Okay. Did you know that last year, Faye Dunaway, the actress Faye Dunaway, she was sued by her gay assistant for calling him a little homosexual boy. We can sue for that. I am paid. Also, I am getting sued. This has been very fun. I do miss performing live. The most fun show I can remember. Last year, I got to perform at an LGBT center for gay seniors. Oh, they were so cute. They were all like in their 30s. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Yeah, that was Jared Goldstein, everyone. Jared Goldstein, or as Jared told me in his culture, you say his name, Jared. Jared. Clap it up for Jared Goldstein, everyone. Yay. I'm gonna try to change it back up into my actual outfit, even though my face is not gonna change. Let's see. Hey. Yes, I'm back. We'll pretend it's me. So we are almost at the end of our show, everyone. We have one more performer. It's our closing act, and it's going to be musical. But before we do that, I just want to say thank you again to all of our comedians. We had Guy Branum, Subha Agarwal, Kate Zazowski. We have our puppeteer, Amber Preston, who's also one of our co-producers. And this has been honestly the brightest light in my pandemic, is being able to run this weird kooky show that I never thought I would do simply because of the pandemic. And so I also want to thank all of our Comedy Crossing viewers. We've had literally tens of thousands of viewers come through throughout this entire run. Woo! We've raised over $30,000, and that's not nothing. You know what I mean? So yeah, please give yourself an applause in the laugh room.
Yes.
If you are no longer going to Starbucks and you have $5 that you can spare for us, 5, 10, 20. We have people who've donated 100. Listen, if you're Chinese, donate $88. Okay, it's very auspicious. just donate at Venmo at Jenny Yang TV. It's very easy. My username is Jenny Yang TV for everything. Just go ahead and do that. If all of y'all could post it in the whatever chat you're in. It helps to pay for the show. We have an assistant who works almost half-time, part-time. Jaina, a good friend of mine who helps to run the show. So I'm just so happy that we're able to support live comedy and to support Black Lives Matter causes. So I just want to clap it up for you all and to thank Abortion Access Front for always using comedy for the greater good. So that's it. That's all I wanted to say. Yes. So excited. Everyone took a flight to my island. This is a step up for you, okay, Jared? This is a better island, okay? Island. And by the way, I don't know. I just wanted to share one more outfit. Why not? I'm excited to wear this in 2021. I'm just going to double down on who I am. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like I'm just not going to hold back anymore. It's just going to be just the Chinesiest. Anyway. After COVID, I don't care. People flipped me off in the middle of the street at the beginning of the pandemic. It was racist, but I'm just gonna double down in 2021 is all I'm saying. Anyway, y'all, our final comedian of the evening. I'm so excited. We have Amber Preston playing him. He's a rapper, podcaster, and writer that just put out a new album. Get this album called Anime, Trauma, and Divorce. All right, everyone, please welcome to the stage Open Mike Eagle.
Hello, everybody. I'm gonna do rap songs. You have to hear the music through the speaker in my room, so I hope this sounds cool. This first song, I'm turning 40 next week.
Woo!
All right. This is a song about me being a 40-year-old rapper and 40-year-old recently divorced rapper. So it's a very happy song is what I'm trying to say. 1, 2. Star-studded Kendrick. Old chapter just ended. I'm looking over my spending. Gotta start doing it different. Review what I've written. Start thinking about moving on. Start thinking about quitting. Trying to change how I'm looking. Trying to search for my footing. Maybe go where I couldn't. Maybe finally Brooklyn. Tattoos, haircuts, gold chains, anime. Tattoos, haircuts, gold chains, anime. Tattoos, 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 haircuts, gold chains, anime. So in recess, little slow on my reflex. Dry cereal wheat checks. Finally trying that V-neck. Started doing more push-ups. Back pain when I stood up. Taken down but I put up. Knee hurt when I stood up. Instagram for my joggers. Got a dad bod like my father. Damn, I should have went up a size, and I'm wondering why do I bother. Tattoos, haircuts, gold chains, anime. Tattoos, haircuts, gold chains, anime. Eating comfortable places. Probably should have got braces. 90s alternative, trying to make a comforting playlist. What the fuck is a crisis? Any way that I slice it. Gotta get an apartment. Scared to look at them prices. Weird bachelor couches, my belly hanging like Ralph's. Rereading old comic books, largely felt in them pouches. Tattoos, haircuts, gold chains, anime. Tattoos, haircuts, gold chains, anime. Tattoos, 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 haircuts, gold chains, anime. Man's about to be 40, lordy, new car cause I'm sporty, or he can't deal with the memories when he see what he see, and he don't know, but he need that new. You was him, you might need that too. Slow it down so we can speed back through. Another him to get feedback to. Tattoos, haircuts, gold chains, anime. Tattoos, haircuts, gold chains, anime. Tattoos, 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 haircuts, gold chains, anime. First
Woo!
Yeah, so I've been having a rough year, and my therapist told me to try self-care. But I've figured out that I don't know what self-care means, and that's what this next song is about. Okay. I want to get the music louder too, but I don't think it's possible. That's the thing. 1, 2. What the fuck is self-care? My dark shit is the purest. I hear self-care cures it. What the fuck is self-care? Trying to find that shit like a tourist. See if they take my insurance. What the fuck is self-care? Oh, it's like using good lotions. A long walks on the ocean. What the fuck is self-care? Yeah, it's like getting a massage at a real place, not in a garage. Haha. Yeah. Health food. Making smoothies out of kelp cubes. You know what I'm saying? 2020. I mean, I gotta do that shit. You know what I mean? What the fuck is self-care? I think I know what you suggested. It just sounds depressing. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's like journaling. Writing shit that feels nurturing. I tried it out and found pain I was circling. And started crying so hard I was gurgling. But I ain't out here murdering nobody. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the positive. What the fuck is self-care? Oh, I think I get it finally. It's like going to wineries. Yeah. I think I kind of get it. You know what I mean? But like, what is it? What the fuck is self-care? Yeah, it's like finding good smells and fine wood shells. Yeah, in my neighborhood, nobody sells that shit, so, oh well. What the fuck is self-care? I'm trying to make it smell flowery. I got allergies. Yeah. I'm in a spot in a sweet roll, trying to hold on to a tree pose. Yeah, it's like seeing what my body needs. Shit. Maybe that's a lot of weed. I don't know. Get a cut massage. That shit works, bro. Shit, it fucking hurts though. Fuck is self-care, yeah. For obstacles that you struggle past. The key's taking bubble baths. Yeah. It's like very high thread counts and not sleeping on a bed couch. Yeah. They said don't smoke till you veg out. So I pulled all my dreads out. Okay.
Well,
that's it. Stop.
One more song in us, I think.
Okay, one more, real quick. All right. Share a thought with y'all real quick though. I went to the dentist yesterday and I had this realization. That industry is fucked because you go in and they say you have small holes in your teeth and their plan is to fix it by making bigger holes in your teeth. And I think that's fucked up. It said I need a crown and a filling. I don't know what a drill has to do with either one of those things. They don't sound like they need. Anyway, this is another song. One, two. Yeah. I smoke a joint, true a shroom, but don't sniff the fairy dust. A humanist, but I don't like new people very much. Cherry nut, wood, hood, Ozzy, and Harriet. I cover up a landslide, Pisces is scarier. Hideous, and got a tuck truck jewelry. A nice man who lost his mind like Chuck Woolery. In an Amazon box like what could it be? I strain my Achilles trying to leave sure-footedly. I stand when the raps up on pulpit believable. Aligned with a cut through the bullshit that people do, yeah. Make it happen like injecting progesterone. A medic peppertone, yelling till I'm left alone. No, past step it wasn't wrong, but adjacent. We neglected to call in replacements for all the occasions. I'm responsible for all limitations, so I only put my name on the strongest of statements, yeah. Lying on the edge of a cliff, watching everything fall down. Lying on the edge of the world, I ain't afraid of anything. Lying on the edge of a cliff, watching everything fall down. Lying on the edge of a world, I ain't afraid of anything. Ain't nothing fun, just dumb and emotional. I'm steady trying to separate the fun from promotional. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, I'm doing what I want to do. I set myself up for a move and a follow through. I can see the future through the seeds in the chronicles. Read yesterday just to know what tomorrow do. 90 parts choice and like 3 parts destiny. I hate when the homies do coke and start texting me. Make your own choice, self-care in your medicine, but I can see the sweat right there in the lettering. Businesses don't fight fair, it's competitive. Money have you singing nightmares in your head again. Don't nobody give a fuck, just let me figure out what I ever known for sure, but give a shit about. Promise when I'm gone, you'll pretend to remember me. 93 Bulls, pay your dues and your member fees, yeah. Lying on the edge of a cliff, watching everything fall down. Lying on the edge of the world, I ain't afraid of anything. Lying on the edge of a cliff, watching everything fall down. Lying on the edge of the world, I ain't afraid of anything. That's my rap songs, y'all. Thank you guys very much.
Hey! That's Open Mike Eagle, everyone. Open Mike Eagle as performed. Evil, I know. As performed by Amber Preston. Thank you so much, everyone. Clap it up. That was our show, y'all. That was our show. I'm going to change out of this number again. Listen, this is the end of our show. We're handing the baton back to Lizz Winstead and Abortion Access Front. But in the meantime, if you got any laughter or entertainment or love or feel-good feelings, consider donating to us at Venmo at Jenny Yang TV. Most of the money will go to our 2 Black Lives Matter related causes, and some of it will go to our comedians and our producers. Thank you so much for supporting live comedy. Thank you so much for supporting Comedy Crossing. We do have a Discord group. Yes, it's just like Slack, but for gamers. But it's not just for people who play Animal Crossing. It's for if you want to hear the first thing happening with Comedy Crossing. We're going to have exciting developments in 2021. You're going to want to get in on it. So just, I don't know. If you want to get onto that Discord, email disorientedcomedyhelpdesk@gmail.com. I know it is an actual email. My friend and assistant helps with that. disorientedcomedyhelpdesk@gmail.com, and you can get the Discord link so you can become a member and hear and see lineups and flyers first. But anyway, at Jenny Yang TV, thank you so much. I'm Jenny Yang. What an honor this has been. I'm gonna hand it off. You know what? My partner Corey made me a smoky guava ginger margarita. And so I just want to cheers to all of our comedians, Guy Branum, Subhag Agarwal, Kate Zasowski, Jared Goldstein, Open My Eagle, and finally, Lizz Winstead. Cheers to you. Thank you. I'm going to stop sharing my image here.
Oh my
Look at that. Yes.
Jenny Yang TV is where you talk about it.
Yes, Jenny Yang TV, follow me. Say hello.
I'll do it all. I'm Lizz Winstead. I'm walking you through this from Abortion Access Front. We have been taking this day to let folks who are in line voting have a minute, be encouraged to stay. Also, just to give a lot of really folks who are stressed and don't know what to do a chance to take a break, watch some comedy, look at all these cool patriots who are just wanting to come and make people feel good. I have sunk into my couch. I was upright. Now I've got my wine, and I'm gonna pretty soon I'm just gonna be prostrate. Not prostate. I'm not gonna be in your prostate. I don't know what I'm talking about. But I do know that all of the polls are officially closed, if I'm not mistaken, except for Hawaii and Alaska and California. But in the East Coast, we are closed now, and that's exciting. East Coast and Midwest, we're kind of closed. People are still voting on the West Coast, which is exciting. And we have more comedy because people are still voting, and that is very important. So I'm super excited. If you want to, just turn off the TV. I should just turn my TV off because I'm super excited. I just turn it off. Like, what the fuck? But I'm super excited because we have coming up from Comedy Ting, Khalid Rahman taking us into the 9 o'clock East Coast hour with some fun, with some amazing comedy. And then who knows what's going to happen. So take it away.
Yeah, everybody. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for joining us. If you are in the Zoom right now and you're in a quiet area, I want you to go ahead and unmute yourself. These shows are an exercise in trust. And on the count of 3, I want everyone who's unmuted to give a round of applause for the Abortion Access Front for putting this on for us today. Woo! 1, 2, 3, let's go. Yeah. My name is Khalid Rahman. Welcome to Comedy Ting. This is my favorite thing to do every single month. I want you guys to say what's up to my super producer, co-host, Leif. Give it up for Leif, everybody. Give it up for Leif. He's holding it down. Leif in the house. Leif is in the house. Yeah. That's Leif right there with this lovely lady. This is Drunk Michael Jordan, who is the mascot of our show. Yes. My favorite part of the show is introducing Drunk Michael Jordan every single week. Don't he got that look on his face that says something like, yeah, buddy. I'm going to the hole tonight. And I don't mean basketball. Somebody gonna get it. We're having a good time. Oh man, I love doing this show. I'm so excited to be on Vote No Joke tonight. I have had a hard time during quarantine though, because I suffer with my self-image a little bit, like on the outside, I feel like I look like this. Like this is me on the outside, confident, up and coming stand-up comedian. You know what I mean? But on the inside, I feel like this. This is my spirit. My spirit is broken. I got that broken, like the uncle your mom let sleep in the basement spirit. That's what I'm dealing with on the inside, man. It's not easy. It's not easy during this quarantine. Somebody is uh-oh. Here we go. How are we gonna do this?
Just freeze.
No, I got little volume issues going on here.
Yeah, someone's got an echo. I'll try to find it.
All right, Leif's gonna try to find it. All right, so we are gonna keep this party moving along. I love doing this show, and I love pointing out the stuff that's kind of a little weird that's going on in the world right now. I don't know if any of you guys also happen to panic and buy a bidet. Anyone else? Anybody? Anybody see the long lines for toilet paper? The toilet paper hoarding. I was lucky. My homegirl Suzanne hooked me up with a bidet before all this craziness, and my butt has never been so clean. Yeah. Yeah. No matter what happens, no matter who wins tonight, my butt will stay clean because I got that bidet. You guys got to make sure to get that bidet as well. It's a big night. We got a big choice tonight. We got a choice between 2 elderly gentlemen who take at least, 45 to 50 minutes to go to the bathroom every night. That is what we're working with. That urine comes out slow when you start getting older. It comes out slow. I shouldn't talk shit about them because I'm only 43, and when I pee, it looks like this. This is how I look when I'm peeing. Leif is coming out slower and slower. It's coming out slower and slower, Leif. It's coming out slower and slower. That's my real face when I pee. It's a real thing. There's a lot of people's destiny hanging the balance tonight, right? You got Stephen Miller, right? Our favorite guy, Stephen Miller. What's going to happen to Stephen Miller, right? After tonight, he's either going to continue to be the senior advisor to the president, or he's going to have to turn back into a real boy. I mean, those are the choices he's facing. Those are the real choices he's facing. Your boy, he might have to turn back into a real boy. I don't know. We got Kellyanne Conway, right? The Princess of Darkness herself. She's got a big night ahead of her, right? Because after tonight, she's either going to still be an advisor to the president, or she's going to hunt down that dog and that annoying girl. She's going to have to hunt him down. You're going to be back hunting that bitch down, and that dog she's got a tough road ahead of her. Personally, I had a very interesting experience. I went to vote on Saturday. It was a great thing. Everyone was very cool online. It only took like 20 minutes. I was very excited to walk into the Brooklyn Museum and very confidently cast my ballot for a man who I think might end up being our first openly senile president. Yes. Look at him. He's a mess. He is a mess. He's a mess, but he's a mess, but he might win this thing. He might just win this thing. We will not tell you who to vote for tonight, but we will tell you who maybe we voted for. I don't know. We might not even do that. So that's the person I voted for. I can't say I'm that proud of it, but I had to do what I had to do. Sacrifices must be made. He's so far gone. Did you guys see a couple months ago he forgot Barack Obama's name? How do you forget the name of your only black friend? How do you do that? How does that happen? I went to an almost all-white high school. Nobody forgot my name even one time. Not even once, man. It was never like Greg, Brad, David. It was like Khalid Abdur Rahman. And I was like, nigga, how did you know my middle name? Nobody knows my middle name. Nobody knows that. If I'm being honest with you, I'm being very honest with you. I was upset because I wanted Elizabeth Warren to be our candidate. Yeah, that's why I wanted to be the Democratic candidate. Yeah. There's a few questions. There's a few problems though. One problem is that woman has the charisma of a crocodile. Yeah, that's not what you want. That's not helpful. Great ideas, terrible charisma. The other thing that might have helped me back from voting for Liz, the only thing that might have helped me back from voting for Liz, is she kind of looks like all the white women who call the cops on black people. Don't she look like a Karen Voltron?
Yes.
Oh my God. Poor women named Karen, by the way. That's a rough, they had a rough go this year. They had a rough go. There's some very nice Karens, but can you imagine how rough it is to wake up one day and your name is the new Adolf? That's not what you want. That's gotta sting, is what I'm saying. It's gotta sting. Oh man. It's not good. We're gonna get the show started soon, but I'm gonna tell you one more thing. I think the biggest problem actually that Liz had is that at the beginning of her campaign, she made a very important mistake. She had a press conference where she announced to everyone that she is Native American, and I don't know about y'all, but I was sitting on my couch like, she knows we can see her, right? We can see you, white lady. You can't slip a white woman past me. We're going to have a great show tonight. If you guys enjoyed that, I want you guys to come by. If you're in New York City, come by Secret Comedy Show in Brooklyn. We have a great time every single Monday. In the meantime, it's time to get this party started. Oh my God, I'm so excited for our first performer. I have been on his show, Asian Not Asian podcast. I've been on the live show. You might have seen him on Comedy Central. I want you guys to start clapping real loud right now. Start clapping right now for the hilarious Fumi Abe.
Hey, what's up? Thank you, Khalid and Lee, for having me. This is great. Zoom comedy, baby. This is 2020. My favorite part about Zoom comedy, because we've been doing a lot of these shows, is like sometimes, comedians will try to do some crowd work, like, hey, like, where'd you get that lamp or whatever? And then people, if they don't want to talk to you, they just like shut off their camera. And that's really great. That's really great for my self-esteem, That's fun. I hope everybody's been cool during coronavirus. That's like a weird thing to say. I mean, I feel like, yeah, I'm cool. Anyways, so when the coronavirus first started, like, it was very scary for Asian Americans, because I don't know if you guys remember, but every time Trump would say Chinese virus, there'd be violence against Asian Americans in this country, right? And things got really bad in New York that the Attorney General created a hotline for Asian people to report hate crimes. And I feel this is a great idea, but I can tell there's no money behind this project because I tried calling the other day and I swear to God, it was like, hi, thank you for calling the Asian American Support Hotline. Para español, prima dos. And I was like, what the fuck? Okay, like, can I report this? This is a hate crime, okay? Like are you telling me somebody's calling me like, hola, me llamo Angela Chang? And you know, people keep asking me to go back to mi casa. Like nobody's doing that. It was quite absurd. Let's see. A little bit about me. So I have been with my girlfriend for about 7 years. But around December, we decided to open up a relationship. We wanted to try an open relationship. But then we closed that shit back down because it turns out my dick is not an essential worker. Okay. I called Cole. I was like, "What's going on?" He was like, "Your dick is phase 9,000." I was like, "That's a lot. That's a lot of ranking, you know." And anyway, so what I've been doing because I can't see people is like I've been like trying to I've been like doing some sexting a little bit, you know, some naughty text messages. But here's the thing, and recently this woman asked me to send over a nude of my body, and I'm turning 31 this week. Like I have not sent a nude since like Obama was president, you know? So it's been a minute. And so I like took a few and I was like reviewing it. I was like getting ready to send it. And I realized that the way you review a dick pic is so different in your 30s compared to your 20s, right? Because in your 20s, you take a nude and you're just like, you know, you want to make sure you look, you know, like cute and juicy or whatever, you know, that's so gross. I'm so sorry I said that. But like, you know, that's kind of the vibe, right? But in your 30s, I was looking at it, and because I'm 30, my first thought was like, dude, my apartment is a mess. And I just started cleaning. I started cleaning the entire apartment. I was Swiffering. I did that for like 30 minutes. And then this girl, she texted me again. She was like, hey, did you get my message? She like followed up like it's a work email, you know? She was like, hey, just like circling back on that penis photograph. We're gonna need that for the all hands meeting, you know? And this whole thing, I learned something really important. I actually learned that when women in their 30s, when they ask for a dick pic, they are not interested in how big your penis is. They're actually interested in what kind of apartment you live in. Okay. And I live in New York. I live in New York. Okay. And that's why I took my dick pic next to my unit washing machine. Okay. I took it out there. I was like, but it's a Samsung. All right. Get a load of this. It's a good time. I also have I live in a place, I have a backyard now. So I took it out there. I was like, yo, check out my cock. Also, this oak tree. Isn't that nice? It's fall foliage, you know? She texted me right away. She was like, oh my God, I'm so wet. And then I was like, okay, well, bring those panties over and I'll wash it for you. Okay. Because, I don't know if you heard, but I have a washing machine. Okay. Anyways, that joke is sponsored by Samsung. So if you want to get a new washing machine, use promo code Asian to get 15%. Okay. So no joke, this is a weird part of this joke. I was like, so comedians have been doing like outdoor park shows, and I told this joke at a park the other day, and then after the show, this like older Indian woman comes up to me and she was like, oh, I didn't know you did comedy. And I was like, that's a weird thing to say to somebody after a show. And I look closer and she is my landlord. Okay, it is my landlord. And I thought she heard the joke, so my initial reaction was like, well, I'm not like putting my dick in the washing machine. I just said that. She was like, excuse me? And I find out that she was just like walking her dog and she only caught like the last 2 minutes of my act. So she didn't know what I was talking about. So now she's like 100% positive that I have like deflowered her new Samsung washing machine. So I think it's safe to say she's keeping my security deposit. I think that's what's happening. That joke was $1,200. Thank you so much. I don't know. Please stop laughing. Okay. I don't know. Yeah, before the world ended, I went to this concert with my friend and his little sister. And his little sister, she's in a sorority in college. So she's one of those girls when she starts drinking. I don't know if you guys know how like sorority girls talk, but she starts talking like, yas, bitch, Uber, bitch, yas, right? And, you know, it's very cute, right? It's young. There's no judgment there. But we were like celebrating because when she graduated from college, she turned down a job at Google to join the army. Okay, so this was her goodbye party before she went off to basic training. So we were dancing, drinking, having a great time. And then in the middle of the show, the singer was like, I would like to dedicate this next song to the military. And all of a sudden she stands up by herself and she was like, yes, army, woo, army. And that's fine, because she's 21. But my first thought was like, dude, I hope you're not gonna talk like that on the battlefield. You know what I'm saying? Like, I hope you're not attacking bad guys like, yes, drone strikes, bitch, yes, drones. You know, stabbing soldiers like, slay, bitch, slay.
Oh my God.
He throws a grenade, bye. Like, that's me, you know, a little inhumane. I've never done that joke over Zoom before. That's more fun when I'm moving around like a little girl. Okay, moving on. I'm not really timing myself. I think, am I doing okay on time, Leaf? I think I have maybe
You're
one
good. You
more.
get 2 minutes. You get 2 minutes.
Oh, that's great. Well, then I'll just leave you on this. I have been catching up on a lot of TV during the quarantine, and I just finished this TV show called Insecure on HBO. Does anybody watch this show? Anybody? Yeah? You guys? Yeah. So if you don't know, that's okay. All you gotta understand from the joke is that it's a very popular show on HBO, and one of the things that they're known for is they cast predominantly Black and minority actors. So if you don't watch it, you know, you are the problem, and that's fine. You know, if you are voting right now, you can make a difference. But I was with my friend the other day, and as we were saying goodbye, she was like, "Okay, I was later for me. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you watch Insecure, but there's a really hot Asian guy on this current season. You should check him out." And I was like, who taught you how to say goodbye? Okay, like, seriously, like, this is the way you're gonna leave social situations. Can you imagine what would happen if she went to a quinceanera? You know, goodbye everybody. Be sure to watch Coco. So many Mexicans. Like, that is the rudest way to say goodbye to anybody, right? But at the time, I was very curious. I'm about representation, but I don't know his name. So I get out my phone, I type in the name of the show, type in Asian guy. I'm looking at the Google image results, and I'm only seeing pictures of like very like scrawny, like skinny Asian dudes. And I'm like, what's happening right now? Like, there's no way this is the hot guy she was talking about. So I go back one page, I'm looking at my phone, and I realized I forgot to type in HBO. So I just Googled insecure Asian guy. Just to like a general search on the internet. Asian dudes with no confidence. Okay. Yeah, a lot of middle schoolers popped up, you know, a lot of middle school dances. I was also on there. I was like, who the hell put me on here? I gotta go. Thank you guys so much. My name is Fumi Abe. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Yeah. Give it up for Fumi Abe, everybody. Fumi Abe is in the house. Oh, man, he's so funny. I want to keep this show moving, but I want to tell you guys one thing that I saw yesterday that made me laugh so loud. So you remember Borat, all right? From 2006. The new Borat movie just came out like this month, and everyone's talking about it. What people don't know, though, is that back in 2006, a country of Kazakhstan tried to cancel Sacha Baron Cohen because they didn't like the portrayal of people from Kazakhstan in the movie. Then they figured out that actually the movie was driving tourism to Kazakhstan because otherwise nobody thinks about Kazakhstan. So the Board of Tourism in Kazakhstan adopted a new slogan. And I swear to God, their slogan was, come to Kazakhstan, they're nice. Which is so fucking good. It's so good. Can you imagine if other countries did that? Just like the tourism just adopted the worst possible stereotypes about their countries, right? It's like, come to Germany. We don't talk about that one thing, though. Come to America. Come for the COVID. Stay for the racism. That wouldn't be a thing. We're gonna keep this show moving. Oh, that was so fun. We're gonna keep this show moving right along. Our next comedian is so funny. She is currently on an amazing tour of colleges called the Virtually There Tour. She's done over 40 college shows. Freaking unbelievable. She's one of my favorites. Start clapping right now for the hilarious Maya May, everybody. Maya May.
Woo!
Yeah.
I want to feel like I'm doing so much better than that. Like today I scheduled a therapy appointment. I'm prepared. Like I did. And like, I haven't had a therapist this whole year because I was like, I'm doing great in 2020. Like, I'm doing all these shows, and then I was like, let me be prepared. So I go in this morning for this, like, I don't know if anybody's ever done this teledoc stuff, but it's actually pretty cool. Like, they log on, she gets on, and she tells me, she's like, you have too much energy. I don't know if I can. And I was like, that's not how therapy is supposed to work. I was like, I need this right now. And so she told me she couldn't work with me. And so I spent 45 minutes, and I think it was like a $45 copay to I have too much. And so that's kind of where I'm at right now. Like, I'm trying to figure out how to like deal with the stress of today. I decided I was just going to overschedule my day, because I was like, if I'm super busy, then I won't be able to be stressed. So I just realized in order for me to deal with stress, I add more stress. Like, that's just the way that I operate. Apparently it's an ADHD thing. She said I might have that. I was like, that makes sense. I thought I had that several years ago, and I actually forgot. That's 100% true. And she said it right at the end. She's like, and then there's a center in LA for ADHD, and you might want to look into it. And I went, that's what I have. And so that was money well spent now. So I'm gonna check it out tomorrow. I'm gonna check it out and how I'm doing, because I do think I don't know. And I have like, voting was weird for me because I have commitment issues. Like I did like 4 years. That's a really long time. It is. Most of my relationships last like 1 or 2 at best. And this is how bad I am at like commitment. I got into a relationship with a dude who owns a bird and pronounces the L in salmon. I don't know which is worse. And I wanted to make it work because I knew that I was a person who has commitment issues. So I was like, I mean, first of all, like the red flags were there. Like we met on a plane and he was with his bird. Like, but like I will ignore a red flag every day of the week for a strong jawline. Like, Bird Dad was hot. Like, let me just put it this way. Like, Bird Dad was super hot. Like, and then my brain does all sorts of things. Like, I'm just like, oh, he has a bird. My name is Maya. I was named after Maya Angelou. She was, wrote I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings. We're meant to be together. Like, And then we started dating. And here's the thing. Like, he took this bird everywhere. Like to brunch, which is like a thing in LA. Like, you would take your animal there was a woman at a restaurant. She had 3 dogs, like one person, 3 dogs. If there are more dogs than people, you go to a park. Like, that's just my stance on that. Like, they were drinking out of people glasses. I was like, no, like that, I put my mouth on that. And the thing about it, like, the bird was cute. Like, not gonna give, like, he would like nuzzle the bird on his strong jawline, and I was like, oh my god, one day he's gonna nuzzle me like that. And in his house, he had like a cage in the bedroom and a cage in the living room, and the bird would be like with us in the bedroom. And I'm like, yo, like, could you move the bird to he's like, oh, he gets lonely. I was like, no, you'll get lonely. Like, stop projecting on the bird. And then he wanted to get another bird. And so we had to introduce the birds, because you do that. Make sure. Bird with the bird. And he calls me from the pet store. He's like, hey, I'm here with Bandit. We're talking to the other bird. And I'm like, this isn't going to work. Like, you can't, like, no more birds. Like, I'm done. And he's like, Maya, birds live for like 30 years. Did y'all know that? Like, the average lifespan of a bird can be like 30 years. And I was like, oh, shit. None of my relationships is like, I was like, you can't survive it. Like, he was already in a long-term relationship. Like, it was and I was just a side chick. Like, yeah. on the cracker. No, that's another pun. And did I mention he was white? Yeah, I managed to find the only white guy who pronounces the L in salmon, and I was like, you did grow up with Black people. Like, this checks out. It makes sense. But I don't I can't, I've been married twice, so I can't, I'm bad at marriage. Like, marriage is the only relationship where the benefits get worse the longer you stay. Like, it's just nobody talks about a marriage with benefits. Like, my aunt and uncle, they it's sounds romantic. They've been married for 50 years, but 30 years into the relationship, they got into a fight and she shot him in the leg. They're still together. I don't what therapist accepted them? I can't get into therapy, but they can. I don't understand that level of commitment. I will break up with somebody if they don't load the dishwasher properly. Bulbs go up top, otherwise they block the spray. Very important. I used to send my ex calendar invites to clean the bathtub.
Yes.
These are you should be taking these notes and writing it down. But honestly, I used to hide his laundry, because he wouldn't do his laundry. So I just started separating our laundry, and I would put his under the couch. But it was his clothes, and he's like, I'm like, what are you wearing? And he's like, I can't find my clothes. So I was like, oh, cool.
Yeah.
I know you never looked there. But yeah, I know I dated a lot of white guys, a lot of sad white guys. I date so many sad white men. I don't know that they don't seem sad. I think I'm like a beacon. I'm like they seem young Oprah. They come and I take them in because I'm nurturing. I'm a Cancer, and I'm like, oh, but I had to sort of think about it, because a lot of my woke Black female friends, we all date white dudes, so many white dudes, and I finally figured it out. Black women, we are problem solvers. And if cishet white dudes are causing all of these problems, if I can fix that. I'm doing research, I'm working on a syllabus. It's going to be a gender and women studies course. I'm going to be teaching at NYU next semester. This is how you fix dudes. That is all for me. I've been Maya May. Thanks so much for having me, Khalid.
Yeah. Everybody give it up for Maya May one more time.
Woo!
All right, we're gonna keep this party rolling. Our next comic's so funny. He has a great podcast called We Don't Deserve Dogs. He performs all over the country. He performs all over the country. Star clap right now for the hilarious Richie Redding, everybody.
Yeah. Dude, way to go with that sound bar. Just sitting on that, ready for that dog bark. This is great. At first, I was like, why did I take an election night show? And now I'm so happy that I did, because I'm not watching John King pretend that he knows every single county in Wisconsin right now. This is good. This is a fun little group of people. Oh, where'd I go? Thank you for putting this together. I didn't know your full name is Khalid Abdul Rahman. That is a serious name, bro. That is the Engelbert Humperdinck of blackness. Leaf, also a strong name, dude. You got every guy named Leaf has an awesome head of hair and is also uncircumcised. So thank you for coming, Leaf. This is good. This is good. I like it. I like doing the crowd work. There was one lady that was actively ignoring the show. I'm poking around too much. I have boomer fingers. Nikki McLaughlin, you have the best laugh in here. You're also clearly hanging out in the basement. So we appreciate you
being right in front of those load-bearing poles there. That is good. I'm going to do my best not to tell you guys who to vote for or who I voted for on this pro-abortion Instagram page. There's probably a lot of undecideds on getanabortion.com. I am grateful for this whole thing, and comedy has really gotten me through this. It's been a crazy time for all of us, and it was extra heavy for my family. Okay, so this is going to get intense for a second. All right, but there's a happy ending. Do you trust me that this is going to be okay? Yeah. Okay. So both of my girlfriend's parents, who I love very much, we've been together for 6 years. They both got the virus really badly, and they both wound up on ventilators at the same time, and it was fucked up. Her mom was on for 9 days. Her dad was on for 21 days, but they both beat it. Miraculously, we got them both back. That is the happy ending. I feel like his room is like, you guys are so jaded, like, get to the happy ending. No, guys, that was the happy ending. Guys, we got him back. But I realized from this thing, there you go, Suzanne. All right. I realized from this experience, like, we all relied on social media to stay connected, but like, I realized for the first time how much it meant to me when people said they were going to pray for my family on social media. And first of all, how easy is it to social media pray, right? You don't actually have to do it. You just hit the hands. That's hit the hands. And they never told us if that's prayers. That could be a high five for all we know. So, like, people are telling us their dad had a heart attack, and we're like, up high. So, like, as much as I learned that it means a lot when people say they're going to pray, and I'm not even religious, right? But on the other hand, man, do I not give a fuck when an atheist gives me well wishes. Keep that shit, dude. I can't tell you how many friends were like sending you positive vibrations, bro. Get back in your drum circle, hippie. Okay? Because the grown-ups are trying to contact God. And like, dude, if my family's sick, turns out I'm a prayer snob. All right? I got approved religions only. I want the big three. I want Yahweh, I want Jesus, and I want Allah. And I want them all to come together and form one big ass Voltron god and zap the virus. That's how I think this works. And like I'll take a Hindu prayer if you're Indian. Okay? No white Hindus. All right, pray. You gotta get your grandmother prayed to, not some shit you learned on YouTube, Freckles. And that goes double for white Buddhist. White Buddhist, you can really trip and fall. All right, we get it. You went to Thailand, but you got that Buddha statue at Pier 1 Imports. I officially lost Suzanne. I saw that happen in real time. I was like, she's my best laugher, and she's for sure got some chick riding an like an elephant in the background. That's great, but don't do a fucking yoga pose when my family's sick. All right, I want real ass prayers. Look, man, even this is the best this bit has ever gone, by the way, guys. I don't know why. For some reason, talking about God for 10 minutes in a room full of atheists usually doesn't go well. But, like, dude, for real though, even if you don't pray when your family's sick, it's helpless. It's a powerless situation, right? So even if you don't pray, when somebody says they're going to pray, you want to see some credentials. Right? Her family's Jewish, so I wanted to get some Old Testament prayers, but I didn't just want a couple Baruch Atah Adonais. All right, I can do that. I can do that. I'm not even Jewish. I can do that. I didn't want the little hat. Damn! You know what I'm talking about. out, bro. Don't leave me out here.
Damn.
Brooklyn, motherfucker. You know what I mean. I want the dude praying with like 5 dead beavers on his head and a strong-ass neck. Strong neck. You know what I mean, dude? And it looks like he fiddles on the roof. You know who the fuck I'm talking about?
Damn.
Oh,
I figured something out about the Jewish faith. And it's this, is that the more flair you have on, the closer you are to God. Right? So that's why you need the hat. I want these jobbies, right? They're cool. And I want those shirt dangly things. They're pretty rad. And the minivan. You have to have that Toyota Pacifica. It's very important. And if you're trying to get in touch with Jesus, Old Testament side, right? Look, there's if you want to go Catholic, there's one lady at every Catholic church. It's an old ass Italian lady. She's 100-something years old. She's hunched over, and she goes to church for 8 hours a day and cries the whole time. That's her full-time job, is praying and crying. I want that lady on my side. I don't know what she did. She did something wrong in 1935. She had a threesome with Hitler and Mussolini, and she has been sobbing into her mustache ever since. I want that lady on my prayer squad. And then, you know damn well, if you're really trying to get in touch with Jesus, you need some black prayers, right? You need some black prayers. I felt like it was, dude. I felt like you want some prayers with some stank on it, you know, like some of this shit. And I felt like a turning point was this lady from my mom's church, Sister Rose. She's awesome. She's like 80-something, and we got her on Zoom. And she prayed so hard, I couldn't keep my eyes closed. She was spitting bars. And I was just like, oh, she's killing it. And then she did something that no white person can ever do. She like peaked the prayer. It peaked. And then she just like bunkered down. She's like, God is good. And 2 more black people just came out of nowhere, like all the time. Like, we're fucking this virus up. And then the final thing, the cherry on top was that I had a friend reach out on Instagram who's Afghani, and he told me his whole family was praying for my whole family. I don't know if you guys know the history of the Jews and the Muslims. There's some tension there, but it's the coolest prayers by far. The coolest prayers. There's some calisthenics involved, right? That's neat. You know what I mean? You've seen it every day when all the Uber drivers get out and face New Jersey. You've seen it when they're like, Hoboken, Jersey City, Weehawken. It's in the Quran, you guys. But you have been a wonderful group of people. If you want to follow me, everything is Richie Redding. Vote for whoever you want to vote for.
Yeah! Woo! Richie Redding, everybody. So goddamn funny. Oh, man, my spirits are lifted. Oh, God is good every single day. I want to keep this crowd moving and rolling and rocking and rolling and enjoying the show. Our next comic, so funny. You can check him out every single week on the Living Room Show. He's hilarious. He performs all over the country. Star clapping right now for the hilarious Erin Smith, everybody.
Yay!
Woo! Oh, yes. Woo! Thank you, everyone. Oh man, I love doing these Zoom shows. I'm not trying to brag. I have been barefoot for every Zoom show that I have performed on. I'm barefoot right now. This is amazing. COVID's got an upside. Who would have thought? Can we please get a new microscopic image for COVID? I'm really tired. I'm tired of this same white ball with a little red suction cup sticking out the end of it. Everyone, they just keep copying and pasting that same image on every news story. Sometimes they'll turn it all blue for no reason. Sometimes they have multiple ones in that same image at the top. It looks like that little toy I had as a kid that was an actual ball covered in suction cups that you could throw against a glass wall, and it would just like slowly move its way down. I shouldn't be looking at COVID and be thinking about fun. That's not what this. It's not how this is supposed to go. I do like to make it feel like we were really doing a comedy show in a real comedy club. That's why I put up this wall right here. I did build a wall in my apartment. Don't worry, I got Mexico to pay for it. So, okay, keeping it. I don't know what we're keeping it right now. I'm really not sure. I do live in New York City. I love it. A lot of people left. Some people did hang out. They did stick around. For example, there's a guy in the park who sunbathes in a thong. He is there almost every day. Good news, he stuck around. Also, he cares about other people. So he was wearing a mask when I saw him this summer. That was nice. Ironically, the mask was covering way more than the thong. That's a joke with a setup and a punchline, right? That was fun. I feel it's rough. They've closed the New York City subway between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. It's kind of difficult. They're trying to clean, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Where am I supposed to cut my fingernails now? That is ridiculous. I feel like back before all this started, sometimes I feel like late at night I was the only person on the F train not cutting my fingernails. I don't know if maybe the MTA was giving out nail clippers at stops that I don't know about. It's a weird thing. I feel like anyone who cuts their nails in public just does not understand how urgency works. Like I don't know. I've never had that problem. I've never like looked down and been like, "Hey, it's perfectly acceptable, right? It's a good length. Cool, great, great." 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Time to check again, right? I may as well look. It's been a couple seconds. I should probably. Whoa, what happened? Whoa, way too long. We gotta fix this now. No, you don't. That can wait until you get home. That is disgusting. No one's nails grow that quickly. You're not Wolverine, all right? Just relax. That is gross. Here's the real question, though. How do people in other countries who've never heard of the state of Mississippi count a second? Right? That's what I want to know. Are they just sitting around? Bosnia-Herzegovina. Bosnia. Like what? What are they doing? Do you think there's anyone in Eastern Europe who's ever known happiness? Do you think that's like you never see some movie where some Eastern European dude is like, I like to think of dew on morning grass. You really never get a positive. I've also never talked to a Russian person and ever not felt threatened. Let's see. Any Russians in the crowd? If you're here, hack me. Okay. I just thought of that right now. Good for me. I still got it. Okay. We're still here. I like Zoom because you guys can't tell. I'm actually very short. And on Zoom, I am the same size as all of you. It's pretty nice. I was doing a show with another comic who was also pretty short. And he actually said this. He goes, just like Erin, I am also 5'5". Wow, I just grew 3 inches. I never want to do a show live in person ever again. Let's keep it on Zoom here. It is weird. People don't believe me when they find out that I am 5'2". Like they'll come up to me after shows and they would actually say this to me. I get this all the time. Like, Erin, what? You're not 5'2". Come on, you don't seem that short. You don't seem 5'2". Why would I lie about that? Gotcha. I'm actually 6'8". You want me to get that cereal off the top shelf? Well, I can't. This is my real height. If you're gonna lie about yourself, don't go the wrong direction, right? You're not gonna hit on someone at a bar and be like, "Hey, do you want to come back to my place? I got 8 roommates." No, 9 roommates. I am doing pretty well in New York. You can tell how well you're doing based on how few roommates you have. I am down to just 1 roommate. I don't know if I'm going to get down to being by myself though, because this roommate is my wife. So I think this one is sticking around. This is a weird thing that happened for my wife and I. At the beginning of the pandemic, I got kicked off of Facebook. They banned me. We don't know why. It actually, this is true. It says on Facebook now, it appeared I was impersonating a famous person. Nope, it's me. It's really me, Facebook. This is the genuine, real me. I don't know what they think, but it's weird. Now on Facebook, my wife is no longer married to me on Facebook. She's single. She's out there. I don't know if she's going to be able to handle this. She has been out of the game now for years. This is going to be rough for her. I don't know. I'm wishing her luck. We just got her signed up for Grindr, so we'll see what happens. I feel like it's just everything is so weird. Like I miss with comedy, you get to travel. I miss meeting other people. Mostly, I just meet my wife every day. That's it. Travel. I feel like one of my favorite things when I travel going anywhere outside of this tri-state area, I found there's this really cool vehicle that a lot of people drive around in. I call it a pickup truck. It is not called that. I learned from traveling. They got this cool thing. It's called a truck. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. A lot of people, they drive truck. And sometimes you need insurance for your truck. It's your truck insurance. There is one of you here from the Midwest or the South or the Northwest or Maine or anywhere that's not here. Okay, that's it. By the way, I forgot to compliment Richie. Great job with your Ashkenazi version of a Jewish accent. That was perfect. You really nailed it. Oh man, guys, I like to close out with a little bit of advice for everyone. We all want to sound smarter, sound more intelligent. This is my suggestion. If we could all stop doing this, this would be my one suggestion. Can we all agree to stop singing the word awkward? Can we please? How you doing, man? People are just like, oh, what? You didn't get the invite to my part? Ooh. Awkward. Really freaking annoying. You don't sing, like you're not going to sing during other uncomfortable times of your life, right? You're never going to be like, oh, what? You cut your own hair? Really? All by yourself? It's so professional. The giveaway. If you're going to sing awkward, that's fine. Just don't be all weird and creepy about it. How about you belt it out? Enjoy yourself. Have some fun. Sing it boldly and confidently. That's what I like to do. I like to sing it like it is the last line of the national anthem, right? That's how I do it. I'm just, what was that? My fly's unzipped the whole time. Awkward. Right? That's how I do it. All right. Thank you guys so much. You guys have been amazing.
Yeah. Keep it going for Erin, everybody. Oh, yeah, we're killing this. This show was so fantastic. It's going to get even better. Our next comic, hilarious, performs all over the place. You might have seen her on Comedy Central, killing it. Start clapping right now for the hilarious Philly's own Chanel Ali, everybody.
Yay! Hi, guys. Oh, man. You might know me from Comedy Central. You might know me from MTV's Girl Code. But right now, I'm coming to you live from my boyfriend's parents' basement. Oh, these ceilings are low. Here since March with my boyfriend and his parents' house. But get this, his parents are quarantined in Jamaica. We won. Really very competitive. Trust me, I've watched every single episode of Forensic Files and nobody has made out like we have made out. No blood. Inherited a house, nobody died. It's so great. I had to get out of New York because I'm one of those people that carries an inhaler with me every day. Some people like to call it asthmatic. I like to call it gangsta, you know. I take thug puffs, if you will. But I had to get out of New York City because back when the pandemic first happened, people weren't really taking it seriously, you know? I look out the window, I see people at the park holding hands, acting like they were in love. It was sick. Nobody needs it, you know? I ran up to the mountains and this is where I've been. I did go back to vote. Here's my sticker. So you know it's real. I got to tell you, I don't think Kanye is going to do it. I don't think it's going to happen. That's really how it should be. At the end of the day, the system is protecting us. I think that's how it really the world is changing. Even in my hometown of Philly, they just tore down a very controversial statue. I think all these statues coming down are just missed opportunities for us to put up statues that bring us together. Here's a short list of some Philly statues that I'd like to see. 1, a 7-foot cheesesteak. I'd like to see it. Toast that bread. Let's get some mushrooms, some onions on there. Let's come together. 2, Richard Gere. Yeah, old kind eyes. You didn't know he's from Philly. That silver fox he is. He already likes to rock that slick back, which I know is easy to do in statues. Throw him up there. 3, Allen Iverson.
Yes.
Holding a cheesesteak. Is he alone? I don't think is good enough. Philly celebrities have very spotty interviews. If you don't believe me, when the show is over, just Google Meek Mill's talking. You'll hate it. This is the point of my set where I start to get uncomfortable with my hands being free. This is weird. Whole brand new experience. Usually when I do comedy in a comedy club, I have like a microphone and a mic stand and a drink and like a cute bartender by the neck, just whatever I need to feel comfortable. This is the point of my set where I'm going to casually reach off screen and then come back with a vintage microphone. And then I'm just going to keep going. I'm not really going to address it too much more. What scientists like to refer to as biracial. I'm a biracial person, which is funny to me every time I say it because I feel pretty black, you know? Black every day when I wake up and leave my house. But growing up, I didn't know it was biracial. Did not know it was biracial until I was in junior high. A girl ran up to me at school, very out of breath. She was like, "Chanel, I saw you last night at Target with this old white lady and she was buying you a bra. What is going on?" And I was like, "Whoa, Rachel, that doesn't even sound like me. How many people did you tell this to? This is how shit gets started, you know?" But then I thought about it and I was like, well, I was at Target last night, but I was there with my grandmother and she's not. So then I went home and I walked up to my grandmother, bold as brass. I pointed in her face and I said, "Hey, are you white?" And she said, "Yes." "What did you think I was?" And I said, "I never thought about it before." I knew that I was black because of TV, so I just assumed by association. You were probably black too. Like, yeah, I know my grandmother didn't do as well in the sun, and she liked to eat salad a little too much, but we all got shit. Who am I to judge? She said, "No, I'm 100% Italian, which means you are part Italian." She pulled out a picture frame. She showed me her parents, said, "I have 2 parents who came to this country from Italy." I said, "Holy shit, my whole life, I thought that was a brand new frame." You've just been waiting to fill it. Everything is a lie. Like, yeah, I thought my grandmother was lazy. I didn't know she was white. I didn't know that. And people are always like, "Well, how could you really not have known?" Well, here, I'll give you an example. You walk to my grandmother's house. She had 3 oil paintings on the wall. The first one was Malcolm X. The second one was Martin Luther King. The third one was Black Jesus on the cross. Pictures of Jesus there are. Do you know how many pictures of Black Jesus there are? All I'm saying is we could have discussed race. That's all I'm saying, you know? Organically. It's so crazy, this pandemic. I mean, I'm sick and tired of saying that sentence. I'm sick and tired of saying it's so crazy. But it's like, what else, you know? Before all this, I went to Portland, Oregon. Very cheap weed there. Suspiciously cheap, I'd say. I was trying to make a profit. I met a fancy barista when I was there, as you do. Told him I was a comedian. He said, "Oh my God, my wife loves comedy. I'm going to take her to your show. I'm going to take her to your show." And later on that night, he did. They Googled me. They came to my show. They were great audience members. Come on, that is so nice, right? Kind of weird, right? After a while, I was like, "So what's up? You guys trying to fuck me? Or like, what is this?" They were like, no, we really like to support strangers. I was like, "You fucking freak." I'm all messed up, you know? That's just the New York City in me. That's just how New York City has made me. Because if I'm at home in New York City and I tell a barista, hey, guess what? I'm a comedian. They are always like, "Yeah, me too, bitch." Yeah, I'm 5 years in. What you want to drink, ho? And then I gotta take a step back, like, "Stacy, baby, I thought we was friends." Like, stop coming in during my shift. Like, I can afford that coffee without her, you know? I am Chanel Ali. You guys have been online. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Chanel Ali, everybody. Oh my God, so funny. I almost forgot to tell you guys that I want you to check out Erin Smith's show on the Living Room Show. I want you to check it out every single week on Comedy Hub. It is on every Friday at 8 p.m. on Comedy Hub, which is on Twitch. Erin, the Living Room Show, check that shit out. It is so funny. We got one more comic left. You guys ready for one more comic? You ready for one more comic? I know you're ready.
Woo! Yeah.
Oh, yeah. One of my favorites, one of my best buddies in the whole wide world, and you might have seen him on the Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon. Yep. The hilarious Leclerc Andre, everybody.
Yeah.
Woo!
People, I hope y'all voted. We gotta do
Woo!
I'm happy. I voted early, which I'm learning was a mistake. I voted early. It was a bad idea. Come to find out that my hero is endorsing Donald Trump. Little Pump. If I would have known that Little Pump was voting for Trump, I would have who Little Pump is voting for. Get out of here, Pump. I'm in the voting booth. I know New York is bouncing back. I'm happy that we're bouncing back because I heard a cat call earlier today and it was refreshing. It was a nice little purr. This dude saw a girl walk by and she had a mask on, and he was like, "Hey girl, let me see your nostril." And I was like, "Yeah, that's all right." One little nostril, just a little. Let me see it, girl. Just being respectful. I'm living in. I'm lucky that I got to quarantine with a beautiful young lady. I'm happy to announce that I just recently got married for the first time. So, yeah, my first wife is phenomenal. She's so dope. She is setting the bar so high, you know, for anyone else. Great. Sometimes she gets upset because I call her my first wife. It's not meant to be disrespectful. I want to make that clear. I only call her my first wife to keep her motivated. You know, streets are calling, and I'll be picking up like, "Hello, stop calling me." Take it. My wife's a teacher. She teaches the first grade, which is good. She's a good person. But sometimes she talks to me like I'm one of her students, which I don't appreciate. I was watching the game the other day, and she started speaking to me, and I didn't give her eye contact. So she stopped mid-sentence, and she said, "I'll wait." Mid-sentence, she was like, "I'll wait." And I was like, "Well, I'm not a child." And then she
went on to say, I was like, babe, can I watch the game and not give you eye contact? And she was like, I don't know, can you? And I'm like, well, you're being disrespectful now. So I didn't like that at all, first wife. I don't know how to deal with that. So I just try to use her own language against her. So we were making love the other night, and afterwards she was like, baby, that was amazing. Cause you know. And and I said, what do you say? She was like, thank you. Then I give her a participation award. I want her to feel good about herself. My wife is actually trying to help me with my comedy, which I never asked for. She's been trying to help me with my career, which is unfortunate. She actually wrote a joke for me. You guys want to hear a joke that my wife wrote for me to tell?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. All right. I hope this doesn't do well. This is a joke that my wife wrote. I'm so happy to be married and in a loving, faithful relationship. It's much better than when I was single, dating whores. Okay. Not to say that there's anything wrong with being single, right, ladies? Single ladies, make some noise.
Woo! Yeah.
Cool. Now that you've identified yourself, I'll have you know that my wife is here and she's watching you closely. All right. Very jealous woman. I'm as a newly married person. It's weird sometimes. It's weird sometimes dealing with people who try to flirt with you. Like I'm still trying to adjust, but I'm getting better at it. Like this girl came up to me the other day and she was like, "Hey, big boy, how you doing?" And I was like, "Excuse me, but I will have you know that I am happily married for now." So circle back, but not right now. I'm very happy. I know that it's weird, you know, talking about being married. I was single for my whole life, so you know, I'm trying to make this adjustment. And you know, I remember being single and just dating all types of women. But I noticed that I did have a very specific type. I used to deal with a lot of full-figured ladies. I love a voluptuous lady. I like a beautiful woman who's full-figured. I don't know what it is. It's just my thing. I love a woman who can walk in heels and run in cleats, like a very sturdy, a durable woman. Like every time she bends over, I'm just like, oof, red 22. A very, very strong built woman. I get to do comedy, which is a cool job. My name is also Leclerc. People ask me all the time, like, hey, is that a stage name? Leclerc, is that a stage name? Why would I name myself Leclerc? You guys, are you guys following that? Like Leclerc, that's not a particularly good name. I think it's a terrible name, in fact. My dad named me Leclerc. I would ask him what it means, but I've never met my father. I know that sounds sad. But he also named my sister Danielle and my brother Tommy. Yeah, fuck that guy. He had like he knew really good names. Tommy. I got a brother named Tommy, and I'm just a nigga named Leclerc. Why am I a Leclerc with a brother named Tommy and a sister named Danielle? I just imagine he was in the emergency room. He was like, "Ooh, this one's different." I guess you're Leclerc. Good luck. And then he just left. I don't know. It's unfortunate. I get it. I had to do research to figure out what my name meant. And turns out Leclerc is actually a popular surname in France, which translates to the clerk, which isn't particularly new. Yeah. It's actually something that's practiced here in America. Like the last name Baker usually comes from a line of bakers. The last name Fisher comes from the line of fishermen, hunters. You guys get it. And I'm happy that we've gotten away from that tradition, because if we were still doing that, there'd be a lot of you guys out here named James the Uber driver, and I don't know how flattering that would be. It's not a good thing to do. I get to do comedy, so maybe my name would have been Le Comedian. That would have sucked too. I don't like that. I was in Texas last week, and a person there told me that he doesn't see race. Is anybody here full of shit? Clap if you're clap if you're a piece of shit. And you say that. Which is crazy, right? Because we all see race. Also, white people, for the record, have great vision. 2020, phenomenal vision white people have. You guys have seen things that no other race has ever seen. That's impressive. You should own it. You guys have seen Bigfoot. That was you. Probably or doing some other white activity. You guys, Seinfeld? I don't know. Niggas, the movie La La Land, a lot of people, I don't know one Mexican who's seen La La Land, but it's a weird thing because we're living in a racially, torn time in American culture. It's been worse, for the record, but it's been worse. I think the reason we're not making any progress is because we're not learning from our mistakes, right? I had a person come to me the other day. He was like, hey, how come Black people can say the N-word and we can't? I don't know if you guys remember, but you had your turn. You had, in fact, you were the first one up at bat. And it's not like you were spreading joy with it. You guys didn't make any mixtapes. You were being kind of mean. So it's our word now, and we're having fun, right, Khalid? We're doing the best we can. And also, you guys have your own words that only you can use, and you never hear Black people complain. Ever, not once. You've never heard a Black person say, hey, how come they can say canoodle and shenanigans, but the Black community, it's like, those are your words. Have fun. I'm so glad you guys came out. I'm so glad you guys voted. Thank you again for having me on the show. Best night ever.
Yeah. Everybody, thank you so much for being here with Comedy Ting. I want to thank the AAF for putting this on. Everybody, make some noise for Lizz Winstead.
Yeah.
That's it for us. You guys have been fantastic.
Oh my God, you have been so fantastic. Khalid, what a great show. Also, kind of a nightmare South African leader. Let's go there too. You got a lot. There's a lot happening. But it's so funny, so amazing. I could not, this has been the greatest day. I cannot believe that I have just had almost 12 hours of just distraction from, I don't know, either impending doom or not as bad. That is my positive note. So thank you. I am super psyched because coming up, we have 2 more hours of this. We have 1 more hour of comedy. And then I'm going to be moderating an amazing panel discussion with Greg Proops and Ian Harvie and some activists. And we're going to be talking about like what it all means, what we know so far, what the day has been like, sort of just a big purge. So I am going to turn it over to a legend, an amazing comedian, an amazing talent, who's run one of the coolest shows. If you ever are doing a show in a space that was not a traditional stand-up club, because traditional stand-up club said, fuck you to you, you have this woman to thank for really kicking off the alternative space for folks, and with Uncabaret. And so I just want to say, Beth Lapidus, Uncabaret, I'm so excited to hear. Let's take it away. Right. Look at you, glamour boss.
Thank you so much, Liz. It's amazing you put this all together. Jeez.
No, you bring us home.
Change makes us so unhappy, but we've got to change to be happy. 'Cause we cling. We want to say yes, but we keep saying no. Here's a thing. We hold on tight when we ought to let go. Change makes us so unhappy, but we've got to change to be happy. We could be everything, conscious and free. It has a nice ring. Here's a thing. We're having a party. Or is it a meeting? I mean, it's kind of a be-in. It's definitely an election night. And it's just so... makes us so unhappy. But we've got to change to be happy. Please. Oh my God, we've got to. Welcome to Uncabaret, you guys. Thank you so much, Mitch Kaplan. We have been singing that song for we just keep singing it until the changes are here.
Yeah, we need some change right now.
We need some change.
Make it happen.
It's gotta happen. I'm like, why did we say yes to this show when we knew we would be watching? We need to be watching what's happening. We don't even know. But I knew that I wanted to hang out with our crew, and it's so great to be here. I can't wait to Judy Gold and Dana Gould and Byron Bowers and Kate Willett and Chris Jackson's here with a song, and we've got Emily and Joseph, and it's so great. Thank you so much for doing this, Liz. Just for the people in line, waiting in line, and what a day. I went out, our internet went down this morning, so that wasn't stressful, but we're all fixed up, and I went out, and it's like very staticky out there. Very staticky, people waiting. And I mean, who would have thought that the thing that we needed, the skill, I mean, I just think when we thought, what skills will we need to get through the hardest times, like making fires maybe, or cooking, but learning to live with uncertainty. That wasn't never like, oh yeah, I'll get a Girl Scout badge for that. I don't know how. I'm just going to bring in friends one at a time because that's really what I'm here for. Judy Gold, talk to me. Well, how you've just what's happening? You're in New York today?
I'm in New York. I'm at Elisa's place in Harlem. It's the anxiety. I can't physically. Are you feeling? I feel it in my gut.
Oh, I mean, it's like I'm about to break out in like hives all over.
I can't even believe that it's close. Like I can't.
I know. That's what I can't believe either. I woke up today. I didn't wake up with a good feeling, so that I didn't wake up like yay. And then I mean, even if we win, the fact that it's not close is.
It's really telling about, what happened? All right, this is what I was thinking. Okay, tell me.
But wait, it's still happening. We can't put it in the past tense yet,
right,
but
I
okay.
know.
Okay, but yeah.
First of all, I did think, during the last debate when Orange Fuckface was like, comparing himself to Lincoln.
Not a good.
I thought, you know what? I really do hope he ends up having something in common. Like one thing, but he doesn't go to the theater, so it's not going to happen,
Well, he might go to the theater only to break the rule. I mean, there is, if only there were theater. If
to kill people.
Yeah. The whole open theater is just so that people will die.
This is really my profound thought on this. I was sitting on my bed
Mm-hmm.
and I was trying to put my shoes on, which is not easy. Okay. And then I was thinking,
Why is that, by the way?
I don't know. Everything's hard. I bend down.
Everything's
It hurts. I got to open every thing. So it's really loose. And then I can't. Anyway. And I was thinking, all these people are saying, if he wins, we're going to leave the country, right? People are always saying, we're going to leave the country.
We can't leave the country, number one. You know this.
I know, because no
they
one
won't want us.
But I was thinking, if people end up having a massive exodus in a few years, that's what happened in other countries. That's why we all came here. So it would sort of be like, our grandkids or great grandkids saying, oh, they left the United States before it got really bad. That's what I kept thinking, that there will be United States immigrants in other countries.
Yeah, that's deep. It's very hard to be
deep?
Jewish. It's so deep.
It's so Jewy, isn't it? It's so Holocausty Jewy.
So Holocausty Jewy.
Let me tell you, and this thing, I feel like this whole watching, with the map and oh my God, okay, so this is what happened, but we didn't count this county. But if we compare it to Clinton, it's like, no, it's just making me crazier.
It's so much math. I mean, remember when you were like, why do we need to know math? Well,
right, and the circling
election
on that thing,
2020.
This county went for Clinton, but I can't take it. It's like, okay, just tell us what just.
And also there's so many, Democrats voted early and they mailed in and
right.
So I don't even know because they won't all be counted. So how can they even say?
I know. And I went to vote today and I was like, oh, there's going to be a line and I have to drink water. I was, doing a whole Jew thing. Like,
there's a line and I have to drink water.
I walked right in.
That's how I thought it would be at Spectrum, by the way. The whole thing with my internet was such a metaphor because it was like, it went down, it all needed to be replaced. And I was like, out with the old, in with the blue. It was like, I thought like, it's hard, but it's happening. And then I thought, oh, I hope it's a metaphor. And I hope it's but there was no one at Spectrum. There was no line. There was nothing. Hollywood is completely deserted. It was.
Wait, are you all boarded up like they are here?
Yes. Yeah.
When did that ever happen? When did that ever happen? We're having an election. We have to board everything up because everyone's going to go fucking crazy. When did that ever happen?
Yeah, today.
Oh,
it happened today. And then there was one lone beat up red car with a Trump thing. Just beeping with the horns. It's
when I was driving home from Provincetown and I literally, like I'm driving on 95 and I just want to stop next and I go, what is, like, seriously, what the fuck with the Trump sticker? What is wrong with you? I just want to yell it out the window. Like but you can't because then you'll get shot and killed.
Yeah. Well, or not.
Yeah.
I drove through a Trump rally. I was in Beverly Hills last weekend and I drove right into a Trump rally and it was very weird. It was very weird.
He's the worst. I mean, the rallies, I'm going to say in this comedy competition, Obama is killing it. He is definitely winning last president standing. I'm telling you. His jokes are hilarious when he said, he's jealous of COVID. He's jealous of the attention. I mean, like, he's great. He has great timing.
And what about Dan Rather on Twitter? I think Dan Rather is like
I know
surfaced as like America's voice, the voice of America.
It's amazing. These people. That's the one thing that makes me feel better. That I know I'm not alone, and the people who agree with me are smart. They're smart.
Yeah, smart and maybe Mitch. We have Mitch, by the way, on Mitch's Voice of Hope. He's monitoring things. If there's anything good.
Oh, I don't have any news.
Oh, you have no news. Okay.
No news.
No news. And also,
I think Kelly's going to win Arizona. I mean, I'm just making this up from looking.
Oh, we have the first trans representative. That was some news from a while ago?
Oh,
first
yes.
Trans person in the Senate or House of House in the House. Okay, that's something.
My friend of mine recently came out as non-binary.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, you're not non-binary. You just don't feel like getting dressed up anymore.
Is that true?
I mean, it was, I go, what do you, because.
What did they say?
Well, I mean, I'm just like, it's just black pants, a long white shirt, and Merrill's everywhere, no matter what the occasion.
Well, Merrill's is the problem.
I know.
We could
Who
leave
wears
the
Merrill's?
rest of the conversation could go
Right.
put aside. And let's just talk about the problem with Merrill's.
Yeah, it's bad.
I don't even know what they are, but I bet they are.
All right, we're up 94 to 80.
All right. So, what are your thoughts on how you're going to get through the rest of the night?
I don't know.
before we go?
I've stayed. I had some Italian food and some wine.
Mhm.
I might have to go smoke pot on the balcony.
Yeah, I don't hear. That's the thing you don't hear Judy Gold say much either. That's not your go-to.
Actually, I do I like the tincture.
Uh-huh.
I like a little edible, but tonight I have to
All I have is-
I have a stomach ache. But
All I have
Dana
is-
said I shouldn't worry, so I feel like
All right. Well, Dana's going to wrap it up, so hopefully we start with anxiety and end with calm. Judy, everything's unfolding in perfect and divine order. That's all I know.
oh, that's right. You do say that often.
But there's a lot of mental gymnastics to get there.
I
Sometimes.
think though, before I go, because I know
Yeah.
you have.
Yeah. And
The
then we're going to
thing that
see you on. We're going to
really-
see you on Sunday. We're going to see you on Sunday.
Yes, I know. Hopefully
Yeah.
my hair will look better. But the
Your
thing,
hair looks great.
the
Look great.
thing that sent me over the edge, honestly,
Mm-hmm.
was the Amy Cunty Barrett. Like, who is she? I mean, and all the Republican senators. It's so nice to see your family here today. You have a beautiful. Thank you for bringing your. I mean, she's evil. You see it in her eyes. And who has two adopted African American kids and is a racist? Who does that? That just to say, I can't. I'm not a racist. I adopted two African American kids. She's such a racist.
Thanks, Judy.
Can I just say that someone in this room, I won't say who, thought, if she's so great, can't she use some hair conditioner?
Oh my God, so bad. I'm gonna have to agree 150%.
Ding, ding, ding. I mean, it's so shallow, but
Yeah.
But all right, well, we're gonna let you go, but hang out,
This,
and we'll
this
see.
made me feel good seeing everyone.
It feels better to see you. Yes.
Yeah.
And we'll
Thank
see you
you.
on Sunday. Hang in there. and
Okay,
stay in
please,
touch.
can we have a new
Okay.
president? Thank you. Okay.
Working on that.
All right.
All right, honey. Thanks
Love
so
you
much.
all.
Love you.
So long.
So long. Mitch is gonna play a little interlude for us. Oh yeah. Kate Willett, you
Hello. Such good music. That lifted my spirits right up.
I know, didn't it? Mitch plays that way. He really makes it possible to feel better. You look like you're in a secluded location somewhere deep in the heart of New York.
So, yes, I am pulled over in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. I was in my house and I really couldn't handle it. So I decided to head over to a friend's house to watch the results come in with someone else because it's quite the existential night,
It really is. It's really just now, if you don't mind my asking in front of everyone,
Sure.
aren't you living with the boyfriend?
Yeah, he is a political podcaster, so he's like on an all night live stream. Like I commit to like 30 really good minutes of this. He is live streaming for I think 7 hours, which is too much live stream for me.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he's sitting in your place just live streaming the whole thing.
Yeah. It's quite the commitment. I think there's many guests. I'm gonna go over there later, but it's not right now. I did think of something when Judy was talking though
What's that?
about Amy Coney Barrett.
What's that?
Which is so I have all these Christian family members, right? And they're like these people who they live for this stuff. They love, conservatives on the Supreme Court banning abortion and all this stuff. And I was just thinking about how my whole life they just really wanted women to stay home, and now here I am. I'm staying home. I'm in my kitchen. all day, you know? Like I don't work outside the home anymore. And can they take like a moment to be happy with that? No. Like they immediately have to go try to take away my reproductive health care. And it's like, you know, just rest on your laurels for a second, like the rest of us, you know?
That's crazy. So did you vote today or have you previously voted or?
I voted today because if I waited till today, the polling place was 15 feet away from my house. So I voted today. Yes.
And what was it like?
It was really easy. I always go to this polling place. It's always the same like senior center right by where I live. And you just walk in. It like takes 5 minutes. Like my roommate like thought that I just went to the bodega or something. So it was a really fast, easy thing. I do not relate to the long lines, and it should be as easy as I had it everywhere.
It should be. In LA, it was very fancy. You could go to Dodger Stadium. You could go to the Magic Castle. It was so LA.
holy
I mean, it
moly.
was so LA. Like, I voted at Pantages. You know,
It's like you name the celebrities that you saw when you voted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
something like that. It was like
I
the
voted
places
with Charlize
itself.
Theron.
Oh, you did? No.
No, I was just like trying to be really LA.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's so LA. I saw Paul Rudd was out encouraging people in line. I wonder if a part of this was to encourage people in line to stay in line. But Liz, have you had people in line? Liz is like, have there been people in line tuned in, or have we gotten that at all?
We've gotten a bunch.
Oh, good.
Like, cause people are commenting wildly on YouTube, and so that's where most people are watching on the stream.
Right.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So
Hi, people in line. Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, we're just like the secret Zoom room. Like nobody can see me.
Oh,
right?
okay.
They can only see you.
Okay. Well, we'll put you away
they can
then.
hear me, but they can only see the gorgeous you.
Oh,
So
the gorgeous
if I'm
you.
sitting here watching and I'm listening.
All right.
you
So,
know.
but we have people in line right now watching. Are there people?
Yeah,
Oh, that's
there's
good.
people still in line to vote. On
Oh
the
man,
West Coast.
good for you. Good for you. I mean, the patience that America is like getting patient this year. That is like the quality that we so lacked. That is so required for every single part of this.
Yeah. Although I can't believe that people aren't tired of being patient. Like, I can't believe that people are like, do we want the coronavirus to last 4 more years?
Right. Is that not the whole reason you're voting? And on Wednesday, the Paris Accord we drop out of. I mean, is that not the single issue? Yeah. Anyway, so you're headed to your friend's house, and what else is on your mind? What are you thinking about today? Are you optimistic, pessimistic, just nerves, everything?
I feel like, so in 2016, I was a big poll watcher, and this time I kind of told myself I was not going to do that again because, I definitely thought Hillary was going to win last time, and so I was kind of trying to do self-care around not, being obsessively on 538 with a needle and stuff. And then this past few days, just hard relapse on it, just logging back on to 538. My friends and my family are talking to me about it. They're like, hey, this isn't good for you, but I'm back on it. I'm back on that Nate Silver, I know what it's done to me and I can't stay away.
I'm up, I'm down. My expectations,
Yeah,
like the
exactly.
managing of expectations. I feel like how much work can we do on that's like, I'm depressed, I don't want to be too hopeful. I don't want to, but you also don't want to be too negative. Like you don't want to like create that thought process of like, it can't happen. It happened last time. I was so hopeful last time. So I don't want to be hopeful this time. So I'm going to be like, negative this time. It's like such a mind fuck to just stay in the center and just know like, I'm going to stay centered and not freak out no matter what.
Yeah, we don't really have, at this point, we don't have any control over it right at this moment, so I don't know. I meditated today and
Yes.
I
I
tried that,
meditated.
which I feel like you've tried that. Like you have a whole vibe, like you've tried meditating. for sure a
I
bunch of times.
meditate. I wouldn't even say try it. I meditate every day, and now I'm chanting too.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so I've done it a few times and I tried it today again. And I was just like, laying there, you know, trying to watch my breath, thinking, how the hell am I supposed to be in the present while I don't know that I'm going to be okay for the rest of my life? You know,
Okay.
that's what would allow me to be in the present.
I this is like so not the comedy part, but I would say the mantra meditation for me, where you're not actually following your thought. I feel like if you're a writer, and all the writers here will, can I get a hallelujah? Like being in the mindful meditation of following your thoughts when you're a writer that's your job. I mean, following your thoughts is what you do for work. So I have found it so much more productive to have a mantra meditation, and I can hook you up with that if we get.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely. What is like a mantra? It's just like different things that you meditate, different words that you
Somebody
meditate
gives
on
it's
and
like
stuff.
what TM is. Somebody gives you a mantra and you use that just
Gotcha.
as a repeat. And yes, you lose it and thoughts do come up, but it's not so much about following every single thought, which is what you do for your job. So
Very true. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I hate to let you go because
No.
I love having you here, but I release you to your sojourn across town to your friends, and I hope that you have the comfort of friends for the rest of the night, and stay in touch, Kate. And
It was so good to see you guys. Thanks
so
so
great
much
to
for
see
having
you.
me.
And we'll
Bye.
talk
Thank
meditation at
you.
another time. Okay. honey.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. That's how I feel right now. Thank you, Mitch Kaplan. Byron Bowers. Oh
Yo. What's going on? How y'all doing?
Oh, it was worth the whole day. Was worth it for that for that hat. How are
This is French shit right here. I'm trying some French shit. You know.
You trying and succeeding. That's a chapeau. That's not a hat. That's a chapeau.
It looked like something you eat tortilla chips off of.
It certainly looks like a lady's hat too, which I like for you.
Yeah, it's my
Yeah.
lady hat, and it's too little for her head. So.
It was her because she has a lot of hair.
Yeah, so I'm just going for that geisha pimp look.
That's a look to get you through the next 4 years, no matter what happens. The geisha pimp look.
Man, look, I enjoyed these 4 years. What were people complaining about? You know?
I wonder.
In your apartment 4 years ago, I came up. I think all the hustlers, you know, made a lot of money off these people's sadness. You know, like niggas I know who sold drugs came up during Trump's presidency. You know, pills were sky high a lot. You know, so you know I believe in balance. So now the table should turn now. You know. I'm drinking red wine with sugar in it.
Right. That's what
when you move up the socioeconomic ladder, you start to change what you drink, you know.
What were you drinking at the beginning of the 4 years?
Juice.
Do you have a preferred juice?
Now I'm drinking water. And when I need my sugar fix, I have like some ocean spray, but you know, I'm not repping ocean spray tonight.
Okay.
So yeah, man, what I miss, man, people are tense. I haven't looked at nothing yet. I just been reading and writing today, and I worked out and took a shower, and now I'm here. You know.
Wow, that's because you have a vision board.
Yeah, I got a vision board behind.
That vision board is changing your life.
Yeah, but it's fucked up because I didn't put any. It's a lot of home on my vision board, and I made it in February, and the virus hit, and I've been home a lot, and I was like, man, I should put some more like outings on there, you know.
You should also put. Did you put Biden up there?
I didn't put Biden up at all, you know.
Well, you need to start thinking outside the box. Oh yeah. Okay.
Look, politics is new to me. You know what I mean? Politics is new to me. So you know, I only voted like twice. Right?
This week?
No, in general, in my whole life.
But did you vote for this? Did you vote this time?
Yeah, I decided to vote because,
Mm-hmm.
I live with I don't even know what you want to call it. Not she's deeply into politics. Our first date, she talked about politics, matter of fact,
Mm-hmm.
which was 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
So,
wow.
but definitely I took some local chances and a lot of props. They sent a lot of prop stuff to my house. I became a prop comic. You know what I mean? One guy saying no on 20, somebody saying yes on 20. I got all the flyers in my crib, so I'm the one that reads through everything.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think everybody's right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody vote or whatever based on their beliefs and background. So when they try to preach it to me, I'm like, okay, I see where you coming from. I see where you coming from. And then I read it for myself. And then I'll be like, all right, that makes sense. That don't make sense. That's whack. That's going to kill everybody,
Mm-hmm. Well, you're a
So,
very open-minded person.
yeah. For the most part, I'm not like, I don't think you should like sleep with children or nothing like that.
Okay. Well,
You got to draw the
that's
line somewhere. Am I right?
That is one good place to draw the line. Definitely.
But yeah, I'm pretty open-minded, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
My dad was schizophrenic, so you don't know what you're gonna hear. You just gotta roll with it.
Right.
And you grow up, and you from the Bible Belt. Some of the most religious people are doing shady stuff, and vice versa. But they still human at the end of the day, et cetera, et cetera. So I just learned to look at it like that. We all got something, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Where did you grow up anyway? What state?
Georgia.
Oh, that's
Georgia,
right.
of course.
Yeah.
One of the important states.
One of the important states. Yeah, I know. I just had a little. There's a lot in my head today.
So yeah, to me, I grew up in what the last 4 years was like.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like, to me, it was like, Brer Rabbit. Remember him in the thorn bush? I'm like, oh, this is my home. I know how to maneuver. Especially when people are openly, saying that they want to murder Black people. I'm like, there you go, sir. I was wondering where y'all went. Y'all went underground, but now y'all back.
Oh my God. What are your, are you feeling hopeful, or you sound hopeful. You sound a little bit hopeful.
Well, I'm hopeful that.
Or accepting, maybe accepting.
Because I know I'm gonna die, and I know I'm gonna die. So, what else you got? You got to live no matter what is happening. You know what I mean? And I lost my dad. Is this supposed to be happening? Am I in therapy right now? I don't know what's going on. But I realized like, oh, I probably reached, a halfway or close to a halfway point. So I really got to like live and not worry about certain things now, And when you grow up poor, it don't matter who was in charge. You just go. You got to live. So that's what I'm doing now. So I'm drinking wine. I got my French hat on. I've been in punishment all year from the looks of it, you know what I mean? From COVID, but I'm ready to get out here and do my thing. Somebody was talking about mantras for TM. I got a TM mantra, which is very interesting, you know what I mean?
I do. Do you practice every day? Have you been practicing?
I don't. Only when I need it. Oh, anytime I get nervous, I start to do it, and I immediately calm down.
Uh-huh.
And it's funny because I learned how to do it, and it works so fast now. And I immediately calm down. Present so fast,
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny because when he brought me in the room, apparently you can't tell nobody what your mantra is.
No, it's a big secret.
And he brought me in the room, and I was like, oh, this about to be some Me Too shit. Like I didn't know what was about to go down. And then they made me face the altar and everything. And then he just gave it to me. And I was like, oh, am I gonna remember this? And I remember that shit. And I'm bad.
You know what they say? I've asked about the mantras, and what if different people get the same mantra, and it was explained to me that it's like shoes, like you slightly, how if you have the same pair of shoes as someone, but they wear it for a year and so do you, and you put theirs on, it doesn't feel right. That's what happens to your mantra, apparently. you self-adjust it to yourself like slightly. It's inevitable.
So it's just like tomato.
Yeah, something
Basically.
like that.
Yeah, it's like that. To me, because I was like, man, they giving us the same word. That's why they don't want us to tell nobody. Have you ever got somebody to tell you your mantra? Like, come on, tell me your mantra.
Nobody will. You
Like, hit this cocaine and tell me all your secrets. Tell me your mantra. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't do it. I haven't got nobody to do it yet. That I'm working on getting somebody to tell me their mantra, and I want to know what's up with the Freemasons. Those are the only two things.
I think if you keep wearing your hat, you will get that information. You definitely will. It's so nice to see you tonight. Thank you so much for being with us, Byron. And I love the new look. And let's talk as soon as we know more.
All right. Bye.
All right. We'll see you soon. Thanks, honey. Chris Jax, do you have a song for us?
You can all use a little pick-me-up. My blood's so mad, it feels like coagulating. I'm just sitting here, just contemplating. You can't twist the truth. It knows no regulation, and a handful of senators don't pass legislation. Marches alone can't bring integration when human respect is disintegrating. This whole crazy world is just too frustrating, but you tell me over and over and over again, my friend, oh, you don't believe we're on the eve of destruction. Think of all the bank accounts in red China, then take a look around at Charlottesville, Virginia. You may leave here for 4 days in space, but when you return, it's the same old place. The pounding drums, the pride and disgrace. You can bury your dead, but don't leave a trace. Hate your next door neighbor, but don't forget to say grace. And you tell me over and over and over again, my friend, oh, you don't believe we're on the eve of destruction. Oh, you tell me over and over and over again, my friend, oh, you don't believe we're on the eve of destruction.
Woo! So pretty. That's about the last 4 years, not the next 4 years, though. Right?
Correct.
Thank you so much, Chris. Dan Gould, are you here? You're here.
I am. Am I on? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Excellent.
What's happening? What are your thoughts? What is your take?
I'm hopeful, cautiously optimistic. You know, and it is funny. I was talking to my daughter, and I do find that there are so many doomsday scenarios that even when you're trying to calm people, it still sounds like Dr. Strangelove. So if he wins, what are we going to do? Honey, it's easy. We go underground. We burrow underground. I've had it with the surface. Anyway, the only reason we're still on the surface is because we can't compete with that big sunblock money. They're the ones that control the media. But you can't go up against big sunblock. We need to go down and be rulers of the mole people. That's our destiny. That's what's going to happen. I try to take it all with a grain of salt. I did know that the congresswoman who supports QAnon did win. She did run unopposed, but she did win. And I was so upset when I heard that. I drank 3 babies. The interesting thing is I'm still mourning Halloween. I'm still, because we couldn't have it this year. No. Halloween is my favorite holiday.
How come?
Halloween is when people you don't know come to where you live and take all of your shit. And the next big holiday is Thanksgiving, or as Native Americans call it, Halloween. I'm hoping you can still say Native Americans. I don't know. I found out that you can't say it's African Americans is not cool anymore. Is that correct?
Sometimes it's cool.
Sometimes it's also, but black is
You're talking
preferred.
about people from Africa.
No, yeah, but black is preferred.
Black people.
Now, what do you call white people that act like black people? Because you can't use the old name for that.
White
I
people
prefer, like, I'll give you an example. I was on the subway in Boston visiting, and there were two kids, white kids dressed very urban, white kids dressed not like white kids. And they were drinking Snapples or these fruit drinks. And this one guy goes, "You try Strawbana?" And his friend goes, "Strawbana be slamming." And that didn't strike me as the way that I spoke in my neighborhood. And I didn't know what to call these kids. I've landed on Caucafrican Americans.
Dana, maybe it's time to just get past labels. It's
It is
possible.
well, and also like you worry because there are people that have you ever seen somebody in the media that or that you thought was canceled or can't believe hasn't been canceled yet? I was in the grocery store. I saw Aunt Jemima pancakes and I was stunned.
That is stunning. I thought
Does she call the cream of wheat guy every morning? "Are you going into work?" "I'm waiting for a call. I'm going to go in anyway." Those two are waiting for the shoe to drop like it's nobody's business. Are you checking? I'm not checking until 9
I'm not
o'clock.
checking.
You want to know anything? I'm checking.
And people do check all the time, and it's sort of like when you go to a restaurant and like you order a steak and they come out every 10 minutes. "It's not done yet, but try a bite." I'll just wait. Just bring it to me all at once. I get in trouble. I was at a restaurant. This is back when you could go to restaurants. Back in what I like to call the before times.
The before times, yes.
Up, people are here.
What's happening?
Dana, you went away. Dana.
Dana. Oh, he seemed to have muted himself.
Dana. We'll just unmute him.
Accidentally muted myself.
Yes,
Yeah,
we got
we know.
you. We
Everything's
got you
good.
now.
Yeah.
Why can't you have these in life? Just in a conversation, just mute them up. What I was saying was there's some people here. My daughter ordered Postmates. I'm that good of a. It's the little Postmates, or as we like to call it, Dad's divorced.
What's your favorite dinner to get at Postmates?
They like oh great. I have a lot. Let me just set the scene. I live in a house with 3 children, my girlfriend, 3 dogs, and 5 cats.
Ooh.
For several reasons. One, I like to be a responsible personally for a lot of poop, not just my own. I want to, in the USA Today pie graph of my day, I need a big slice dedicated to other people going to the bathroom. But it keeps me occupied because when I've got nothing to do, that's a terrible, terrible time. So I like to stay busy. In fact, one of the things I was doing while I was waiting to go on was I made a list of other great times to do shows, Beth. During a car accident, we could do one then. I was in a car accident earlier this year, and I was in the backseat of a car with Bobcat Goldthwait, and the car got hit, and we broke our ribs on each other.
Oh my God!
It's like, as if we were trying to merge into one 2-headed super comic that was big in the 90s. And
I remember you were supposed to do Uncab that weekend, and it
Yeah.
was we were all worried for you, but you're healed now.
I'm healed, but I had a broken rib for a long time, and I've never in my life walked around my house terrified to fart.
Oh.
Which is something that you get with a broken rib because it's like, I think it's coming. I don't think I can. It is just the worst. Here's another great way to do a show while being murdered. We could do a streaming show in the middle of one of our murders. We won't be preoccupied. while fighting an alligator. That's the one I want to do. Here's a question, Beth.
Yeah.
Beth, why are there alligators?
I don't know, Dana.
I mean,
why?
Did God like create a shark and think, fuck it, can't chase you across a golf course? Hang on a second, I have an idea. Let me see your shoes. Oh, this is gonna be great. Then he invented crocodiles for the sole reason that you can think you're being killed by an alligator and be wrong. So how'd you die? I was killed by an alligator. No, you weren't.
Oh. We're gonna release you to Postmates. What are you gonna go?
Oh,
have?
okay. Yeah, no, I don't even know what the kids have ordered, but
I'm
they're
sure it'll be delicious.
yeah, my kids are Chinese, so worst comes to worst, I just sneak out with them. This is we'll leave the country. We'll just go back to China and I'll pretend I'm with them.
Right. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, well, this is good.
I'll leave you with this because we're all hoping that this is the end of an era. And regardless, we're going to be okay because there's a difference between our politics and our culture. And our culture is moving in the right direction. Our politics are lagging behind. And people look at the country and think, why is this happening? Half the country thought owning another person was a great reason to go to war. So get over yourself. And the culture's moving in the right direction. But I do think that when an era ends, it should be official. It's like when you're in a relationship, and I'll leave you with this. When you're in a relationship, there is that time when you sleep together for the last time. But you don't know it's the last time at the time. That's probably for the best. But it would be great if when you were done, if you were just lying in bed, suddenly the credits of your relationship just rolled on the ceiling. So you knew it was over. Your relationship would end like The Sopranos. You'd be like, what the fuck? Now? What? It's over? And then 5 years later, you go, yeah, I guess that was good. I guess that's how that should have ended. Yeah.
That's a good image. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank
on this
you.
Very crazy night. We'll
Keep the
always have this to
faith.
remember.
Breathe.
Keep the faith.
You're going to be fine.
Yes, you are. We all are. Thanks, Dana. Have a
Okay.
nice dinner. We'll talk later. Thank you. Bye. Mitch?
Yeah.
You were...
Oh, yes.
Mitch is like looking at his phone. Oh, so pretty.
It's so classy to hear orchestral arrangements of your kids' music.
Jamie Bridgers.
It makes it classier.
It does, but she gave him something to work with, Kyoto.
Sure, there's a framework there, but it's just
yeah.
classier to hear the orchestral arrangement.
Oh, Jamie.
Just a little. Mitch does class up the joint, but so do you. Look at you and your pearls and your...
I put on lipstick. I have some big fake pearls on. I've got my kid here. Today's tense. big surprise. It's so tense that I just looked at him to kind of laugh and be like, here we go. And he looked at me like we were the last people in the Donner Party. Like, what's up? And I just like, okay, Jackson. So Jackson had some questions for me earlier.
Okay.
Do you have different jokes for if he wins or loses?
Mm-hmm.
And then he said, well, we might not know tomorrow. We might not know for weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And I got really irritated. And Jackson said, why are you so uptight? And I was like, because the first time we didn't know immediately was Al Gore. Like that literally is in obviously Jackson was a baby. So, he thinks that's forever, but it's been pretty recent that you couldn't know by like 11 o'clock at night.
Right.
And I've been pretty upbeat and I've kept it together. And I've been, you know, bleaching the whites. I've been, you know, washing people's towels and keeping the dishes done and selling real estate. Shocker. But today, Phoebe texted me at like 6:30 and she said, craziness, just one word, craziness. And I pulled over because I was driving here and I pulled over and I said, what happened? And she said, nothing. I mean, it's just craziness watching it. I was like, no. You don't text a woman in her 50s, craziness tonight. Unless literally something like there has to be a bigger deal than just like, oh, this election's crazy, right? Then Jackson asked me what I was going to do if things didn't work out. And I said I would cry. And I said, wouldn't you? And he's like, probably not cry. Anyway, I just feel
Because you
also
said you weren't going to be reasonable. So
yeah, I said if Donald Trump wins, I'm not going to be reasonable for a while.
Oh. I'm sure Jackson did not want to hear that.
Don't leave your dirty clothes around. Like for a while.
For a while.
Yeah, for a while. I'm probably going to be like.
I like that you said you were hanging on by a thread, a steel thread.
Yeah, like let's face it, we've been through some shit, but you know, what do I give a shit? Dukakis lost. Did I cry? No. I did cry when Jimmy Carter lost. Because my mom was such a blue dog that she had me, like I thought Santa Claus was dead. You know what I mean?
Oh.
And I'm not, and that wasn't in an inappropriate response.
Mm-hmm.
But when Jimmy Carter lost, I cried.
Yeah.
And I did want to comment on Chris Jack's covering Eve of Destruction. Because man, did that hit me. And then I went back and I was like, Eve of Destruction has a weighty history as a protest song. And then thank God for Wikipedia, because otherwise I'd be calling like 15 friends and bugging the fuck out of them. But I love Wikipedia because I was also able to find that it played during the series finale of the A-Team. Like, now that's a song, you know, and they're like, which version, you know, is it the Barry Maguire version? Is it the Turtles version? I mean, that song has legs. And what I really am embarrassed to say is when I first heard Chris singing, I was like, okay, Chris, what has he written? Has he written a classic for the ages? I think he has. And then I remember walking by Phoebe's bedroom when she was like 15 and she was singing a song and I stood at the doorway literally like, oh, made it. This kid is amazing. And I went in and after she was done, I said, Phoebe, I got to tell you, that song you just wrote is literally knock 'em dead. Like, you're so good. And she was like, Mom, it's a Buddy Miller song. It's a famous song. And I was like, you're, you know, how do you tell a kid like, great, great cover. You nailed it.
Who's Buddy Miller? Who's Buddy Miller?
Buddy Miller, ask Chris Jacks in the break.
Right. I'll Wikipedia it. We're done anyway.
I
think
tell
our
you
time is up. I know. Everybody.
oh.
Yes? You want to close with something?
Drew
before
was
we go?
like, what do you call those kids on the subway? Those kids are actually called assholes. That's the scientific definition of what those kids are called. I just wanted to weigh in on that. And
I saw you
Byron's
know.
hat, he's like, it's my girlfriend's hat. I'm like, you fucking have Minnie Pearl's hat on. Don't try to pretend.
That's right. I was thinking
Your
that
girlfriend
too.
would be caught dead in that hat. We all know. Nice try, buddy.
Oh my my gosh. Jamie, we'll be laughing and crying together in about 10 minutes on the phone.
Oh,
Either or.
no, not either or. I've decided that if things don't go my way politically, I'm going to perform a ritual divestiture and I'm going to walk naked down the street because that's how I feel.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
that's about as aggressive as I could ever be.
I love you so much. Jackson, take care of your mom for the next couple hours. I know you can. And I think that wraps it up for us, Mitch Kaplan. Are you going to play us out a little bit? I just wanted to thank Liz. Thank you so much for having us.
Oh, are you kidding? I've loved it.
What an amazing night you put together. Thank you, everybody, for listening. And come visit us on Zooms. We're on second and fourth Sundays on Cabaret. We know we're going to love. There's going to be a lot of loving no matter which way it goes. So thank you and good night from all of us on Cabaret. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Thank you, everybody. I can't wait. Tip them. On Venmo, tip them. Oh my gosh. We are closing this fucker out with a conversation with some fantastic people. And as these polls have just closed in Cali and the West Coast, I don't know if there's any polls open left. I'm going to say there might be, but I'm unclear at this point. And we're just going to have a talk about our feelings for a little while. And then we're all going to go to our TVs and stress, drink, and eat. And it's a little too close for my liking, but I think we're just going to do it. So let's, before we start the panel, I just want to thank everybody who has participated in this today. We had so many great comics. We have, if you want to go to our website and just click on Vote No Joke and just have a look at all of the people in the shows who participated and helped people stand in line. I want to thank them all. It was pretty fucking great. And so now, I think without further ado, let's bring on our panel of luminaries who are fantastic people. I think that you bring them in here, Kat, or do I leave? Let me just see. I can't remember. Is everybody here? Fantastic. Do I bring them on one by one? How should I do it? It feels crazy. I'm just looking at my intros. Let's just bring everybody out. From Whose Line Is It Anyway? And the Smartest Man in the World podcast. And the bottom of a bottle of vodka tonight, Mr. Greg Proops.
Hey, y'all. Hi, Liz. How are you, darling?
Hi, sweetie. You look fantastic.
Thank you.
You look like the progressive Babadook tonight. I'm really loving it. I like the whole
That's
look.
the name of my new album.
I like it. Hilarious comedian from, you've seen on Will and Grace and Transparent. Ian Harvie is here. And the policy and program director from the Colorado Organization for Latina Opportunity and Reproductive Rights, better known as COLOR. It is.
Hi, everyone.
Carla Gonzalez Garcia. Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing? Is everybody okay?
Okay.
I mean, I feel like, yeah. Where is everybody? Ian, where are you?
I'm in Los Angeles in a house that we just moved into yesterday.
Wait, you moved?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. And how, so you're feeling like you just moved, you had this stressful move, and then it's election day?
Well, and I'm grateful for that time that it made me fully occupied with other shit, so I didn't have time to obsess.
Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's great. Greg, you are not in San Francisco, are you?
No, I'm in a dream state of San Francisco. I'm in the center of baby killing celebrity right here in Lower California, the swirling vortex of show business. And yeah, I'm okay. I think it's weird because my phone is lit up with people freaking out. And as we were discussing before we got to you tonight, we were having our own private Idaho. Democracy is a messy process, and this is going to take days to sort out, and everybody needs to chill.
I agree. And Carla, you're in Colorado. Where are you in Colorado?
Hi, I'm in Denver. I have to say, mixed feelings right now, correct? Because waiting for the result, and obviously, like here our friend said, it's going to take a few days, but also celebrating that Colorado has defeated an anti-abortion ballot initiative, and this is huge for our communities and huge for our right and to decide upon our bodies. So yeah.
So Carla, let's kick off with some good news, right?
Sure, yes.
All the good news today.
I think a lot of folks might not know that Colorado had an amendment on the ballot that could have greatly harmed access to abortion for people who seek abortion in those later pregnancies. Do you want to talk a little bit about that and what they were trying to pull over on the people of Colorado?
Yeah, we had this year an abortion ban at 22 weeks, an abortion later in pregnancy. And this abortion ban also didn't have exceptions for victims of rape, incest, or for the health of a pregnant person. And it used like this very confusing messaging, correct? Because they put in the ballot that it will, like the exception to the life of a woman. However, when we don't know about policy, when we don't know about how policy is implemented, here is the tricky thing. That language meant or like is translated or implemented as if a pregnant person, her health was pretty much like, it was getting bad. This person needed to be dying in order for the doctors to be able to help. So this is and this is like why it was confusing. And, we had 125 partner organizations and like thousands of volunteers that were working really, really hard to make sure that we bring the right information to our communities. And most importantly, we are a Latinx organization, woman of color-led organization. We are a reproductive justice organization, which is different than a white mainstream abortion rights organizations, correct? So for us, working with communities of color, we needed to be very tactful and to be able to explain what exactly this abortion ban would do. Tonight, we have shown that compassion, kindness, and honestly, the trust that we need to provide to pregnant people to decide upon the virus has won. So we are super excited about that. Most importantly, again, I just want to thank everyone that has worked super, super hard on this. Tonight, we are going to celebrate in Colorado.
It feels so exciting. And I think that for people who don't know, there's only 3 providers in the United States that provide this. One of them is in Colorado. So that was one of the things. Also, it just feels like as you explained it, who is a politician or who is the person that would have that decision making of now the person's dying, so we'll intervene.
Exactly.
Like that part is just so terrifying to me that these things happen. And Greg and Ian, both of you, I want to just have you weigh in because both of you have toured with Abortion Access Front extensively. You have seen firsthand people in hostile states trying to access care and the barriers that are out front by activists. What is it about this work that 2 men are actually invested in it? And that's why I wanted to have you both on, because I really, truly appreciate both of you and your investment in it.
Greg, do you want to?
Well, my wife comes along too, Jennifer, and when we were first dating, she said one of the first dates I took her on was to a NARAL benefit in San Francisco at someone's house. It was the Northern California Abortion Rights Action League, and we went to it, and outside there were some aunties, and they got Western with me, and I actually, I was young. I know it's hard to believe because of what I look and sound and act like, but I squared off, and they backed down, and she was like, yeah, that was like one of our first dates. And I thought, I've always been this way. When I was a stand-up comic in the early 80s in San Francisco, we would do benefits for NARAL and KRAL. And it's just something that I always thought was autonomy is everything. Representation is everything, and autonomy is everything. If you deny it to one gender just because you're biased against them, there's something so intrinsically wrong about it that it defied any logic in my mind. One. Two, my father was a terrible misogynist, and I detested that. And so I've always felt like if you can't give voice, help people give voice that aren't getting heard, what's the point of having any say, you know? Does that
Ian?
sound too unctuous?
I feel like there's some intersection between trans people and people who need abortions, and that autonomy that Greg is speaking to, that you know, we need the right to be able to do what we need with our bodies, whatever that is. And so I feel like there's an intersection there, and that if I let my siblings go without support, I just feel like I have so much support in my life that I feel like that I need to give back in that way. But also, and I'm trying to say this as in a way that, like, I trust people, you know, I believe them, no matter what, when they tell me that they, you know, need something for themselves, their lives, their bodies, whatever that is. I trust people. And so I wanted to be, and I didn't know that I wanted to do this until it happened. And, you know, Greg was speaking to this a little bit of squaring off with people. I didn't really square off with anyone. But I remember being in Jackson at Pink House and seeing the line of men, you know, just accosting people who needed healthcare. And I didn't realize that it actually meant something to be a man on the other side squaring off. And it's not just women or female-bodied people, you know, standing up for other, you know, people who need this healthcare. And so I felt like I didn't realize it until afterwards, but that it felt important to be somebody who visibly presented the way I do to stand against these horrific antis. So, you know, and I just, you know, and lastly, I want to say that to support the workers who give this healthcare, you know, that the things that I learned that the people who provide this care go through, and the people who need this healthcare go through, I just had, you know, such, you know, little concept of the lengths that people were going to give people this. So it just felt important to be this guy supporting this cause in all of those ways.
Well, you know, it's like we're just sitting at this precipice. And the reason that I really like this panel is because you are all tireless fighters, you know, and you are all have incorporated what this election means into your lives. And it means something. And I just wanted to get a touchstone from all of you, because people are talking, like right now, what's happening just on television constantly is this poll watching, numbers crunching, and it removes itself from the humanity so much, the game of it, right? And so I wanted to, before we all have to dive into that game, I just wanted to have a conversation with everybody about what it means for you. And I think I'd like to go around the horn, and I'll start with you, Carla, and just ask you, like, as after the overview of 4 years, right? What do you think is the biggest thing that's at stake when it comes to this election?
Wow. I needed to breathe, because that is a very loaded question. In a sense that right now, for people of color, for Black, Indigenous people of color, we are fighting for our lives here. Just like that. We are fighting for Black lives. We are fighting for abortion access. We are fighting for families to continue to survive. We are fighting for our kids not being in cages. We are fighting for our families not being separated. We are fighting for our families not dying like with COVID because they don't have access to healthcare. We are literally here fighting for our lives. This is what is at stake for us. Like, there is so much that we can talk about. For example, like how we still are trying to to make sure that ACA doesn't go away when that has helped millions of people in this country. Even though still ACA has left behind undocumented people, but it still is helping a lot of people, correct? So like for us is the fact that if we can change the way that things are going right now, it means possibilities. It means our communities will have an opportunity not just to survive, but also to thrive. It means that we are gonna keep like putting in the center of the conversations the most marginalized among the most vulnerable among us. The fact that we are still trying to make sure that our voices are heard in 2020, to me is just like unbelievable. Like as an immigrant woman of color, that I still have to fight to have a space at the Colorado legislative. Like it's just, a lot of times it's like, I cannot believe I'm here doing this work, but also I cannot believe that there is still people out there that do not believe that we are human enough in order for us to be a voice into the process. So for us, it's also like literally fighting for the rights of everyone else, like healthcare workers, to be able to go to work without being worried that if something happens today, because this administration wasn't able to be to have a very good plan for to be prepared for COVID and to be able to like end it. So that's a lot also for us that we are fighting for. So I guess like at the end, we are just fighting to be able to be recognized as human beings. And that's the reality that we are in right now within this white supremacist environment.
Ian, you want to add to that?
I feel like this election is about, it feels like I would say yes to everything that Carla said and add poor people, add trans people and queers, add, I feel like it's the battle between like empathy and it's not really apathy, because empathy and total disconnection. And I feel like my particular struggle is, that to not feel, to not feel like a vote for a particular party and candidate feels like a violent assault on everybody that Carla just mentioned, and LGBTQIA community members, women. Just feel like it is an act of violence to support what has been currently going on. So supporting acts of violence versus empathy and caring and giving people rights simply because they're a fucking human being. And that you have to, it's sitting here breaking my heart to hear Carla say, we are fighting for the right to, we have to fucking convince you that we're human beings, just destroys me. And so I feel the same way about, about trans people and non-binary people and, trans people and non-binary people of color, and who have to try to convince people that their, murders matter, that I just, so I'm still afraid. I'm afraid of this election feels like, like violence versus empathy. I don't know. I don't know if I've even answered that question coherently.
You did. You totally did. Greg.
I feel like I've had one job over the last 10, 15, 20, whenever, and that's to convince white people, and white men in particular, that they really don't need to be heard as far as their needs, their wants, their desires. those needs, wants, and desires have been etched in stone and chiseled in marble into the fabric of our society, the slave state, the oppression state, the homophobic state, the misogynist state, the prison state that exists. So I felt like, how do you get white guys to understand that humanity is in Yiddish, a mensch, that means being a human being. And a human being understands that other people are human beings and that you're supposed to accord them, and not only accord them, but maybe move that along a little bit. Their needs might go in front of yours because you've had them for so long. But it's an almost impossible set of, all of you guys know, I'm just saying the obvious. Trying to get people to recognize their own empathy, trying to get people to recognize that other people have agency, trying to recognize that other people deserve to be human beings, and that doesn't come at the cost of your privilege, is this weird, astonishing feat that America built itself on, mythologized itself on, and we're having to deconstruct every step of the way. And I think that's what the containment, the COVID, all of the white people finally recognizing that other people should have rights, which is sort of what happened in the slow motion lynching of George Floyd, that started this enormous drive toward where we are now. If I'll end there. I don't think I need to add more to the, there's nothing I can do, like you said, or white guys can do more than to let other people have the floor.
Yeah, I think, listen, I think the one thing that I would add is, when it comes to quote unquote allyship in all of this, something that reproductive justice advocates, reproductive rights advocates, or those of us who are looking at this larger intersectional lens, that we have tried to and have understood that ending access to abortion is the single most prevalent thing that comes out of the right. And I say that because it falls then into every single issue, Carla, that you talked about, right? When we talk about the ACA, what's going to happen to the ACA, and why don't we have a COVID plan? Part of that is because we at Abortion Access Fund have identified at least 50 people who work in the Department of Health and Human Services who have come directly from the anti-abortion movement. They have no skills in healthcare, in wider any pandemic crisis, in anything. Mm-hmm. That is where they come from. When we talk about kids in cages, the person who created that program, a man named Scott Lloyd, came from the anti-abortion movement, had no background in immigration reform, helping house and reintegrating people into the United States who have come from harm. In fact, went so far as to monitor the periods of underage, undocumented people who were thrown into this incarceration state, tried to prevent their abortions from happening. Mm-hmm. When we talk about systemic racism in our country, and we talk about what that is, the first thing you hear from the right is the biggest murderer of Black babies is Planned Parenthood. When you talk about what have we done internationally, the last treaty we signed was with nation states that sanction rape to say that we will try to end abortion internationally, right? And so when you have these people who have no skills and who have been installed for decades into these jobs, but really now, and we hear our allies say it's a wedge issue, stop talking about it, put it aside. We need to fight as hard to make sure they're exposed so that we have qualified people working on healthcare, immigration, dismantling white supremacy, and doing all of this shit. I think that people don't understand the fabric of all of that is so steeped in everything you said, and steeped with anti-abortion zealot morons, hateful people who are just running it all. So I just wanted to throw that progressive piece in, because sometimes I think so often we're fighting our own folks to pay attention. And I'm sure, Carla, you've had that experience more than once.
A lot of times, too many to count and too many to, honestly, a lot of times I'm still working within myself, so I don't internalize all of that. And something that I want to bring up too, since we are talking about allyship, that is very important to also to understand is that allyship is consensual. Like white people or those who are trying to work with us, they can't proclaim themselves allies, correct? Like we are the ones that get to decide that, because at the end of the day, it is the work that they are willing to do with us, because they can work with us. But if they are gonna work like for us or to save us, that is not gonna work. We don't need more saviors. Like what we need is like allies that are gonna like lift our voices and the work that we do, so we can all move forward together. So I just wanted to add that.
I think that's great, and I think that leads me to the next question I want to ask, and that is for everybody here. Regardless of the outcome of the election, there's going to be so much mountains of work to do. Mountains of work, right? What would each of you say as far as like where you would like to see the work go? I'm going to stay positive with an administration that would be willing to hear change, and also just, it's not just about the federal level, right? It's about state politics, it's about local politics, because so much of this stuff comes out of there. So I think I'll start with you, Carla, and ask, like, where would you like to see people step in and step up and hold a new set of ears accountable?
Yeah, I think like I have there are two things here that come to my mind, honestly. Like one is like the work that we need to do, not just like you said at a federal level, but also like within our local communities, correct? How we, first of all, we still need to work with those that are making decisions upon our communities, correct? And to make sure that they understand what is going on with them, with our communities, so they can bring those policies that are going to impact greatly in a positive way about on our communities. Something that comes to my mind, though, in the other side is that I am excited right now, for example, to see our communities all coming together and the resiliency, for freaking God's sakes, 4 years of this, and how my people and our people are still trying to find spaces of joy, trying to find spaces where they are like taking some rest, even though the policies that we see at the local level and the federal level do not allow them to do that. But they still, my people are just so beautiful that are trying to still do things in order to like protect our families and our communities, correct? So what I want to see with the change that we all hope, I want to make sure that those in power understand or centered, like the voice of the most marginalized among us, because the work is not gonna change greatly, and it's not gonna be transformative if we still are literally passing policies that just center white privileged people. That's not how it works. When we center the most marginalized and the most vulnerable among us, we all win. No one is taking away your privilege. No one is taking away your rights. What we are trying to do here is that we are all trying to thrive together. Our communities shouldn't be suffering and shouldn't be dying right now. When I see like the high rates of death among people of color during this pandemic, there is a huge structural problem. And who we are centering right now in the conversations, and who is developing those narratives, correct? So I just really, with the possible changes that are gonna happen, I just wanna keep seeing my community like happy, and thrive. I want to make sure that my community, our communities, have what they need in order to be able to move forward and to be able to transform their lives in a way that we can deeply heal, and in a way that we can all once again look at each other and be able to truly trust in each other. Otherwise, I don't know what's going to happen.
Greg?
Oh, I couldn't agree with Carla more. I mean, centering people that aren't centered now is the most important thing. And to that point, I think Kamala Harris is an enormous moment in American history, and hopefully that'll carry on with. I don't think that story gets played enough, to be honest, that having a Black woman with Indian, Caribbean, and loads of different multicultural heritage has been put forward as an executive in this country. It hasn't happened before, and yet that's not the story. It's always about, him because he's mad or whatever. And I think that'll go a long way in talking about what Carla was talking about, giving people representation that don't have representation, that need it desperately.
Yeah. And somebody who's had a narrative that speaks to people of color, immigrant parents, and she's not afraid to talk about reproductive justice and to talk about all the ways those things are, and introducing the concept for the first time even to people is pretty exciting. Ian, when it comes to, where did Ian go?
Very interesting question.
Is Ian here? Did Ian go away?
He's coming back.
I think he went to Mel's Diner up on Sunset right here
Okay.
in Los Angeles.
All right. Well, I'm glad he went to Mel's. I think he went to go grab a little burger.
Right.
I don't know where he is. But to that end, Carla, I think that anybody who's worth a grain of salt, who has paid attention, I don't know why it was that it took George Floyd and not the myriad of other things that have happened in our community. I like to often call systemic racism COVID-16-19 because it just frames how long and where we've been in this. What is it that those of us who've had privilege and have had the mic, what is it that we can do from where you see?
I didn't mean to laugh. I just
What? You love it.
It made me. I thought that was funny.
What?
I know, because we need direction, but yet why are we asking for?
Why are we asking Carla?
We know
Because
we can
Carla
do.
runs an organization. This is why I'm asking. I'm not asking my Black friends to tell me how to be a better white person. I'm asking Carla, who runs
Try
an
not to be
organization.
racist.
Exactly. There's two different things going on here. If Carla was my friend, and I was
try
like,
it.
Carla, I just realized that there's a thing that's a racism, and I want to do something about it. It's just terrible.
Listen,
What should I do?
Oh, don't worry. I get you. I get you.
That's a very different die in a fire, Liz, thing. Then Carla, you run an organization that needs resources and help and people to uplift the message.
Yeah.
How can we be helpful in doing that? How can Greg be helpful? Because I don't see him be helpful tonight.
We're all getting COVID tests, and I'm taking you all to Fiji this weekend. Just a
That would be
circle us.
amazing.
Yeah, it's
I
my
want that
birthday.
invitation. Invite me. That's not gonna be starting to help. Invite me to those
Right.
things. So
We're gonna have sushi and whatnot.
So first of all, I love actually what's going on right now here, because honestly, this type of conversation it's not even out there. Correct? We are not even having these conversations about like, wait a second, do not ask your Black friend how you shouldn't be racist. Correct? So actually, this is great, because it's like people are learning through this. So I understand your question, Liz, about like how we can support organizations like Color that are doing that work in that freaking ground with our communities, talking to our communities. And we even needed to change everything now with the pandemic, correct? All our strategies needed to shift in different ways in order to have to be able to, for our communities to gather their voices, correct? So right now, you all, like the fact at least that you are inviting a woman of color-led organization to this program, that's exactly what we should be all doing. Like those who have more privilege and more power should be lifting up the work, like shifting resources, like should be like literally making sure that our voices are the ones that come center and forefront. Like we have amazing organizations like Sister Song, Sister Reach, Sister Love, Black Mamas Mother. So all these organizations doing beautiful work that a lot of times do not have even a space because, let's be honest, white mainstream-led organizations have all the entire like center of attention, when a lot of times our communities are the ones that are suffering, and we know how to do the work because we know our communities, correct? So it's like right now, the fact that I am here in like this national platform and talking about what exactly our communities or how we should shift, correct, things so our communities can be centered, that is like big. And I applaud, and I want to make sure that we keep doing things like this because our voices needs to be heard. Otherwise, I am so sorry, but we are going to keep having this like white supremacist environment and not be able to do the changes that we need, and our communities are going to be dying. So this is at some point, we need to understand that this shift of power, it is not about that we are going to be like putting you down, people. This is not about that. This is about we all living in harmony and we all thriving together. This is not about just because if people of color get into power that we are going to like put you down, you all. That's not what it is. And you know what? My community is not like that, because if my community will be like that, we will all be like literally doing other things and like being like, I'm putting you down if we want it. But my community is beautiful. Our communities are beautiful, and we want the best for all of us.
And I think and that's what, like, the reason that I invited Greg and Ian and myself and all of us to come together is when I see these incredible men, and my organization is constantly trying to understand that we have this platform, right? And that we can bring people in, like, and we all have platforms, right? So who do we want to put up on our platforms? You know, it was very cool. Last spring, we did an event at Sarah Silverman's house with, we had Monica Simpson, and we had Kwajalein Jackson, who runs a clinic in Atlanta. And then we had Oriaku Ajomi, who runs the abortion fund, right? Yeah. And we purposely held an event because what I watch is very well-intentioned people who have platform and privilege often think that if they just throw a tweet out into the universe or say support X organization out into the universe, it's not the right place to support sometimes, right? And so to be able to have a reproductive justice conversation with a whole bunch of people of privilege to help those folks reframe the whole thing, and this marvelous repro justice scholar named Michelle Goodwin moderated it. And it was an incredible evening, and it was mostly white privileged people, about 50 of them, but to sit around so that they know to ask next time, where to ask next time, where the second they hear something that goes off into their heads, they don't immediately go to a white-led organization. They've been introduced to this wide swath of people that they now have a connection to and that they can go to. And I think that's why this is really important for me to have people hear from you and about you. But you still, okay, so you established this is a good conversation to have. Tell people what they can do for Color Latina. We didn't get to that part.
Give us, like, help us, correct? Like, make sure that, for example, to share like the events that we are doing, making sure that, for example, that you are doing an equitable distribution of resources when you are doing your donations, correct? So like making sure that like, oh, okay, if I read this article, what does that look like? Who is talking in this article? like when even the little things about like sharing an article in your Facebook, Twitter, whatever it is, who are being centered in those articles, correct? Like, and honestly, like we need your support. A lot of times, like for example, and this is just kind of like an experience, you know, as a woman of color-led organizations, like we are still building our individual donations, because when you talk about communities that do not have the economic capital, like our donations look completely different than white-led organizations, because our communities don't have the amount of economic capital that white people has built on the backs of Black folks, Indigenous folks, Latinx folks, you know, all our identities together. So what are you doing, honestly? Like, and I would say right now, where are you putting your money? Where are you putting your resources? Where are you who are you centering in those conversations? So I want to see, like right now, white privileged folks to make sure that when they are going to do donations and when they are like, okay, this is a cause that I really care about, that you are doing an equitable distribution of resources among communities of color too. Because guess what? No many people invest in us. We are the ones that invest in ourselves, and that's amazing and that's beautiful. However, we need your support, correct? So like, and also like right now, for example, when we were trying to defeat, the anti-abortion ballot initiative, we had amazing allies that were actually canvassing with color, and they were doing thousands of calls, correct? So like they decided to come to color because they knew that we do not have the same amount of resources that white-led organizations, correct? So like they came with us and volunteered with us. So that's another step that you can do, like go to the cause that you like, and making sure that you are like putting all your efforts into those causes and to those organizations that are led by people of color. And the other thing too, like more than anything right now, like check on your friends, check on them. Because guess what? Right now, today, many of us are not doing okay. Mm-hmm. We are not. And we still bring this face of like, of like happiness and joy and like, okay, we are nervous, but many of us are struggling with so many things within ourselves and within our communities. Check on them and make sure that they even have food, water, like making sure like, are you getting some rest? What can I do to help you right now? Because many of us, we are not doing okay. But this is how you're gonna do this equitable distribution of resources. Come volunteer for us, making sure that you, like when you are like talking to people, that you are always centering our voices, and that goes a long ways.
I think that's amazing. And Ian's back on and popped on. And I think, Ian, it's a good point for you to pop on too. We started the conversation by saying like, we're staying with a positive outcome, but also understanding that vulnerable people are still vulnerable. And so where do you bring your activism, in a new administration, or, where do you bring your activism to say, I need to remind you of X and you need to do better. I'm going to hold you accountable. You got my vote. Now I'm holding you accountable. Ian, where are you holding people accountable, and where are you putting your energy?